Party people now taste that. This is the 808 bass test. Everybody be a freak in the room. Now pump up the bass with the 808 boom. Back once again, party people now taste that. This is the 808 bass test. Everybody be a freak in the room. Now pump up the bass with the 808 boom. 808 boom. 808 boom. 808 boom. 808 boom. 808. This is the 808 bass test.
distance between us, no, doesn't matter to me. If we never see each other, no, it doesn't matter to me. And we could forget all the things that we've done, as if we've never been to all the places we've gone. 'Cause as long as the skies are blue, as the ocean waves, you'll know the truth. That as long as the skies are blue, I will always, always love you. 'Cause as long as the skies are blue, as the ocean waves, you'll know the truth. That as long as the skies are blue, I will always, always love you. Have you ever been mellow? Have you ever tried? Have you ever been happy just to hear a song? Have you ever been mellow? Have you ever tried? Have you ever been happy just to hear a song?
Hit me.
Just have to keep going. I can see my dreams coming true, floating high above me, and I can almost taste them. I'm so close, I won't give up. I won't give up. I won't give up. I won't give up.
What up, Squadron? You know the drill. Call of Duty's back, but yeah, something slightly different this evening. We've got Challengers Cup number 5, obviously Championship Sunday. Obviously, the beautiful man in Mr. Pablo, as per usual, is joining us today. Good to see all the returning goats in the chat, new and old. But Pabs, mate, What is going on? Why are we here?
Man, I think it's a kind of a cyclone of weirdness that's happened.
Yeah.
Where so I think obviously everyone getting the nod at the last minute from the major guys and production teams in America is kind of led to this gap that's just opened up this weekend. Obviously CDL being really tight in terms of when it decides to give the permissions, and the guys from Clutch were just a bit like, it's a little too late, we might not be able to set something up, and the guys from Esports Engine just like, it's the EU, I don't know what to do. So it gives us a great opportunity for us to just go, would you like us to do it then? So a massive opportunity, mate. I am buzzing. What a Sunday to have to. What a great 8 hours we've got to look forward to.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I mean, I've got literally my only full food source until later is a Twix bar. I've stocked up on food. I'm ready to go. But it's going to be a long day of combat. Obviously, with the quality that we've got on display, it's literally going to carry us through the entire day, no doubt. And obviously, our first matchup, Pabs, we've got the Battle of the Spanish in Young Galactics versus Sukry's Bakery. You can really ask for a better first matchup.
Civil war to kick things off. You just cannot ask for anything better. Two teams, again, I mean, as far as I can tell, haven't faced each other all year. They've managed to avoid each other across all the cups and even in the round robin earlier in the week. So yeah, this is going to be huge. I think Eric Booms potentially faced Young Galactics when he played upon the replay, but this is the first time that we've seen a full 8 roster, 8 men from Spain about to face. So I mean, I couldn't be more excited. A great opportunity, and as far as I can tell, I think Sukry kind of missed out on getting through to Sunday in Cup 4, but so this is a great opportunity for them to just make that next step and get as far as possible down the line in this one.
Yeah, and just a quick heads up, guys, we don't have the firepower, so to speak, of the normal challenges broadcast, so I'm doing the production, the observing. Obviously Pablo, the man who buys me endless amounts of time while I frantically try and do stuff behind the scenes. So we'll try and keep you updated as the bracket progresses, which we do have a graphic for. So this is what today's graphic is looking like for the bracket, and because we're only a team of 2, and obviously with Mr. Prezi and the beautiful mods behind the scenes, we can only bring you a set number of games because there's a lot going on at one time. So we've obviously got the winners semi-final here between Young Galactics and Sukry's Bakery. We will then move on to the winners final, which will come after this one. So those losers round 1 games and the other winners semi-final, which is actually a forfeit to GWR Signs. I believe they're not playing today. So Money Form have already gone through in towards that winners final. I don't think they're playing at all. So obviously that losers round 2 game, whoever comes through out of TMT and United Nations will get a free pass into the losers semi-final. So yeah, we'll grab the winners semi-final game, winners final. We'll then have losers semi-final, losers final, and then of course the grand final to tie us out. So it's a very long day of COD. If there are any technical difficulties or technical issues, I do apologise. We'll try to iron out as many of them as possible. Mr. Sam Raiden with the sub. Thank you very much, Samuel. What a man. What a man. Yeah, so we've got a lot of COD, a lot of stuff going on. We'll do our best to try and bring you as much of it as possible. But, mate, Pablo, I hope you're ready.
Man, I am always ready. At least I'm ready to waffle. I can't, honestly, I can't wait for this. I'm just going to get in right now that if the S&D colour casting goes AWOL, it's because I get the view that the fans get the view of and the viewers get the view, so I get no minimap. And obviously X-Ray is kaput for 30 seconds, so the telepathy comes out, the psychic powers are needed to kind of work out what's going on. But yeah, it should be exciting nonetheless. And listen, we've got to say hats off to the players for just being down to do this. Obviously, some players could have taken the opportunity to completely just go under the radar in terms of viewership and just try and run those strats that they want to run kind of behind closed doors, and none of them have done it. Everyone has literally been like, yeah, we're down. So huge shout out to the players for doing that as well.
Yeah, man, I can't literally say thanks enough to all the players that I DM'd and tried to get involved with, just to try and reach out to say, listen, can we cover your guys' games? Because at the end of the day, we want to see Europe's finest in Challengers Sunday. If we don't have a Challengers Sunday, it's like, oh man, you miss out all the action, all the quality players, all the quality teams. So a huge shout out to all the teams for being so lovely about it. It was literally a case of, yeah, sure, mate. Obviously, a couple of guys were like, oh, well, mini-map, X-Ray, what's happening? So just explain that we do it the way we always do it on Challengers, obviously, where myself and you normally do a lot of observing stuff, so we know kind of what the players require for like their search and de-strat, which is fair enough. So we will be implementing that into today's stream. But yeah, a huge shout out to everyone who's allowed us to cover this game, and a huge shout out to everyone who's coming through to support the boys. I have no doubt, Pablo, with the double Spanish lineup for this one, we'll have a lot of Spanish chat popping off with Take My Vamoses, because
Take My Vamos is going to be popular today.
yeah, man. I'd love to see it just littered in the chat, just to Take My Vamos lines. But focusing more on this series, Pabs, we do have the maps courtesy of the wonderful Mr. Eric Boom. So we'll have a quick glance at them. So we got Gavutu Hardpoint, we then got Berlin Search and Destroy, Tuscan Control, Berlin Hardpoint, and Bocage. So it's a pretty much a mixed bag of almost everything, Pabs, apart from literally a Desert Siege, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised as well not to see a Desert Siege. Both these teams have opted for that map on numerous occasions, none more so than Young Galactics, who pretty much they became the first team to really dominate it. So surprised to see it, but maybe they did. I mean, we are starting to see this Gavutu Hardpoint kind of rotate into the series more and more. This week we saw it in Tuesday and Wednesday in the round robin, series, and honestly, it's come up more and more. So yeah, nice mixture of maps. Gavutu is still you would suggest it's a fast-paced map, but we head straight into that kind of much more slower kind of S&D in Berlin and back to. Again, it surprises me that this gets big, because that B zone on Tuscan Control is all kinds of hell. So we have seen Gavutu Control shows almost exclusively for the first few weeks, but now we're seeing Tuscan start to rotate into the choices of the top players. So they probably got some strats worked out, finally having to get to grips with it. We even heard Gizmo last night talking about how they're just getting to grips with Control, and they've only had the 3 weeks to really work with it. So I'm guessing the same is across the board for the EU AMs right now over here.
Yeah, and obviously just a quick update for any of you who are just joining. We're just waiting on the guys from both teams to get lobbied up. Obviously, then we can then hop into the lobby and hopefully bring you map number 1 as soon as possible. So the game's scheduled for 12, but obviously with the players running warm-up games, scrims and that kind of stuff, obviously for the big day, there might be a few delays here and there and breaks in between, but obviously we'll look to try and keep you guys updated as we do progress through the bracket. But focusing on Young Galactics, Pabs, they've been brilliant pretty much since day dot. They had the hiccup, I think, was it Cup 4? I think. I'm pretty sure it was Cup 4, because they did the 3 back-to-back, didn't they? Cup 1, Cup 2, Cup 3. And they had the hiccup of Cup 4, and now this is an opportunity for them to almost put the doubters back in the back burner to say, right, okay, yeah, no, that was just a hiccup. We're back here to play again.
Yeah, absolutely. There's an opportunity to re-establish their dominance in the EU scene. Obviously, I think Cup 4 was a weird one for a couple of reasons. That's when we saw the greatest amount of changes across the teams. That was the big shake-up as Control was introduced, I think. So the other thing, I suppose, is that Cup 4 was also kind of the Denza Cup in many ways. That's where he'd been dropped by August or Steve Vortex and then picked up for the Revenge Tour boys, and they just completely dominated. And obviously Denza had that amazing 1v4. So again, whether that was an anomaly or we've seen really good performances out of those two teams as well, even in the round robin series. So definitely not an anomaly, but this is a great opportunity. But really, they start off against a team who are on fire. Sukry's Bakery, I think, a 3-1, as well as Moneyform and Young Galactics in that round robin elite quals thing. So right now, I mean, it couldn't be a better game. You couldn't ask for a better game. And then depending on who goes through, they face Moneyform. So your first 2 matches are essentially, the top 3 in the EU AM right now as of this week. So huge 2 first games coming out of it, but this obviously just holds a lot of interest. This is going to, both these teams, aside from needing to win because you want to go through, you don't want to face that long run into losers bracket. This is going to cement in terms of, like, I don't know, bragging rights, who the top team in Spain are.
Yeah, so obviously the boys of Sukry's Bakery, with the addition of Mr. Eric Boom, or as you like to refer to him if he's struggling a little bit, Mr. Eric Pop. They've looked like a completely different beast, really, with him in the roster. They do look like, obviously, because it's 3 of the 4 existing Mavericks team, isn't it? Obviously, with Yakov in place of, is it Vikul, I think, is just the one player switch. So, obviously, the chemistry there, you know what they're like, and it's kind of like these Spanish rosters, they know each other very, very well. They play with each other for a lot amount of time. We see it with Young Galactics, obviously, with the addition of Real. It's like he's played with them as a 4 for pretty much the entire time that he's been in the scene. And obviously Sukry's Bakery now with that core 3 as well. We've got kind of a matchup of, I say that all the talent or all the best talent really that Spain has got to offer in one shell. So it's going to be a matchup, as you mentioned, that we haven't seen before, that we don't think anyways, between these two. So it's almost like a little bit of bragging rights potentially for these boys.
I mean, it's an El Clasico. I mean, not only is it, obviously, we've got 2 sets of Spanish sides, but probably the most settled and ideal group of 4 in each team that you could ask for. You've got that strong core of what was Team Heretics with the young phenom that is Real, and then you've got the Mavericks team from last year, who were an exceptional team with Yako, who was kind of like the young up and coming player last year. So I think obviously Eric Boom just feels really comfortable in this side. It's great. He does really well. He's kind of inconsistent going into the end of last year. I think this team, just with Yako, just provides that kind of perfect base for them to showcase his talents, but also, under a leader like Sukry, I think just to get that little bit of discipline that was lacking in his game last year. The one criticism you might have for Eric Boom was that he didn't play his life very well last year. He was very much that overly aggressive player who might just overstretch and get himself killed and cause problems for the Mavericks guys. He seems to have ironed that out of his game this year, particularly under Sukry. So, and this week he's been outstanding. We saw, despite the Eric Pop comments, he did go absolutely off towards the end of that game. So, just outstanding performance from Eric Boom. This is shaping up to be what could potentially be an absolute banger.
Yeah, because when we watched and observed over the Elites games the other day, I'm pretty sure Eric was running the automaton on Gavutu, I think, if memory serves me well. So it looks as though he's almost that additional flex that they've now got in the team. We know a lot of teams that have the ability to run the 3 ARs and do so very comfortably do tend to benefit from that, especially on the likes of Berlin, obviously a Desert Siege. I mean, sometimes you can see the snipers come out in Desert Siege, but I don't think Desert Siege Search is in the rotation anymore, if memory serves me well. It's either Hardpoint or Search. I can't remember which one it is. I'm pretty sure it's out of one of them, but either way, Berlin and Gavutu, especially with the controls now, as you say, we've seen a lot of Gavutu control. Having that third AR that is comfortable running the role, which it looks as though Eric can do, is a huge factor for Sukry's Bakery in some of these games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it provides that flexibility that's needed in some of these larger maps in terms of the geography. Desert Siege S&D definitely still in. We've probably seen one of the greatest ever S&D performances out of the Young Galactics as they defeated a really strong Prezi team in round 1 in the 2K yesterday. Probably one of the finest, 6-1 in the end. Very close game, but yeah, absolute work. So Desert Siege S&D still in there. But yeah, we're running the I can't even speak, the automaton. Eric Boom just looked like a completely different player. I think he struggled at first, maybe in the first handful of moments within that game, but towards the end of it, he absolutely popped off. So just showing that he has got that capability. And again, we talk about that maturity, and you don't know whether that's down to that kind of in-game leadership and out-of-game leadership from Sukry, who's a very experienced player.
Yeah, so we are lobbying up, guys. We're just waiting on, I believe, one of the players. They are just picking sides and sorting which one they are going to prefer. But here's the question, Pabs. You know it's coming. Obviously, Sukry's Bakery looking very good. Young Galactics had the hiccup, but after the past few games that we've seen of them, they look like they're pretty much back to strength. Obviously, the slight issue of adding control in from these guys used to being so good with Hardpoint. Do you think they're still going to look pretty strong in this one, or do you think Sukry's Bakery, although the boys might argue it's not an upset because of how good we know Sukry's Bakery are, would you say potentially they might be able to make a good series? Because I wouldn't be surprised here if this one goes down to the wire, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a game 5, and I think, it's almost impossible to call. And again, we don't want to be eating our words this early in the day, which we are used to, let's be perfectly honest. Our diet is essentially our own words most of the time. But I'm going to opt for Sukry's Bakery just because we know, listen, everyone's happy when Eric Boom's doing well, so I'm going to go for Sukry's Bakery just because potentially I don't know whether Young Galactics are just always hot off the press when they get into their first game of the day, and maybe there might be an upset, and again, we just look at those maps. I think Gavutu Control was one of the maps that the guys from Young Galactics really struggled from against Moneyform. Let me just back that up with actual fact. So yeah, Gavutu Control, when they played Moneyform, they got beat 3-1 on it, and obviously Sukry's Bakery, a stout performance, and again, I think they handled themselves particularly well on Gavutu, so that could be a problem map for them. So Gavutu Hardpoint could be equally a difficult map for them. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Sukry's Bakery.
All right, well, you pick one team. I'll stick my flag on the other side. I'll go with the boys of Young Galactics. Obviously, the first 3 cups. We know what these lads are about, and I think I'll be shocked here if they don't come out with anything that isn't a win. I've seen that these boys all year round, they look incredibly dominant, and I think for them to go on a little bit of a hiccup was bound to happen. I think when you've got 5 Challenger Cups. I mean, if you at the end of this, if they come out on top of this and you've had 5 Challenger Cups and they win 4 of them, finishing second in the other one. It's not really a bad job by any means. And we are now loading into map number 1, Gavutu Hardpoint, so we should be able to switch that over very, very shortly.
Major, I'm just going to eat my own words, but I've just looked again. They beat Moneyform 250 to 134 on Gavutu Hardpoint, so I'm chatting absolute bubbles already.
Yeah, and again, another quick shout out to the guys for allowing us to bring you guys as much of the action today as possible. So we will have 5 series, fingers crossed, as long as all the timings line up. If there is a slight delay in between games, they are just chalking the lobby, so they're going to just have a restart. So we will just have a bit more waffle time in the meantime, Pabs. But while we just wait for these guys to sort that out, we'll take another look at the bracket, and obviously, Moneyform going to get that free pass in towards the winners' final. But looking at the other 2 games, Pabs, in TMT United Nations, we saw flashes in the pan of TMT the last week in Elites, didn't we? Or sorry, this week really in Elites. They managed to get their first win, I believe, in the round robin. So again, it's every single game is a tough one with what teams we've got left. But they're showing signs that they can pinch series off of these guys. So United Nations won't be taking that one too lightly.
Yeah, I think TMT were just kind of like bracket cursed. I think they just managed to get the really difficult opening games. They got Sukry's Bakery day 1, and I think they got Moneyform day 2, so it just made things incredibly difficult. In fact, that was day 1. I haven't even got the day 2 stats, sorry. So they got, as opening games go, Revenge Tour on day 2, so their opening 3 games were just incredibly difficult, but they got them out the way, and then as they entered the end of that day, day 2, they were able to get a win of that finally, and you would expect them to go on and do quite well. This is probably going to be a closer matchup between the 2 teams. Again, United Nations kind of in the same position where they were able to get one win on the board, but were defeated quite heavily, so I expect that to be a reasonably tight game as well. But yeah, I mean, anything's possible, and we look at the stats in terms of the player stats, and we know that some of those players on both of those teams in TMT and United Nations, were split. So we had 2 players doing quite badly and 2 players doing really well. If they can get one of those teams, can get all 4 players firing on all cylinders, then it's going to be a strong performance from them.
Yeah, and a quick shout out to everyone who's dropping follows. And Mr. George has dropped a resub. Thank you very much, George. Apologies if I do miss any follows or stuff, guys, because I'm going to be stressing all day to make sure that this goes hopefully as smoothly as possible for you guys, because we haven't got as many hands on deck as we normally have. And there's a follow and a half for you, Mr. Journey, the GOAT himself, dropping a follow. Thank you very much, Journey. So yeah, we're just waiting on the guys to press the big red button. They just did restart the lobby. But that other game, Pabs, as well, Revenge Tour and the Originals. Revenge Tour, they're obviously that team that are also looking to push their way up in towards that top echelon now in Europe. We've seen them obviously in Cup number 4 when they came back, and Denza obviously had incredible moments, one of which was against Young Galactics, wasn't it, in that Search and Destroy when he managed to get that 1 versus 4 on Tuscan. So again, it's another stacked team. It feels like we're spoiled for choice in Europe at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the argument you've got to have, is that we've got four teams potentially who on their day could beat anyone. We've seen the 3 teams we've talked about in the Young Galactics, Sukry's Bakery and Moneyform are just capable of beating anyone. You would almost argue they would be, a top 8 side in the Pro League. They're just so good. But then you've got to look at potentially that 4th place coming in from Revenge Tour. With Denza, they just look like a different side, very motivated. You could almost feel the desire to win that cup in Cup 4. Yeah. Like the motivation was so high. And then you just saw it afterwards, that kind of like relief from Denza on Twitter. He just went in hard after that. So you could see that relief and the kind of like, you don't drop me, man. I am a quality player. And we used to say it all the time. In Moneyform, when Denza played well, they were guaranteed a win. That's the thing. Other players could fall off, but if Denza was playing well, even if the other players fell off, they still kind of won. So yeah, it's great to see that team come back, and it's just nice to have that mix. Last year August was so dominant. We saw the occasional win from other teams like Mavericks and stuff, but this year it's just nice to have a solid 4 teams. It would be nice to start to mix it up. Right now we know the kind of onus is on that Young Galactics team, because they've been so dominant. But again, I'm sure that the top AM players would be like, the first 2 cups were a joke though. So as much as we enjoy watching them, they really kind of didn't take them as seriously very early in the day. Still a ton of practice to be had. So we are now entering that time where it really matters, where the teams want to win, because they're going into these elite quals and other things, and they need that form going in.
Yeah, and obviously we know kind of like how the pyramid is stacked in Europe currently at the moment, with this core of top 8 teams that we're seeing again today. It's kind of a set of teams that we see like very, very frequently. But we also know very well the group of players just below that. I mean, the likes of Flux with Snake Cod, those boys, they're knocking on the doors. Obviously, they're also in the elites during the midweek. But then we've also got all those ACCL players and all those other ACCL teams that they keep getting top 16, and they're literally 1, potentially 2 maps away from getting to these kind of Sundays. So at the moment, it's kind of the top set is stacked, but then the bottom set is also slowly starting to rise as we start to see these more consistent names enter the frame.
Yeah, I think right now, over the next maybe 3 or 4 months, you're not going to see a change in that top 8 echelon, that bubble that right now that's existed for a long time. I think the teams that are just coming through from the ACCL, just underneath that kind of like top 8, are kind of still just settling themselves into picking that right group of 4. We know we could, if we sat down and did a fantasy ACCL team, we could probably pick a 4 that were 1 player from 4 different teams that would create a team that could potentially rock the boat. I just think right now that those teams are stacked in some regards, and then they have a couple of players that just holding them back. And obviously, you wouldn't name names, but we're just saying that if they, I think we're going to see that kind of get mixed up as well. And once you see those players start to form more cohesive and solid teams, then I think that bubble might get broken. But right now, it's fairly solid, Major.
Yeah, and we are now in towards our game number 1, guys, between Sukry's Bakery and Team Galactics. So for anyone who doesn't know, this is winners semi-final on the cards here between these two. The clash of the Spanish to see who is going to be the true Spanish Armada. And Mr. Boom, right off the rip, 2 kills already to his name. And the boys of Sukry's Bakery looking to try and get some early control on P1. You can see Yakko as well, going to be reinforcing the hill. And Real looking for the quick pinch. Eric still playing his life for the time being as those gunfights come through. But another one for Eric. 3 in a row and a strong start from the boys in blue, Pablo. Sukry's Bakery doing well.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously they started what would be considered the preferred side, but they consolidate that with a fairly predictable handful of points, and it's all about this P2. But Eric Boom going off, and we see them start with that MP40, but very comfortable with the automaton. He grabs one off the deck, and he's able to continue that rip. 3-1 right now. We do see Super here, so one player. I know we talk about Eric Boom a lot, but really one player to look out for. He's been consistently in the top maybe 12 players of Europe right now. Is Super right? He's on a 3-2, but he's had an immense week this week. The kind of stats he's been dropping have been unreal. So as we head into kind of like the middle point of this first rotation, keep your eyes peeled for him. He's going to be a big player this day.
Yeah, so a 30-point difference as we get halfway through in towards the P2. See the boys of Sukry's Bakery kind of toying with that opportunity to try and push through, but they are just going to extend this lead out little by little. You can see Sukry going to go for that rotation early on over towards the P3 while the gunfights go down, meanwhile on towards P2. So you can already see number 5 Journey prioritizing Sukry, and that's a really big kill there from Team Galactics just to secure at least the spawns for the time being. But Eric managed to work his way through the back here, so we'll see if he can manage to get any more important kills. Already 8 and 3, looking to try and push his score out just a little bit further. There is going to be a gunfight in the back, and I'm not sure Metal saw him as well, so he might potentially... Eric is somehow getting god timing here in the back as players just seem to be looping around him left, right and centre. There's one onto Lucky. Anticipates the second, and he gets the second onto Metals as well. Mr. Boom is here to play.
How does that happen? 3 players completely miss each other, and then Boom is straight there for the 2-piece, man. He is starting on fire. 10 and 4 already. The closest, no one even close really. Real on 7 and 5. Huge plays out of Mr. Boom, and they're just set up so nicely. And we said Sukry's Bakery are hitting some great form this week, and they are putting young Galactics to the sword in this first rotation. We know these guys in purple have got absolute credibility when it comes to coming back, but right now Sukry's Bakery have got them in the oven, and they are baking cakes right now, mate.
Yeah, the boys of Team Galactics now, it's going to be a question of just having to hold that rotation. Metals is still lurking over towards P1, but his teammates are falling by the wayside at the moment, and that's the 3-man dead. So Eric, if he hits the flank quickly enough, he might be able to help with the second wave of kills, but Lucky No shuts him down in his position on that occasion. And Journey looking for kills as well. So the Team Galactics is just going to look to try and steady the ship for the time being. Currently struggling at the moment in terms of score, but in terms of kills, they are currently kind of slaying back and forth at the moment. But by their standards that we know, just struggling ever so slightly. But now around the back, Yakko. Can he make the play to try and start spawning these players out? Spots Journey, but no. Journey with a really big kill to secure the spawns. And Team Galactics now with a good chunk of opening time, Pablo, but they just need to keep this going.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we kind of expected on this P4 that they would probably get a nice chunk of time. These guys have got great shots, and we've just seen Journey absolutely body Yakko. So we know they've still got it in the tank as such, and that's been a nice hold. And right now you're looking at a solid 40-second hold from the boys in purple, which is exactly what they needed to kind of maintain any relevance in this game. You know, they lose this hill, they lose this by any stretch of the imagination, that puts them kind of like 70 points behind. Great performance from them just to stay into the game, and Journey just seems to be hitting form as well. So little kill leader race between Journey and Eric Boom as well. So the Voodoo Hardpoint not letting us down, Major, been an absolute game so far.
Yeah, Royale starting to come up to a little bit of speed here now on a 3 streak. He looks to try and get streaks as there's the 4th, manages to rip off the head of Eric Boom, who was also, I believe, on a 3 streak. So although Eric's still continuing his momentum, Royale now right on the precipice of getting streaks hit. That glide bomb will be important. Can he get some good timing? Oh no, Eric manages to get a huge kill there for Sukry's Bakery, so no streaks coming through. Metal's now looking to try and work his way over towards this right-hand corner of the map, but Sukry's Bakery doing a really good job at the moment of just locking down these lanes. They're not allowing Team Galactics to even cross over from that boat side, and this team is now really starting to put together a bit more score. 40 points still currently the difference as they look to try and trade out the players, but a big couple of kills again from the boys in blue, Pablo. They are not letting this go, and with that scrap time, that lead is slowly being pushed out further and further again.
Yeah, and you can see Young Galactics already trying to get set up for P1. They've half chalked that P5. Great. There was such an important kill from Sukry on Journey towards the back of jungle. Like he manages to get a really important kill on a flanking player, and that allowed them to really set up solid for that P5 and get an absolute ton of time. And mate, they are just absolutely turning this time. You know, one of the things we talk about all the time is that kind of kill to time efficiency, and Sukry's Bakery are right on that hot spot. They have got a big job though, because P1 right now, and it is the Galactics who look absolutely solid on it, and you wouldn't put it past them to get another solid hold and bring this game back within, you know, 10 or 15 seconds. They just look immovable right now as the kill feed, Major, goes entirely purple.
Yeah, and this is where this roster becomes incredibly scary. If they're struggling for kills and still in the game, all it takes is that shift of momentum, and then they start absolutely battering teams, and that's really what they're doing at the moment over towards P1. Team Galactic, though, still trailing by a little bit as we rotate over towards P2, but Lucky wins a big engagement. Journey is just going to soak up that scrap time while his teammates go in towards the new hill. Number 6, Lucky, still lurking, but his teammate in Royale just looking over the top of him, so he will manage to survive for the time being. Yakko, though, alongside Eric Boom out the front, but there's one for Lucky. Eric's still alive out the back, but Royale trades him out, and the efficiency now in engagements from Team Galactics is really here to show as they slowly start to claw back this lead that the boys in blue managed to accumulate oh so well. And this is the danger, really. As you can see, Journey now on a 5, so he's got a glide bomb ready to use. There's a lot of ordnance now potentially for that next hill, Pablo, if they decide to use it.
Got it just at the right time. We talk about how valuable it is to try and get that 5 streak, you know, well before P3. He's managed to do it. And again, another great talking point. We talk about the maturity of Royale. You know, Vikel expressed it in the conversation earlier in the week where he said he's one of the most disciplined and most mature players for his age. Again, plays his life really well. So you compare that to maybe Eric Boom. He has just lost a few, but and just really, really tasty. Yakko goes strong with a big 2-piece as he drops Metals and Lucky. And one of the most interesting things is, you know, we're so used to seeing the Young Galactics dropping big streaks, but right now Sukry's Bakery still with the lead, but they are negating them from being able to get these huge streaks across the board, and that's keeping their advantage. It's a slender one, but they've still got it. And again, you wouldn't put it past them to see this out. But 179 to 136. And we are hitting that P3. Are we going to see the glides come out?
Yeah, we are. Yakko, you're looking to invest it 6 in a row for him at the moment. He is on an absolute tear. He is going to look to try and get the man up the hill. The Soup is actually going to manage to grab 2. One with the nade, one with the automaton. Yakko tries to get involved, but the boys in purple still just stopping for the time being, and they are going to try and reply back with a streak just to allow Royale to get on towards the hill. And Eric, again, another flank coming through from Mr. Boom. There's one. There's still the man inside the hill. He knows another one's out the back, but Eric with 2, and Royale, last man standing in the hill. He's going to get the 3rd as well. It's only his teammate that's going to shut him down. And now with 30 seconds left on this hill, Sukry's Bakery can really start to push this lead out. Once again, Team Galactics, although they've had that spurt, Pablo, they're going to need another one here, and they're going to have to be careful because that time is slowly starting to tick away, but they will get the scrap time. But this engagement here for Journey is huge. If he can stay alive in the back, this is going to be massive.
Yeah, absolutely. Expecting to get traded out. Sukry with a big job. But I'd just like to think that Sukry killed Eric Boom. Like, no, Eric, you're too wild, and just destroys him. But great performance right there at the back. They needed to deal with Jamie, who's just rocking around the back, and they have done. And again, we see this almost mirror image of the previous rotation as the boys from Sukry's Bakery in a great position. We know how stoutly they can defend, but the question is, you know, just look at that setup. We've got one pushing beach. Expect him to get supported anytime soon. We know if they can get to that back beach, they they can get the spawns. And with 40 seconds remaining, they really do need to, because they need to break this hill before Sukry's Bakery get within that awful sweet spot. And right now, mate, that cap kill feed very ominous for the Young Galactics.
Oh man, this is dangerous here for Young Galactics. They're looking to try and grab some more kills, as there's one. Sukry looking for more, though, as those players look to try and push through. But this scrap time is absolutely huge for Sukry's Bakery. If they can manage to get every single second of this, this is going to be really difficult for Team Galactics, even by their standards, to try and work their way back into this one as the contest in towards that P1 side as the players try to hold it over. But 5 seconds, Super just using the pistol doesn't really need any main assault rifle or SMG as he looks to try and transition over. But Eric Boom again managing to work a lane. He has got a man in number 5 Journey just up above him. Eric trying to stay alive for the time being. Team Galactics do stop the rot for now, Pablo, but how much longer for? Because Super 5 in a row, glide bomb out. This is going to be difficult.
Yeah, and this is the difference from the previous rotation. There was just no ordnance, really effective ordnance to stop them, so they've got that control potentially over towards the back. They're not going to make use of it, though. They are going to try and push from the front, and this could be very difficult. Sukry's Bakery potentially with a one, their first mistake almost of the game, noticeable one. They get the glide out, they manage to push someone out towards beach, but now they've got that player finally making his way, and he needs to win, and it is going to be Super. 29-20, the player we highlighted at the start of the game, potentially the best in Spain right now, and they're going to look to try and get that beach control. But with 15 seconds remaining, it's going to be all about this P1. And again, it looks like they've chalked P2. Great hold from Young Galactics, and Major from a game that looked like it was slipping away. It's back to a 20-point lead.
These are some really big kills coming through now. The blue kill feed is going to be there for a couple. Sukry with one, Eric with another. Can he grab another one? Eric Boom with another important kill, and with 5 seconds left, it looks as though Journey's going to have to be the low man to try and challenge in, but the chows are there, the trays are there also, and Sukry's Bakery, all the contest comes through, but map 1 is complete, and Pablo, Sukry's Bakery again on Gavutu, looking strong, and they pinch the first map.
Man, we said they looked like they were hitting some kind of final form midweek. They just look so strong, and Gavutu has been an absolute blessing for them this week. They've dominated on control, they've dominated on hardpoint, and it doesn't surprise me. But we go into a game mode potentially where Team Galactics have got the upper hand in Bale and S&D, but what a performance. And again, you've got to look to Super. Eric Boom had a great game across the board, Sukry's Bakery, but Super just unreal performance, carrying over that form from midweek, carrying over his form from the earlier cups, and more importantly, continuing that form from last year, so proving that he is a dominant, consistent player. And one of those players that maybe the CDL Pro League should be looking at, because he's just so consistent.
So map number 1 is now complete, as I frantically type in the scores just for the confirmation for you guys. So there it is, map 1 is now complete. The boys of Sukry's Bakery with a big statement. But now, Paz, we go into a search and destroy, and we call it time after time, don't we, where teams potentially, they look good on map 1 and then map 2 slips away and we're back to a tied series. So again, you can't really call it based off of that map 1. It looks as though the boys of Young Galactics just took a little bit of a time to get going, really.
Yeah, absolutely. We said this though at the start, that they're not the quickest team out the blocks. They do tend to warm up quite nicely in the game, and just one of the things we do see is a lot of 3-1s out of them, where they will lose that first game unless there's a huge skill disparity. But as soon as we start getting into those engagements where their teams they're facing are really superb, we do start to see them drop that map 1. And I don't think it's out of quality. I think it's purely because they're a little slow off the blocks. We see it time and time again with some teams who just get warmed up, so this is why we see these 3-1s. Just having a look now through the stats from midweek, just to I've actually lost my cursor, Major. It's always the case when you've got absolutely zero eyesight. Just looking for Bale and S&D right now. Young Galactics, they're no slouches, but they got beat by Moneyform 6-5 on day 1, which was Tuesday. And I don't think Sukry's Bakery had a Bale and S&D in one of the first games. We look at the end of day 1. So we go into Young Galactics. Did they get another Bale and S&D? Yes, so they beat Revenge Tour 6-4. Again, Revenge Tour probably still one of those teams who are just in that transitional period of the cohesion and chemistry that you need for a team. So again, S&D probably not their strongest point, but Young Galactics take that. And again, if we just look for Sukry's Bakery, did they face? Yeah, so another close one. So this is a telling stat. Flux, who, Snake's team are a great team, but, probably the weakest side in that round robin. They took them to a round 11. So Sukry's Bakery maybe not the strongest on Bale and S&D. So this could potentially be a great opportunity for the guys from Young Galactics just to bring this back.
Yeah, and a quick shout out to everyone who's dropped follows. I'll try not to miss any of you guys. So Vipers, Perubio, King Toxics, Easy Kills, Valero, thank you very much for the follows. I'm Jokers, FDB, Mr. Seedy Pablo, what a man. Thank you very much, Seedy, for the follow. Toba. Oh, and there you go. There's another. Oh, it's Goats Galore. Harry Payne as well with the follow. Thank you very much, Harry. So big shout out to everyone who's dropped follows. And that was map 1, Pablo. We've still got God knows how many potentially. I mean, if every series goes game 5, we've got 25 of those potentially today if it goes that way. But
I've got the honey and lemon. I'm ready. I am ready.
I've got orange squash and a Twix. I'm not quite as heavily prepared as you. But yeah, we'll see. A really good map 1 from the boys of Sukry's Bakery. And they look good on that map. But obviously, as you mentioned, going to Berlin now, it's an opportunity for young Galactics to try and steady the ship again and take it back to 1 apiece.
Yeah, I think some telling information really is that if we just take the day 1 and day 2 of the elite quals from this week as a snapshot of quality, the boys from Young Galactics across the board hitting heavy form. You know, they are in terms of KDs in S&D, it's a mixed bag. We've got the metals probably struggling the most on a 0.7, but you've got Lucky on a 2.26 and everyone else above a 1. But then you look at Sukry's Bakery and they've got Yako, who really doesn't enjoy Berlin S&D at all. So a big moment for him to prove himself. If he plays well across the board, they've got a strong S&D performance, but right now he was hitting a 0.5, so a really difficult kind of game set for him. So this is a big opportunity. I think if he replicates that form, this is a Young Galactics win. If he's able to come through, and obviously as an MP40 player, Berlin does present its problems, but if he's able to come through, this could be again another tight game, but I would potentially put this to a Young Galactics victory.
Yeah, and as Mr. Gabe was just asking if we're seeing the S&D, so by player request, guys, we do obviously have to block the mini map as a standard, but we're also going to have no X-ray. As don't worry, Pabs, I'll switch it past X-screen so you'll be able to see what's going on a little bit. But yeah, it's a case of we have to turn X-ray off for the first 30 seconds just so that teams can't obviously look at where people are going, where they're positioning, and then after that we can then turn the X-rays back on. So just for the respect for what the players want us to do, as we do normally in challenges, that's what we're going to do again for today's games. So unfortunately that is the case, but we'll try our best to cover as much of it as possible. But yeah, Berlin Search, Pablo. I mean, I just want a sniper, to be honest. I mean, I'm very easily amused.
2 snipers.
Berlin oh, you want the battle? You want the battle of the snipers? Yeah, that's probably the idea. The glints.
I want to see Lucky. I want to see Sukry with the snipers. That's it. Just want to see them versus them.
Well, I mean, you speak of like Lucky. I mean, he's the best of the bunch really when it comes to it. We've seen him in the was it the CWL at the time on Black Ops 4. He was an absolute menace with the sniper. So understandably, as we've seen him a few times on Berlin, he can obviously really start to open out some lanes, which a lot of teams, some have, some don't. But having that ability to rock the sniper on Berlin really does grant your team a big advantage.
Yeah, sometimes it's a bit weird. Like, obviously you've got players who are absolutely lethal with it. They're going to get first bloods with it, and it's great for them to use. But we do see some teams kind of, it almost feels like they're using it just to gather information and just be like a suppressant. If they can get one pick in the game, that potentially puts that seed of doubt about how you push. We saw, I can't remember who it was who used it. Who used it almost exclusively for 5 rounds and got 1 kill, and it literally it was definitely Tuesday or Wednesday.
Oh well, I remember Maple was struggling. He was struggling. I think he finished 3 and 8 in the end, but he did really struggle with the sniper. He got a couple of picks here and there, and we were saying when we were watching the game, we were like, is he going to maybe switch it up? But to be fair, he stuck with it. But I think they lost it in the end. Was it 6-5 they lost in the end, I think?
Yeah, and we were like shouting right the way through to each other, like, please go to an AR, please go to an AR. So it was just like I just felt like that if he'd have dropped that and then maybe gone into a different role, they might have been able to be even have a lot stronger performance. So again, though, with these two sides, we know that they've got players on either side who can absolutely rock the sniper. So expect to see some huge battles going down. This is the perfect map for it in many ways, and obviously with them not picking that Desert Siege S&D, probably the only opportunity that you're going to see it come out. I think it's a Bocage S&D at the end.
Imagine if we see one on the Bocage. I'd love that.
Yeah, that would be immense, honestly. Maybe someone downfield or down trench, although you're not going to get a lot of action down on that trench side, but maybe very interesting. Yesterday we did see round 1 Garenkos and swords out of Young Galactics as well, so you've got to laugh when you see that. But expect huge battles, but yeah, I'm so excited for this, but I do think this is going to be a Young Galactics win on Berlin S&D.
Yeah, so in case you guys are just hopping on board with us a little bit later, so map 1, Sukry's Bakery on the Gavutu hardpoint managed to take it 250 to 219 after a very strong start, and they managed to keep it going. But we did see glimpses, Pablo, didn't we, of what we're used to seeing with Young Galactics. When they get up to speed, they are very, very difficult to stop. But I think on that one, they kind of just gave themselves, it felt like they gave themselves just a little bit too much to do, and with Eric Boone playing obviously very, very well, lights out for pretty much the majority of the map, and managing to work those lanes. It was one where it kind of got away from him, but like you say, on the search and destroy, you don't want to count these boys out, especially on a Berlin, because we know how structured and efficient these guys are as a team of four.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and the other thing that I always feel is that they've got another. Even if they didn't necessarily do it in the hard points, you know, you would expect them to be playing 100%. They are kind of a slow team off the blocks. You would expect them to have another gear to go through, whether that's they up their comms accuracy, or they just generally just up their pace. So S&D a good opportunity for them. Obviously, tellingly, they do have slightly better KDs from this week alone, just on Bale and S&D, than Sukry's Bakery. Again, Yako on the struggle bus in that sense. So whether that plays a factor, again, if you feel that Yako then has like a really good game, this could be even tighter again. So I just feel that young Galactics, you just never write them off. And obviously with this core four of you would suggest Sukry's Bakery, Young Galactics, Money Form, Revenge Store. I mean, these guys are capable of a reverse at any point. So even if they go kind in the Bale and S&D, you can't write them off, because they are just so capable of doing absolute damage in the last 3 maps. And we, you know, obviously we saw that last night with the top level EU performance from the London Royal Ravens.
Yeah, so map number 2 underway here. Can Sukry's Bakery manage to work a little bit of magic here in map number 2 to potentially go 2-0 up here in this winners semi-final? And Young Galactics, they are going to be the first team to attack. And that B-bomb is looking as though it's going to be choice of positioning. So Sukry's Bakery, and more importantly, Yako, going to be over this side on his own for the time being, as those players look to try and transition their way over. So Yako's going to be very busy in a second. You can see Journey just toying with the possibility of him being outside, but there's one for Yako. They've still got another man outside in Metals, just playing passively. But the first blood, Metals manages to grab it, Pablo, but Sukry's managed to get it back away, but Real on the flank. Oh, there's a freebie.
Oh, a nice little headshot just to get Rail off the mark. Really nice to see Yako with a kill as well. Metals, just unfortunate not to get that. This is going to be a play round. He gets absolutely bodied by Yako, who's clearly seen the performance he had midweek and decided to go big or go home, essentially, is the shout. And it's going to be a 2v1, but you wouldn't put it past Rail to do it, but he does get dropped in the end. And Sukry's Bakery are going to take the lead, and I think this is going to be vital for them if they want to see this round out.
Yeah, so a strong round there from the boys in blue. Mr. Eric Boom looking to continue that really solid start that he had in that map number 1. So they are going to be the team to draw first blood, and we'll see now what the boys, Young Galactics, have in offer for us on the defensive side. And it's one we talk about a lot, Pablo. That B site, look, it tends to be the traditional start-off push for a lot of these teams. You do see a bit more transition over towards A, especially in comparison to the likes of a Bocage, but it's one where it always feels as though B is the norm for a lot of these teams.
I think it's you can gather more information. The sniper's obviously way more effective in terms of gathering information, and also you've got that opportunity to kind of go back or push through mid potentially if it doesn't work out, if the opposition have stacked heavily towards the other side. So yeah, I think you can see why it's a great choice. Plus, if you get any kind of ordnance whatsoever, any streaks, that's huge. Eric Boom gets himself off the mark with he's well off the mark with a 3-1 there and another big kill. And Sukry's Bakery, you know, still looking strong, but it is going to be a 3v3, and Rail going to be working around this bomb site. Is he going to get the kill? Yes, he is able to drop Yako, and just as that happens, Sukry drops Lucky, and the trade goes straight out. So going to be a 1v2 this time with Young Galactics just in the advantage.
Yeah, they're defusing the bomb. Sukry's not even going to get a look in at this one, so Young Galactics not going to give him a second of breathing space, and they will tie it back up to 1 apiece. So, I mean, do we call it early on, Pablo, for a round 11, or is it? Can we be that bold straight out the gates?
I mean, the question is just, is a player going to just take hold of the game? Are we going to see something, you know, like a performance we saw out of Metals and Bocage when he went on a 13 streak? Are we going to see one player really come to the fore? I mean, the question you've got to ask, personally, I think in Sukry's Bakery, the only player who could normally do that would be Super, and he's on an 0-2. Across the other side, Young Galactics, they're stacked with players who could potentially go absolutely off. We've seen it time and time again. Right now, we're a 1-0. I mean, I'm just amazed we're seeing Journey on that 0-2, and obviously we've not seen any amazing sniper plays so far. So the respect given to each of these players by each other is huge. So again, I think it's going to come down to one player potentially going off, and you know, you've got to look hopefully to potentially Super again having a massive game, but he's going to need to get off the mark if Sukry's Bakery want to do something.
Yeah, Yako on the flank though is going to manage to pinch out one player in Metals. So now Journey and Lucky are the last two up. You can see there's a man. Oh, that's 2.5. Oh, they are going to spot each other. He's going for the chow. Journey Balls of steel flies straight round the corner. Sukry's going to look for the trade, and he will manage to get it. So now it's all on Lucky. And there it is. Sniper that we all know and love. Can he manage to work a 1 versus 3 here? Just spot one player, but no, the door slams shut straight in his face. Sukry's Bakery managed to win a round, and it's a bit of back and forth at the moment, Pablo. Nothing really much separating these guys. We haven't seen, obviously, that infamous kind of break of serve as of yet, and the boys in blue take a one round advantage again.
And we know how vital it is, and know how vital that break of serve is. It's so important to try and get that foot in the door and get that 2-round advantage. But again, I mean, you would suggest that's important with teams with huge skill disparity, but right now these teams are really equal. So even a 2-round advantage can easily be eaten up, and we've seen it time and time again. In fact, I think we've seen young Galactics string 4 rounds together after being, on a negative deficit. So a big opportunity, great for Sukry's Bakery, but they still need to be on their toes. And again, they are dragging themselves through this game with Super just not really involved. We're in round 4 and he's only had 2 interactions so far. So a great opportunity for him to get in on the board and start to push this out. Sukry gonna get that plant down towards A, so you would expect the boys in blue to have a really solid setup across the board. And this is going to be a huge retake right now, a 4v4 retake of the A site.
For Real, there's the first opening that you need. He manages to get the pick onto Eric. I think there might be another engagement in middle. Matt Metals is currently hunting for the kill, but meanwhile, inside the site, it's getting mixy as Real gets another important kill as he takes down Sukry. Yako, though, on the outer lane. He's going for the challenge. He's second now. Real with 3, looking for the ace. Just one more player stands between him and that, and it is going to be Super. He spots him. He tags him. He looks as though he might just try and pop the diffuser. He's got Metals on the flank, looking to try and help him out, and Journey's going to do the job. So really good work from the boys in Young Galactic, and more importantly, the man that we flag up time after time, Pablo, the young phenom himself in Real. Big kills there from him.
You just cannot put any kind of flag on him. You can't say what kind of player he is. He literally can do it all. The main thing is he's so disciplined though. He's such a good team player, and obviously he's probably got the value of all that experience around him. But Real is just a phenomenal player and on a 3 streak right now. And we talk about a player taking control of a game, and right there, this is a player just starting to get dominant. But on the other side, his counterpart from last year, the young phenom that was so talked about last year, in Yako, 5-2 as well. So huge plays out of both teams, in particular this huge resurgence from Yako.
Yeah, Metals thrown an absolute Kobe nade onto Yako to take him down. So it might have been a coordinated team nade there. Take it down for the first blood. So against the Bakery into the side they go, but Eric Boom, the aggression is just there for all to see. He just goes straight through and manages to get the pick onto Journey. And Sukry's got an engagement here any second now up against Real, who's going to come out on top. Metals is going to do a really good job there of just looking over the top of him. So now it is going to be a 3 versus 2 in favour of Young Galactics. Real, he's heard the shot, I believe. Number 8, all Super. He's dipping away. He wants nothing more to do with that one. But that B bomb now dropped over towards that water side, and it's going to be really, really difficult here for the boys of Young Galactics to potentially try and retrieve it. Eric Boom is still just set up inside the house, but Metals, he's going to spot another man. Next engagement, Super's able to win it. The pistol does the job, and now they're on the hunt for him, and they're running out of time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what comes between Metals and Journey there? Metals getting the pick, but with 20 seconds remaining, we do see a huge fight going down as Eric Boom is getting tagged up in that B-bomb side. Plays his life, can't get the kill, and he is going to get dropped. And Young Galactics are going to put another one on the board, and it's going to be 3-2. And we talked about this earlier on, even a 2-round advantage, no matter what, is just not enough, because these guys can just string rounds together. And a huge performance by the team in purple, and make this has been an awesome S&D so far as the battle of the Spanish continues.
Yeah, so nice work there. And courtesy of Mr. Lewis, Revenge Tour have taken map number 1 against the Originals, so they are currently 1-0 up in their series. As mentioned, guys, we are, with the help of some of the team coaches and the players as well, trying to get as much of the information across to you guys as possible, but we are a little bit limited with how much we can try and do simultaneously at the same time, but we'll do our best to keep you guys posted as it does unfold. And a first blood for Journey, really good work from him, and obviously Real still on that 4 streak, Pablo. If he gets that next kill, this could be a really important factor here for Young Galactics to maybe push this lead out even further.
Yeah, and a big kill on Eric Boom. He's had an absolutely marvellous S&D so far, so that was really important. And look, he's going to drop, so this is going to bring it back now to a 3 versus 2. Now a 2v2 as we see Sukry and Yako trade out. And Metals is going to get that kill on Yako, but Real is going to drop, and that's huge. The fight continues, and Super with a really nice kill across the map with that AR. And, we expect him to get those kind of kills, but Journey drops as well. And now it's a 2v1 with Metals. Major with it all to do, and he managed to drop one,
my.
make it a 1v1. Is he going to get the position? No, he's going to get tagged up. And Sukry's Bakery are going to bring it back to 3-all. And Major, you said it earlier on, but we are ping pong right now in Spain. We are back and forth.
Yeah, man, the bragging rights of the Spanish boys still on a knife edge. 3-3 now the score. We go into round number 7, so we'll see what the boys have in store for us in this next one. And we haven't really seen a huge amount of successful defensive rounds, I believe it's Pablo. I think it feels as though most teams have managed to get the bomb down and almost guard it, which is something that we tend to see quite a lot of, especially when they do get that bomb down over towards B. We know how difficult that retake can be.
Yeah, and obviously it's a lot easier to get a setup, Chris, and this is why you need a really strong sniper who can potentially watch down that B lane and just get information and a pick if possible. But yeah, you're going to see Metals absolutely body Super in a battle of the ARs, and we're going to see Eric Boom finally get off the mark in this round, and again another player who's looking to take it. And with the two phenoms really face to face right now, Real is going to drop as Sukry does take him down, but Eric Boom going toe to toe right now with Real, and this is kind of a battle of the phenoms, Major, to see who's going to have the bragging rights for the young kind of rookie of the year kind of vibe.
Yeah, so what can young Galactics work here? 2 versus 3. Bomb is on and lucky with the sniper. Can he do what we've seen him do so many times and just get that all-important pick, that all-important play? Journey's got to be careful, though, because there's going to be another man behind him. Number 6 and Yako still hunting for the kill. They still haven't currently got anyone on the bomb site, though, as Lucky is still checking it, and it's just engagements pending everywhere at the moment, and Journey just doing his best to delay, but the shot's coming through. They know the man's on the bomb, but Lucky with the pistol manages to take him off of it, and they're not going to have time to get the defuse. The boys of Young Galactics, Pablo, another really important round for those boys. When it looked a bit bleak, they managed to hold that. Lucky, Jesus. What some shots those were. And he manages to get the kill, and obviously the bomb goes off regardless, but a big round there for Young Galactics.
Mate, anything Super can do, Lucky can do as well, as he goes full bond and gets the pistol out and bodies not one but two players. Huge performance right there. And we did say never ever write the Young Galactics off. Despite that first round performance, they just look so strong. They've got that 1 round advantage, which they've turned this game completely on its head. And obviously Metal's starting to come to the fore on a 7-5, and they're so stacked, this team, that any point if one of the players goes off, it could potentially be that dominating round. So huge plays from the team in purple, but Sukry's Bakery, still only 1 round. They've still got immense opportunities here.
Yeah, the man who the team is named after manages to get the first kill. Super gets the second as well. So now again it's going to be another difficult situation here in terms of numbers, especially for Young Galactics. But Real is going to reply with a kill onto Super, so they do manage to clear out that side of the A bomb site. And Yako still with the bomb in hand, whether or not they know the whereabouts exactly. Just Eric Boom and Real's going to get taken down now. So again, it's going to be Lucky, last man up. Can he manage to make the play here? He knows there's one up here. Oh, he's going to spot the gun, surely. Yep, he knows he's there. Pistol out. Manages to grab one. So now 1 versus 2. And he's got the automaton as well. So he's not going to be stuck with just that pistol, Pablo, which we've seen a few times with snipers. They manage to do so well with some of these clutch moments. But as soon as they get close quarters, obviously they are stuck with the pistol, as good as it is. But I'm sure Lucky will be very relieved that he's managed to get an automaton now.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the efficiency of the sniper rifle, and obviously, because of the distance they have to take, they usually end up in these 1v2 situations. So great that he's managed to pick one up early doors. He has going to have to snap on fairly quickly. This is looking like a solid setup, and he's got no real time to do it. So he's just waiting for that person to peek potentially. But so many places that it can be watching. I think he's potentially got a player looking to flank around the back of him. No, it looks like he's double back, but time just not going to be his friend, and he's just going to play the round out, Major.
Yeah, Lucky, just playing it smart. In the grander scheme of things, those streaks, if he does manage to get another 2 picks, could be huge. But again, Pabs, it's tied up again. 4-4. You just get a whiff of it, don't you, sometimes in some of these series and some of these games. Normally when we call it, I like to say we get pretty damn close. If it's not around 11, it's around 10. But the way these guys are going at the moment, there is nothing separating them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I felt this might be an opportunity for Young Galactics to dominate, but we did say Sukry's Bakery this week, since they've picked Eric Boom up, just feel like a completely different animal altogether. Just seem a lot stronger, a lot more capable, and it wouldn't surprise you, they go all the way. But right now, again, it's so close, 4v4, that the kills across the board are almost identical. We are obviously seeing great work coming out of Real and Metals, but equally, we're seeing the same out of Sukry and Eric Boom. So great performance from all these players, but again, it's it's just so tight. And, you know, given the opportunity to go back, Eric Boom gets absolute work on Journey there. But, mate, I wouldn't want to plant a flag now, and I planted it at the start.
Eric Boom, oh my goodness.
Oh, he's at it again.
That's the boomstick for you. He absolutely violated, I believe it was Journey on that occasion. So now Real, last man up. That is something you really do not see very often with these boys of Young Galactics. With these kind of caliber of players in general. So Real, 1 versus 2. Boss 1. Oh, manages to get the kill as well, and he will get out with his life. So now Yako versus Real. Who is going to come out on top of this one? Just playing it slowly. 28 seconds on the clock here for Real to try and make a decision. He got the timing. I think Yako spotted him. Yako's on the hunt. He knows his rough whereabouts. And I think the door open, it's just going to manage to take his attention away from the site. But now Real, can he stick it? He's not going to be able to. He's going to get shot. Oh, he gets away with his life.
He's
got away. He's going to try and stick it again. He's give it another go at asking. 7 seconds remaining. Yako's checking. Real gets the bomb down, though. How on earth has he managed to work this? And now still a 1 versus 1. Yako, has he potentially let this one slip? Searching. Looking for any sort of information. Real just play the timer. Did he spot him on that outer lane? I believe he did. And round they go. In the corner. Yako's going to come for the chow. Real, but gets bullets in and he gets the kill as well. And a round that was looking really bleak for Young Galactics, Pablo. They've somehow clawed it out from the depths.
Man, that is cat and mouse at its best. 2 players at the absolute peak of their game, just trying to get that edge. And it's going to be the young phenom this year, Real, who manages to get them to that match point. And from a position where they were potentially down, the Young Galactics just proved their worth and proved their stock more than anything else. And they're 1 round away from tying this series up. And, you know, if you're Sukry's Bakery, if you've paid attention to any of the details of this week, you don't want to be going into what is potentially, you know, Young Galactic's strongest map and mode right now, which is a Tuscan control.
Yeah, so Metals in towards that A site. It looks as though A is going to be the shots, but there's one for Super.
Oh, Super.
Manages to grab 1 kill. Yako's going to grab a second as well, and another round here. The Sukry's Bakery have just clawed out.
What?
Looking to tie it up. Lucky with 1 though, Journey.
2v2.
The experience coming through, so now it's all on Lucky again. This time is going to be a 1 versus 2 up against Yako and Super this time. One planted. Steps, he's going to get shot. He's going to get taken down, and we called it, Pabs. It is now on the brink. Round 11 is waiting.
Man, this could go either way. I am absolutely gassed. So this is insane. What a shot there. He absolutely takes his head off, and we said Super is the player to look out for. You know, potentially, you know, having that really difficult start, this guy could go big towards the end, and this could be the difference right now. He's 7 and 8. Keep your eyes peeled on the man in blue. Number 8, Super, could completely change this game. And if they go 2-0 up, we're going to have to look for something huge from Young Galactics, Major, because this round could be everything in this series.
Yeah, Super and his teammate Yako, they are going to be keeping an eye down this side, which it looks as though Young Galactics are going to push. Journey smokes out, transitions over towards the site, but now Super make the play. The stun and the info comes through. They're going to look to try and pinch this number 6. Yako, can he make the play? There's 1, there's 2. Yako cuts them both down. 2 versus 4. Now Yako with the huge play to come through there. And it now leaves Metals and Lucky 2 versus 4. 55 seconds on the clock. They have got a mountain now, Pablo.
Man, you're set up for a defensive cover, and now they've got to get bomb and get it down with 2 players against 4 of the hottest Spanish lads around. You know, despite how well these 2 players have done in this round, this is a big ask. You know, this is, you know, in ratio terms, a 1v2 clutch, and we know how difficult it is. So next pick, all important. Surely you've seen that player decided decision making. Let's let him down. What a wild decision from Sukry right there. Did he not see the player?
Oh,
Huge
no.
plays right there. Metals finally gets the kill. It's going to be a 3v2, but with 21 seconds remaining, this is all on Sukry's Bakery to get this bomb down. This could be absolutely Young Galactics to get bombed down. This could be huge, Major.
In the side they go. There's 1 for Super. He's looking for the ace. There's another player. Pistol out. He gets the other one as well. And Sukry's Bakery take the round 11. And Super and Yako with some huge kills in that round.
I said it at the beginning, man. Super is the player to watch out for. He has been consistently, you know, one of the top players, if not the top Spanish player as an individual in terms of performances. for so long, and he goes absolutely off at the end. 9-8, but more importantly, those last 2 rounds, he got important kills in them. Huge plays from the boy, man. They go into, potentially Young Galactic's strongest game, 2-0 up. And Major, would you have said that at the start of this? Would you have said Sukry's Bakery are going to be 2-0? I don't think anyone would have.
Oh my days, what a
Maybe
series.
except for me.
Yeah, what a series this has been so far. Sukry's Bakery 2-0 up now in the winners semi-final, but what a moment there. We saw Super with 2 big kills, a big 2-piece from him. Yakko at the start of the round with 2 enormous kills, and now you mentioned it, Pablo, this is where we really look to Young Galactics to do what we know they can do. This is going to be difficult for them now, because they are going to now need the reverse sweep, and it's going to have to start on the Tusken Control.
Well, here's the thing. You've got to look at the stats for Tusken Control. So not a lot of teams playing it, but Young Galactics against Revenge Tour, a solid 3-1. So Tusken Control looking good for them against the team that beat them in the previous cup. And then if we go to that, so that was day 1, and that was in the afternoon. If we go to day 2, they played the Gavutu Control, where they got absolutely bodied by Moneyfall.
God bless you. Allergic to all the talent on the screen.
It's just too much going on. Young Galactics against United Nations. You would suggest United Nations, one of the newest sides in the game, probably not as cohesive unit as the Young Galactics. They bodied them 3-0. Young Galactics going off in that game. That was day 2, so Wednesday. And then if we have a look at, I don't think Sukry's Bakery have played a Tusken Control this week, so outside of maybe if they've scrimmed it or whatever, but Young Galactics against Flux, again, probably not the strongest side. They beat them 3-0 on a Tusken Control, so right now the statistics backing up that Young Galactics potentially could start a reverse sweep right now in what is their strongest game mode, in a game mode that the guys from Sukry's Bakery haven't really played at all this week at this kind of competitive level, so good opportunity if they are going to reverse it to potentially do it now.
Yeah, and if there is anyone who by some means hasn't seen Young Galactics, you're very, very naive if you write them off in this one. Sukry's Bakery, as good as they have been, we know what Young Galactics have got in offer. Any map at any moment, these boys can literally just flick a switch, go into a completely different gear. But they're going to have to do it, Pabs, in a scenario where it's kind of an uphill battle now. Sukry's Bakery, their comms, their morale is going to be right at the ceiling now, because those first 2 maps from those boys were very, very strong. Obviously, tiniest of margins at times, obviously in that search and destroy. But when you come off the back of a 6-5 against a team like this, and you take it right at the end with some big moments from big players, you're feeling yourself, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing we've got to talk about as well is that someone like Eric Boom and potentially Yakko, very much confidence players. When Eric Boom is feeling himself and he's having a great series, he just goes from strength to strength. Obviously when things are going badly last year, with the Mavericks guys, where they could be a little bit more inconsistent, he just wasn't able to pull this kind of form off. And right now, as a 4-man, Sukry's Bakery, potentially about to stamp their dominance in Spain. But they're going to have to go off right now on a Tusken Control where Young Galactics just look incredibly comfortable. Like, it's not even a joke. We go over, maybe we look at the actual statistics. It just says bearish Corey, which is a worry. So we look at the statistics, control across the board for Young Galactics. We're looking at 1.5s, 1.3s, lowest being Yakko on a straight 1. And then if we do look at Sukry's Bakery, just from this week, actually that was Sukry's Bakery, I'm chatting absolute bubbles.
Yeah, Yakko's.
The bearish Corey thing completely threw me. So if we do look at Sukry's Bakery, they're completely like 1.1, over 1's the same for Young Galactics, but slightly higher on average. So good performances from both teams in control, but you've got to understand that Sukry's Bakery only played Gavutu Control and didn't play any Tusken, whereas every control that the guys from Young Galactics played was a Tusken, and they were nearly always 3-0 and 3-1. So this is what you've got to look to potentially. Again, we're not going to write Sukry's Bakery off. It wouldn't surprise me if they win control and go 3-0 up. They are kind of hitting this final form, so wouldn't surprise me. But Young Galactics really another opportunity again to start getting their foot on the board in this game.
Yeah, and just elsewhere, guys, Revenge Tour, they managed to win, I believe it was 6-2 from what Lewis was saying, so they are now 2-0 up against the boys of the Originals as we load in towards map number 3. But yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, we don't know the vetoes inside and out and who has vetoed this one, but as you mentioned, Pablo, if you're looking to this map, you're thinking surely on paper Young Galactics have said, right, okay, we'll have Tusken Control, because it does seem to favour them, like you say, with the amounts of reps that they've got on it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, they probably got strategies on B, which other people haven't got. It's definitely the wildest control zone we've seen in a Call of Duty since the inception of Control. So it's very difficult to get as an attacking team. It's a little easier to defend. We've got these like elevated areas, and then we've got areas around the back where you can get tons of entrance and egress. So good opportunity, especially if you are the defensive team, to do well. But you would not put it past Young Galactics to just start the comeback right now.
Yeah, and Sukry shots in. Metals is going to grab a kill as well as they look to try and trade out a few more players. Lucky is just going to be lurking on this A point. The progression comes through quickly, and nice shots there from Lucky to make light work there of Mr. Eric Boom. And this is one that we see quite a lot, Pablo. That A point is very, very difficult to defend. It looks as though Sukry's Bakery already shutting up the shop and going to prioritise this B point like we tend to see a lot of teams do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's probably not the ideal strategy for any team, but it's the only coherent one that makes sense. You know, they don't get the advantage. The distance isn't in their favour, and it's obviously a lot easier to get that attacking round in on A. But right now, mate, the kill feed just looking absolutely purple, as you see. 26 lives to 18 already. And how we talked about these boys going through a different gear, well, it looks like they've decided to put themselves in fifth and just looking to take the bakery apart.
Yeah, they are. Shooting absolutely lasers at the moment. Other boys are Young Galactics. They look to try and push that life count even further. 7 is the difference. Now, can Sukry's Bakery look to try and claw it back? Eric with a nade into the room, looking to try and grab one pick. You can see that Real is just lurking, but Eric with one important kill. His only first one, but there you go.
Got him again.
Eric Boom with another important two-piece. When he's firing on all cylinders, he is difficult to stop, and not quite able to grab the third on that occasion. Still a 6 life difference here as Lucky is just playing it patiently inside Church. He's not wanting to budge here as he slowly pushes his way towards Streaks, but there's 4. Can he get the all-important 5th one? There's still players lurking. Now, where is the next engagement going to lie? Lucky there's going to be 2 players on this plat. If they chall out, though, he might maybe be able to pinch one, getting shots into both. He's just going to back up and wait for his teammate to try and bait for him. But now they fly around the corner. Can the duo get the picks? No, they managed to cut them both down. Sukry's Bakery, they stop him off with Streaks, Pablo, and they also reduce that life count, and the time is now ticking.
Yeah, and you know, a moment where Young Galactics really did need to trade effectively. They were looking to get that top plat control, and they get absolutely bodied by Sukry's Bakery, who are going to turn things around. It's still a 6 life lead, so the best opportunity right now with 40 seconds remaining potentially is for the Young Galactics to maybe try and get a little bit of TDM action going down. They're going to take this to almost a double life count, and 16 lives play 6. Not only can they get on the hill, but they can get set up really, really well to pick apart the remaining 5 players of Sukry's Bakery. So a great performance from this attacking round from the boys in purple, and Metals just looks to be bodying players as well. 9 and 5 on a 5 streak, Major, so Glide in the back pocket for round 2.
Yeah, the 2 ticks have come through, and Sukry's Bakery now, they don't have any more respawns. Lucky still up top. Church looking to try and get some control, but Yakko able to grab 1 kill. Number 3 Real still on the point though, takes down 1. He knows the other players up top, but Yakko still holds strong, but it'll be a shock to see if these players hold out for long enough, as Yakko is now going to be the last man up. Can he get the shots? No, he can't. The first round going to go in favour of the boys of Young Galactics, Pablo, as they look to try and at least stop the rot here.
Yeah, absolutely, and a great performance from them, and what is a very difficult one. You can see why they're so strong on this Tuscan control, and you know, going back over the stats, I'm really amazed that the guys from Sukry's Bakery just didn't veto this one out the blocks. You would suspect that they're reasonably evenly matched across the board, across the other maps, and this would be the outlier. So we talk about this time and time again, how often the game can be won and lost before a gun is fired. You know, right now 2-0 up, you know, but they'll want to see this control out. They won't want to go into to another hard point with a resurgent Young Galactics, because they're going to be a handful regardless of the scoreline. Yeah,
and Eric, there's a couple of players nearby him as his teammates again look to try and get that progression over towards that A point first. We've got to be careful though, because Real has managed to just lurk his way in towards middle map, so he might be able to make a pinch on these 2 players on the point. Super. Oh, we've got to be careful. Yakko's going to turn around though.
That's
perfect of times, and he manages to get the important kill. So no flank comes through as of yet. But now can Journey pick up the pieces? Pistol out. Nope. The boys in blue hold strong for the time being. Yakko still working that progression on towards the point, but those purple arrows still lurking. And Real with an important couple of kills. Number 5 Sukry's going to look to try and at least work something as a glide bomb does come through. Journey going to look to try and at least take down one. So Sukry into the blender. He will go on that occasion. Nothing he can do about that one. That A point is now complete, Pablo. So they got 2 minutes on the clock here. A lot of time to work with, and they're not exactly trailing in terms of lives. So this is a really, really good opportunity here for Sukry's Bakery to take this round back as well.
Really interesting difference of strategies and philosophies in this control as well. Whereas the guys from Sukry's Bakery are kind of very passive towards a defensive A. Young Galactics just go in hard and they're trying to just take as many kills as possible and make it as difficult as possible to take that A. Even invest in a glide at the very last minute when potentially you might need that towards the end of this round. We've seen how strong Sukry's Bakery are. They've pushed those players out and now it's down to Lucky to be able to get a hold. He does get a big kill on Yakko, but again, this is going to require a big push from the team in purple as the attacking team do look completely solid right now. He manages to get another kill, so Lucky being that player, that turret at the back, he's absolutely bodying and on a 3-streak this kind of performance from the human turret right now, and that's what Young Galactics need if they want to get this another round on the board and potentially, you know, look to start the reverse sweep.
Sukry's Bakery woken the beast of Young Galactics. Oh, big kill from Metals. Super's going to be there for the trade as it gets a little bit messy. It's Super with a couple of kills, looking for a third. Journey will be nearby, and he does trade him out for the time being. So now shots in over towards the point. They do manage to clear Yakko out. And a quick shout as well to Mr. Abuse for the brief sub. Thank you very much, Abuse. Apologies, mate. And now, boys of Young Galactics going to look to try and just reshuffle, reposition. And when will Sukry's Bakery's next onslaught potentially be? Number 3, Real. Just waiting for the inevitable push. There's the first kill. And they make the kills. No, they can't. Real's going to drop as well. Yakko going to grab one. Lucky with one. Eric Boom with one as well. So now, last man nearby is going to be number 2 in Journey. Grabs one onto Yakko. Eric going for the chow, but another kill coming through from Mr. Boom. He's struggling at the moment, Pabs, for some important kills here. And Young Galactics, they're at a stage now where they have to be careful about lives.
Yeah, absolutely. 12 lives plays 7. They've got to have to get their picks. And right now you can see with 30 seconds remaining, Sukry's Bakery potentially with only one more push. So a good opportunity for Young Galactics to, you know, potentially get a solid defensive round in. Eric Boom, you know, he is 9 and 15 and we do say control, obviously super important. Real and Lucky team up to drop not 2 but 3 players as Real goes off with 15 seconds remaining. Man. This is a 6 lives versus 8 and could go either way.
Yeah, 10 seconds remaining. I don't even think they're going to be able to touch the hill, to be honest. Number 2, Journey's probably going to have a few freebies in mid-map. There's 1, there's 2, so Super going to drop. Eric's just trying to do his best just to even try and touch the point, but Metals, as you mentioned, in turret mode gives him absolutely nothing to work with. And Young Galactics 2-0 up now in the control. Pablo, this is looking like a much better performance here from the boys that we know can perform.
Man, if you are watching this and you are in Revenge Tour or you are in money form, you need to be Veto and Tusk and Control against these boys because they are dominant right now. You know, you might think, I'll throw the cat among the pigeons. I think we can take them. But right now, they just look so strong. You know, they haven't given Sukry's Bakery an inch in this game. And when you've got players like Lucky going absolutely huge, he's 18 and 11. No, that's Journey even better. 12 and 8, though. He is in turret mode. And when you've got players around you, absolutely bodying kids. And Real on a 13 and 9, and he's 2 off that streak. And look at the streaks, Major, across the board. You know, totaling 7 right now, and it can only get worse. It finally manages to take that player down. It's going to be down to Real potentially to get the glide. Can he get it, though? 1 off, Major, and 1 more kill needed. Can he get it? No, he's going to get taken down by none other than Mr. Boom, who really does need a resurgent map right now to bring Sukry's Bakery back into this game.
Yeah, a quiet map by his standards. After the first 2, Metals is going to look to trade Eric out, but there's a few more players looking to try and flood out the points. So this is really good work here from the boys of Sukry's Bakery, but now you can see number 7 in Eric frantically trying to transition over towards the B point. Now Super up top, going to get caught with his trousers down. There's 1 kill. Sukry going to grab one as well, so they still need to try and get Ray out of this position. But meanwhile, Pablo, this is now the difficulty of control, isn't it? They've got 1 player on each point. Which one do they prioritize? They do manage to take Lucky down, and they manage to grab a couple of kills, but Young Galactics, the kill's going in their favor. But Eric, really important kill, but now they just, again, another problem. Journey's over on this B point. Which one do you pick?
Yeah, and you know, when they're shooting like this, it's just got to be, you know, most accurate kind of shots coming out to Sukry's Bakery if they want to deal with this team, because right now, Young Galactics just look unstoppable, mate. That is a bot lobby kill feed right there against a team of the caliber of Sukry's Bakery. They've given themselves a 5 life advantage and just seem unstoppable. And you've got to look to like the players of Super and Eric Boom. They really do need to go off. You know, it's a huge moment. In-game leader like Sukry with all that experience. But again, what can you do when you've got Journey and Lucky teaming up to just absolutely body teams, mate? That is a 5 kill feed right there from the boys in purple. Oh my days, it's not ending right now. They are in the blender, Major.
Yeah, this has got out of hand very, very quickly. The boys of Young Galactics opting to get that A point done first. It is now paying off, and now it is just hell from above now as Metals looks to try and take Super down. They take him down with the glide bomb, and now 3 lives remaining here for the boys in blue to try and just work some sort of miracle here, but they are just falling by the wayside. And now all of a sudden, Eric Boom, even by his talents, can't manage to get it done. And Young Galactics with a power statement there, Pablo. 3-0 in the control. These boys are down, but certainly not out.
Mate, rewind that game and tell me that kill feed didn't just go 13 straight or 14 straight, because that has got to be the longest kill feed we've seen at this level in particular, as Young Galactics not only make a statement, go off journey on a 29-15 against a team who are essentially, you know, peak performance right now for Sukry's Bakery, but they are made to look like, you know, less than amateur. They're made to look like fools in this Tuscan control. And we knew that this is potentially going to be a Young Galactics performance. We knew they were potentially going to go really big, but I mean, I didn't think they were going to go that big. A 3-0 with a statement like that, just looked in control from start to finish. And, you know, potentially going into, is it a Berlin hardpoint next?
Yep.
You know, very strategic. It really does play into the hands of someone like the Young Galactics. So, you know, we could be heading to a Bocage S&D to separate these players. Who would have thought it?
I mean, Berlin obviously went in favour of the boys of Sukry's Bakery in map number 2. That's just a confirmation of the other 2. Perhaps if you did miss them, guys, we've got a hell of a series here at the moment. But yeah, Pablo, I mean, after that map, Young Galactics, they just demonstrated exactly what they can do and why. Even if you're 2-0 down, 2-0 up, sorry, even if you're winning a hard point by 100 points, you need to keep your foot to the pedal. If you take it off for a split second, these boys will come charging through, and that's exactly what they did there in that control.
Even if you've got some of the best players in the world playing for your team who are playing at their peak, Young Galactics just seem to have just another level to go to, and they proved that they're obviously Tuscan Control, definitely one of their favoured maps. They've obviously, you know, they've worked on this, and they've, you know, not only utilising that incredible gun skill, but just play it perfectly. They're very patient. One of the things I absolutely love about this team is their patience. They will get into their positions and then just absolutely decimate the team, just cut through them like butter. And again, you saw their strategy on defence. Most interesting is that they will just not give A up. They will throw glides at it. They will completely put you under pressure, so that it almost kind of makes you raise your pace yourself. So they put other team in uncomfortable positions, playing at an uncomfortable pace, and it plays right into their hands, and they've just dominated Sukry's Bakery. You know, looking back over the previous 2 days on Wednesday and Tuesday, just looking to see if the Berlin hardpoint, you know, Young Galactics beat Revenge Tour by 55 points in the Berlin hardpoint, 250 to 195. Huge performance right there. I'm trying to see how Sukry's Bakery, did they get a Berlin hardpoint? No, doesn't look like they got a game against Flux. So going into day 2, Young Galactics played Berlin S&D again, look strong, but no Berlin hardpoints in fact. So it's looking again like, if you're going to talk about the statistics, this plays into the hands potentially of the Young Galactics. They've had a really strong Berlin hardpoint against probably one of the strongest teams in Europe. And then you look at Sukry's Bakery, who got beat by the Originals, who you would consider maybe just below that top 4, and they got pretty heavily beat, 250 to 199. So comparable performance in reverse to the boys from Young Galactics. So potentially, you know, a map where we might see this go 2-all. We said it would probably be a game 5, and it's got every you know, potential to do that.
Yeah, it's starting to sniff of it. It's starting to get a little bit of a whiff of a game 5. And just for any of you guys who don't know, this is currently what the bracket is like for today. So obviously winners bracket at the top, losers at the bottom. We can only obviously cover as many games as the two of us are physically able to. So obviously we're going to be covering the winners semi-final, winners final, and then we're going to drop down to the losers semi-final, the losers final, and then the grand final after that one. And as we get scores and stuff beginning to progress, obviously we will update the bracket for you guys. But we've still got 5 games in total. We're only just starting. Well, we're only just starting the day, Pablo, and we've already have 3 maps here that you could go on for years about in terms of the talent that these 2 guys have got. And you start to get a little bit more in terms of the storylines between these guys. Obviously, Young Galactics now, if they come back and take this reverse sweep, it's then become a case of pretty much every single series now that we cast over. If they go 2-0 down, we're going to be like, this means nothing, probably.
I mean, the thing you've got to consider is that if we get to the game 5, whoever wins goes up against the money form team who have gone game 5 and won against Young Galactics. So it could go anyway. You know, the first 2 games of this Sunday Cup 5 are shaping up to be absolutely insane. You know, you could write a dissertation about the performances across the first 3 maps in terms of like what happened to Young Galactics in the first 2 maps. Well, obviously, you know, great performance from Sukry's Bakery in maps and modes where, you know, particularly in a map on the Gavutu where they've got an absolute ton of history of doing really well on it. But you go into map 2S and they haven't, you know, Young Galactics the preferred side statistically, but Sukry's Bakery just absolutely come up, you know, smelling the roses. But particularly that round 11 where you got round 10 and 11 where you've got Yakko and Super going absolutely off, and you would suggest again that Tuscan control was always going to be a Young Galactics, you know, map. They've looked so strong in it against anyone they've played, and Sukry's Bakery haven't played it this week at all at that kind of level. So again, problems for them, but they go into this game and the stats again are with Young Galactics. So what can happen? Sukry's Bakery wouldn't surprise me if they won as well. We saw the 3-1, mind blown, but this is going game 5, mate. Let's be perfectly honest. I'm going to plant my flag and say this is going game 5. You know, Sukry, Young Galactics, we've seen them time and time again on this Berlin S&D just look, you know, like almost robotic to the point of perfection when they play this. Everyone will talk about, you know, how many times you hear players going into scrims, you know, through the week just saying, let's get the Vaseline, boys, because we are about to get absolutely done by these lads. So, you know, it is what it is. We're potentially going to see a nice performance from Galactics. Hopefully Sukry's Bakery come to the fore and we can see better performances from the control, from the likes of Super, likes of Eric Boom. But this is going to be a big one, Major, already. First game.
This is going to be a mixy one, this map especially. And there you go, Metals right out the gate, 2-piece. The boys of Sukry's Bakery, though, they do have the control of the hill. And Mr. Boom is just going tit for tat at the moment as he manages to rock down 3 in quick succession. More players of Young Galactics already looking to try and make this hill as messy as possible. But Eric getting bullets into everyone at the moment as the nades and tacticals come in. And if this map is anything to go by from this first hill, Pablo, we are in for a mixy Berlin.
Oh my days, the confidence out of Eric Boom, just like, I'll challenge the guy with the MP40 who's like 75 yards away. Not a problem. Looking for the 4-piece, not really that concerned about getting bodied, just wants that time on the kill. But despite their heroics, the game's still only 7 seconds in difference, and we're already seeing fights go down to P2, as it is going to be the boys from Sukry's Bakery getting that advantage into hill. But right now, Young Galactics probably in a great position. They are outside and potentially got that push. Number 3 right now, Super, with a good opportunity to body a player. He does get Royale, so the kill feed going the way of Sukry's Bakery, who have completely, you know, changed that kind of aggression and performance that we saw in control. And right now, mate, Sukry's Bakery looking quite tasty so far.
Yeah, great start here from the boys in blue. Sukry, the man who the team names after. Going to get a little bit embarrassed there. One as Royale just absolutely fries him. So Young Galactics looking to try and punch back here because it's been a really strong start here from Sukry's Bakery. But with 25 seconds left on the clock, it looks as though Super's going to try his luck. We're trying to make a pinch work, but it looks as though they're just going to bank on that rotation. Mr. Boom looking for a couple of kills. There are going to be still 2 players nearby, but Metals has absolutely none of it. He says, no, we're getting that scrap time. And with that, it's going to pretty much bring it back to even. But Sukry's Bakery working the rotation. Royale is going to try and work his way down this dock side, but with Sukry out the back, it's not going to be an easy thing to do. And Sukry with 2 really big kills already, Pablo, and it looks as though this rotation could potentially pay off. We know how big a money hill this hill is.
Yeah, absolutely. And Eric Boom on the hunt in fire. He's made his way right there across middle map, doing really well. I think he was looking for those transitions across from the previous hill. He able to get a few players, and that's going to give them a free, you know, 5 or 6 or 15 seconds, you would suggest, before Young Galactics can get even close. Eric Boom again goes off. He's only on a 1 streak, 6 and 6 right now. Lucky though is going to pull off you know, some FMJ shots, some penetration shots there, and do really, really well. But right now, the score again as close as you could possibly ask for between these 2 teams going into this this middle point of this first rotation. And what a fight there from Young Galactics as they push right the way through. But again, Sukry's Bakery, we expect to see it back and forth, Major, but this has been an absolute performance right now from both teams.
Yeah, it's just trade for trade at the moment as they do finally clear out Lucky. And the boys of Young Galactics look to try and hold over towards the next rotation. You can see the mid-map control currently that they have. You can see, though, that Super is trying to work his way around the back here. And if he's smart about this, he might be able to grab an important kill and potentially flip spawns out. So we'll see if he can manage to grab potentially more than one. There's one. Metals is going to drop. There's some more players still lurking nearby. Young Galactics, they do still have some presence over towards that side. And number 8 in Journey is going to join them. very, very swiftly, but still hunting for kills around the back as the gunfight's going. Now, this is the opportunity for Super to make the pinch. They do know he's here, but he's going for the chow. Lucky, going to get tagged up, but Mr. Eric Boom with one. Sukry with the second. Metals, they know he's out the back here, but Metals holding strong. Doesn't want to give them an inch. The trade comes through, at least for the time being. And Young Galactics look to try and stack back in towards the hill, but a clean break there from the boys of Sukry's Bakery. They showed a lot of patience there, Pablo, and it looks as though it's paid off.
Yeah, that's one thing we talked about the other team having is a great deal of patience, but Sukry's Bakery with a really nice setup and great work from Super, coming round the back, getting a few picks, but more than anything else, just being that pain that, like, you know, they knew where he was, they kind of can't really cover him, they know he's hiding, and he's able to break out, get the pinch, and it's going to be Sukry's Bakery. We're able to get back on the hill, and if anything, just cause enough of a contest so that the Young Galactics weren't able to get a good chunk of time on that. That's the other good tactic from the boys in blue. You know, if we can't get the time, well, you're not going to get the time either. And we go into what is this potentially very important P5. You know, we're going to be looking at the team to get the spawns, and whoever does potentially get this could be monumental. And look how far pushed out the boys in blue are. Right now, Young Galactics have got them kind of penned back, and we've got number 6 right there, Metals, who's potentially going to come up, and this is going to be a big gunfight. He does get dropped, so a good opportunity, Major, for Sukry's Bakery to push on. But one thing, mate, I would suggest is you never see 30 seconds taken on a P5, and the boys in purple have done it.
Well, Real, good work from him to grab 5 in a row. He's looking for more, though, and Yako is going to be that sick. There's another man in behind him. He isn't going to grab that kill as Eric Boom shoots him in the back. Metals, though, going to drop as well, so the boys in blue replying with some more important kills. Lucky is still standing on that hill. He'll do well to stay alive, though, with the pinch, and again, although Young Galactics do manage to grab a huge amount of time considering the circumstances on that hill, we know how difficult that hill can be to hold, but the boys of Sukry's Bakery, decent amount of time potentially on this cards, Pablo, because they've got the rotation over towards P1, but don't count Galactics out. They can punch through any hill at any time.
Mate, don't count them out. They just took 55 seconds off P5. Please tell me another team that's managed to do that at this level, or any level, realistically speaking. Probably one of the most open hills, most difficult to defend, particularly. And look where they are now. They are fighting from the front, and this is one particular facet of Young Galactics players. They don't necessarily need spawns. They can fight from the their accuracy and their ability is so good. They've got turrets like Lucky. You can just sit out there and just body players, and of course the case of the character as he absolutely gets done by Yako and a nade. But you know, you just got to be fearful, because Sukry's Bakery right now are losing it from the preferred position, and already they're chalking this hill and looking to go round potentially to get P2 off a spawn. So big fight about to go down between, I think it is Lucky and it is going to be number 2 in Yako who gets the kill. So it is going to be Sukry's Bakery who are probably more prepared for P2, but just don't put anything past Young Galactics. They are playing disgusting Call of Duty right now.
And is this the potential catalyst for them to kick into gear now? 40 points, roughly the difference between these two. As we go over towards the P2 again, and Lucky with an important initial kill. We've still got Eric on the outside of the building, though. He looks to try and fly in, grabs one. There's still another man in Journey lurking, though. Can he get the second or third? No, unfortunately. Going to get taken down, so Young Galactics break in towards the hill, and this is dangerous now for Sukry's Bakery. It feels as though they've had the opportunity and the rotation on quite a lot of hills, but Young Galactics have just punched their way through time after time, Pablo, and they can't afford to do this too more frequently, because if they keep continuing to do this, we know Young Galactics, they will punish them for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've taken the majority of time again. They're now chaining hills together, and they are doing it from the most awkward positions. They are punching from the front. They are not necessarily rotating in the way that you would expect some teams. Maybe Sukry's Bakery, you know, playing a lot more kind of characteristically of what you would expect. But Young Galactics just throwing the cat among the pigeons and just absolutely mixing it up. And look how strong the setup is right now for Sukry's Bakery. And it's going to be Real looking to cause a lot of bother. Not able to get a hit over towards fire on either Sukry or Yako, but you just can't. Oh my days, Lucky just bodied Yako with the AR, and again they are just cutting through these boys in blue like butter, like a softly cooked cake.
Nades out from Stupa. His team have the rotation, but look at the presence they've got now on the outer lane of the map. Number 6, number 5, Metals Real looking to try and grab kills. The auto aim assist through the windows, not going to come through on that occasion as the shots come through, but Real now on a 6, Lucky's on a 4, and this is where it gets really, really dangerous for Sukry's Bakery. Apologies, the kills are just coming through left, right, and centre now for these boys. Real has just been an absolute menace of the map. They just can't seem to pin him down as he pushes his streak out potentially with that last remaining kill. Can they get the engagement? So on the rotation, 5 seconds of scrap time. Young Galactics now over the 200-point mark. Again, they've got the rotation, Sukry's Bakery, but they just need to hold it. And with Real streaks, he might potentially look to try and invest this one as they try and get located into their relative positions to try and work that spot to push through.
Mate, you talk about Real streaks, well, lucky. They've got 3 pieces of air ordnance to drop onto this P5 hill, so expect to see that kill feed go purple again, you know, if they're able to use them really effectively. And look who's at the back. Journey, he's been on the struggle bus in this game, 16 and 24 with only 32 seconds, but you would expect that he starts to go off, and with the amount of air ordnance in the hands of the team in purple, this could be a problem if you are a Sukry's Bakery fan. 150 to 209, mate, this is the worrying time, and Real again going to force these players out. And look at that kill feed between Journey and Real as that purple flashes up. Eric Boom doing everything he can to try and get back on the scoreboard and try and push his team into the hill. But right now, this has been an awesome performance. And Major, Young Galactics have chained together, you know, 4 or 5 hills now. And that kill feed has been ominously purple for some time.
And now we go over towards a hill, which we saw Young Galactics held so well. They don't have the presence in terms of mid-map to be able to push up like they did before, but Real, again, still on the hunt for more kills. And, oh, holy ankle breaks. They ran straight past each other there, and he's going to get the kill onto Mr. Boom as well. So Real has just kicked into the form that we know he's got, and he is just slaying players
he's done him again.
Absolutely everywhere around the hill. They are going to get on the hill, and now with 13 seconds remaining, Sukry's Bakery, they have got to go, and they've got to go quick. Number 4, Eric, how many can he grab? Grabs the first kill, but he needs to get the contestant. You can see where those purple arrows are. They are shutting up shop. They want the game 5. They can smell the game 5, and the contest comes through from Yakko, but they are going to get that game 5, Pablo. What a map from Young Galactics again, and we are going to that important final search.
Like, they just made Sukry's Bakery look absolutely average. 2 games running at 250 to 150, 100-point difference. Absolute phenomenal play from the Purple Boys. And not just that, they bodied them in control as well. So right now, the Young Galactics, we talked about how slow they can be to start, but they have absolutely hit another level. And going into Bocage S&D, I mean, I fear for Sukry's Bakery right now. They might need to shut up shop and throw away all the bread, because they are got one of probably the most difficult, you know, maps and modes to play against the Young Galactics, because we know they are wild. But, you know, if you are going to look to one positive, is there going to be the SMGs of Yakko, of Eric Boom. We know how wild they can be. We know how aggressive they can be, and this could be a big moment for them. But because S&D to end the game of this caliber, man, please, this is wild right now. But look at those, look how close the first 2 maps are, and then look at those second 2 maps. Young Galactics in the ascendancy right now. Huge plays from the boys in purple.
Hey, what a statement there. And this is why Young Galactics, regardless of the score, regardless of how it's going, you do not count these boys out. And now we're in the absolute madness, Pablo. That is a Bocage search and destroy. We don't really know sometimes what we're going to get. Some teams do look pretty convincing on this map. Other teams, they seem as though they struggle a little bit from time to time. So this is going to be an interesting matchup with these two again.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get some information to see if they played the Bocage S&D, either of them, this week. It's not looking like they have. This could be a first. Just this week, I mean, it's just wild. I'm just looking at Berlin S&D, Bocage S&D. So Young Galactics played Revenge Tour. We know a very good S&D side, and they got beat 6-5. So a strong performance against a team who are a solid S&D side and would particularly enjoy the kind of geography that Bocage brings. But just going to have a look on the day 1 at the beginning. Was there Sukry's Bakery, Bocage S&D? So Sukry's Bakery have won 6-5, but against TMT would suggest maybe not in their peak performance over those 2 days. So they took it fairly close. Other than that, just a Bocage S&D against Moneyform. So Young Galactics winning 6-4 against Moneyform. Again, probably Moneyform's probably weakest game mode at the minute is probably S&D. So it's a weird one. I mean, say weakest, they're 6-4 against the Young Galactics in what is a frantic kind of game mode. So I mean, it could go either way. Both teams looking reasonably solid across the board, but the statistics again kind of point towards the Galactics as being the team on top. So this could be a wild game right now. And honestly, I called it as Sukry's Bakery at the start. I'm going to stay with Sukry's Bakery. Eric Boom is going to absolutely go off. He's going to drop a 10-0. He's going to be unreal. And the Young Galactics are going to be like, man, we should have picked him up. He's a legend.
Yeah, well, I'll sit on the other side of the fence. I'll go with Young Galactics. I think they'll manage to pull some magic out of Bocage Search and Destroy here and get that reverse sweep. It's a huge series, regardless, as we do load in towards that Bocage Search and Destroy. And elsewhere, guys, courtesy of Mr. Lewis, the Originals have won map number 3, so they are 2-1 down to Revenge Tour now as they go in towards their map 4, which, let me just double check, is a Bocage Hardpoint. So the last 2 maps are going to be Bocage Hardpoint, Tuscan Search, and a big shout out to the guys that are also helping us behind the scenes, because we are a bit of a slightly more than one person, one man band this evening in terms of production, casting, and that kind of stuff. And we appreciate all the help that we do get behind the scenes from all the coaches, all the players as well, to help us bring this to you guys. But we are now getting in towards our game 5. Pablo, you've called it. The boys of Sukry's Bakery. Now you're going to look to them, especially Mr. Boom, to really work some magic.
You just look into the SMGs, particularly obviously as we get into those close quarter engagements in the bomb site, because there's no trophies and we do see a lot of nades go down. You're going to expect him, especially in this small geography map, to go off. And obviously Yako, I mean, at the end of the day, Young Galactics could take it, but really want these two players to cement themselves as potentially being really hot properties in the EU scene. What's that?
You know, we spoke about the sniper on Bokash. Well, Super must have heard the stream because he's got one out. Love it.
Raw confidence from Super. You've got to love that from the boys. But again, it doesn't. I mean, it's going to be difficult if he ends up in that 1v2, 1v3 situation. You know, this could potentially be a problem, and hopefully he's got the sense potentially to change it out. But maybe it's just going to be the change they need. Real not able necessarily to get the shots down on that player at the back, who is going to be, it doesn't look like it is going to be Sukry, and Sukry with an important kill. There's going to be 2v3, so advantage to Young Galactics right now, but it can turn on its tuppence at any given point.
Yeah, Yako and Sukry. Magic on top of it.
You must have seen that player.
Oh, man. Did, you know. He's going to try and hunt his way through. Oh, he's been spotted by Lucky, surely. I think Lucky has just managed to spot him. The call-out's come through. Journey's on the hunt, but he's going to get shot in the back, so Yako's going to grab one, and Sukry grabs one as well. So now all of a sudden, it's on Lucky. And with how these rounds separate, this is a massive moment for Lucky. Grabs the first kill. Makes it a 1 versus 1. Lucky versus Sukry. Who is going to manage to clutch up for their respective teams? Lucky still going on the hunt. Not got much time to work with here. Lucky needs to try and stick this to bomb defuse, and Sukry might have timed this to perfection. Is he going to check it at the right time? Yes, he is. He gets the kill, and after that first search and destroy, Pabs, that round is big on the cards for Sukry's Bakery. It's only 1, but with nothing separating these guys from what we've seen, that could be a huge one.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw this in the S&D in Berlin, where they were able to get a few rounds on the board, but just in terms of their consistency and just being able to see through these rounds, they just weren't able to do it. You would suggest that because being slightly smaller and a little bit more hectic plays into their hands, so hopefully we're going to see Eric Boom get off the mark, hopefully we're going to see Super get off the mark, but again, we know Young Galactics are just such a strong side. They've always got a plan B, so a big moment. Oh my days, Sukry now with the sniper, so it looks like they're going to be mixing things up as well, Major, so maybe not running, you know, trying to make it as difficult as possible for the boys from Young Galactics to predict what is going to happen.
Yeah, number 8 Metals, there's a free pick. Eric just going to transition over and get caught out. Super is going to grab a kill himself on this outer lane. Oh, shots from Yako, the trade. He almost manages to get the second as well. So now 2 versus 2. Super. Sukry obviously still on that streak. Well, they're going to go for the fight again. Sukry trying to make the play, but Journey has absolutely none of it, so now it's all on Super. And he goes Super Saiyan. 1 versus 2. So they're going to try and wrap that bomb round today. I'll tell you what, he might run into both of them here if he's getting godly timing. There's one. Oh, gets the first. He's going to try and dip out. He's going to go for the chow, but no, not going to win the second one. And the boys of Young Galactics, Pablo, unsurprisingly, tie it back up.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. Unfortunate for Super, he did go for the reach-out potentially. I'm not even sure if he was tagged up, and he needed to reload as well. So a lot of facets there to think about, and he just goes for the ego challenge and gets bodied, which is what you would expect on a map like this and with players that we're watching. But Young Galactic's going to tie it back up, and again, Major, I think we're going to see this ping-pong kind of thing that we saw in Berlin S&D. And you know, we're talking about players that we need to go off, and right now you would suggest that if Eric Boom was able to get off the mark, this would be 2-0 rather than 1-1. But again, plenty of time left, 1 minute 22 in this round, and we are only in round 3. And what has been an absolutely amazing set of games so far, probably one of the best series we've seen in a long time. Young Galactics, the Spanish Civil War, going down to the wire, and huge performances out of everyone at some given point. So Major, big fight goes down towards mid-map, and it is going to be Sukry with the first blood. Yeah,
important kill there from Sukry to open up the round. We know how important those first picks can be. Oh, and Sukry opens the door and sees the gang just peering in towards him. Real is still up top. He's got to be careful not to get shot in the back, and he will drop. So now 3 versus 3. Real just closing the door for the time being. Window apologies. Now number 7 on the outer lane. Lucky. He actually might get. I mean, he's going to spot the man go into towards the fight. Door is now shut, but he's surely going to fly in here. Manages to take the man off the bomb. Oh, he's going to get tagged up and traded. So it is now last man Yako. 1 versus 2. Or has he been spotted? He knows there's one. Grabs the first. And now 1 versus 1 up against Metals. Check right corner. He's going to fly around. Metals is going to shut him down. And another round for young Galactics. Back-to-back for these boys, Pabs. They take the lead 2-1.
Yeah, this is starting to get worrying if you're a Sukry's Bakery fan or even a player, because this kind of lead on this kind of map is exactly where young Galactics want to be. And even with the ARs at close range, they're still able to body, one of the best SMG players in Europe right now. Huge performance right there. And young Galactics just look like they're going from strength to strength. And you've got to say, this has been, if they are able to see this Bocage S&D out, one of the strongest reverse sweeps that we've ever seen. It's been a dominant performance so far. Right now, it is only 2-1. Sukry's Bakery do need a little regain, not the biggest regain, but a little reset right now to bring themselves back. And it's going to be Eric Boom. Super drops Journey. That's put it off. Hey, Super, you dirty boy. Huge plays right there, proving that you can use an S&D on Bocage Major, and it's going to be 4v2.
Oh my goodness. Super. Sniper. Working wonders. Metals is still going to be hunting for that next important kill, but a big round again from the boys of Sukry's Bakery. It now leaves Real and Metals 2 versus 4. Real does have the bomb. He looks to try and just peek at the right moment. Gonna chow this at the right moment. He spots the head and doesn't miss a bullet. Absolutely rips Sukry's head clean off. So now 2 versus 3. They do the first job, but can they manage to continue it? Bomb is going down. Silent plant now. Teams can't look to try and sample that bomb. And Eric Boom, though, big kill, grabs one. Real's last man up, but if anyone you want to do it, it might be him. 1 versus 2, just playing the corner. There's 2. Are they going to challenge him? Can he grab it? No, he can't. He's not going to get the kill. Super shuts him down, and Sukry's Bakery tie it back up 2-2.
Yeah, man, if you are going to look to one player potentially to get a clutch, you would be thinking Real, but who's there in defense? The man, the myth, the legend, Super. 2 sniper shots to start the round, and then he bodies the player with the MP40 towards the end. Huge plays right there from, arguably Sukry's Bakery's finest player. And, if Sukry's Bakery are going to see this out, they're going to be relying on that player so heavily. While you've got the likes of Eric Boom on a 2 and 3, and while you've got Yakko on a 3 and 4, it is going to be that player on a 3 streak. Right now, Young Galactics have got to be thinking, they've got a player with a sniper ability of that much, that could put a little bit of doubt in their mind in terms of how they push. They're going to look to kind of, look at angles a little bit more, look at being indoors a little bit more. This could be a huge play coming out of Sukry's Bakery right now.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, this A presence from both teams is incredibly heavy. Shots coming through. Journey's going to get tagged up. Sukry's going to manage to take him down, so it is now going to be first blood in favour of Sukry's Bakery, and Sukry manages to get another one as well. There's a gunfight going on outside of that point, and it's going to be Metals who comes out on top. Of the nade comes through from Real. He picks off Eric, so now it's going to be 2 versus 2. Again, Real and Metals going to be the duo. Last up for young Galactics. Second round running, and Yakko check the right corner. Running out of time here. 30 seconds on the clock. Yakko manages to make it a 1 versus 1. It's Yakko versus Metals. Oh, he's going to get shot in the back. Metals gets the kill, and he's going to grab the defuse. Young Galactics going to retake the lead once again, Pablo. It's starting to get a bit whiffy of that round 11.
Metals versus Yakko is going to be like, I feel like it's Stephen Hawkins versus, I don't know, Sloth or something. Like, no offense to Yakko, but Metals, so much experience. He's one of the cleverer players in S&D, and Yakko gets bodied. It's not a surprise. He's not flying on all cylinders. But, if you see likes of Yakko and likes of Eric Boom pick things up, this could be a different round again for Sukry's Bakery. But the big brain plays from Metals right there, who's 6 and 3, and, potentially the kill leader on the board right now. And it had an awesome S&D so far. But, mate, this Bocage has not let us down in any way, shape, or form. The whole game has been an absolute spectacle to watch. It's breathtaking at times, Major, and literally sometimes it is actually breathtaking as the plays go. They're firing on all cylinders. They're back and forth. Trades are so quick, and obviously crazy plays. Super going for the relatively close range snipe.
Yeah, I was going to say balls of steel here. Metals punishes him on that occasion for having the sniper, where a lot of people might argue you probably shouldn't. Although he's doing well at the moment, Super, he is going to be that first blood in this round, and Yakko inside the hill. Now look, try and relocate now as those players get locked into position outside as the absolute mess of Bocage search and destroy begins to ensue, and Journey's just getting towards bomb. He can get the right corners. He might catch a couple of players out. There's one out on his right. Manages to grab it, takes down Sukry. So now it's 3 versus 1 here. Yakko has really got to work some magic. Bomb going down. And he managed to take it off the bomb. He takes one down. Is he going to check the bomb at the right time? Bomb will go down. So he knows roughly at least where one player is. And those purple arrows just going to look to control the site, but they shoot him in the back. They get the kill, and Young Galactics, Pablo, push out the biggest lead that we've seen so far, 4-2.
Yeah, and this is a worry now because they just, I feel like they're just starting to get into their stride again. We talk about how slow they can be off the blocks, but sometimes even just in a game, they can just take a little bit of time to get themselves heated up and just get themselves into those strong positions. A really strong A plant as well, where they just look dominant in terms of their bomb site control. And right now, Major, they are just looking very, very strong. You know, Real going off, Metals, you would suggest Real being an almost MVP performance out of the bag across the board. He's been really, really good. But it's still enough in Sukry's Bakery. You would suggest they've got all players contributing heavily. So big moment and a regain really needed in the middle of this S&D.
My goodness, the aggression here from Sukry's Bakery. Wow, they just flew in towards Granny's. Metals is going to manage to make a trade. So it is again another 2 versus 2, but the aggression that they came through, Metals has just absolutely punished them for it though, as it is now going to be Sukry. Again, last man up. Can he manage to grab what could be a pivotal round here for Sukry's Bakery? That bomb is down inside. And it's a really awkward spot. He's going to get spotted and tagged up. 16 HP. He manages to get away with just a slither of his life. But now,
very, very exposed position there from Sukry, you know, player with his experience, whether he's just trying to bait players out or not. But again, superbly exposed position. But, you know, bear in mind, this is a 1v2, so he is going to change things up massively. And whether that's going to, you know, potentially catch these by surprise. But I think, is he going to get tagged up? I think he's been seen. He's going to get tagged up. Oh, man, and 5-2 is a completely different game, psychologically speaking, with a huge regain needed now, Major, by the team in blue.
I'll tell you what, the flag that was planted on the side of Young Galactics is well and truly planted now, because 5-2 up, you can't really look past these boys to not see this out. So Sukry's Bakery, they are going to need some hella magic now, as they can't drop any more rounds. This game 5, it looked as though it was going toe-to-toe, but Young Galactics, again, the talent that these boys have, they have just kicked into another gear, and now Sukry's Bakery can't drop any more. This is going to have to be stellar search and destroy from these boys. Super. Top. My goodness, Eric's some timing. This right round the corner. Eric checks the corner. Number 5. Oh, he's not going to grab it. Is the nade going to do the work, though? He knows he's in the corner, but the first blood, lucky, able to get it. He's not able to grab the kill. And now it's all going to get really messy. Who grabs the next kill? Sukry. Big kill. Takes down Lucky. So now 3 versus 3. We only still got the bomb. They still haven't decided what to do with this Young Galactics. They're playing it patiently. They're just waiting for the right moment to potentially strike. Super. Oh, man, the man down low. Super gets the kill. Makes it 2 versus 3. This is exactly what they needed. They need to still grab potentially another pick here, because Young Galactics, they can still cause an upset. Number 8, Metals, is toying with the idea of going down this side. If Sukry checks it, he knows he's there. Does Metal knows he's there as well? Does he know? No, it's another kill for Sukry. And now Real, the last man alive, needs the 1 versus 3.
And there's way too little time for him to get across safely and get that bomb. So this is going to be a huge moment in the game. 5-3 psychologically is so much better. You feel it's still within the game, and with 15 seconds, Real potentially just going to play out the time, keep his life. He's not on any streaks, but I guess he just doesn't want to hand over a kill to the other team. And it's going to be 5-3. And man, Sukry's Bakery potentially, you know, we talked about, you know, going round 11. They've still got a lot of work to do, but they have got the firepower required to do it. So it is going to be 5-3. Still match point to the team in purple, Young Galactics. You would suggest still on the ascendancy and still with a great opportunity to get the reverse sweep. But let's not put anything past Sukry's Bakery. They can turn the gas up and they can start to burn these boys out. So Sukry's Bakery, a big opportunity now. 5-4 totally puts the cat among the pigeons, Major. And they've got a handful of players not close to streaks, but maybe, you know, especially if they're able to get to maybe Sukry to 4 and another round. This could be huge if they're able to do this. Sukry again in an exposed position though.
They still need 3 more rounds like it, and that's better from Young Galactics. First blood. Metals with an aid, a map of fine margins as Real manages to get the trade onto Sukry as well. He got the pick, but he did get traded. So now it's going to be Yakko and Super, and they make the magical play that they need here. Metals spots one. Oh, Super gets the kill. Will Real get the trade? He won't. So he manages to get away. Now 2 versus 2. And they're getting that bomb down over towards the B site. This is a perfect situation now for Sukry's Bakery, considering the circumstances they were in. Yakko, bomb down. They're going to try and defend it from the other side. And now Journey and Real, they're going to have to look to try and work the retake here. They've only got 35 seconds left to work with. Yakko still playing for information. They haven't got eyes on the bomb, though. Smoke comes out. This kill's big. Can you see the man? There's a man right there. Oh, he gets the shot in. Yakko gets the kill.
He's
Real's
gone.
last man up, and he gets the second as well.
My
Oh my goodness, Sukry's Bakery. They are still breathing. What a moment.
Poor Yakko goes absolutely huge towards the end despite the smoke and manages to get the 2 piece. If anything, the smoke plays into the hands of Sukry's Bakery. What an enormous play in what has been an absolutely incredible game. And mate, you've got to be asking questions. If they take this to round 11, man, is there going to be doubt in the mind of young Galactics? Where does this go? Huge moment in this series right now. Sukry's Bakery have got to step up.
Yakko, he had a huge moment in the Berlin search. He's just had an even bigger one now, potentially, in what could be a decider on this map. Again, nades coming out. Are they going to manage to grab one for a first blood standoff, as we're used to seeing, starting to unfold? Now the players lurking outside of the hill, over towards that ace site. See them now. Yakko. Cheeky little spot. Around the corner. Oh my goodness, nades come through. Is he going to go for the chow? Surely going to check the corner. He gets one. He knows there's another one there, but Journey gets the trade. So it is still now 3 versus 3. The tension with these two can be cut with a knife, and Eric Boom almost with absolute beams to grab a pick there. They do manage to stay alive though, but they are going to get the bomb down. And they're still toying with the idea, but Eric's going for the pick. Eric gets the kill. He gets the kill. It's now 3 versus 2. Oh, and Super gets one as well. Oh my god. And Lucky last man up. He can't get the kill. And Sukry's Bakery. Oh my god, they survive. It goes to round 11.
What have I just seen? The entire team going off. Everyone gets a kill, and it's back to around 11. Unbelievable plays from the team in blue. And mate, if they are able to hold this out, this will be the best ever bash back against the reverse sweep you've ever seen. Unbelievable plays from Sukry's Bakery, coming back from 5-2 down to take this to around 11. And you know, if Super gets a pick really early on, this could be a huge problem for young Galactics.
Oh my goodness. Sukry's Bakery, what are you doing to us? Super just needs that one kill. If he gets this pick, and it looks as though young Galactic are going to be going over towards this side. But Sukry, he gets the first blood. Sukry gets the first kill. Oh my goodness, Real though, balls of steel. He's going to start pushing through in towards the underground. There's going to be a man here though. Eric Boom makes the read, but Real gets a really important kill to make it 3 versus 3. And it looks as though they're going to try and bait a rap to go over towards the other side. Real's getting tagged up. He's trapped though. He's got to be so careful. They know he's in here. He's there. Super's going for the chow. Can he get the pick? Yes, he can. Super. 5 in a row. He's got the glide bomb. When's he going to call it in? He's calling it in now, and there's 2 players on the outside of the map. They need to leg it in towards Granny's. The comms are going to be there. They know where they are. But he takes the man off the bomb. He kills him. And now it's Journey. 1 versus 3. Oh my god. What on earth has happened here? Journey, can he work some magic for young Galactics? If there's anyone that could potentially do it. Got 30 seconds. He's got to go quick. There's players absolutely everywhere. They can't hear him when he plants, though. But number 2, Yakko, he senses it. His 6th sense has kicked in. He's on the bomb. Oh, he didn't check it. Oh, he didn't check it. And Journey gets the kill. Oh, my God, he gets the kill. But with 18 seconds left, they know he's in here. He's got to work something with time here, Journey. He's got to be quick. Can he manage to get over towards that bomb site quick enough? Oh, my God. He's completely bamboozled him.
He's not planted. He's completely... He's got him. Oh,
he's bamboozled him. Bomb's going down. Sukry, he's checking it. He knows he's there. He tags him up. The pistol gets the kill. And Sukry's Bakery get the game done. Oh, my God, Pablo. What was that search and destroy?
Oh, my days. My mind's gone. My brain is not talking to my mouth anymore. Sukry's Bakery have just done, and the shots go out. Sukry's Bakery are insane plays right there. 4-2 down, 5-3 down, and they're still able to bring it back. What a team performance across the board. That round 10, so important. You know, Eric Boom looks like he's on the struggle bus, but he gets such a vital kill in that round 10 to turn things completely around. And man, we knew it was going to go a game 5, but we did not know it was going to be like that.
Oh,
unbelievable! My brain is gone.
God, what do you even say after that series, Pablo? That was absolutely incredible. We're gonna need a breather after that. That's the first series of the day. That's the first one of the day, and it's ended like that. GG's to both teams. They put on a hell of a winner's semi-final there, but my God, Sukry's Bakery, they got 4 rounds in a row. How on earth did that happen?
Oh, and you think, you know, what's the next game? I mean, let's just talk about what the next game is. We go from the Spanish Civil War. You know, the guys from Sukry's Bakery have just won not only that round 1, not only that you know, win semi, they also win the bragging rights in Spain. And who do they go up against? You know, arguably one of the best teams, if not the best team over the last 2 years. And you're going straight into a money phone game. But what a performance! You know, it was looking so nailed on for that reverse sweep. But I just knew Sukry's Bakery had it in them. From the outset, they just seem to be hitting a different form. And, you know, where one player might fall off, we see our crew not have a great game in S&D. The other 3 players pick it up, and it was just a hell of a performance. But it was all fine margins. You know, aside from that Tuscan control, which we knew would be a blowout, the Berlin hardpoint potentially an anomaly for Sukry's Bakery. The rest of the game superbly tight. And just look at that game where we are seeing him win his final. Sukry's Bakery against Moneyform, man. This is going to be wild.
Oh my goodness. Obviously, we will fill out the series as they come through with all that information, but my God, that is the first series out of 5 to date. And we will obviously be bringing you Sukry's Bakery up against Moneyform as soon as those boys do the vetoes and they get lobbied up. So, oh my goodness. I mean, grab a drink, grab some food. We are in for a long day of some absolutely cracked EU COD, and that winners final will be coming very, very shortly, guys. We are just going to quickly cut it to a short break as we try and hit a regain there, because that was an incredible one. Obviously, we wait for the teams to get their vetoes done and sorted, but I'll try and quickly sort out some replay clips as well, and hopefully this will work as well. Yes, so there's the clips of the series. If you guys did miss any of those maps, I mean, tell you what, if you've got any spare time this week, go back and watch that series. It was an absolute belter, and that is the first one of today's game. So GG's there to both teams. It will be Young Galactics who early on get knocked into that losers bracket, and as mentioned, guys, we will be updating it as we get those results coming through from the various teams. But we are just going to quickly cut it to a short break as there's a few C's coming through. And Vex wants a major Sue as well. So GG's there to both teams. But we will just have a short break, guys, as we look to try and sort out stuff for our second series. So don't go anywhere, guys. We will be back very shortly for winners finals.
when trouble has got us this far. Why should we stop? I wanted to pick me off my feet, ripping my heart off my sleeve, even if it's for a night. Wanna believe that gravity never get hold of you and me. Yeah, I'm faded in this fantasy. Yeah, we could stay. So come on over, pull me closer. Why don't we stay? And I get older, like we're supposed to. Yeah, we could stay. So come on over, we could stay. Pull me closer, we could stay. Why don't we stay? And I get older, we could stay. Like we're supposed to. We're supposed to be. Why don't we stay?
Walking through the sun, feel the heat burn up my lungs. Taking one last breath, every step I walk, no rest. I'm needing once more, I won't let me fall. From the edge into this world, don't get me so low. Resistance is show, 'cause I got my strength, I'm not alone. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. I'm not alone.
rinsing light. When I'm on a rhythm, I'm bust up the deck. My DJ, what's going on next? Like when I'm on a mic, I'ma rip up the vibe. My DJ is rinsing light. When I'm on a rhythm, I'm bust up the deck. My DJ, what's going on next? 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 My DJ, what's going? 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 Bust them sounds. Bust them sounds. When I'm on a mic, I'ma rip up the vibe. My DJ is rinsing light. When I'm on a rhythm, I'm bust up the deck. My DJ, what's going on next? Like when I'm on a mic, I'ma rip up the vibe. My DJ is rinsing light. When I'm on a rhythm, I'm bust up the deck. My DJ, what's going on next? When I'm on a mic, I'ma rip up the vibe. My DJ is rinsing light. When I'm on a rhythm, I'm bust up the deck. My DJ, what's going on next? Like when I'm on a mic, I'ma rip up the vibe. My DJ is rinsing light. When I'm on a rhythm, I'm bust up the deck. My DJ, what's going on next? 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 My DJ, what's going? 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 Bust them sounds. Bust them sounds.
These voices in my head, I'm trying not to listen. These voices in my head, I'm trying not to listen. I'm trying to think that it's about time that I rip. I'm trying not to listen. And I think that it's about time that I rip the sides.
Let's
Fuck it, I do what I want. Let's go. I leveled up like a boss. She fell in love with the top chef. On my mama, she licking the sauce. Trap money under the mattress. Pushing the foreign in traffic. We living life to the max, cause really ain't no telling how long it's lasting. Hey, don't be afraid to show me what you made of. Don't be afraid to love, no, 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 no. Don't be afraid to show me what you made of. Don't be afraid to love a little harder. I leveled up like a like a boss. Drinks are on the table, we're about to be getting unstable. If you're hating, we ain't trying to be polite. No way. Coming with original flavor, ripping on my best behavior. So we about to wild out with the squad tonight. Stepping in fresh when I ride with the team. 10 cars deep, we don't want a limousine. Life's been rough, so I'm following the dream. If I ever hit the club, then I'm following the team. Stepping in fly, so fresh with the squad. Ain't nobody ever wanna mess with the squad. Came from the bottom, so we aim for the top. Second at the beat drop, wild out with the squad. Block coming through, so brother, that's squad. Chris Kiss spitting on the mic for the squad. If you wanna roll, show love for the squad. Hands in the sky if you're part of the squad. Stepping in fly, so fresh with the squad. Ain't nobody ever wanna mess with the squad. Came from the bottom, so we aim for the top. Second at the beat drop, wild out with the squad.
Wild out with the squad. Wild out with the squad. Wild out with the squad.
Been up all night, I could go for days. Team looking fly cause we're overpaid. We've been on the grind, be getting the grands up. If you're part of the squad, then throw your hands up. Been up all night, I could go for days. Team looking fly cause we're overpaid. We've been on the grind, be getting the grands up. If you're part of the squad, then throw your hands up. Swear you ain't gonna be waiting much longer before we're raving. When we're on it, baby, we gon' do it right. Get so high, we'll be flying. It's a feeling we can't be denying. Cause we bout to roll out with the squad tonight. Let's go. Stepping in fresh when I ride with the team. 10 cars deep, we don't want a limousine. Life's been rough, so I'm following the dream. If I ever hit the club, then I'm following the team. Stepping in fly, so fresh with the squad. Ain't nobody ever wanna mess with the squad. Came from the bottom, so we aim for the top. Second at the beat drop, wild out with the squad. Block coming through, so brother, that's squad. Chris Kiss spitting on the mic for the squad. If you wanna roll, show love for the squad. Hands in the sky if you're part of the squad. Stepping in fly, so fresh with the squad. Ain't nobody ever wanna mess with the squad. Came from the bottom, so we aim for the top. Second at the beat drop, wild out with the squad.
Wild out with the squad. Wild out with the squad. Wild out with the squad.
Been up all night, I could go for days. Team looking fly cause we're overpaid. We've been on the grind, be getting the grands up. If you're part of the squad, then throw your hands up. Been up all night, I could go for days. Team looking fly cause we're overpaid. We've been on the grind, be getting the grands up. If you're part of the squad, then throw your hands up.
The streets hot, my Glock's fire. AK straight from the Russian Empire. The streets hot, my Glock's fire. AK straight from the Russian Empire. Left, right, marching on your block. Drop the top, fuck the cops. Left, right, marching on your block. Drop the top, don't stop. The streets hot, my Glock's fire. AK straight from the Russian Empire. Yeah, the streets hot, my Glock's fire. AK straight from the Russian Empire. Left, right, marching on your block. Drop the top, fuck the cops. Left, right, marching on your block. Drop the top, don't stop. Left, right, don't stop. Left, right, don't stop. Left, right, don't stop. Stop, 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 stop. Left, right, don't stop.
There's up on the temple, I climb and I crawl. Wonder how much further I'll go. Feet that fall apart till I walk on my ankles. Can I finish? I just don't know. People travel millions of miles just to see, but they never conquer this way. I can tell them the gray eyes stains have conditions. They're too far to hear what I say. To hear what I say. To hear what I say.
House party don't stop.
As upon the temple, I climb and I crawl. Wonder how much farther I'll go. Feet that fall apart till I walk on my ankles. Can I finish? I just don't know.
House party don't stop.
People travel millions of miles just to see it, but they never conquer this way. I can tell them the greatest names have conditions. They're too far to hear what I say. To hear what I say.
There's upon the temple, I climb and I crawl. Wonder how much further I'll go. Feet that fall apart till I walk on my ankles. Can I finish? I just don't know.
House party don't stop.
People travel millions of miles just to see, but they never conquer this way. I can tell them the gray eyes stains have conditions. They're too far to hear what I say. To hear what I say. To hear what I say.
House party don't stop.
As upon the temple, I climb and I crawl. Wonder how much farther I'll go.
House party don't stop. Stop, stop, stop.
Feet that fall apart till I walk on my ankles. Can I finish? I just don't know. People travel millions of miles just to see it, but they never conquer this way.
House party don't
I
stop.
can tell them the greatest names have conditions. They're too far to hear what I say.
House, 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 house party don't stop. House, 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 house party don't stop.
Guys, living dreams, living lies, and in between, let me introduce my other side. Getting highs, kicking it, take it off. It's no sin, be like me, show me you're alive. So
what's on your mind. Keep me close when the darkness finds you, faster than the speed of light. I wanna sing it at the top of my lungs. I know we can make it through. I'm gonna scream it from the top of my lungs. Yeah, together we can make it through. We'll make it through. We'll make it through. We'll make it through. You came to me with your heart on your sleeve, bags packed, you're ready to leave. There's hope in your eyes, I can finally see. You were lost, but now you're free. Keep me close when the body breaks and you can't fix what's on your mind. Keep me close when the darkness finds you, faster than the speed of light. I wanna sing it at the top of my lungs. I know we can make it through. I'm gonna scream it from the top of my lungs. Yeah, together we can make it through. We'll make it through.
What up, squad? We're back. Apologies for the delays. The guys just had to sort out their various bits, but we are finally back. Winners final on the horizon. Mr. Pab's money form, Sukry's Bakery. We got another banger here, mate. Another banger.
Yeah, you know that, man. It's just going to be huge. I mean, just looking back through the last few cups and the history of the heads between these, you would suggest that Moneyform just got a slight advantage 2-1 in terms of games played, but obviously a couple of them are described as the fun cups. Honestly, you've got to look to this last game they played against each other on Wednesday, and it was a 3-0 to Sukry's Bakery, so huge performance, and in particular Bill and S&D. So map's going to be all important in this one, I feel. You honestly, by the looks of it, it's been mixed up enormously.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a mixed bag for these ones once again. So for anyone who doesn't know, this is what our series currently looks like. It's due to start very, very shortly. So another double Gavutu, Pabs. We're seeing quite a lot of it recently, and again in this one here. So it's a lot of long-range engagements in this series. We've got one Bocage, and the rest of them are pretty AR heavy.
Yeah, I mean, this map set, it just screams avoid certain maps, you know. Obviously, you know, Moneyform probably thinking back to that trio defeat in midweek and just thinking, you know, let's avoid the Bale and S&D at all costs, because it's been something of a jinx for them and a curse for them this season, and so they've gone straight, let Bocage, S&D, whatever. I think they're comfortable on Gavutu as well. I think both teams are very comfortable on Gavutu. Obviously, Sukry's Bakery are very looking just unreal in terms of their play so far. Control probably not their strongest. You can see that Tuscan control being avoided at all costs, mate. But right now, again, this is shaping up to be another mammoth game. I mean, that first one, mate. I mean, we come out of that live broadcast and we're just like, what have we just witnessed?
Oh,
that game, that round 11, mate.
But for anyone who missed the last series, if you get a bit of spare time, honestly, go back and watch it. It was absolutely incredible between Sukry's Bakery and Young Galactic. It was an absolute stellar textbook and demonstration for Challengers COD. It was an absolutely amazing series. So I do intensely say go and watch that series. It was an absolute banger, and we will just quickly ping open the graphic for the bracket as well, because we do know how some of these games have unfolded. So TMT managed to cause an upset, perhaps 3-2 against United Nations. They push through to losers round 2. They're definitely catching a bit of wind now, these boys.
I just don't think that's an upset. I think they're two reasonably evenly matched teams. In fact, I would say the Money team probably, you know, in terms of form, they had the hardest start to the elites at Tuesday and Wednesday. You know, when you see the final results, you've got to think that they potentially got the 3 most difficult teams out the way. So really difficult for them. But once they start getting into this kind of territory, I would suggest they are potentially the top of the the remaining group. They're going to be
Yeah.
that team fighting for 4th place, you would suspect. So I don't think it's too much of an upset. In fact, some of the players from United Nations have been reasonably inconsistent over the last few days, so it doesn't surprise me that coming in cold that they've been defeated. But mate, look at the score lines across the board, all 3-2s, all absolute bangers. And mate, you've only got to look to that Revenge Tour Originals game. The salt's been opened and poured everywhere across Twitter because that was a reverse right there. Huge performance from the boys from the Originals.
Yeah, the beef is well and truly being sizzled at the moment on Twitter. Obviously, we don't know the ins and outs of it, but we all love a good storyline and a bit of revenge, given Revenge Tour. So it's good work there from those boys to obviously progress through the bracket.
Cup 4 was an important win. You know, they took that Cup 3, Cup 5. The Revenge Tour, like, it doesn't care. Fun cup. It's a fun cup.
Yeah, it's all for friendly banter. It's all for friendly banter. But yeah, it's been an absolutely incredible day of COD already. And tell you what, could we see an entire bracket where it's all game 5? You never know. It's possible. I don't think there's ever been one like it before. But I tell you what, we won't complain if we get a series every single time like the one we've just cast, because I say that one was an absolute banger, and fingers crossed this is going to be another one as well.
Yeah, 100%. This is going to go off, you know that. In fact, I would suggest that, you know, obviously we saw a lot of this kind of 3-0, 3-1 performances in the first few cups. Everyone just getting settled. Obviously, no one really taking it that seriously. And now we're seeing this settled performance. The elites are out and people are taking it seriously. So we're starting to see just high-passing games and people just really fighting to take the win, because I think, you know, it's not just about, you know, as much as people who lose and then maybe come out going, oh, it's another fun cup, you learn so much about your opposition, and they're going to be playing again Tuesday and Wednesday when it really, really does matter. So and we've already seen, you know, teams just avoiding, you know, maps against other sides. So yeah, it's a vital in terms of information gathering and potentially utilising that. We talk about how important it is to get the right kind of intelligence going into a game, because games can be won and lost prior to a gun being fired. So this game is set up to be an absolute banger. Unfortunately, mate, it looks like all the games are set up to be bangers, and we just can't cover them all.
I know, it's a shame that we can't cover them all. I mean, if we could, honestly, we would, but unfortunately we can't cut ourselves in half and try and cover every single one. But
there's no way I'm doing a solo cast ever again. It's not happening. That kind of headache will never happen again.
Yeah, it's one where when you get to these top 8s on Sundays, every single game is pretty much a banger with the kind of the quality of team that you get through. Even if it's a surprise team that's not necessarily there, there's always going to be at least one mammoth team in the series that we're covering, and we've got 2 of them once again with this winners final. And this is an important one, Pabs, because whoever wins this one obviously goes through to that grand final, and then the other team potentially will have to take 2 best-of-5s off them. So both of these teams are going to be really grinding their teeth up for this one. They want to get this one done and out of the way.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously Sukry's Bakery coming to it a little bit warmer, but money form, you know, are going to have a point to prove after that 3-0 midweek. They're going to be firing on all cylinders. They're going to be thoroughly ready for this. So yeah, obviously the team that goes into this with a lot less work to do going through the evening, and the team that got drops down to the bottom are going to be playing some very, very hungry sides who are just as determined to get through. And again, you know, although we suggest the team that gets to the final, you know, it's such a difficult thing to get that kind of win through that double bracket at the end. That it's incredibly difficult. And did we see it? We almost saw it. Maybe we did see it earlier in the season, but again, just it's a lot of work to do. So this is probably, you know, outside the grand final, this is the big one really. This is the one that's gonna separate the you know, the boys from the men in that sense. So either way, it's going to be, you know, superbly interesting. And one thing to note, it's just great to see Sukry's Bakery kind of hitting form. And now looks like we've got a top 4 bubble right there of teams, whereas previous to this, it was just young Galactics.
Yeah. Mr. Boom, he's asking if I'm ready. You'll have to see that as an observer. If a player says, "Are you ready?" I'm like, yes. Personal favourite. But flagging up Mr. Eric Boom, obviously he played on that Ponder replay roster, which really kind of struggled to get some form of momentum, but he looks more than at home with these boys of Sukry's Bakery. Obviously he knows those 2 players, bar Yako, that he played with last season. So it's good to see him back where pretty much it looks as though he belongs, because he's really starting to contribute to this team very heavily.
Yeah, absolutely. And where occasionally he doesn't have a great game, he knows he's got 3 players around him who can just go off and have a solid game. And the other great thing for him is in Yako, he's got another MP40 player who just does absolute work. So Yako might have a terrible S&D. Eric Boom goes off, and then in reverse, the same across the other game modes. So nice to see him settled and in a team that looks really good. But more than anything else, he's going to go into a game where he knows he's already bodied the likes of Steve Vortex and the likes of Weeman and Bean. So they're going to go in with good confidence. And that's the kind of Eric Boom we like to see, is a high confidence, team. But they are going up against, this one of the cleverest and most capable teams in the history of the EUAM scene right now. So again, hopefully this is going to be a monumental game. It was kind of a damn squib through midweek, 3-0 with a huge win for them in Berlin S&D. Sukry's Bakery dominated that 6-1, so which is probably why you're not seeing a map like Berlin S&D coming into this. This has definitely been an interesting map set. We are going to head into this Gavutu Hardpoint, which is again something we don't see very often, but it's great to see it when it does turn up.
Yeah, and it's a quick point as well, obviously, with the addition of Beans to the roster. That first week of Elites especially, and obviously I think they're now 3-1, aren't they, in Elites at the moment. It definitely has seemed to have revived Money Form just a little bit after they had that tough set of cups where they just couldn't seem to get over the line. But they definitely look as though they're hitting a bit more comfortable stride. Obviously Beans a new addition to the roster, but hopefully with a few more series and a few more reps, they'll get to that point where they're right back at the top again.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's great to point out Beans in that sense because, Denzen himself, as much as people say, August dropped him, an amazing player in his own right. And it's not about gun skill and not necessarily about some of the other factors, but sometimes it's just about good chemistry and getting that right balance in the squad. And it looks like the guys from Moneyform have managed to do that, but already, a great performance straight out the blocks from Sukry's Bakery, but Moneyform patience pays off as they're going to dominate the latter stages of that P1, and it's going to be a bit of a war of attrition over towards the big boat Titanic battles already going out, and it's going to be Sukry's Bakery just nicely set up. So again, another opportunity for them potentially to get put the boys in green into the blender.
Yeah, Moneyform looking to try and regain a bit more time on this hill. You can see Sukry's Bakery are starting to soak up a little bit of time now at the moment, but the boys of Moneyform, obviously they're going to have to be conscious of those players potentially looking to try and overextend to get those P3 spawns. But nice shots there from Super, manages to grab Wee Man on that occasion. There is still a couple of kills going in and around the hill, but Super with a couple of kills here, and Super with 5 in a row. And we saw the glimpses of this in the last series, Pablo, as he is just cutting through players at will at the moment.
Finally taken down. It's going to take Big Wee Man, or Little Wee Man, I'm not sure which way to go that one, but it's going to take him to drop him, but he has got that 6 right there. So going into P3, it's going to be advantage. Sukry's Bakery is there, got that ordnance, and Super is going to try and land that on the bonnet of, it's going to be Steve-O, and with a little or no information, able to just get that players pushed back. And look at that setup, blue kill feed across the borders. They're able to get a really solid setup. It is going to be Steve-O with a big kill on Eric Boom, who's kind of exposed over towards that kind of middle area. And again, you can just see those arrows in green just pushing through to P1. Really nice defense. Only gives Sukry's Bakery 15 seconds. What a glorious defense right there. And Super is going to get the strafe and run out major. And again, this is back and forth already.
Yeah, Wee Man just doing his job, keeping his head down, allowing his teammates to do the work around him like we tend to see on this P3. So Moneyform still trailing by a little bit, but you can see number 2 Harry just keeping a guard over the cross. There's one onto Eric. He knows there's another man here, and Harry has come to party now. Wee Man still really struggling at the moment, but the boys around him are getting the kills. So if he kicks into gear now, this might be a little bit of a dangerous sign here for Sukry's Bakery. They do have the rotation over towards the next hill, and Steve-O is just going to be waiting for any players that potentially might look for an overextension. There is Beans as well pushing through that boat side, and he should know that Yako's above. His teammate grabs the kill in Harry, so Sukry is going to drop Beans as those green arrows look to try and regroup here, Paz. But it's not an easy hill to break the spawns of. Obviously, we see a lot of teams have to try and go the long route all the way around the back, but holy beams, Mr. Vortex is here.
Yeah, Vortex not going to miss from there. And a really nice play. If they're able to get the pick over towards Super at the back, this could be a problem for Sukry's Bakery. As you know, if you do get that beach control, you're going to get spawns as well. And it's still nice and early within this rotation for them to get a good chunk of time. But it is going to be number 5. They have still got spawns, Sukry's Bakery, so great opportunity just to see the team in green off the hill. But it's going to take some hellish shots, and they're going to double up and try and see that play off. And you can see number 1, Beans is going to push straight onto the hill, and that is why they are great from the front in and they're going to be able to get a really nice bit of time, and they've pushed over and taken the lead, and this is the worry for Sukry's Bakery. You know, they're not going to replicate that 3-0. I can 100% guarantee this is a completely different money form that we're seeing on maps that they are so much more comfortable in. Right now we're seeing some huge kills going out. Stevo 12 and 10, Super 12 and 6, so having the kind of performance we talked about from the last game. Right now you feel if Yako could get into the game, this could be a much tighter affair as well. But Major, this has been a hell of a performance so far from both teams.
Yeah, nothing separating them at the moment. Sukry's Bakery going to look to try and reduce that deficit. Nice work from Sukry. There's one. His teammate and Eric going to help him grab the second. So we saw Sukry's Bakery hold a lot of time against Young Galactics on this hill on Gavutu in the last series. We'll see if they can manage to do it once again. You've got Stevo locked into position with the automaton, something we don't normally tend to see, but now pushes onto the hill. Eric, though, has managed to work himself onto a 6 streak through all the madness that's been going on around him. So those streaks could prove all important now as those green arrows of money form look to try and get the remainder of this time. There's still a few more players of Sukry's Bakery just lurking around the corner. Sukry going to get some shots in, but Harry has absolutely none of it. Eric Boom going to go for it, but no, even he can't manage to fly through and manage to grab those kills. So over towards the P1 rotation. Sukry's Bakery, they're banking on a strong hold here, Pablo, but we know not necessarily the easiest hill to hold a lot of time on this P1.
No, absolutely. They completely chalked that hill earlier days. Oh, game lobby's gone. What was the score at that point? 1.
We'll have to double check,
score.
We'll have to double check. So yeah, lobby has been chalked. Not quite sure what's gone on there. We'll obviously find out for you guys. Let me
yeah, up until that point though, man, there was a solid break on the P5. They got an absolutely ludicrous amount of time. What was more interesting was Eric didn't decide to invest the streaks. So despite there being around 30 seconds remaining, they just completely choked the hill almost and have just gone to that P1. Obviously, things are going to have to be rectified in terms of we're going to see what kind of decisions going to be made going into the restart and whether they're going to do it from the points total, depending on why the game was choked.
They've just said 0-0 restart. Because apparently there was a server disconnect for one of the guys, so it looks as though it is going to be a 0-0, unfortunately, which is one of the first time. I think that's the first time I've had that, to be fair. Oh, Mr. Vickle, what a man! He has now arrived with his fresh trim as well. I don't know if you saw it. Cool. What a man!
Lex Luthor.
Yeah, love to see that. Thank you for dropping by, Vickle. But yeah, unfortunately, we have just witnessed a map disconnect for map number 1, so we should be lobbying up and starting again. So the guys are going to continue from 0-0, but nothing really in that one, Pabs. To be honest, they were going toe to toe for each other. So this looks as though this Gavutu, if it continues that way, anyway, we're going to get another one which is right down to the wire again.
Yeah, I mean, I can't complain. These teams definitely warmed up now, so going into the reset, I mean, it was reasonably close anyway. There wasn't a great deal to choose between them, so probably sensible to start at 0-0, but these guys are going to be fired up. Whether they've got any interesting information, it's a shame for Eric Boone more than anyone else, who did have a glide in the back pocket, potentially going into some of the open rounds, open hills as well. So, you know, the reset going to throw the cat among the pigeons in that sense, and it's a good opportunity for both teams to just have a rethink about how they approach this. P1 going to be really interesting again. And we'll just see who gets the preferred side and how they're able to handle it again. It was nice and close in the first P1. Yeah,
it's one where some teams look really strong. And obviously, when you get to this higher level of COD, holding hills is like you say, oh, everyone's locked into position. But when you've got players that can literally just rip your head off just in the snap of a finger, it's something that is a lot easier said than done. We see a lot of setups where teams are locked into position. And all the boys just managed to fly through regardless. We've seen it with Sukry's Bakery. We know Young Galactics are very good at it as well. Moneyform as well. When they're on the top of their game, they can literally play behind on rotations. We normally see Moneyform kind of be the team who are very rarely late to a rotation. It's usually when if they're struggling for kills, they're a couple of behind and they're trying to work that scrap time. They're usually a team on the rotation. But again, another team that we know they can just punch through a hill if they need to. So it's one where those hills which you look at and say they should be at least 40 seconds end up being 20 for either side and a lot of contest time just because of the ability that both of these teams have got.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can literally pick each player apart individually and be like, you can pick a game or a series where they've completely gone off. I think, interestingly, one thing, I don't know why it plays on my mind, but I always feel like when people talk about Steve Vortex, they talk about him in the sense of in-game leader, or he's always, you know, in charge or running a really cohesive unit, and they always seem to win. But as an individual player, he's absolutely insane. Like, you know, he can go from having like a relatively quiet half a map to just then dominating a game completely, and sometimes I think his ability to do that goes under the radar. Like, I think that's that's one of the things that I think surprises people when they see that kind of money form team in last year August, was that he can just dominate a map. Like, he can completely take it by the scruff of the neck and just go through another gear, and that's one of the things that's consistently dragged his teams through. So right now it's nice to see him having this kind of like settled, balanced team and allowing him to play the kind of games that he probably more naturally would play. But the same can be said right across the board in terms of Sukry's Bakery. Super, again, you know, proven that he is definitely among the elite players in terms of gun skill, particularly in Europe right now, and he's just so consistent. Even when his team's doing well, he seems to still do well. So right now we haven't really seen Super drop off as a player. So all these games, it wouldn't surprise me major if we see them go the distance, 3-2 back and forth.
Yeah, and the way we put it into perspective, obviously you've played with Luty and you'll play pubs and the guy hits 150 kills. Like, these guys compared to the average player are just levels above anything you can even picture. Like, until you've played against them, or in your case with them, when Luty just pops you in the backpack in pubs and you go and chill, you never realise how high that gun skill ability is. And obviously a lot of things have to follow along with the gun skill when you get to this level of COD, but that's one thing you can never take away from this level and calibre of player is how good they are.
Mate, I literally sit sometimes and are just amazed he's regarded as being one of the stiffer players. And you put an MP40 in his hand in pubs and he's dropping like 7, 8, 9s and just, you know, streak after streak. I can't imagine what it must be like to have a player as fluid as someone like Steve-O or Eric Boom or someone on fire in a game like that. They'll be dropping 200 kills, making players rage quit all the time. And you just see it in these games of fine margins where every shot's a headshot. You know, you look at the kill feed, there's a headshot every now and then. So, you know, it's insane levels of gun skill, mate. And look at Beans already on a 3-0 in this restart. And money form, you know, it looks like the reset's gone straight into their advantage. They are 26 and a donut right across the board on Sukry's Bakery. And now I'm sure they'll want to get off and start cooking some bread instead of these big fat O's.
Yeah, and that's a really good start here from the boys in green. But there you go, Mr. Boom here to party right off of the next point, as it looks as though it's about to go down over towards that boat side. So Moneyform, got to be careful not to get channeled in here because there's a lot of them over towards this side, and Sukry is able to take down one, but the positioning of Eric Boom at the moment just really disrupting these players from even transitioning over towards that boat, as Eric is still lurking, looking for more. Number 4, Steve-O going for the chow, but Steve-O manages to win that one. The trades do come through as Moneyform look to try and work their way over towards it, but we've seen this time and time again, Pablo, it's not an easy hill even to try and get across to if you're getting pinned back like the boys of Sukry's Bakery, like they're doing at the moment. They're orchestrating it very, very well.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a nice solid hold, but look at how little time they've been able to get up the hill. Yako with a huge kill there on Harry, and again, another top headshot. You see these headshot stats come out all the time, but 44 to 24 is not the kind of time that they've been able to soak up. You would expect with the amount of kills that the team in blue have got. They are finally just about catching up, but again, you know, you just look at that big hole for Moneyform on P1. It's going to be vital. Is anyone got streaks? Did someone go on a 6 streak before? So potentially, if there are anyone, no. So we go into a P3 where it's going to be all about gun skill, all about strategy, and all about that team with the big brain plays. Right now, number 5 is going to be sat there. Sukry, the in-game leader for Sukry's Bakery, is going to be sat on that armored troop carrier. Is that FMJ going to come out at any point? But Beans with a huge 2-piece major, huge plays by the team in green.
Oh, and Eric on the flank, he's going to look to get some more shots in. Sukry should be able to get that kill, and Sukry's Bakery do manage to work their way into that hill, so really good work from the boys in blue once again on a map that we know they can really perform on. And number 7 in Super going to get caught out on that occasion. Eric going to get inside the hill with his teammate, but they're looking to try and just help each other out here at the moment, as Eric is still going to be standing on the hill. Yako, though, going to get cut in transition, and still 20 seconds left on the hill. But it's a different scenario this time, Pablo. We saw in that previous one before the restart, Sukry's Bakery were the team that were kind of ahead of the game, rotating over towards the new hill. They've obviously got a bit of a cushion now, but it looks as though Moneyform are the team ready to go for the next one.
Yeah, a complete reversal, and also you've got to consider that by the time we did get to P5, Eric Boone did have a glide, so right now the position's completely reversed in that sense, and we're going to see just how dominant Moneyform can be as a defensive team. You know, we saw it through the week, you know, remember that round 1 in control where they just completely dominated towards this area. Well, they know already a nice spread, and it's going to be Beans with the big responsibility to stop those players rushing through beach, and he's doing the turret work at the back as he gets not just a headshot, but another 2-piece, and Steve-O again. And you can just see the accuracy in these players' head is insane, and look at that spread across the map. Yeah, you know, Sukry's Bakery, no chance to get any time on this hill whatsoever.
Yeah, Eric is going to look to try and just lurk underneath Wee Man up top, and he will manage to grab that kill with some patience there. So nice work there as he looks for the second on Steve-O as well. And Eric playing off his... Oh, blimey. He's lights out today at times, is Eric, as he manages to get yet another couple of kills. But a really big chunk of time there for Moneyform. They'll be really happy with that rotation. They pretty much held it for the whole time, apart from Super just landing the nade in the back pocket of Harry right towards the final glimpses. But now, Sukry's Bakery, this is the hill that we know they're very, very solid at. They are going to have a couple of players. Eric going to be one of those. Can he win the initial engagement? No, Beans with the first kill. But, I mean, you look at the score, Pablo, it's almost like deja vu. Obviously, it's almost been like the teams the other way round in terms of the hills that they've been rotating to first. But again, there is nothing separating them as Beans does it with both pistol and auto.
Yeah, I mean, we are heading for almost a repeat performance from game one. This is going to be close right the way through. Eric Boone does the dirty as he's got Steve-O, Wee Man, and Beans in what is an absolute bloodbath on P5. Everyone's 12 and 9 right now, and, you know, one away from that glide. And again, we're in exactly the same position before that reset. Almost the same scores. Eric Boone one off getting that streak. He is going to get tagged up finally, so he does get dropped off potentially having an all-important streak as we do head potentially into the second rotation. But Steve-O, Beans just teaming up quite nicely, and again there is only 8 seconds difference, and it is going to be almost a full team wipe for Moneyform as they head into this P1 where they were super comfortable on the first rotation. They did have the side, but they took so much time, and look how far pressed up they are. Wee Man with a huge like moment right here. He's got great sight along 2 really important lanes as the players from Sukry's Bakery Major look to try and push and get any time on P1.
Yeah, look at the sight lanes that these Automaton players have got. He is going to get dropped though, Wee Man, so that pressure is now going to come through in the form of Eric, and he is going to manage to catch out one with a grenade in his hands. He takes down Harry. Beans will fall as well, and Sukry's Bakery punch in towards P1. They now get set up, so although it was a really good initial hold from the boys of Moneyform, this is what we mentioned before the game, Pablo, in that it looks as though a team is pretty much ready to go, and all of a sudden the other team just comes flying through, which is exactly what Sukry's Bakery have done here. And with 20 seconds left on the clock, and number 6 in Yako over towards the new hill getting kills, this is a good position here for Sukry's Bakery.
Yeah, they're set up not only for P1, but look how far pushed up they are. They've got to deal with Yako if they want to get onto P2. Otherwise, this could be hugely problematic for them. All the players having to push over towards that backside of the boat in order to deal with it. And who's straight there? Super, again, causing problems. So they're going to have to deal with them. They are going to get into the preferred position where they can get kind of across that boat and start to get those picks on. Regardless of what Sukry's Bakery is able to do in the early inception of the hill, Moneyform able to bite back, and it is still only 20 or 30 seconds in this game, and that kill feed is still traded out, you know, between both teams. But, you know, what does Sukry's Bakery have to do to try and get any kind of dominant hold in this match? Because right now, even Harry is on the struggle bus. He's got an enormous amount of time. He is only 9 and 13. So Moneyform, you would suggest, just that little bit more efficient in turning kills into time. Yeah,
and number 7 here, Super, he's one away from a glide bomb as well. So if he can get this kill, this will be enormous for Sukry's Bakery as a bit of artillery just to use. And he's just getting the auto aim through the tank, and he doesn't get the kill though. I don't think he manages to get the streak. He doesn't, so he doesn't manage to get that all-important glide bomb as the players rotate over towards the next hill. The number 1 Beans. The foot race is on. You can see Super. He knows he's there. He's tagging him up a little bit. He is just going to retreat round to the spawn side and wait for those players to potentially push through. But a 70-point lead now at the moment, as there's another one for Beans, who's still looking strong. Eric, though, going to look to try and revive the team once again as they look to try and push this lead out even further. But at the moment, it is back and forth between these guys. But it will be Sukry's Bakery on the hill. Eric just going to be keeping his head down, incredibly weak inside that boat. But with no air ordnance here, Pablo, it's going to be difficult for Moneyform, and Sukry is cutting them down one at a time. He's now one away from a glide bomb.
Yeah, Sukry was just absolutely disgusting towards the back. Some big kills goes down. Sukry on an absolute streak right now. And, you know, potentially that could be a game-winning glide right there. He was able to body Steve-O. He was just in and around the hill, but not enough firepower. We see again another TK as Beans drops Wee Man, a second TK from Moneyform, and something that we've seen them do quite a lot recently in this kind of frenetic pace. Sukry gonna go off as well as they get set up already for that next hill. That ordnance is gonna go down, and Harry, despite being a hill kitten in this game, it's going to be that kill feed, mate, going blue.
Oh my goodness, this is really dangerous now. So they have got the rotation. The boys in green are nowhere near the hill, and with 5 seconds left, they are not even going to touch this Sukry's Bakery in the middle stage of that game. They have just taken that by the scruff of the neck and absolutely dominated it. The boys in blue are looking like a real menace on Gavutu, Pablo, at the moment. Another solid map.
Mate, you might think Gavutu is in the Pacific, but the Spanish have come to plant that flag and take over that island because they cannot be touched on Gavutu. They did it midweek and they've done it again. Now they just look impossible to shift off this beachhead, and it's been an awesome performance. And you just look across the board from all players on Sukry's Bakery playing so well, and Moneyform again just looking all at sea. They've turned up with the deck chairs and the beach towels, while Sukry's Bakery have turned up firing on all cylinders. And we head in potentially, one of the wildest kind of game modes, and we just know for a fact who won the last Bocage S&D against probably the best team in Europe right now. It was Sukry's Bakery. This is going to be a potential banana skin right now for Moneyform.
Yeah, so we'll just sort out all of our relative stuff so that the players, obviously, we don't see all of their strats. But Bocage, Search and Destroy. Oh man, Pablo, if we get another round 11 like we saw in that previous series, I mean, yeah, we're going to need to be put on inhalers because the last one was an absolute belter. It looks as though this series, to be fair to Sukry's Bakery, up to that middle ground, it was fairly even. And then Sukry's Bakery, they were just ahead on every single rotation, all the gunfights, all the streaks that there weren't very many of, but they just seemed to win all the big gunfights on that map in the later stages. And they just blew Moneyform out the water. They got maybe 20 seconds in the remaining, 3-4 hills, I think?
Yeah, I think you've got to look. It's interesting, like we talk about this commitment between New Hill and Old Hill, and some teams just get it right. Well, Moneyform's usually one of those sides that do a really, really good job of committing correctly. They're able to hold as much scrap time as possible while getting set up. Now, Steve-O was doing everything he could possibly do to get into the position where he could get the spawns, but he was the only player out there because Sukry's Bakery were doing a great job of just slaying out towards mid-map, so he didn't get any support. And then you look at someone like Sukry, who goes off towards the end of that P3 in the second rotation and just dominates heavily. He gets 5-6 kills, including Steve-O, he was the first death, first kill in that run. That completely ruins Moneyform's opportunity to break that cycle of hills that Sukry got into. And then they get the air ordnance, they've got the streak, and they can just dominate P4. And again, it's usually a really easy one to hold for a team like Moneyform, but once that glide bomb lands on your head, and once they've got players like Yakko and Eric Boom in and around the kill, they're able to get on top of it and just dominate. And the fear for them right now for Moneyform is they're going into a Bocage S&D where Sukry's Bakery have just won against probably the hottest team, AM team in the world right now, and that's going to be followed by a Gavutu control, which Sukry's Bakery have won 3-0 and 3-1 this week. So this could potentially be a massive problem for Moneyform.
Yeah, and we saw kind of the moments that the likes of Yakko and Super had in Search and Destroy. Obviously, the Berlin and the Bocage, they had moments where there was a knife's edge round, and then a couple of those two pieces just popped left, right, and centre, and they managed to obviously clutch up in those really big situations. So they're going to have to look to that again because their fundamental search was there, but it just felt like those really, really big moments. Again, they just seem to be clutching up every single time they're asked at the moment, Sukry's Bakery. And if they can keep this going, I'll tell you what, they're going to be a difficult team to stop.
Yeah, I think you've got to consider as well that someone like Eric Boom can have an absolutely appalling start to an S&D. He wakes up round 9 just when you think, potentially there's an opportunity for you as a team to see them out and see them off in the S&D. Eric Boom suddenly comes to life. Super suddenly comes to life, which is exactly what happened in the previous Berlin S&D. And, suddenly you're up against two of the hottest potential SMGs in the game who've just sprung to life, or Super as an AR. They just spring to life, and that's a problem right there to deal with because you've been dealing with the other players who've been playing so well, and then from nowhere you get like the hottest Phenom, two AR, probably the hottest MP40 and hottest AR, today especially, and maybe even this week, come to life, and we know for a fact Bocage S&D definitely plays to their strengths. In fact, Super's so confident he pulls out the sniper.
Well, I mean, we've seen it now actually, and obviously that last series. The B point is almost alien for teams off the rip, but we saw in that previous one, Young Galactics and Sukry's Bakery, they did give it quite a couple of goes over towards that B point. So it may be a couple of teams now are just trying to shake up the system a little bit because a lot of teams are getting comfortable with almost holding that A side, leaving one person over towards B. And if they can try and make the pick through the sniper and maybe progress through that side of the map and get that bomb down, it's not an easy site to get the bomb defuse on because it's obviously a lot more exposed. Obviously, Bocage in general is not easy to get any sort of any bomb defuse on regardless. But it's interesting to see teams, as the meta starts to progress, just slowly start to tweak and attempt different things that we've not seen before.
It's a sensible transition, though, if you think.
Yeah.
From the start of the game, obviously, it's very attack-orientated. It's great for the attacking team to get to A. So providing a solid defence without getting absolutely blown out the water. And obviously, one of the other things, it can be quite nade-heavy at A as well. So despite the fact that it was clearly designed with trophies in mind, there aren't any trophies to defend that. I just think think as the game's gone on, the teams have got used to how to defend A. So now you're having to see that a different approach, and we do tend to see kind of a half-hearted push to A, and then teams like, nah, let's transition to B and see if we can get some control. Where snipers can be effective, but we've seen Super. He's just pulled the sniper out, and you know, he's looked sideways across the map in probably the shortest distance possible, and still tried to use it effectively. And he got massive picks as well. So, I mean, anything's possible in this Bakaj S&D. Bakaj as a map is just clearly insane. One of the wildest maps we've seen in terms of competitive play, and then we can understand why the AMs kind of like aren't keen on it, but it gets picked time and time again because we're seeing so much dominance from certain teams across maps like Desert Siege and across maps like Gabutu Control.
Yeah, but I mean, we flag it up when you're left with that sniper and you've only got the sniper and the pistol. You're obviously going to hunt for that MP40 if you can pick it up. But knowing how good some of these players are, I mean, we saw Super on the Berlin when we whipped out the sniper and just dropped 2 people in out of the 9 bullets. He hit 8 of them and killed them like in the snap of a finger. So it's one where, although you might say in preference you'd rather have an MP40, if he can get a pick off the start and obviously still make it difficult for people to try and trade him out with the pistol, you can kind of justify it for that sense.
Well, here's an interesting thing then. So from the start of the game, we noticed one bizarre pattern, which was different to, say, Cold War and other games, was when you got to that 1v2, 1v3 moment, a lot of teams, say, in Cold War, would stay reasonably close together in order to get trades. Now in Vanguard, we're seeing this huge split to try and get information. If you're a sniper now in a 1v2, if you're someone like Super, who is absolutely immense with that handgun, with the pistol, you know, he knows he's not going to be in a position where he's potentially going to get traded out. He's probably going to come up against each player individually, and with that handgun he's probably feeling really confident that he can take them. Probably not the same for Bakaj. Is slightly smaller geographically, so not as much information, but there are so many windows, doorways, entrances and things like that it can mix it up.
Yeah, and obviously we know no trophies, so nades again are going to be an interesting point. We've seen a couple of cheeky nade spots, haven't we, on Berlin? We saw, I think it was Metals who lobbed one right over the top of one of the buildings. So obviously, it's amazing kind of what these guys can learn and pick up from. The tiniest of margins can sometimes swing these important maps. And again, Bocage, there's not really much room for trying to find out these sneaky spots. But it wouldn't surprise me again if, because Super is running a sniper, we see the weirdest angle of like a millimeter to like a very important power position that these guys manage to find out. Because we see it time after time where we see a nade and we're like, how on earth has he just learned that? But these guys, they play the game so much, they grind it out. They'll literally sit, you'll probably know from Looted, they'll sit in a private match and just try and find these important spots. And as the year progresses, obviously that narrows down to try and find the new spot. But you wouldn't put it past some of these guys to find some new ones as the years progress over and over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about how players practice as a team and how players practice individually. So we know from the Pro League, we know from history and interviews and stuff that we know for a fact players like Attach will go into a private match with a friend and just practice in terms of like not just understanding the quickest time to kill in terms of the best setup for his gun, but just like nade spots or dirty headies, all these kind of things as an individual player. I know for a fact Standy did it because he's talked about it, and Shots he was definitely doing, you know, individual nade practice. He would probably have another member of staff from the Dallas team who would go in and he would just be like, stand there, see if I can nade you, stand there, see if I can nade you. But we saw it today. We see Metals across grannies into the field trying to tag players up, and he's able to do it. And in reciprocation, we see players in field behind the tank trying to nade back towards the spawn, and it's effective at times. But this is just another facet about how, when you talk about the grind, players, you know, go in and scrim as a team and do all that important stuff, but it's also important to go in as an individual. You know, those little individual performances can make or break games as well.
Yeah, so guys, in towards map number 2 we go. If you did miss map 1, it finished 250 to 132 to Sukry's Bakery, and now we enter in towards Search and Destroy on Bocage, everyone's map that they love to hate. And there's already a little spot there, Super, just peeking through the tiniest crack of the window. I've got Eric Boom over towards this middle side of the map as Beans is going to try and work his way in towards the site. There is a man just waiting round the corner, and Super is still watching this cross and this transition. You can see those green arrows there slowly flooding there, and Sukry, I tell you what, Wee Man, if he hits this flank quick, he might potentially get a pick here. There's a man going to wide peek at the engagement, though. Mr. Eric Boom able to win it, beams him, and there's the sniper of Sukry. We've said it time after time, Pablo. Sukry's rocking it. Yako grabs the third, and all of a sudden, Harry is the last man up.
Yeah, and it makes it super difficult. On any map, it's difficult to get a clutch, but this is particularly difficult. And he is able to get 2 kills there, though, as he drops Yako and Super. So Harry brings it down to a 1v2. And, you know, if you're going to talk about one player that could potentially do this, it is the big man right now. I'm not sure he realizes where that player is, and he's potentially going to get tagged up. And it's going to be Sukry with the handgun. And we talked about how efficient that sniper can be. And Sukry's Bakery with 1 round on the board. And again, money form, you know, right now need a strong regain because they are being blown off the board.
Yeah, there you go. And your man in the chat, Pabs, your big pub's hard carry, Mr. Luty's here. Thank you very much for dropping by, Luty.
150 last night, you dirty boy.
So in towards round number 2 we go, and obviously Sukry, with those first 2 picks, is going to look potentially to use a sniper. Nah, he's going to change his mind. So it looks as though it might be a more defensive orientated change of heart.
Can I just interject here? Eric Boom was using an AR in that round.
Yeah, I mean, he's been good with the auto. Whenever we've seen him, he's actually done really well with it. On the Gavutu, we flag up. He's doing his job. You think, right, he'll probably be strictly to SMG, but I mean, with the quality that kind of these players have, it doesn't shock you that they can use both AR and SMG and still fry with it, to be honest.
Yeah, no, but he's coming up against, like, the most settled and competent ARs in the AM, and he's absolutely dominating. So Eric Boom definitely feeling confident, although saying that case of the caster, it is Eric Boom who gets dropped, and it's going to be a 3v3 as Beans falls as well, and he's not having a great game so far, 0-2 right now, can't quite get himself along with Wee Man into the game, and it is going to be Sukry's Bakery right now, tied up 3 versus 3, and again, you can see how tight it is. Players next to each other. Sukry in a great position. He's not going to be able to do an awesome kill by Steve. We talked about that huge MP40 skill that he's got, and he does great. But Yako now left in a 1v3.
Got to be quick. They're just defusing the bomb. They don't care. Harry's just stuck it from day dot, and he manages to get the defuse. So money form managing to stick it, using the man advantage, tying it back up, and a really good round there from the boys in green. They played it incredibly patiently, Pabs, and it paid off for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know that I'm a strong advocate for the quick defuse. Like, if you're just on bomb, do not wait. Chances are you're going to die anyway. So, you know, running around a hill and potentially trying to get picks might be the least sensible option. Just get that bomb defused. Obviously, money form with the 3-man advantage, they're able to kind of like be that meat shield almost. But so they bring it back to 1-1, mate, and we are potentially going to see this ping-pong performance from 2 of the best in Europe again.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be Eric just watching that cross. He does give away his position on that engagement. As Beans is going to look to try and get an all-important kill, but wowee, that kill feed lit up blue very, very quickly, and all of a sudden, Wee Man's the last man up. They know where he is. They drop him, and Jesus, that's got to be up there for one of the fastest rounds of Bocage that we've seen.
Well, we talk about this like as a commentary, you know, hardpoint's almost like a horse race, but that is insane. And look at that for a kill right there from Yako. He absolutely bodies Wee Man. Huge performance, and you know what a great strike back there. You know, if you're going to take us for a round, we're going to come and absolutely slaughter you for a round. Sukry's Bakery looking immense at the minute, and more importantly, they've got 2 players potentially heading towards a streak.
Yeah, and Yako being one of them. But it is going to be Eric in charge of bomb, so it looks as though A site is going to be the choice. Only currently Beans. Devo is going to be watching that cross. There's going to be a lot of players crossing over here very shortly, so all nade straight through the back pocket. And oh my goodness, Stevo just catches it right in the collar as he's going to fall. Super's going to pick him off as they look to try and get in towards the side, but Harry, big kill, manages to take down Eric. Sukry will manage to reply with a trade, and Yako is going to grab an all-important pick as well, and they chop Beans down, and Sukry's Bakery. Wowee, what a statement at the moment. 2 rounds clean, Pablo. They've broken that all-important serve that we talk about, and a 2-round cushion.
Yeah, man, you talk about the correct nade placement, and Super just shows not just amazing with a sniper, not just amazing with an AR, but he puts a nade straight to the back pocket of Steve-O and completely decimates money form in the process. Right now, you've got to be looking at Wee Man and Beans, who are, you know, combining for the full 007, whether they can get on the board as soon as possible. We are in round 5, man. They've only had 7 interactions between them, and they have all not been good. So Sukry's Bakery absolutely flying right now, and more worryingly, they've got 3 players combining for an 8 in terms of streaks.
Now, I'll tell you what, Eric's managed to edge his way up towards Inter Hut here, so he's got a lot of eyes over middle map here. A couple of players in money form just toying the opportunity to maybe transition over, but you can still see Eric still lurking here. And oh my goodness, him and Steve-O literally separated from a single skin of brickwork. And Steve-O manages to make the read. The big brain in Steve Vortex manages to get that first blood. And now Beans going to look to try and potentially get bomb down very, very shortly. They haven't got a huge amount of time left to work with. Sukry's actually going to manage to get a pick onto Wee Man, so surely now, yeah, bomb is going to go down. The Sukry's Bakery going to look to try and transition through, but the shots come through to the man on the bomb. He is going to just come off for the time being, but now it gets messy. Yako picks off one. There's still a few more players nearby, and they manage to trade them out here effectively. Money form. Oh, he goes through the door. There you go. You can see number 6, Yako. Catch that. Doesn't miss a bullet, Harry. Makes it a 2 versus 2, and now a lot of work still to do here, perhaps, because they've only got 20 seconds.
And you know what? If they get this, if they can get their both players to get these kills, it's also going to be monumental in terms of getting them off streak. So big moment. Super goes for the pre-fire, not able to get it, but they know where he is now. And he's going to get tagged up. He gets the kill. Super with a huge one, but Harry straight there. And it's going to be Sukry versus Harry. And right now, Sukry, the only one with a glide. And this is going to be huge. Bomb has gone down. So this is going to be huge. Sukry with an opportunity here. He's not going to be quick enough. Gets it. Absolutely beams him major. And that's going to be the defuse. But not only that, they have got one player, potentially one off the glide. And more importantly, it's going to be 4-1 to Sukry's Bakery.
Yeah, Wee Man and Beans are really struggling now. For Beans, he had a really good map in that first one, but he's struggling now in the search. And Sukry's Bakery take a 3-round advantage, 4-1. And in a map, Pablo, that we talk about the finest of margins, these lads are looking very strong on it. And money form, they've got to be careful. If this next round goes towards Sukry's Bakery, or if Sukry manages to grab the streak as well on top of that, it could potentially be curtains even at this early stage.
I would expect to see maybe a slightly more cautious money form. They know they need the likes of Wee Man and Beans to really start to get picks in this game. This is going to be huge. And right now, Sukry's Bakery very confident, and they're playing like a team with confidence. Look at this aggression as they look to try and get that the entire side of a site in under control. And Beans is going to be on the hill with probably the most difficult job to do on the map, as he's potentially about to get pushed. Steve-O again up top, so taking the same position potentially, and it's going to be Wee Man who's kind of left, and he's going to need to watch down. Is he going to get tagged up? Yeah, it's going to be Super with a big kill major, and that again is huge right now if you're the team in blue.
Harry needs this next pick. This is important. He takes down one, but the trade, is it going to be there? Yes, Sukry, another kill comes through for him, and that is 5 in a row now. So alarm bells ringing for the boys of Money Form here in map number 2. They look to try and claw back at least one round here. Sukry still hunting for more. 7-1 at the moment. He's had an absolute stormer of a map, and there's the 8th as well. Just fries Steve-O. I think it was with the help of Super. And now it's all going to be on Beans. Can he work some magic here? Latest addition to the Money Form roster. Can he come through? A huge moment here. I think they might have heard him slide. Yes, they have. And oh my goodness, he got absolutely fried. Sukry's Bakery now 5-1 up, Pablo. You probably wouldn't have called this one before.
Man, this is it's gone the way of the game midweek. It was 6-1 in the end, so it's almost identical to the midweek performance from Sukry's Bakery. They just seem to have money forms absolute. You know, they've got them under the thumb. They seem to know them inside and out. And right now, man, we are seeing an 0-6 and an 0-5 from two of the players you would suggest are the top 8 to 12 players in the EU. This is just what a performance it's been. More importantly, Sukry Bakery. Sukry has got the strafe and the glide. Expect all kinds of hell to rain down on this team in green.
Yeah, and speaking of hell, I mean, those strafing runs can be a bit rogue, so it could be good or bad, but we are going to see that glide bomb coming through from Sukry. He knows where all the players are, so he's not going to grab any kills, but he gets that all-important information. You can see now the shark of Sukry's Bakery. They are starting to lure in a potential couple of kills here. There's going to be a few on the left. He's going to take down one. Wee Man is going to get off his donut, but he is going to get traded out almost instantly. And now it's all on Beans and Harry. This is looking really bleak, but big kill from Harry. Manages to take down one, so 2 versus 2. 7 Super. He's watching the cross. He's tagged him up, and he gets Harry as well. So now it's all on Beans. Can he go huge? No, he can't. And the boys of Sukry's Bakery, what a map from them. 6-1. And now they lead the series, Pablo, 2-0.
Man, it is going to form. It is almost a replica of the midweek performance, and what a performance that was. And poor old Beans goes full secret agent, and that is just not the performance you need out of two players. 0-7 and 1-6. huge performance right there from Sukry's Bakery, and they are making a statement this week that they've hit final form. Picking up Eric Boom has been an immense, find for them, and a player that was like relatively inconsistent last year just looks absolutely on top, supported by the huge plays of Super. Made 2-0. We've been in this position before. Unfortunately, so have Money Form, and unlike Young Galactics, they weren't able to turn this round. So this is going to be their biggest game of the week, a Gavutu control, and we've already seen them get bodied on Gavutu.
Yeah, so now we're looking over towards Gavutu Control, Berlin Hardpoint, and Desert Siege, if it does in fact go the distance. But I tell you what, the Spanish boys at the moment, they are looking absolutely remarkable. And from what we've seen of them on Gavutu already, Pabs, it wouldn't surprise me if they are very, very good at Gavutu Control as well, because they just seem so calm and collected on the map. They seem to know exactly what to look at. Obviously, it's slightly different to Hardpoint, in terms of playing those lives, and obviously the rotations to the hills obviously aren't a factor in it, but it wouldn't shock me here if they're solid on this one as well. So Moneyform have really got to pull their finger out now.
Yeah, so I mean, midweek you've got to look at the score. It was a Gavutu Control. It was 3-2 to Sukry's Bakery, but if you're going to take one positive from that game, was that it was probably the most dominant Gavutu Control round we've ever witnessed. The round that the boys from Moneyform were able to take at the very start was absolutely disgusting. Sukry's Bakery never got out of their spawn at all, and then it just suddenly turned on its head, and Sukry's Bakery were able to get into the game. And if anything, Moneyform fell off. Well, if Moneyform can replicate that performance in that first control over the course of the whole game, we could, finally see a bit more of a reverse from them. And they go into a Berlin hardpoint where you would suggest that they've got a great deal of experience and can play that really, really well. So hopefully they're going to be able to replicate that form from that one round, though, where they were able to dominate quite heavily. They did get another round on the board, but again, we expect that when you do see the defense and attack switch around. So this is a big moment, though, for Moneyform, because right now Sukry's Bakery are making a statement, and no one seems to be able to deny it.
Yeah, and Gabe's asked me to play the James Bond theme tune because Beans didn't get a kill in that and he ended 0-7. I'm not doing that because we'll never be able to observe one of their games ever again if I do that. So sorry, guys. That's not happening. I can't do that to these guys. Obviously, Beans, an incredible player regardless, but it happens to the best of us, Pabs. More often to me and you, really, when we don't get kills. But
let's be perfectly honest, it's more often to me than you.
Well, skill-based matchmaking, so I'm just as prone to it as you, I suppose. But yeah, the boys of Moneyform now, they're going to have to really work something here with this reverse sweep. Obviously, the only we saw the boys of Sukry's Bakery in that Tuscan control. They didn't look too keen on that one, but now they've got a slightly different one. So it's going to be a good marker here to see if this is indeed their preferred control map at the moment, because that Tuscan against Young Galactics was pretty brutal, if memory serves me well. So it'll be interesting to see how they potentially shape up on this Gavutu one. Obviously, a lot more slow paced, and the spawns still a little bit rogue, but nowhere near kind of like Tuscan levels.
Yeah, this is a lot more balanced than Tuscan. Tuscan's a pretty dirty map, and you can see why the likes of Young Galactics would choose it, because they're so very strong, and at that point you knew they'd be flying. But, you're looking at this Gavutu control, the last match was still pretty tight. It was a 3-2 in the end, but, Sukry's Bakery doing enough, and right now they're just flying. They're absolutely, super confident and playing really well. So this could be a problem for Moneyform, but again, it was a tight map, and if you are going to look to one team potentially that can regain and reset in the middle of any kind of position, you would look to Moneyform. They've got the history, they've got the experience, they've got that kind of mental discipline where they'll just be like, they won't care they're 2-0 down. They'll take the next maps as they come and just perform at the highest ability. Again, you would suggest Beans is probably going to come out with the most to prove, because that was a diabolical S&D performance. But again, it's probably not that fair to Beans, because S&D is horrible at the best of times. And if you're someone who's a better AR or whatever, and it's a lot more comfortable on a larger map or a slower game mode, then you are probably going to get bodied in S&D on Bocage. So a good opportunity for him to come back more than anyone else on a map where his strengths and talents might come to the fore.
Yeah, and just before we do dive into the Gavutu control, I just want to say a huge thank you to everyone who's dropped follows today. The numbers of follows have been absolutely mind-boggling. We were aiming for 2K by the end of the stream, and I think it's close to 2.1 now, so a huge shout out to everyone who's followed. Mr. Lucy being the most recent one. Thank you very much, Lucy. And Sir Duco, Legacy, Kickley, Merry. Apologies, guys, I can't read them all out, but thank you so much for the support. We're only in series number 2, Pablo. We've still got another 3 to go after this, so it's obviously an absolute pleasure for the both of us to be casting over Europe's finest here.
Right, this is why we do it, though. This is what we had the conversation yesterday, and we were like, we should just do it.
Just ask.
And when we let it along, we did ask the correct questions. We went to the CDL guys, we went everywhere and said, got any objections to us doing it? And like no one, and above all else, really just a big shout out to the players. I know we reiterated, but those guys were super receptive. They got back and they were like, absolutely fine, superb, let's go for it. So big shout out to those, and hope you guys are enjoying the great production from the man himself, Major Chief.
I say it's frantic. I'm not going to lie. I sweat at stages, but we're getting it done. We're getting it done. As long as the players are content with all the mini-map blockers and stuff, that's all that matters. Because all we're here to do really is just see the best that Europe's got to offer. And obviously seeing these guys time after time, especially recently, it's just an absolute pleasure. But in towards the control...
Wait, have they requested a mini-map block on control?
No, they haven't. I just forgot to press the button. There you go. That's the sod's law in it.
Why make my job so hard?
Yeah, sorry. You should have flagged it up right off the start, mate. You should have just shut me up. But yeah, no mini-map for this one. And Steve-O, couple of kills to him at the moment. But they've only got 40 seconds here, Sukry's Bakery, to try and work something. They haven't got a huge amount of progress over towards either of the points. And with Yako being kind of the lone man over here, he's got to do a good job here to stay alive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw this straight out the blocks, almost exactly the same setup as the game midweek, and Moneyform were just disgusting in that first round. This is the one we talked about, where they just absolutely bodied Sukry's Bakery. A little bit of a different performance. I think Sukry's Bakery expected that push, so you know, they've mixed things up a little bit, but still, it's a 17 life to 21 disadvantage. And with 17 seconds left, you know, they've got very little time and a large number of ticks to get this job.
Beans lands a grenade right in the back pocket of one of the players in Sukry. Eric Boom's going to drop as well, and this is looking like a very, very solid regame round here from Moneyform. The boys in blue trailing by 5 lives, but what can Yako manage to work? Free fire isn't going to collect onto anyone there. Still a couple of players nearby. They are getting that progress through slowly but surely, as they look to try and work a little bit of progression. But number 7, Wee Man, he's coming around on the flank here. I'll tell you what, if he hits quickly enough, he might catch a couple of players out. There's one for him, and his teammate in number 8, Steve-O's going to manage to grab a kill as well, and that is, I think, going to be the timer done and dusted. So you needed a regame round out of them, Pabs, and we got one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's played to form. We wanted them to go big, but honestly, Major, they did this in the round earlier in the week. They went huge round 1, and then just Sukry's Bakery just seemed to match them toe for toe after that. But a really good performance. You know, if they can continue that level of aggression, that level of pace, and if particularly, as you'd say, you know, they can break serve and just get an attacking round on the board, this is a completely different series. This is going to be absolutely huge. And right now, you've just seen a great performance across the board. Steve-O on a 5-5. Wee Man finally picking up, and Beans 5-5 again. So good performances across the board from the team in green, but they've got to maintain, and they've got to do it now for the next few rounds.
Yeah, and Steve-O already on the hunt. Look at the aggression of Green Arrows over towards that A point. They kind of done what Sukry's Bakery really struggled to do in just flying over there. And there's another kill for Steve-O. Good progression up the map he makes as he's looking for the 3rd. And Steve-O's come to party. And Steve-O has arrived 5 in a row. Make it 6. Oh my God. He's just chewing through the entire team of Sukry's Bakery. Steve-O has come back with an absolute vengeance here in map number 3. 7 in a row. 8 in a row. Oh my God. Stevie Vortex, what are you doing? He's killing everything. What on earth is occurring? He's on 10. Oh my God. What are we seeing?
Huge plays out of the man that you want someone to drag you through. He finally gets tagged up on the 11, but man, if you want a team leader, an in-game leader, a player that's going to drag your team through, man, he is single-handedly giving them a 9, like more. Oh my days, it's 13 life advantage. Unbelievable plays from Steve Vortex. Please clip that as the play of the week by a mile.
Oh my God, that was like a pubs. Steve-O has just run through the entire team of Sukry's Bakery in about 3 waves of respawns. Oh my God, what a round from Moneyform, and what a round from Stevie Vortex. If anyone ever questioned what Steve Vortex has got in his locker, that is exactly what everyone who gives him the biggest of praise is talking about. What on earth have we just seen?
Man, everyone talks about him in terms of great team play and how August did, but they forget that this kid is an absolute violation on the map with that MP40, and he just cuts through, you know, the team on the best form in Europe right now like butter, puts them in the blender, and he doesn't let them back out. And right now, Moneyform looking awesome for their money right now.
Oh my God, take a breath. Well, I mean, Harry's on a 5, but Steve-O's on 16 kills at the moment, so he's looking like an absolute menace on this map. And Sukry's Bakery, they are going to look to have to try and regain here after what was an absolutely brutal round of control, and now trailing by 2. Super is currently on a 3 streak. as he looks to try and stop the rot here, but Harry's going to cut him short, and boys of Money Form, they will now leave Eric last man up inside the hill, but again, you can see Steve-O in that kind of advanced role, looking to potentially pick off a few more players as Wee Man is going on the hunt, but you can see the aggression from Money Form, Pablo. They are not afraid to push up and control this map, and it is really paying off for them now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and at no point have we seen anyone decide to retransition and try and grab B, because number 7 out there, Weeman, is causing absolute murder over to Breach, and this is going to be a huge problem. Moneyform might be able to absolutely see this off in the quickest control round you will have ever seen right now. Really good, solid progress right the way across the middle of the map, and A still requires a whole tick from Sukry's Bakery, and they can't even get close. And who's there? Number 6, Harry, is waiting to cut them down. Sukry needed to get that kill. What a disgusting shot right there, and that's going to allow them potentially to get this tick. And you know, Sukry's Bakery hanging in by the the skin of the teeth right now. Sukry goes big in the kill, but who's there but Beans to tie
kills.
things up.
And the man who was catching a lot of shots from the Search and Destroy gets 2 important kills, and that timer again, it looks as though it might be the bane of Sukry's Bakery here, because Beans is pushing his way up. There's going to be 2, potentially 3 dead to rights here. He is going to get some shots into both of them. He's not going to get the kill, but he does manage to make work of Yakko as he takes him down. Super's there for the trade, though. And now 11 lives, 25 seconds left on the clock. Moneyform, they have just locked Sukry's Bakery into a pen at the moment. They just cannot seem to break free of it. And number 8, Steve-O, watching the cross. They are going to trade him out, and last man near the point will be Beans with 13 seconds left, but they've got to be careful. And nice kills coming through from Mr. Eric Boom right when they need it. But they've only got 13 seconds left to work with, Pabs, but that additional minute, Jesus, did they need that.
Yeah, they got an additional nimmer, but they have got a 5 life disadvantage, and you just look at those negative scores. Yakko 9 and 17, nearly double negative. Super 8 and 13, 9 and 13. Now, you know, one of the finest players you see in Europe, and he can't get KD that's positive. Eric Boom is like superbly double negative. You know, he's fizzled out hugely towards this control round, and Moneyform just look absolutely beastly at the minute. And with a double life advantage, you would suggest that they've got everything in the tank to do it. But one thing we did see midweek from Sukry's Bakery was being able to defend super stoutly from this position. So don't put it past them to potentially, you know, do great work, get across, get the kills, and get the attack in. And as I say, that the kill feed goes green.
Yeah, wow, 25 seconds left, 3 lives remaining. This is looking brutal. Eric's going to grab a kill, so too will Yakko, but man, they've got a lot of work on their hands here. 20 seconds, and they've got to push into arguably one of the hardest points to try and capture. Harry is getting tagged up through that pillar. His teammate, Yakko, is going to be able to fall, and now Sukry, Eric's going to drop. It's all on Sukry. Streaks are coming through. Moneyform want this map done. This is arguably one of the quickest controls on Gavutu that we have seen, and what a statement from Moneyform. The first 2 maps, we threw the questions up, Pablo, and they have slapped them straight back down. 2-1 now the series.
Man, absolute performance. You know, to you consider the problems they had in Gavutu control in the middle of the week, they have completely regained. You know, you've got to say Steve Vortex is probably one of those players who's learned a great deal. Look at that scoreline: 26 and 12, 22 untraded kills, because he went completely off, destroyed them in one of the best, probably the best streak we've seen since Metals dropped that 13 streak.
That was unreal. It was just the succession of the kills as well. It was so quick. It was literally like 9, 10, 11. So he was just running around over that red tower side and just mopping people up left, right, and centre, which we never really see at this kind of level. It is so few and far between when we get even streaks kind of to that level. But the pace of that round, that Steve just literally, like you say, it was like a seared hot knife straight through the centre of Sukry Bakery.
It was a Das House Pub moment. Yeah. Honestly, it was Das House Pub. He just dominated. He just wanders through and just, you know, absolutely bodies Sukry. And they had no response to it at any given point. I mean, that wasn't just a Steve-O game. I mean, in terms of that round in particular, yeah, but Moneyform just looked amazing, and great to see Beans just bounce back from that position and get really important kills as well. So right across the board, we said from the outset, you know, if you're going to look at a team that can regain, can reset, and can start that comeback, it's going to be Moneyform. Last year they were unreal. This year they've got to so many finals. Young Galactics have been their nemesis, and right now it's another Spanish team potentially about to put them to the sword. But you know, there is a riposte right there in the form of Steve Vortex, and if there is anyone who can bring it back, it is Moneyform.
So I mean, Jesus, I mean, Moneyform at the
Religion's
moment.
not going to help you now, mate.
I mean, I need God after that one. Holy, that was a hell of a map there from Moneyform. When it looked so bleak, it was almost one extreme to the other. They looked so like struggled, and they struggled really heavily in that bocage, and then all of a sudden they come out with a map like that, and That is why this game is just so difficult to call at times when it feels like a team is doing so well. It's just like, well, do you call it? Probably, but you're probably going to get it wrong because we've been wrong so many times, Pablo. And we're going into a Berlin where, I mean, you can say Sukry's Bakery, they look strong, but I mean, if Steve Vortex shows up like that, I mean, it's 2-all, and then we go game 5 again.
Yeah, and you would say as well that this probably lends itself to a money form kind of round anyway. That's like much bigger. You've got much better opportunity for your ARs. It's kind of, they play this almost perfectly in terms of the commitment to new and old deals, and they battle for everything as well. You're not going to see them not battle for scrap time. So this could be again another completely close game, but it wouldn't surprise me if you see money form suddenly chain a handful of hills together and dominate quite heavily. And again, we'll find ourselves in that game 5, because right now every single team is playing, you know, at their maximum potential, and across the board it's been really great to see the kind of map choices they've had. Obviously with these 2Ks and with the elite quals kind of being on top of each other, obviously there's a lot of information to gather. There's a lot that these teams can learn about each other, so this has shaped up to be a really interesting season. Vanguard in terms as you know, add to that mix, Vanguard as a game is such an odd thing anyway. It's got so many weird features, got so many weird bugs as well that people can play around or be put to the sword to. So crazy games so far, and it's just so exciting to see these 2 times and beyond just go head to head so consistently.
Yeah, and that's definitely worthy of a see, I'll tell you what, after that one. So we are getting ready to load up into map number 4. If you guys don't know how the series has unfolded, I mean, bloody hell, you've missed a fair few bangers so far. So Sukry's Bakery, really, really strong, map 1 and map 2, but the boys of money form, especially the man himself, Mr. Stevie Vortex, coming through with a huge set of kills and an enormous streak, which I don't really think we're going to see again anytime soon, is going to manage to make it 2-1. And Berlin Hardpoint Desert Siege Search, Pabs, I mean, do you have a favourite for this one, or are you still thinking, I mean, it's up in the air really at this point from what we've seen?
I'm going to go with money form on this one. I just think that Steve Vortex's strength of character is just going to be like, we need to win this. We're not going to go out. Don't want to go into losers bracket. They do not want to drop into losers and potentially face any of those teams below. Potential banana skins, and also probably still your favourite to win despite going into the bottom, Young Galactics. So they will not want any of that. So I suggest they're going to put absolute work into this Berlin Hardpoint. So I'm going to go with money form on this one. Don't really want to call it for the whole series, but hopefully we'll get to that game 5.
Yeah, so we are shortly loading into Berlin. I think there was a couple of smokes used by that one, so they're just having a little bit of an exchange, making sure that that's not going to happen again. So the boys of Sukry's Bakery looking to the hard point to try and see it out, but I mean, we will try and get updates of how the bracket is going on elsewhere. This is currently how the bracket looks. Obviously, it looks as though, yeah, so TMT, they are going to progress through in towards that other game, Pabs, but it's at a stage now where for these 2 teams here, if it goes game 5, I mean, we saw how much there was to play for in the previous series with Young Galactics, Sukry's Bakery, how that went to round 11. But this one here, to get in towards that grand final, this map 4, potentially for Moneyform, and especially for their momentum, could be absolutely huge.
Yeah, and I'm literally going through the stats right now. You know, we talk about statistics now importantly. If you're going to take the games that happen midweek, Sukry's Bakery are your favourite. All the games have been close though, with the exception of 1-6-2, I think. But between Moneyform and Sukry's Bakery, it's been 6-5 games. But Sukry's Bakery have come out on top in their Berlin S&Ds when they've played other teams. And obviously Moneyform, you know, you've got to look at that Flux game. They lost 6-5 to probably, you know, one of the weakest sides whose strongest game mode is Berlin S&D. So this genuinely could go either way, with potentially the onus being on the boys from Moneyform.
And 4. Here we go. Deep breath. Map number 4. Sukry's Bakery. Moneyform. Berlin Hardpoint. Let's see as... Beans with a little bit of a whiffy nade. There's the curtain. The indestructible curtain going to bounce back and slap him in the face. But already, number 4, Stevo, going on this free roaming roll. And this is one we've seen him do before, Pablo. When he's just roaming around, just playing for kills, he puts up some massive numbers. It's somewhere when he doesn't put up big numbers, his team does tend to struggle. But my God, when he goes on that roaming roll, he's a difficult man to stop. He just doesn't seem to stop. It's 1 on 2 pieces, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, like constantly for him sometimes. And he'll be an integral part of this map nonetheless here for Moneyform.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he could be the deciding factor as well. Obviously, aside from the things about being an in-game leader and in terms of just great strategist, he's an absolute beast with the gun as well. So huge opportunity for money for him. They've got a really nice slender lead, but it is going to be Sukry's Bakery shaping up really nicely for P2. But you can see already those arrows towards mid-map have got a good opportunity to try and get back in, and still 43 seconds remaining, so they've still got a good opportunity to potentially break this. But it is going to come down to this big fight over towards Docks, and it is going to be Beans who drops Yakko, so huge play right there. And again, you know, you would hope Moneyform able to just chain a few kills together and give us that game 5. And right now, no one really getting to grips with the game, with the map so far. Good kills across the board. Yakko a little slow off the blocks, and you're going to see Moneyform get in. And again, we talked about them fighting for all that scrap time. And Weeman with a big fight going down. It's going to be Eric Boom, who's mildly on the Sukry bus on 3 and 4, but that's a big fight major towards that back docks area.
Yeah, and this is going to be a big rotation as well. They need to try and hold this hill as much as they can, because it is a 40-second lead between Moneyform and Sukry Bakery, as Beans toying with the fact there might be a man outside here, and they're going to go over towards Eric Boom. But the first gunfight, Devo able to win the first, and they do manage to lock out Eric Boom as well. So number 7 in Super is just going to retransition out towards the back as the players look to try and collapse in, and Harry, Beans, they all grab kills, and Moneyform, oh my goodness, Harry's now on a 5, so the streak is ready to use as they try and punch through, and it works absolutely perfectly for them. Weeman now soaking up the time, those green arrows spawning in the back, and it's going to be down to Sukry's Bakery to try and punch their way through. They've banked on the rotation, Pablo, but it hasn't worked. Moneyform have just come flying through.
Man, they just look like they predict every corner almost perfectly. Eric Boom finally goes off, and he's put himself into the driving seat. He's 8 and 6 right now, and having a monster game right now. Joint kill lead with Harry and Weeman as well. So huge plays out of the young man right there to put them back on the kill and get them a solid bit of scrap time. And you can already see number 7 in Super making his way over to the back of that warehouse kind of trackside kill. So a big moment for the boys from Sukry's Bakery, and we see them do this time and time again where they're able to rotate effectively. They've already done it to the young Galactics, but Moneyform still got a slender lead, albeit about 35 seconds, and Sukry absolutely bodies Weeman and Stevo, and we're going to see that Ordnance come out to just try and get some control of this, and it's not going to tags up Eric Boom in the end, but there is still plenty of lives in and around the back warehouse, and it's going to be number 6 there, Yakko, just about to push through. In fact, it's number 8, my eyesight's gone. Eric Boom there at the back, and he's able to body some of the players from Moneyform over towards the back of that hill. So right now, major war of attrition over towards that P3. P4.
Yeah, this is big time here for Sukry's Bakery. Stevo going to look to try and get involved in the action and potentially soak up a bit of time, but Yakko is still lurking in around the hill. Beans is going to have an engagement anytime soon, as Eric is going to land a stun right on the face of him, but never mind, Beans doesn't need it, manages to take him down, and looks as though Harry is still going to try and help his teammate out on the hill. There's only a few seconds left, but Harry with the snappers looking for the third, or Eric going to be there for the trade. And now we go on to a hill, Pablo, which we know Sukry's Bakery are quite esteemed at holding. We saw it in against Young Galactics, where they kind of went back and forth. Oh, actually, was it Young Galactics that took it really well? My memory escapes me, but it's a hill where some teams, at least, if they get set up, they're now starting to learn how to hold a lot of time on this hill, which a lot of teams can't really boast.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the one thing we saw from Young Galactics they did really, really well, was hold this P5. This, I would expect, is going to be a more standard P5, where we see trades go back and forth, and no one really get a solid amount of time on it. Moneyform nicely set up right now, but we've still got players from Sukry's Bakery in and around mid, so you would expect, if he doesn't get it, Yakko does drop, so it's going to be Weeman and Harry with big kills there, so good opportunity, but the contest is going to go in, and this comes down to that battle for P2, and that huge kill right there on number 3, I think it's Weeman, who gets dropped over towards the back. They've still got spawns, but look who's heading towards the side of fire. It is indeed Sukry, the man with the big brains for his team, and he's right at the back. This could be huge. Yeah. He's going to have both of those players in and around. This is going to be an important fight, and a huge kill there for Weeman, as he's going to dominate towards the back of that, and this could be a solid chunk of time for the team in green.
Weeman and the boys all locked and loaded. Yakko is going to try and work in towards fire, and Harry's going to be a freebie there. He's going to spot another one, maybe in Beans. Oh, Beans. Nice shots there to shut him down. It looks as though he was dead to rights there. Pistol out now from Super, looking for the trays. He's just going to jump up for a little bit of information, and he will manage to spot Stevo inside the hill as Eric looks to try and get involved, but Stevo going to have none of that. Yakko's going to look to also try and go through, but Stevo with another kill as the team shots come through, and it's being really, really difficult here for Sukry's Bakery to try and get their way in. Sukry, though, is going to reply with 3 kills of his own. Not quite going to be able to get the 4th. Obviously, the spawns coming through now for Moneyform are going to make it really, really difficult for the boys of Sukry's Bakery to work their way in, but those green arrows, they control the hill, Pablo, and this deficit now is getting really dangerous for Sukry's Bakery.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge amount of time that they've taken into the lead, and Beans is going to be on the chase. That's going to be a big kill right there. 15 and 16 for Beans, much improved from that S&D. So great work for him and great work from Moneyform. And really big shot though is Yakko drops a resurgent Steve-O, who's been playing really, really well in this thing. But again, this is a super close, despite there being almost a 60-point differential. It's been super close in terms of kills, back and forth all the time. No one really dominating in terms of kills, but just Moneyform again, their efficiency and their ability to turn what little kills they do get into just huge amounts of time. So right now, this is definitely advantage Moneyform. We potentially going to see them see this out and go into that map 5. Harry and Beans do team up. Beans again going off, showing what kind of caliber of player he is and what an anomaly that S&D was. So, you know, you cannot use that as a yardstick to beat him because he has absolutely gone off in that sense. On a 3 streak right now, so this could be huge for Moneyform Major, as they've potentially got 1 player, you know, 2 away from the glide, and they have got complete control, and that is a big kill there for Yakko on Steve-O as they look to try and get the spawns over towards that P3.
Yeah, and potentially what was a dilemma for Sukry's Bakery as to whether to hit the old hill or rotate to new. They were kind of forced in their own hand, really, because they weren't able to get over towards that existing hill. And number 7 Super going to look to try and upset a couple of players transitioning over towards that backside of P3. And nice shots coming through from Super. He's going to tack up a couple. There's 2 there. And Yakko might be able to grab them both, and he will do just that as he manages to get some all-important picks. And Sukry's Bakery now, they need pretty much a damn near close, perfect hold on this hill if they're going to be in, at least with a shouting chance here. But now Beans in through the back. Eric Boom behind the pillar takes down one. There's going to be another one. And Yakko, what reads from Beans. The contest is huge here, even for the tiniest amounts of margins here. But Sukry out the back. He's able to take down one. Can the trades come through for the boys in green? Moneyform going to look to try and work their way in. They will still have Steve-O soaking up the time. But Sukry's Bakery, they've got to be careful, Pabs, because this time is slowly starting to drip away from them. And that game 5 is starting to be a little bit whiffy.
Yeah, this has been a huge performance from Moneyform. And, you know, if you are Sukry's Bakery, you do not want to be heading into a Desert Siege S&T against a team with this kind of confidence this late into a series where they've just dominated the last 2 maps. And you can just see the confidence out of Steve-O. He just hops into fire and gets the kill. So superb plays right now from Moneyform, and across the board, they've got 3 players on a 20, while Sukry Bakery have only got Sukry even remotely close on the 21. So you can see just how eager, how aggressive these guys have been. They were not going to give this up in a 2-2-1 to 119. They don't even need to sit on the kill for that long. They just need a handful of seconds off each, and it's going to have to be a near perfect performance from Sukry's Bakery. They're not only going to need to battle from the front, they're going to need to hold scrap time and get set up perfectly for next. And can you even see that possible against a team like this Moneyform right now, who just seem to be completely motivated to win this game?
Yeah, they need kills, and they need them quickly. 20 seconds still remaining on this hill. They will still have a little bit of control for the time being, but as soon as I say that, number 4 Steve-O, every single second now feels like a dagger in the back of Sukry's Bakery on this map, as 8 seconds still remain, and we go over to one of the more scrappy hills that we tend to used to seeing Sukry out the back. Though Steve-O, no mistake about that one. Those players still spawning over towards that warehouse side as they look to try and get locked up. Beans is just watching this left-hand side as those players look to try and get in towards position. Eric is going to be just soaking up time closely there, and Sukry going to get taken down. Wee Man with a big kill. Can they pinch out these players on the hill? Super's going to fall. Last man near is going to be Yakko, and this is now where it gets dangerous. They need to go quick. Man, it's going to be difficult. Eric Boom with an important kill will manage to grab one. He's still lurking nearby the hill, but they only need 16 seconds now. The boys of Moneyform to really start to see this one out, but the boys in blue at the moment, they're putting up a bit of a battle of this one, Pabs.
Yeah, absolutely, and they were nicely set up as well to maintain quite a lot of time, but still, there's 24 seconds remaining, so an absolute legendary amount of time still on P5 that either team can get, and if Moneyform are able to get onto the hill, as we see Beans absolutely clout Yakko, then they are still going to be able to do it, but the fight still goes down, as Sukry's Bakery are potentially going to get that scrap time. That's a huge kill from Eric Boom on that scrap time. They need to get onto this hill, not just the hill, but they need to get set up really strong right now, and the boys from Moneyform just look very, very good.
Oh, man, and even though that hill they did so well, Eric tried to do his best to stay alive. It looks as though they're not even going to be able to get near to the point. Number 8, Eric, he's going to try and do his best to get in towards the hill, but look at those green arrows. He's going to slide on. The contest comes through. Eric with 1. There's still Wee Man in the corner. Eric with 2, and Mr. Eric Boom explodes right when they need him to. And oh my goodness, with 5 seconds left, Eric has just given them a slither of hope here on this map, but now can Harry make the play? Able to pick off one. Those green arrows still lurking. They're looking as though they're going to try and organise the perfect pinch. Harry, there's the second. There's the final kill I think that we will see on that map. And Moneyform, Pablo, they are going to give it to us. 2 series, 2 game 5s in this tournament. And oh my goodness.
Right.
You cannot separate these.
Back-to-back game fives, man. This is a wild performance from both teams. Eric Boone giving them a slight lifeline towards the end, but the comms just not there despite a heroic three-piece. And he ends up getting tagged up and no one able to get a foot on the kill across the board. Look at those performances. 23 untraded from Weeman, who went huge in that game, and across the board money form just looked amazing. And right now we head into one of the slowest, most difficult S&Ds you could potentially think of, a Desert Siege. And you know, both these teams potentially blank slates in terms of dealing with each other on this map. It's one that was roundly kind of refused to be played almost midweek. We very rarely saw the Desert Siege come out, and to see it today, and you know, probably both teams thinking they might not get there, but game 5 Desert Siege has got a lot to live up to. We're going to see snipers, almost guaranteed to see snipers from the Spanish. At the very least, this could become a battle of the snipers. So right now, mates, my mind's gone. I mean, I was chatting about hardpoint S&D before the hardpoint. I was chatting about Berlin S&D before the Berlin hardpoint. I completely forgot what P4 and P5 was. This game has been mind-blowing so far. I need a reset and regame myself, mate.
Well, we won't have much time. They're getting ready for map number 5, that Desert Siege Search and Destroy. And I mean, it's almost perfect really now, Pabs, because we're more than likely going to see a sniper. I mean, it's a map where you can really start to almost like construct such good attacking and defensive plays just through having that sniper presence on the map. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see snipers on both sides here. Obviously, we know kind of what Sukry and Super can manage to produce with snipers in their hands, and obviously money form. I believe it might be Harry that runs sniper whenever we've cast over them, if memory serves me well. But game 5, Pabs,
he was the first player that made us eat our words, wasn't he?
I think he was.
With Berlin S&D, and we're like, wow, well, it's a very inefficient weapon, and he gets a 3-piece, I think, on the first round. So I was like, yeah, we'll shut up now. But yeah, huge. I mean, it's nice to see we're going to have 2 players, both incredibly, you know, capable with the sniper. It's not just going to be a suppression weapon. It's not just going to be information. Expect to see first bloods. Going to be a huge battle, and it means so much as well, because the team that wins can put the pads down, go and grab some food, you know, go and put the feet up, go to the toilet, do all the things they need to do, and let the rest of the teams battle it out in the losers bracket. So this is a massive round right now. Both teams are going to want to win massively.
And another series where Sukry's Bakery have gone 2-0 up, and now they're looking down the barrel of potentially dropping to that losers bracket. And again, another first 2 maps where they looked very, very strong, and all of a sudden it's on a knife's edge again for these boys. Obviously, we saw it with the boys of Young Galactics. They weren't quite able to get it over the finish line, and Sukry's Bakery with an absolutely immaculate search and destroy in that last one to take it 6-5, an incredibly amazing search and destroy for a neutral. But they're in the same position again. We'll see if they can do it 2 series in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, you wouldn't put it past money form to do the reverse. Steve Vortex is flying right now. It's one of the better individual performances that we've seen time and time again. You know, he did it last year, and he is dragging his team through this game. And as an individual, one of the best performances we've seen, but one of the finest kind of like streaks we've witnessed in any game mode. And going into this S&D, this Desert Siege, it wouldn't surprise me if he was able to do something completely wild, despite, you know, what you would consider being a game mode and a map in terms of a geography that doesn't really play into his hands. But again, hopefully we're going to see some world star sniper performance. Hopefully we're going to see some big gameplays from some of our more notable personalities. But this is probably the most important Desert Siege of the year so far, so going to be super exciting to see which team drops and potentially faces, you know, the banana skin that is that Young Galactics team. So is it, who's waiting for them in the bottom? TMT?
Well, there you go. We can actually, on that note, we can fling it over. Obviously, TMT, yeah, those are the ones that are waiting between the originals and Young Galactic. So if any of you guys do know the score on that one, give us a shout, and we'll obviously update the stream and try and keep everyone posted on that. We aren't currently sure on what the score is as of yet, but as soon as we get the information through, we will obviously update that bracket. So TMT waiting in that next series, which we will be covering straight after this one. And whoever comes out on top of that originals and Young Galactics game will go through to face them. So I mean, we're coming right to the end of series number 2, Pablo. Obviously, we've still got another 3 after this, but Europe at the moment, they are not failing to impress us in terms of neutrals. They are producing banger after banger at the moment.
Man, they're doing it in the EUAM, they're doing it in NA Pro League, it doesn't matter, the EU are taking over, that's the way it is. Gizmo said it yesterday, EU slept on, I mean, they've got the best players right now, and London Royal Ravens look great, Toronto Ultra obviously very strong, but not just that, when you talk about, let's take away from EU, when we just talk about challenges in general, you just look at the players that are dominating, Sib and Pred, APAC and NA rookie challenger guys, then you look at the Ravens, we've got Gizmo, we've got Nasty, we've got even Afro from last year, you know, absolutely dominating. And then you go over to, you know, potentially, you know, when Toronto picked up their players back in the day, they were the challenger level guys coming over from the EU. And so again, it's just been a great sign that people should be watching the challenges, man. They shouldn't be, you know, just, you know, predicating their preference for the pro league. Come and watch the challenges, because the future superstars are right here.
Yeah, and just a quick update as well, guys, because the bracket has been updated, I believe. No, 1 second. I thought Prezi typed it in. Doesn't look as though he does. So it was actually Young Galactics, from what Prezi was saying, has progressed through in towards that game against TMT, which is currently going on at the moment, Pabs. So we'll hopefully be able to, after this one, try and jump onto that one as soon as possible, so we can obviously give that one some coverage as well. Because that is currently underway at the moment. So from what I've been told, it is the boys of Young Galactics who did manage to come through that one against TMT, and they are currently in map number 1, I believe. So we'll obviously wait for the scores to come through, and then as and when we know them, we can obviously keep people updated. But Young Galactics through the losers bracket, not necessarily something that we tend to see quite a lot of, but they're going to have to work their way through if they're going to want to come up in the grand final against one of these two teams again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is, you know, potentially this could, I mean, we could potentially see a money form win. We could see Young Galactics go right the way through. We could see that as the game. We could see Sukry's Bakery win, and we could see them hitting this kind of final form, making their way through. And we could see money form end up playing Young Galactics to see who gets into the grand final. The options are endless right now, because we're starting to see that little separation now. We're starting to see 3 or 4 teams really start to dominate the games they play, and it's back and forth almost in some of the sense, in terms of how, you know, you look at Sukry's Bakery, who were getting bodied previously by teams that were kind of well below the Young Galactic standards, and now they've just put Young Galactics into the losers bracket. So this game, as unpredictable as ever. I'm going to do it to you right now, though, Major. Plant your flag for this game 5.
I got a coin. Man, I mean, the way I will go. There's a siege. I'm going to go Sukry's Bakery. I think they managed to do it to Young Galactics. I've got a funky feeling they might manage to do it again. I will happily be proved wrong, though. If Moneyform come out with this reverse sweep, that will be a hell of a performance from those boys, as we are now loading into Desert Siege Search and Destroy. But, man, I mean, yeah, you could make cases for both teams, really. The way this series has gone. 2 incredibly comfortable maps for Sukry's Bakery, and then 2 absolute bangers from Moneyform. So it's one where we're now in a position where you can justify either side of the fence, really. But I'll go with Sukry's Bakery, just because they managed to do it in the last one and clutch it up. So they'll obviously be looking to the likes of Super and Sukry especially to have those big moments, and we'll see if they can manage to do it again here in game 5.
Well, I'm going to hit the money form, so I'm going to be going with them and seeing if they can make it and give themselves that break they need to get into the grand final, and potentially we'll just watch the other players struggle through the losers while they feet up. But again, they've still got a lot of work to do. Even if they win this, they've still got a lot of work to do. They're still back to the lab on some game modes, but right now, Steve-O with the bomb, the in-game leader, the outer game leader, taking responsibility to get that down. And who's got the sniper? The absolute legend that is Super. And it's a 2-piece from Harry as he drops Yakko and Eric Boom, and it's a 2v4 Major this early into the first round.
Oh yeah, it's been an absolute mess of a first round here. We're not used to seeing this on Desert Siege. And we heard the crack. We missed the shot, but Super manages to rip Wee Man's head clean off his shoulders, and Sukry off the top rope, flies round the corner. Now 2 versus 2. Sukry with 2 really big kills, and Sukry's Bakery, they are looking to try and get this first round over the line. It is Beans who is rocking the sniper for the boys of Moneyform. Now 1 versus 2. He spots one. Is the shot going to connect? Yes, there's one.
Beans.
There's another man up top as well. 1 versus 1 versus Super. And he managed to defend this bomb for long enough. Super's hunting for the kill. Can he quick scope him? No, he can't. Super doesn't miss the shots. He doesn't quite able to zoom in quick enough. And it will be Sukry's Bakery taking that first round.
It's good to see Beans off the mark and an S&D. It's something we haven't seen all day. Super with a 2-0 though, and shows how to use the sniper. Drop it, pick up your AR, and then go and deal with what ends up being the case all the time with a player just stuck on the sniper in that clutch moment. And it's going to be Sukry's Bakery who take the lead. And this is a worry if you are money for them because they look so comfortable. They went behind by 2 players and they're able to bring it back. So great performance from the team in blue. And you feel that they're able to get the first blood. This could potentially be a really difficult game for money for them.
So now, next round, Super, what you got for us, buddy? There's a lot of players headed over towards this side, and I think Yakko's going to be a busy man. There's one, there's two. Yakko carves down both Beans and Stevo. There's another man still nearby as well, actually, in number 3, Wee Man. He is above, though. We'll take down 1, so now 2 versus 2. Harry now. Better go with the sniper this time. And Beans just throwing it back and forth to each other. Now going to be an opportunity to potentially try and get a defuse here. You can see number 6 and Yakko, though. Look at the timing. It's absolute perfection from Yakko once again. And Harry now going to be the last man up. 1 versus 2 with a sniper. He's going to fall. And Sukry's Bakery going to come back with another round. 2-0. Pablo, really good start.
Yeah, Moneyphone just being made to look very, very average right now. They look like they're all at sea. They're swapping between players, between snipers, where you're seeing this kind of very, very kind of methodical setup from the team in blue. Super very comfortable with his sniper role, and the rest of the team doing really well. More importantly, Yakko, who did have a really difficult time with S&D in the midweek, just 4-1, already picking things up. And you fear that if Eric Boom gets involved in this game, if suddenly it starts going into university or gets taken to mid-map, this could be a game where he can get involved. This could be a big problem. Beats Glokes to get the picks, not able to get it. So again, we got to ask the question, is that going to be an efficient weapon for the man on 1 and 2 right now?
Super. He's looking to try and respond potentially. The snipe. Gonna spot anything yet. Oh, but he does spot Wee Man, and there you go. A bullet straight through the cranium of poor Wee Man. Once again, he's caught 2 of them now. As Yakko, currently on a 4 streak, is now looking for some more here. Going to be a couple of players underneath him. Sukry bags 1, Stevo grabs another. So now it's going to be 2 versus 3, but Harry with a really important pick to make it a 2 versus 2. But now with 40 seconds left on the clock, they're going to have to be quick, and it looks as though bomb is going to go down over towards this A site, so it's going to be the boys of Sukry's Bakery. They're going to have to try and retake this site.
Yeah, and you would hope that the likes of Harry and Stevo between them, with the experience they have, despite it being Super and Sukry, would be able to see this round out. They have got the advantage, and they know how to get set up. And Super, despite being disgusting with this sniper, you would expect she'll be able to get... Oh my God, did he just in with a head with a handgun? Oh, I'm going home, Major. That is done for me. Harry now in a 1v2. There's going to be a superbly difficult position for him to be in, but there is only 18 seconds, and that defuse is going in.
He's got to check this. He's got to check this. He's got a split second to get it, and I think he's done enough. I don't know if he gets the kill, if he can get to the bomb in time.
No,
Sukry's got to leg it. He can't get it. It's 7.5, I believe, for the defuse. So Sukry isn't going to get it, and Harry with a huge moment and a huge round in a huge game. Pablo, they needed that round.
Oh, man. I don't know why I've got a smile on my face so wide, but just seeing a player get that, play that so perfectly. We talked about that kind of big brain plays between Harry and Stevo. Good deal of experience. They played an absolute ton of high-level S&D. You would expect them to see that round out against players like Sukry and Super. Despite those players having great levels of S&D as well, it's just been a superb play, and they've brought it back. So what was a game that was getting away from them, they've brought it back within 1 round, and somehow Moneyform just hang on by the skin of the teeth, and it wouldn't surprise me if they were able to do this. But right now, huge plays from both sides. Sukry Sukry's team looking great. Sukry with first blood. Eric Boom, though, he got to hand the guy the keys to the struggle bus right now.
And Harry again, in the space of what felt like about 20 seconds, now leaves Harry last man up, and I think he might just potentially see his inevitable end. There is a man right next to him, literally, in Sukry just above him, and yeah, he's just going to yeet himself off the map. He wants nothing more to do with that one. Sukry's Bakery going to manage to push out that 2-round cushion, and they're really playing behind the sniper at the moment, Pabs. They're making good work of it, and this is exactly what we spoke about with, if you can get the picks with the sniper, you just command so much more of the map, and that is exactly what the boys are doing behind Super. He is having an absolutely incredible performance with this.
And he always does. This is the thing that amazes me. We know Harry how capable he is with a sniper, but Beans has been rocking it for the majority of the rounds, and that is the thing that you would consider the big change needs to be. He's 1-4, Weeman's 1-4, so not the kind of performance. Great first blood for Steve-O though, and Beans able to drop Eric Boom, so hopefully that does look like a change. Big moment right now though is the sniper misses, and Sukry last alive as Super gets tagged up, and this is a great position for the boys from Moneyform to be in, and we said that they've been tightened up in the last few rounds, and that's been a really good performance right there. And Steve-O, 4-4 right now, having a great game. Is Sukry going to be able to tie that plate up? Able to drop Weeman, but he is going to get tagged up in the end. And there's only one round that separates them, major. This game going toe to toe again.
Yeah, and there's been a couple of those redeemed, so we'll use them while we can. And Beans, big round, but a good regain there from Moneyform. They actually just decided to kind of push out the sniper of Super on that occasion, and it definitely paid off. As soon as they got that first blood, I think the aggression, the boys of Sukry's Bakery, they just weren't really prepared for it. So good work from those boys. Eric at the moment with his feet up, still waiting for his first pick and kill. So we'll see how these ones are going to unfold as we go in towards round number 6. But number 2 in Harry playing that long angle, and there's going to be a couple of players ready and waiting. All the sniper shots just whizzing past the heads of a couple of the Sukry's Bakery players. It looks as though they're going to still be playing behind the sniper of Harry here, and Steve-O with an important first blood.
Yeah, and we saw that in the previous round, and what an important first blood it was, as we see that the players drop from Sukry's Bakery. So Steve-O with an important kill on Yakko, who's been a very effective player so far in this S&D. So huge moment right now for Moneyform to be able to potentially bring this back. And you think if Weeman could get into the game as well, this could be hugely important to them. Right now, we do see this kind of caution, no, very slow approach from the boys in blue as they're looking to try and get as much control around this B bomb site, but it is very slow. And Major, with only 40 seconds remaining, Beans in a great position here, and that is another player who drops a Steve-O, gets another kill, and he's one off the glide.
This is really big info here. Beans got the man near the bomb. Eric with the short straw, sniping bullet whizzing across, and Eric's gone for the chow. His teammate though should be able to mop up that kill, and Steve-O will manage to do it. So now Super is going to have to work something Super here, because it's now 1 versus 4. 16 seconds left on the clock. He's not going to be able to get anything going. I think he might just top himself again. We've seen it a few times now. He's reasoned and just decided that is not going to happen. So the boys of Moneyform take another round, Pablo. And oh my God, are we getting it again? Because that smell's starting to come through for that round 11 again.
I smell a game 5, brother. It's going to be an absolutely wild game. But look at Steve-O, 7-4, dragging his team into that round 7. And he's got the glide. And that's the other thing they were able to drop. I can't remember who it was, but the Super Sukry were on a 4, and they're able to get the kill. So huge plays. And really, you've got to look. Eric Boom on almost on a replicated performance of the Beans. He's 0-5 right now. And this is a huge problem for him. And this is a huge problem for Sukry's Bakery, who were playing only 3 quarters as a team. So Moneyform with a ton of work to do, but they are absolutely dominating. That is going to go out, Steve-O, with the kill, and that's going to give him the strafe.
Big kill from Harry to keep the bomb planter alive, and all of a sudden it's fallen by the wayside. So now Sukry, last man up, does take down one. There's still some more players. I did spot that man on the outer lane. I think he did. I thought for a second then he was going to do something absolutely disgusting. He wasn't going to be able to at the end of it, but Moneyform, wow, 3 rounds in a row. Really big regain from a team where you expect nothing less from them.
Mate, when the money is on the line, the form comes out, and it is class is permanent for these boys. They have been awesome for the last, 18 months or longer, and they are putting Sukry's Bakery to the sword. And look who's won off the secret agent vibes right there. It is Eric Boom. We wouldn't do it to him anyway, but presently he's definitely fizzled. There is no TNT in that man right now. And Sukry's Bakery just seem to have just fell off in terms of aggression, in terms of their ability. And Steve-O goes absolutely off. He's on an 8 streak. He's about to replicate his streak in control in a Search and Destroy.
Yeah, Steve-O, we saw him. He absolutely bamboozled Sukry's Bakery in that map, and he's doing it again in the search. But now bomb goes down. Moneyform going to have to try and work a retake here. Yakko's inside, but Super, they just hide behind him every single time, and he just gets pick after pick. He's going to rip Beans straight out of his position. So now 3 versus 3. There's still going to be more, though. 27 seconds left. Nice shots from Harry to take him out of that position. Yakko is going to manage to grab a kill as well now. So now 2 versus 2. Every round counts, and Wee-Man, that's a really big pick. 17 seconds left on the clock. He's going for this push. I don't know if he's going to be able to hit this quick enough here. He's going to have to try and get the kill and get the bomb defuse. He's desperately searching for that last remaining person, who is going to be none other than Mr. Eric Boom. And Eric spots him. Eric, he doesn't bag him. He somehow got the kill, but Moneyform, more importantly, Pabs, they don't take the round, and we are tied up once again.
That is insane plays right there. Eric Boom finally off the mark, but you would suggest that is by an assist only. 4-4, an unbelievable plays though, and Sukry's Bakery played the time. Wee-Man so unfortunate not just to take the right-hand side of that field side, and it's just a great performance. 4-all though, this is incredible plays from both teams. And we look to that player, Eric Boom, if he can get involved with the game, this could be superbly important for Sukry's Bakery. But right now, Steve-O has not just got a grip of this round, has not just got a grip of this game, he's got a grip of the series, and it's what we expect out of a player like Steve Vortex.
So Steve-O still got that strafing run. We know how brutal it can be, even to your own teammates, so it'll be interesting to see as it went. There's a free pick though. Almost shots them through the trellis. Able to grab that one, not quite though on that occasion. Now you can see the bodies in and around. Super still hunting Eric in middle. Still some players nearby. 55 seconds. Still see Super watching over. Engagement is now imminent, surely. Super spots the man. He misses the shot, though. Very uncharacteristic of him. He's had such a good search, and Harry gets the first blood. It gets messy over towards the hill. Yako able to grab one. There's still players in and around that bomb site. And Super spot the man on the left. He's going to wide pick. He's going to get shot in the side. And now it's going to be 2 versus 3. Yako and Eric Boom. Yako grabs one. 2 versus 2. 25 seconds left on the clock here for the boys to try and work a plant here. So now Yako, last man up, takes down one. This is a huge moment. This is a huge moment. He's going to run straight into him, and they manage to get the kill. Moneyform with a huge round again. Managed to push it out 5-4. And is that 4 rounds in a row they've just taken?
Mate, it's in a row. They've done absolutely everything there. Yeah, absolute plays from Moneyform, though. In what was a really difficult round for them, trades going back and forth, Super being really difficult to deal with again. I'll just choke on my own breath one more time. You know how often I do that. And again, you just got to look to that player, the diminutive player right there, who's letting Sukry's Bakery down quite badly, and Moneyform are on match point. And again, it's going to be that man, Steve Vortex, dragging them through. But great plays there from Harry, who got an important 2P, so huge plays out of Moneyform, and mate, we could potentially see it wrapped up here, or we could go to that ever elusive, or not so elusive anymore, round 11.
And Sukry, I think he got the info. That's a big kill. There's another man nearby looking for the trade, though. Beans will manage to provide that, so now 3 versus 3. The bomb. So, see the boys. What a Kobe from Beans. That's a huge kill. He takes down Eric, so now 2 versus 3. The numbers completely against them. And now Super with the pistol. Can he make something work? He's getting shot in the side. They bag him and tag him. And oh my goodness, it's now Yako. 1 versus 2. 20 seconds left on the clock. He just needs to try and play this smart. Yako, they're watching over him. Wee-Man is ready and waiting. When's he going to pounce? He needs to go quick because they're on the defuse. Is he going to be quick enough? He's not going to be able to grab the kill. They get the defuse, and Moneyform, they manage to get it to work. They take it in 10 rounds. It's not quite 11, but they won't care. They get it done. The reverse sweep is complete, Pablo, and they go through.
I'm mind blown. I'm gone. My brain has fell out of its head because Steve-O absolutely dominated the last 3 games. Unbelievable play. Not just a reverse sweep, a 10-7, and arguably Eric Boom does a much worse performance than the 0-7 from Beans with a 1-9. Huge plays from Moneyform, and it goes to show you cannot write them off. Never write Steve Vortex team off. I mean, we got one of the best individual performances across the board in a reverse sweep, dominating 3 absolutely wild game modes, 3-0, 250 to 170, and then a 6-4 in a Desert Siege S&D. Huge performance right there. Steve Vortex, man, stand up and take a bow.
What a performance there from Mr. Stevie Vortex and his boys. They manage to take it in 5. Another absolute banger of a series. I've got the lads of GGs in the chat as we look to try and get ready for our next series, but oh my goodness, we've had 2 Game 5 Pablos. Sukry's Bakery, unfortunately, they just kind of ran out of a bit of steam in that one, it felt like. They got so close to managing to pull that one back, but unfortunately they weren't able to do it in that final Game 5 in the second series.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's it goes to show just how strong they are. I mean, obviously, that was a really difficult performance for them back in the day in terms of just being able to try and turn that round. They did so well, but again, it requires a lot of discipline, a lot of concentration. Even at these players at the highest level, trying to win a double elim is almost impossible. But they've put themselves into that position now where they've got to sit back, relax, start to look at potentially which team they might face going into the final. And the thing is, now they know a ton about every team left in this game. So they know, I mean, they probably know more about Young Galactics than Young Galactics know about themselves. But right now, they have just dealt with Sukry's Bakery all week. It's been back and forth. Sukry Bakery dominated early doors in that Wednesday game, but now it is fired right back. And, you know, a reverse, psychologically speaking, could be a bigger blow to the team in blue as they drop down to losers. So big moment right now. And, you know, Sukry's Bakery have got a lot of work to do. And potentially, you know, they could be heading into the game. If form goes to play, they've got to play Young Galactics again and get the win again. And that is a big ask.
Oh my goodness. Money form. What a performance from those guys. But we are going to quickly just cut it to a short break, guys, because we are going to try and hop on with that other game currently underway between the boys of Young Galactics. Oh, I said Young Galactics. Yeah, it's Young Galactics. Apologies, I thought I managed to whiff it up. But we are going to quickly sort out some graphics, cut to a quick break. But we will be back very shortly, guys, with our next game, which is going to be halfway through. Young Galactics going to be playing up against the boys of TMT. So we'll quickly cut it to a break, guys, and we will be back very, very shortly.
Yeah, I'm going to grab some pizza.
Feeling of love and happiness. So let no one destroy this house. Let no one mess up this house. Only let the people in who's gonna know how to make this house the house of love. 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 The house of love.
Ladies and gents, welcome back. Apologies for the slight delays. We had to sort out all the graphics. We are hopping in towards the Young Galactics versus TMT series. And this one currently, the losers semi-final. And Team Galactics currently 2-0 up, as we've been informed. Obviously, we'll try and get the info of where those maps have gone. And I suppose, Pablo, now this is do or die, obviously, for either team. Young Galactics looking to try and get this one done on a map that we know they're very, very good on. So TMT, they're going to have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, I'm really surprised TMT not really paying attention to the previous round. All the information that's at hand, stats fully available thanks to Easy Mac, the analyst from FaZe, and they just allowed them to pick another Tuscan control where they are just absolutely invincible at the minute right now, with a slight life advantage for the Spanish lads, and they're obviously playing very, very well at the minute. But again, the more difficult area to try and collapse is that B zone, and right now it does look like TMT are doing an okay job, but there is a 6 life differential in favour of the team in purple.
Yeah, now Young Galactics looking to try and get this first round over the line. Connor out the back though, good work from him, managed to stay alive as his teammates are going to try and stabilise a little bit here because they're still trailing by 6, and got to be careful. Maple might be able to make something work here on the flank, but he's got to hit it quickly now as those players look to try and reinforce those guys over towards the hill. And they managed to do it quickly enough, though, because they're falling by the wayside. Chaxter, though, will do a really good job of staying alive, and he manages to pick off Metals. Now 14 lives, plays 10, and still got lucky out the back here. I don't think they know he's here. They do now as he takes down 1. He's looking for, just trying to get away with his life. Really good movement, though. Manages to just slither away from that one, and now it's becoming a little bit of a mess over towards the point. But TMT, they're running out of lives. Yeah,
absolutely. 13 lives, plays 7, almost double neg in the life count. And, you know, one player you've got to look to for the team, the money team right now, is Chaxter. He's a big personality, and when he plays well, these guys really do go off. So it's unfortunate right now. He does appear to be on the struggle bus a little bit, 5 and 7. Not too bad, but plenty of opportunity to make it up. It is very early, but lucky, just going to be on the hill. It is 2 ticks with 41 seconds and that life advantage. This is potentially going to be TMT down around, but great pick right there is Maple, able to drop Lucky, but lucky only two lives, plays 9. No, this is going to be superbly difficult for those 2 players, and a big moment in the game, you would suggest. Oh my days, Journey is just unstoppable at times.
Really good work there from him. Maple now last man up. How many can he grab? Maple with 1, can't grab the second, so the first round is going to go to the boys of Young Galactics. 1-0 up now. They will go, and the boys of TMT gonna have to look to try and regain a little bit here. Good work though from Lucky right out the gates. 8 and 3 from him on the control. I don't believe any of them managed to grab streaks. We will just quickly double check here, but if they did manage to grab streaks, no, they didn't. So at least TMT has that to fall back on, perhaps, because if Young Galactics start getting streaks and they start getting momentum, that's when you start to worry a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, you know, starting off on that preferred side, you would guess the advantage would be with the Young Galactics, but quite a dominant performance in the end, you know, leading the life count by 8 or 9 kills. Now they've got this big opportunity again to get a defense in, and we know how solid they are as a team, but Wardy gets the first blood, and we see that kill feed go Reds as Connor drops a nice 2-piece, including a Kobe, right onto the head of Journey, who's been having an absolutely superb game at 10 and 6. And this is a big opportunity. TMT really need to try and get their confidence and their tails up and get some kills and really try and dominate this A point, because we know Young Galactics will continually try and push. They're not the team to passively give up on A. They will try and get as much work done, and we can see number 4 there. There's going to be Metals dropping that player over towards the back. Chaxter, indeed, it is going to be the player who falls, and so they push, and you can see Metals he gets the kill, and he immediately takes up as much geography as possible, causing as many problems, and it just requires BB Connor to come and drop Metals. So it's another thing they have to think about, and straight away it's going to be Ray Al, the young phenom, who's right now not on the struggle bus, but potentially approaching struggle bus territory at 7 and 10, who manages to get dropped, and it's a great performance right there as we see Connor just push through. So good work by him, and TMT really need to get around on the board, and they're doing that with a 2 life advantage.
Yeah, and just a quick shout out. There's been a couple of guys asking what the score is in the chat, so it should always be accurate, guys, when I sort out the Codcast and stuff. So it is currently 2-0 to Young Galactics. We don't know what the scores were on maps 1 and 2 as we're jumping in mid-series with these guys, so a big shout out to them for allowing us just to quickly sort out the graphics, tweak it up, and managing to bring you guys this one. But it is 2-0 to Young Galactics, and TMT, good round on the defensive side. Chaxter looking for more players, but he will get shot in the back on that occasion by Journey as his team look to try and just reinforce this B point. It looks as though the A point is now ready to go. Journey is going to get some shots in. Oh, but Maple makes him pay for that one as number 5 Wardy's going to look to try and progress his way up the map. They have still got Metals out the back. And shots coming through. Will manage to grab yet another kill, and it's still now a case of lives here, Pablo. TMT have got a lot of lives to work with and a lot of time, and with Chaxter on the point, stopping the timer, boys of Young Galactics, they've got to be careful because they are dropping left, right, and centre.
Yeah, it's been an awesome performance from TMT, a complete Jekyll and Hyde kind of performance from the first round, and they've got a nice bit of time, a tick and a half over towards B, and they've got this huge life advantage. It's not quite double, but they just need to really, take advantage of that. They need to make it work and make it pay, because otherwise they could potentially be in trouble. 9 lives played 15. There hasn't really been an interaction now for 10 or so seconds. So the next big push, all important. You can see how much collateral they're putting into controlling that back. But number 4 is there. Metals, that turret just waiting to pick out players come round the back of Church. That first interaction gonna happen. Metals plays his life, able to just jockey around and cause a lot of problems as the guys from Young Galactics just deal from the front, and right now it is a problem as we see 8 lives play 12, and that life count starts to shorten, and that difference starts to shorten rather worryingly for the guys in red.
Yeah, and a position that was looking oh so good for TMT has just completely flipped on its head. Young Galactics going to look to try and see this one out again with the help of a little bit from Spanish magic here, and can Lucky manage to make the play? Real's going to grab yet another kill. He is just being an absolute menace in this middle portion of the map as his teammates look to try and help him out over towards P5, but BB Connor, big kills coming through from him as they look to try and stack onto Journey, but Journey playing it patiently. Oh, he can't get anyone because Connor has managed to rip through a fair few of them with the pistol, and Maple gets an all-important kill. Real's going to get a double kill with the nades somehow, and Jackster's looking to try and cause a bit of carnage in the back, but now Young Galactics down to 2. 16 seconds. If they get a full team wipe here, this could be a miracle, but no, it's going to be now all on Metals as he looks to try and fly through, and a good round there from TMT to stabilise.
Yeah, really nice attacking round as well, which is so important because we know how strong either team can be on the defense. So it's nice to see TMT with a really difficult attacking round under the belt, and it's a good performance so far from the boys. And right now, you would suggest, right, Metals is off the boil at 9 and 14, finding it very, very difficult. Whereas across the board from TMT, they're kind of doing okay. Maple may be struggling the most on 9 and 12, but right now he is on a 2 streak. So potentially, if he can get an early pick and then start to bait a little bit, he might be able to get a glide, which could be superbly important ultimately in this defense. So Wardy going to get the shots in, not going to be able to tag that player up, but Connor does get that first blood. But again, 28 lives to 30, and it's been a great performance so far from TNT, and that is superb from Chags there as he bodies Real. It looks like a completely young player, but then we see the kill feed major go completely purple. Crazy plays in this game already.
Yeah, really good work again. Young Galactics going to look to try and retake that lead with the help of the A point. Lucky is just going to be the low man over towards the A while all the action goes down over towards B, and Metals, another important kill, manages to drop Maple. They look to try and progress on towards the B point. He's still surrounded by quite a lot of players. You can see the hunt for him in the back. Chaxter just looking for him all over the place, and nice kill there from Chaxter. Cleans out his spawn, but now that A point has now been secured, and now the boys of TMT going to look to try and potentially grab a potential pick here. Number 1, Real, though. Oh, nice work again from Chaxter. Some big kills from him in moments, and you mentioned it, Pablo. When he has good games, his team definitely performs really well, and they're going to need it here against these Young Galactics side, but Chaxter coming up with some really big moments already.
Yeah, I mean, it's so weird, and we talk about it time and time again, how these players, if they have a great game, the team plays well. A lot of the time it comes down to they take up great positions, but if they lose those gunfights, it potentially forces the team into terrible positions. But if they win those gunfights, because they're in these cleverer positions, they're able to dominate the game more effectively. We see it with Denza, and we see it with Chaxter as well. When Chaxter gets himself into great positions, but sometimes he just loses his gunfight. Like, they're unfortunately not able to get the 2-piece, but just puts enough problems in the minds of Young Galactics that they're forced back, and they're fighting from this mid position, and they've still got TMT players in and around that hill. So major, the other thing as well is TMT still got this life advantage which they've held over now for 2 rounds.
Yeah, really good work again from Young Galactics. They look to try and work their way up, but they haven't really had much of a sniff at this B point. There's another engagement lurking, or 2 potentially for Metals. He's going to slide around to the corner straight into the bullets, and life count again for TMT looking pretty positive at the moment. If you are a fan of the boys in red, and more kills potentially here for Chaxter. Nice work again. Manages to get that all-important pick, and TMT is going to opt to try and get a bit more mid-map control rather than just kind of shell in towards themselves. Nades coming out. Chaxter going to get caught out, though, in the middle of the map, so we'll still be a 4-life advantage for TMT. But where is this push going to come from? It looks as though bottom church is where it's going to get a little bit mixy. Number 6, Maple, though, going all the way around, and Journey's actually going to manage to team kill his own man there. As Real's going to fall, Chaxter going to pick off one, and number 4, Metals, still lurking nearby, looking for more. There's still a few red arrows around him, but it looks as though it might just be the time and potentially the life count here, Pablo. Take your pick, really. It's not looking very good for Young Galactics. It's been a good round for TMT.
Yeah, it's been an awesome round for them, and you got to look to that man right there. Obviously, we've got Wardy 20 and 18, we've got Connor 23 and 16, but Chaxter just gets these important kills. He spawns out towards back tank. He plays a really nice position, able to get a kill that forces the team back, and TMT just look really strong. And with that support right there from Wardy and from Connor, just great plays. But Journey and Co just somehow still managed to push onto the hill, regardless of this life advantage. But it is 4 lives plays 10, so TMT still able to potentially, that is a team wipe right there, and it's going to be 3 lives plays 7, and if anyone could potentially do this, it is that team in purple.
Yeah, good regain there. BB Connor got some really important kills for a second then with the triple stack on the hill. I thought they might potentially take that one, but TMT, they are going to manage to grab that round and get it over the line. 1 round away now, taking the map, so we'll see what they've got in store for us in the next one. So good work from the boys in red once again. Young Galactics, we saw them very, very strong on this map, Pablo, before, so up against the boys of Sukry's Bakery. So for TMT to grab 2 rounds out of this one, they look very structured on this map, to say the least.
Yeah, I think this suits their play really well, and obviously you do get some game modes and map combinations that suit certain teams, but right now, I mean, you've got to look to the firepower behind Wardy and Connor going absolutely off, and they've got great support right there. Maple potentially on the struggle bus, you would argue, with 13 and 18, but right now Chaxter is just, I think he's winning encounters in places that allow the other 2 players to get kind of those kills in and around the zone. So good performance. You can see how aggressive he is. He gets onto the zone as quickly as possible. And look what's happened. He's allowed TMT to instantly get supported there by number 6, and it's going to be, Maple. So good plays all around, and look at the kill feed. Wardy dropping a 3, Maple in support, as there's a team wipe again against the Young Galactics.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job in terms of kills at the moment, the boys of TMT, but one thing they will have to be careful of is that time up. They're down to less than a minute, and the life count is now pretty much even as a wave of kills comes through. And Lucky, look at the aggression. Look at the flank. He's going to have 2 dead to rights here, surely. There's one for Connor. There's, oh no, Chaxter manages just to spin around and snap onto him. I think it might have actually been a teammate that weakened him up, because Chaxter dropped him with pretty much what appeared to be a peanut there. It was literally a tickle of a bullet. Manages to grab the kill, but now time running out, 35 seconds. These purple arrows are really starting to shift into gear now, as Metals is going to again push up, catches Chaxter with an aid in his hand. 2 kills coming through from Metals. He's now 1 away from streaks, and all of a sudden this round that was looking pretty positive for TMT is now looking really bleak.
And we talk about these guys having an extra pace or an extra gear to go through. Well, they
Metals
just look like they've absolutely gone through it. Metals on a 5 streak finally gets tagged up by the effervescent Chaxter, but it's been a superb performance in terms of kills for the Young Galactics, who just kind of stamped their authority in this round. 8.2 seconds. They do manage to get their foot on the kill, and that's going to be a big kill from Maple, who has been on the struggle bus, and that's huge right there. And they're getting a little bit of time, but they do need to get these kills. And right now, 18 lives plays 12, advantage Young Galactics, and that time is willingly going to seep away for the team in red. It is going to be that number 8 BB Connor, who manages to get his foot over towards B, but right away in reaction is going to be Journey. He gets tagged up, so a good opportunity to get that 1 tick over, and this split play might actually play into the hands of TNT, particularly if Wardy, who's been superbly accurate, is able to get the kills necessary over towards the back of this church monument. So this is a big moment in the game, number 3, with a big job to do in Lucky.
Unlucky with the trigger finger of Demons. Manages to take down 1. Metals, though, they're going to be for the trade, and Metals looks for more here. Him and Journey are still nearing around that A point, and I'll tell you what, it looked as though they might have that A point done and dusted, but they are going to bank on potentially sending some players over. But now it looks as though they are going to just finally cement that one, but now only down to 4 lives. It's looking a little bit difficult. The shots come through. Lucky with 2, and now TMT really on the back foot now in this round, as they look to try and stabilize what could be a very, very difficult ending to this round. For Metals, there's going to be a few players ready to push in. Pre-fire and nades coming through as Real manages to pick off 1. Maple is going to fall, and Wardy, even with his magic, isn't going to be able to get that one going. And Young Galactics tie it up 2 rounds apiece, Pabs, and it's going right down to the wire here. And TMT, they can't afford to lose this, otherwise they will be knocked out.
Yeah, this is a big moment for the boys from the Money team. They've got a lot of work to do, and right now you've got a team in the Young Galactics firing on all cylinders. They aren't missing shots, and they are just absolutely playing a completely different team to the ones we saw in the earlier rounds. And right now, Chaxter and Co are going to have to muster all that experience and all that strength to make sure that they stay in the series, because right now they are right at the precipice of going out and seeing themselves, potentially just turning back up on Tuesday. And at Young Galactics, at the start, you would have said these would be a shoo-in to take this Tuscan control. Well, they've made they've made the hard work of it. And Real with the first blood and a jump shot as well as he bodies Chakta in response to that gunning that he got in the round before. So right now, Young Galactics looking very, very strong.
Yeah, BB Connor is going to get on that A point, and obviously TMT going to be on the offensive here. So we'll see if they can manage to pinch the offensive round to keep the series alive for them. Chaksta up in top church. There's a big kill there. There's still more players nearby, though, one of which is going to be Journey, and he is going to trade Chaksta out as they look to try and command a bit more control over towards this side of the map. And nice shots again coming through from Wardy as he manages to fry 2. Oh, and Wardy with 3 beams. Real, Journey, and Lucky Metals is finally going to manage to drop him. But now, is that what they potentially need here? Life count 3 in the favour of TMT, but we've seen it so many times. Young Galactics, if they just flick that switch, it's going to be so difficult still.
Yeah, but you've got to look, what a performance from Wardy. He keeps that one player who was potentially able to push out towards that field and challenge TMT over towards A. Well, Wardy keeps them busy, and that allows them to get really quick zone capture over towards A. It gives them 2 minutes 21, and they have got a 3-man life advantage. So right now, the advantage is right with TMT, but we know how good Young Galactics are on Tuscan control. We know how good they are at defending, and they've got 2 players on 30 already. The same can be said for TMT. They've got 3 on there. So this has been an absolute war of attrition, a huge battle, and we see Wardy win that battle over towards Broken as he drops Journey. So huge moment right now for the team in red to stay in this game. Metal's going to come behind. Is he going to get tagged up, or is he going to get the 2-piece? No, he does get dropped, but I'm sure that information is going to be there. And Rail going to take advantage of those comms and drop it, and we see that kill feed rather ominously go purple for Young Galactics as TMT look to potentially, they've still got a 3-life lead despite the kill feed going purple. So huge moment right now for TMT to stay in this. Big kills needed. Can he get the 2-piece? Yeah, Maple with the 2-piece right there. Major, this has been a wild game.
They're having little flares of moments here, TMT. If they can just keep this momentum going, they might be able to outslay Young Galactics. They haven't got any point control over towards B or any ticks at that. And Rayal's going on a flank here. Oh my goodness. Oh, he might get shot in the back here. That might be some bad timing, but he's going to manage to take down one. Connor's going to be nearby, and Connor manages to grab an all-important kill as well. So Lucky just going to lock himself out towards the back. Chaksta is just going to run straight into the shots of him, though. But now Streak's coming through. Metal's looking to try and utilise them. He isn't going to grab a kill, though. This Journey is going to still be in and around Church. They've still got the control in this portion of the map, but now Chaksta, and he managed to get this pick onto Journey. Spots him, tags him up. Isn't going to grab the kill, though. And an all-important one if he can manage to get it, but with 25 seconds left on the clock. TMT, they've got to go big here. Chaksta, 1 kill. Can he get the second? Oh, Journey's there for the trade. Journey, can he snap onto the second? His teammate, Lucky, is going to lend him a helping hand, and Rayal's going to potentially pinch one man here in Wardy, but Wardy actually manages to get some really good timing and get that pick. But with 12 seconds left on the clock, he's got to go really quick, and so too do his teammates. Number 7, Chaksta, through the door he goes. The Spanish shut it straight in his face. Maple's going to look to try and get involved, and it's all falling apart here right at the end of this one. But Wardy's still lurking. Can he go huge? No, he can't. Young Galactics, they are going to take it in the end. 3-2 in that map, Pablo. 3-0 in the series, and they push on in the losers bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge performance from Young Galactics. But really, you've got to take positives if you are the money team. Lots of great work. They go toe-to-toe at times with some of the best players in Call of Duty. They get huge kills across the board. But again, probably not playing their lives correctly, but a huge performance right there. And again, at the start of the game, you would have said Young Galactics potentially going to take this game, but also potentially going to take that Tuscan control. And they still made hard work of it. So it goes to show that they are relatively human. And the other teams that are potentially waiting to face them in Sukry's Bakery, and potentially, actually, is it? Yeah, in Sukry's Bakery.
Yeah, Sukry's Bakery, yeah.
And then obviously, if they are able to defeat Sukry's Bakery in the money form, got to be looking at that thinking, you know what, Tuscan control might be doable if we are able to go toe-to-toe in terms of kills, and if we do get lucky in terms of whether we get that defensive round first. Tuscan just proven itself again to be slightly unbalanced. In that sense, it seems so easy to be able to defend from the back. Even if you've got this huge life advantage, it still seems slightly unbalanced. Potentially why teams like Young Galactics choose it, because they can take advantage of that in that defensive sense.
Yeah, so really good work there from the boys of Young Galactics. And apologies, that isn't Sukry's Bakery. Written the wrong team name. Let me just quickly paste that in. I knew there was going to be something that I missed with the quick transition. But yeah, TMT, unfortunately, going to be on the receiving end of the L, and they will unfortunately be knocked out. We will just take a quick look at the bracket as it has unfolded, and I'm pretty sure I did update the spreadsheet. We'll just double check anyways. But yeah, it will be the boys of Young Galactics who will push through in towards that game against Sukry's Bakery. So losers final is going to be coming up very, very shortly, guys. We are just going to cut it to a quick break while we wait for those guys to sort out their vetoes. I'm not quite sure why the odd spreadsheet hasn't updated. There you go. There you go. There was always going to be something, wasn't there? And Silent Cod wants one of the C's. Thank you very much as well for everyone who's dropping follows at the moment. The viewership and support is an absolute madness at the moment. So thank you very much, guys. But yeah, confirmation going through. So Money Form, they are waiting in that grand final after taking the win over Sukry's Bakery in the series, if you guys did just miss it. And the boys of Young Galactics now awaiting Sukry's Bakery in that losers final, which will be coming up straight after this quick break, guys. We're just going to wait for the guys to sort out all of their respective vetoes and chuck us an invite so that we can cast over them again. A quick shout out to all the players for allowing us to do it. And it's going to be a rematch, Pablo. It's a rematch of the series that we saw before was an absolute madness. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see another one like it in the losers final.
Man, the El Clasico Mark II, who'd have thought we'd see it twice in the same day? Awesome performance right there from both teams, but I know one has got to win and one has got to lose, and it's going to be the end of the day very soon for one of them, and they're going to have to face, a team with the kind of caliber, the discipline and the determination of Money Form. So we have still got potentially a lot of Call of Duty to go this evening.
Yeah, so guys, we are just going to quickly cut to a short break, so make sure you grab your food, grab your drinks. We don't have time to do it. We'll power through, but be sure to grab your snacks and stuff while we wait for the guys to sort out their vetoes and lobby up for the losers final, which will be up very, very shortly just after this quick break. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in just a second.
Some bad talk going round town saying fuck patriots and children and another wife. And that ain't right. And that ain't right. And that ain't Told you you were special, told you everything. Told you you can have it if you want it, babe. You're so fine and you know it. And you're so fine. Yeah. Told you I've been thinking about everything. Like how we choose to drink to forget everything. You're so fine and you know it. And you're so fine. Stay low if you say so. What do I know? You know what I've been through. I told you I should know. 'Cause I should know. Yeah. Stay low if you say so. What do I know? You know what I've been through. I told you I should know. 'Cause I should know.
What's good, squad? We're back. Losers final is now ready to go between Young Galactics and Sukry's Bakery, Pabs, and oh my god. We had this one as the first series. I mean, fingers crossed it's the same for the second because we had an absolute blast with the first one.
Man, my throat's not going to be able to cope with a game 5. I am just going to, my head's going to fall off. I mean, the last series I was talking about Berlin S&D before the Berlin Hardpoint. I completely forgot where P4 was. The whole thing just went out the window. It was wild. What a set of games we've cast over today. Arguably the best cup so far. And it's just been incredibly wild. But we get an El Clasico too. So the Young Galactics and Sukry's Bakery about to face off. And again, a great opportunity now. We know the Sukry's Bakery guys, bragging rights to say they're the best in Spain. Well, prove yourself now because you're back against the Young Galactics, and this is the kind of territory they revel in. This deep into a cup. This is where they live. So Sukry's Bakery right now in that rarefied air that they need to go big and potentially go big again if they're able to do it in a double elim against Moneyform. So huge game coming up, and mate, what a set of maps.
Oh, I mean, the one I'm looking at is that game 5, Pabs, that Bocage search. We saw how mad it was in the first one, but obviously it's a very fast-paced series. 2 Tuscans, 2 Bocages, and a Berlin. But yeah, that Bocage search, the last time we cast it, was an absolute madness. And as a neutral, I'm praying if we can get that again, ideally with a round 11, it will be absolutely glorious for us and all the viewers as well.
Yeah, I mean, if Young Galactics end up winning this major, we've got to speak to Sukry and say what was going on choosing Tuscan Control again, man. Because they're so, Young Galactics are so strong on it. Like, don't think they've dropped the Tuscan Control this week. And the fact that it's still in there is either they're feeling super confident or they've got some massive plan B we don't know about. But you've got to ask those questions again. We talk about this game being won out before a gun is fired, and you've got to ask that very question. Again, plenty of talking points, but we're seeing a lot of Tuscan in this series, so a complete change up in terms of that first, where we just see an awful lot of Gravutu. But I think you're right, if we do get to the game 5, that Bocage S&D is going to throw the cat among the pigeons.
Yeah, and you're looking towards the likes of Sukry's Bakery. I mean, they all kind of had moments where they went off. Eric Boom had his occasional flares as well. Super had moments as well, Sukry himself. They're all kind of built, this Sukry's Bakery team, around having those independent moments to be able to just absolutely fry. And when they come out frying, they're a very, very difficult unit to stop, as Young Galactics obviously found out the first time when they knocked them down into the losers bracket. So you're kind of expecting after that first set of games that Young Galactics especially are going to be looking at this one to be like, right, okay, this is our chance to redeem ourselves here and really show what we're made of.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've had a nice little break, so time go and stretch the legs, go and organise themselves, have a rethink in terms of strategy, because towards the end of the Moneyform game, particularly for Sukry's Bakery, players like Eric Boom started to fall off, and whether that's a concentration issue, whether it's a kind of mental discipline issue, they need to regain. He needs to kind of refill the concentration chemical in his brain and come back strong, because we know he can be a great player. Yako probably in a similar position. Again, they just need a huge regain. So they've had a reasonable break in order to get themselves prepared, both mentally and physically, get the shots on point and get to this position where they can come back strong. And they're going to need to be going absolutely huge, because we know Young Galactics, they don't need to regain as such. They are just a machine. They will just keep plowing through you all day. So again, this is shaping up to be another monumental game, but at the same time, it would not surprise me if we see a 3-0 from either team, because every game has been 3-2. Let's be perfectly honest. Have we seen a game the games we didn't watch were bangers? Yeah. Do you know what I mean? So it's been a wild cup day so far. I hope everyone's enjoyed it as much as we have, because it's been absolutely beautiful to watch, and it's really great to see a lot of the people in here that would be involved in these kind of games still with the passion.
Yeah, and obviously a big shout as well to every single person who has tuned in and followed as well. The love from you guys. I know some of the Spanish lads bring huge numbers of fans, and Vamos is in the chat, so it's always good to see those guys hop over and drop follows. So a huge shout out to everyone, new and old. Obviously, I recognise those returning names as well in the chat. I always see them. Don't worry, guys. Thank you very much for your support today. It's been a madness, Pablo. We're 3 down, 2 more series, or potentially 3 series to go. If it does go to the second best of 5, obviously Moneyform with the team waiting in that grand final. And I mean, we couldn't really have picked 3 better last standing teams, really. We're spoiled for choice in Europe, and we've got Young Galactics and Sukry's Bakery battling for that final chance to be able to go and battle it out against Moneyform.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the big surprise of the day was Revenge Tour going out early on. I mean, really early on. But we've been left potentially with the best three teams in Europe, and you know, you would argue as well that potentially some of the best players in the world. Super, one of those players we've talked about with an early first blood. But we see the trades go back and forth, and it's kind of what we expect on this P1 Tuscan. But Young Galactics taking their lead there on preferred side, so a big fight needed from Sukry's Bakery, a big regain. But right now, that kill feed major is ominously purple.
Yeah, and this was the map, wasn't it, in the control where Young Galactics were very, very good. They 3-0'd Sukry's Bakery in that one and looked as though they might go all the way and potentially upset the lead that Sukry's Bakery have managed to get. So it'll be interesting to see how Young Galactics fare on this map. We know how aggressive and how quick they are as players, and this map seems almost perfectly suited to them. So we'll see how this one unfolds. So straight off the rip, the boys of Sukry's Bakery going to look to try and soak up what remains of that important scrap time, and they do have that rotation as well, Pabs, as well, so not a bad P1 by any means. We see a lot of teams coming from the side of Young Galactics that get 30, potentially 40 seconds, and obviously not get the rotation, but the boys of Sukry's Bakery, they've managed to notch 20 seconds on the board, and they've got the rotation as well.
Yeah, and a huge kill from Yako as he drops Lucky towards the rotation on top tiles. He was able to get him, and then he's been sensible enough to kind of back up and let number 7 Super deal with the on-Russian players. Number 2 is able to squeak through, so Real does able to get through, but he's going to get tied up by that effervescent Yako, who's played really, really well so far. He's 2-2, but both those kills have been massively important. And right now, Sukry's Bakery did a really good job of not just, you know, holding the team in purple at bay, but gathering that time as well. And that's going to give them an early, around and about 20-second lead. But Real and Lucky straight back on the offensive as they look to see out the team in blue, and they're going to potentially get that scrap time, which could put them, you know, just slightly in the lead if they're able to hold on to all of it. Number 5 tries his best to get involved and try and disrupt that scrap time, but huge plays right there, and it all goes down, Major, to that P3 rotation.
Yeah, and Eric able to win a huge gunfight over towards the back of the fountain, so now it will be Real that is just lurking in and around those players. And we are going to see a glide bomb come through, I believe, by Sukry. Yeah, and he's going to look to try and land it potentially on one of these players, and it is going to drop metal. So is that an opportunity now for them to still hold this rotation? You can still see Lucky falling over towards that tile side. So Super is going to have a couple of gunfights any second. Nobody currently on the hill, but Metal's going to look to try and fly through. But there's one for him. Looks for the second and the pre-fire alongside the help of Eric Boom. Really good work from the boys of Sukry's Bakery. That kill feed lights up blue, and this is what we're talking about. When Sukry's Bakery are all interlinked with kills, they are so difficult to stop as Sukry's Bakery and Young Galactics, apologies, are now really starting to discover here. Real, with a slow start by his standards, we know how explosive a player he can be, and the boys of Young Galactics at the moment with a little bit of a lead to try and grab back here, Pabs.
Yeah, number 6 there, just trying to cause as many problems as possibly. Does get tagged up by Cherny. Yako gets dropped, and really important kill, because one of the nice features of Sukry's Bakery, they get the kills and they take up the space. They were practically pushed right the way throughout the map, and that's allowed them to take an enormous amount of time on a hill that is notoriously difficult to get time on. And as we probably go into a hill which is going to play into the hands of the Younger Galactics a little bit more, you would feel they're going to be absolutely ready for this kind of CQB battle that goes down. Yeah. It is going to be the team. It's going to be a contest with the team in purple, slightly with the control right now, Major.
Yeah, but it's an absolute mess at the moment as Eric Beaumont, unfortunately, that going to run out of bullets right when he tried to grab that final kill. Real is still just in and around his teammates, but the kills come through for the boys in blue, and Super. Really clean shots there. Nice shots by Metals. There's one for Metals. Oh, and Eric manages to make his Spanish compadre pay on that occasion as he flies around the corner, wins an important gunfight, and again, 20 seconds is going to be all important here for Sukry's Bakery as they look to try and push this lead out even further. Eric, I think was that an assassination onto Lucky? I'm not quite sure. That's usually the animation thing that we see on the kill feed for it. So if he did manage to do it, that's cheeky there from the young Spaniard. But the boys of Sukry's Bakery, they've got the rotation as well, Pablo. They are playing this faultlessly at the moment.
Yeah, it's been really nice. They've chained a really good amount of time together as well, and they've got a nice 30-second cushion against this team in purple, and it's been really, really good so far as Sukry's Bakery just look to put a bit of pressure on the team in purple. Yako still kind of not many interactions compared to the rest of the side, but he has got a solid amount of time, so great play right there. And as I say that, he gets a massive two-piece as he drops Real and Journey again, so good play from Sukry's Bakery, and they've been really, really good for their money so far, and they've got players pushed right out. So despite not having potentially the preferred side of tiles, they've done a really good defense so far, and Super and Yako in particular just teaming up. Well, not Yako maybe, but Super definitely having an awesome game so far. But more importantly, the big man, or the little man himself, Eric Boom, going absolutely off on a 16 and 8. And right now, mate, that 30-second has been stretched out to a solid 50.
Yeah, and Journey making the big brain plays over towards the new hill, and nice reads there onto Eric, and he's going to get some shots into Yakko. I thought he was going to win a gunfight that would have been absolutely outrageous, even by his standards. Metals going to slide out on towards the P1 before it just about pops. But Yakko, good work again from him. 3 in a row now. Manages just to stabilize. Lucky should spot him in mid. I think he has been spotted. Yeah, and he will manage to grab that kill. So Lucky going to transition onto 3 kills himself as he works his way inside, but shots into 1. Takes down another player. Eric will reply with a kill onto him as those bodies start to flood in towards the hill, and the madness starts to ensue on P1. It's a difficult hill potentially to break through, and it just gets messy. Left, right between the two teams. And Journey going to be the last man standing while his teammates try and reinforce him. Another gunfight up against Super, but now 4 in a row. 1 off of streaks, and he spotted some more players. Eric going to just fly around the corner, but they've maybe potentially just overchowed that, Pabs, and gifted him an important glide bomb, which could be used in the grand scheme of things.
It's the most frustrating play from Eric Boom. It's the one thing we criticised him for last year. Overreaching, not playing his life, a little bit of indiscipline, and he feeds Journey an easy streak. Already on a 3-piece, and he was able to then tag up 2 players. So, you got to look to players like Eric Boom, maybe just to be a little bit more disciplined in their play. One thing we've seen from Royale, who's kind of his counterpart in terms of being a young phenom, is that he is a very disciplined player, and that could be huge in terms of the game, as we see that glide going to come out from Journey, and it's going to tag up Sukry, and this is potentially a big opportunity for them to just take up a little bit of space. Number 7, no, Super, has been absolutely brilliant this game. He does get tagged up, but he's able to get a trade, and we do see it looks like almost like a suicide from Real, but it is going to be Journey able to drop Super. So as fights go down over towards Church, we just got number 8, Eric Boom. He's just sat on the hill soaking up time. 1 minute 36, having a really good game so far. Despite that one mistake, that's going to give them still that 50-second buffer.
Yeah, and Lucky, he's got another gunfight here up against Yakko, but Yakko wins yet another engagement. And now the rotation is going to have a couple of young Galactic players ready to go over towards Fountain. And Eric has been spotted, he has been stunned, but somehow wins another gunfight there. Eric is just on an absolute tear, and Super's going to reinforce him over towards that backside of the map. And really good work from Lucky and Journey, though, just to try and work their way back in. It looked as though Sukry's Bakery might potentially have the rotation, but now it's going to be an all-important hold here for the boys in purple. Can they manage to get that all-important time? And more shots coming through from Yakko. He will finally get traded out, and he's just on an absolute tear. And I'll tell you what, if you see the kills at the moment, Pabs, and you're the boys of Young Galactics and the score at the moment, you're taking this, to be fair, because it has been pretty one-sided.
Yeah, in terms of kills, Young Galactics going off. But again, we talk about that efficiency. You've got to turn that into time. And right now, they just haven't been able to do it. When you've got Eric Boom just swallowing time at 1 minute 36, they really need the likes of Lucky. Obviously, he's absolutely battering the time, but they're just not being as efficient. Again, though, it is very close to a 20-second deficit. So they brought that 50-second right the way down. And they've done one thing which is usually really difficult to do, is they've got that Fountain Hill, and they've absolutely dominated the time on it. So good play. And if you are Sukry's Bakery, this is where you've got to worry, because one thing that they do really well, Young Galactics, is they maintain pace right the way to the end. Eric Boom with some big kills there. Goes dirty on Jenny, goes dirty on Real. Huge play from the young boy there.
Nice work from Eric and his teammates. Going to look to try and help him out inside the hill, but managed to slip through the trap here. There's a couple of players ready. Eric's going to be dead to rights there. There's nothing he can do about that one. Gets shot in the back. They've still got Yakko out the back, though, who is also just re-pinching the pinch as it just becomes battle of the rotation, and big kills come through. And Sukry's Bakery, they just punch back in towards the hill, which it looks as though Young Galactics might potentially upset and get a big amount of time on. And Eric, 2 players, Real being one of them, Journey being another, but they both go in the blender. Eric Boom on an absolute tear, and look at the combined streak, Pablo. 11 between Sukry's Bakery. They are off and flying again.
Yeah, man. Are they even going to get a chance to call it in? They've had such dominant control. Still 18 seconds remaining. They're going to be very close to seeing this map out. They are going to need to get set up quite nicely for the final hill in this rotation. And right now, you can see the spread from Young Galactics, who are really still eminently close. It's still only a 40-second game. So this is going to come down to a massive break. Young Galactics just completely chalked that Churchill, and now they've got that preferred tile side. It's going to be a little easier for them to defend. We do see that player, number 4, Metals, drop over towards mid, so we should expect to see a push come through and a pinch come through from them stairs. But number 8 is too far away. Eric Boom a little too far away to be able to assist his teammates. Huge kills.
Oh my God.
Goes huge. 1, 2, 3 as he drops Metals, Lucky, and Journey with huge plays, and mate, there is only 10 seconds remaining.
Oh my God, he wiped all 4. He wiped every single one of them there. What a moment. And now with 5 seconds remaining, can they even touch this? Lucky's going to try and do his best. 2 seconds remain. They're throwing the kitchen sink at this one, and they manage to get the map done and dusted. Sukry's Bakery, what a statement from those boys, Pablo, in losers final. 1-0 up now.
Oh man, what a performance from Sukry's Bakery. And it goes to show, this team are hitting great form right now. The pickup, they've picked up Eric Boom, they've got the support, and Sukry dominating. That's what the kind of performance you want. The Steve Vortex performance from your in-game lead that they're dropping 24 and 21, going huge at the end to see out, any potential nerves or any potential issues on that final hill. Well, no, Sukry's going to be there to see it out against the best team in the EU at the minute. And Sukry's Bakery making a great statement, but also making a potential push there to be the number one team in the EU at the minute, and you would not put it past them when you've got a confident Eric Boom, when you've got Yako going off, and when you've got Sukry in great support like he's doing at the minute. Man, they are unstoppable, and taking a Tuscan hardpoint off the Young Galactics is no mean feat, man. That is hella performance right there, and man, my throat nearly gave way just going through that three-piece.
In terms of just raw aggression and kind of butting heads with Young Galactics, they are definitely, from what I've seen anyway, the best team at doing it so far, these boys. They are so good at just matching the pace of them, and they've shown it again there. 1-0 up now in the series. Obviously, we're going to a map now where the pacing is going to be quite considerably different, but a really important map nonetheless for the boys. But what I will say, Pablo, that first best of 5, Sukry's Bakery were very good maps 1 and 2. And then 3 and 4, Young Galactics came back. So at any point in this series, you feel that Young Galactics, if they turn up a gear like we always say they can, you can't count them out.
Man, this is why my brain has completely fell out. Why would you go 2-0 up in a series against this team of phenoms? And then knowing, first time round, I would have said maybe they should look at the stats earlier on. But no, they go, no, Tuscan Control, that's fine. And then get bodied in Tuscan Control. And then they get a second game in the series. And they go, no, Tuscan Control seems to be all right. And you're like, oh, are you not learning Pavlov's dog style? Like, what is going on? So, yeah, I mean, maybe they've got a plan B we don't know about. But Sukry's Bakery, the choice in maps maybe a little kind of wild. Tuscan Control for the middle, mind blown, but we go into a Berlin S&D where they know they are strong, they are capable, they were superb, even with Eric Boom and Yako kind of not going off until the very last rounds. In fact, I think it was Eric Boom and Super who didn't really go off until round 9 and 10, and you just got to look to this team in blue, potentially to go 2-0 up, but this game could be anyone's really once we get past this Berlin S&D. If it does go to form, we still could be seeing a game 5. It would not surprise me.
Yeah, so we are just getting ready to load in towards that Berlin search and destroy. I'm pretty sure they played this one last time, did they not? Yeah, it was 6-5, so Sukry's Bakery managing to take it by the skin of their teeth. So again, another justifiable reason as to why they can, you can say really, I mean, flip a coin which one potentially gets this one. I don't think we saw a huge amount of snipes though from both teams. If memory serves me well, we saw a couple of instances of it. Obviously, Desert Siege is the one where you tend to see a lot more of it, but you can still lean on it. You can still lean on them.
Oh, I mean, at the end of the day, one thing we did notice was they were able to mix it up a little. Maybe not Sukry's Bakery so much, who rely heavily on Super with the sniper, but we know Young Galactics have got a couple of players who potentially can rock it. So it depends. If we start to see a lot of pushes towards B, expect maybe to see a lot of the times down that B side and down docks. Again, though, we do see players jump into middle, especially when you're starting on the train yard side, looking for that cross across bridge towards the A-bomb site. So, I mean, anything's possible. Again, we kind of got into this position where we've kind of tried to make predictions, so these kind of micro predictions about what players are going to do, and then just being like, oh, well, they've pulled out swords or something completely random. So again, just don't want to eat our words too much. I've got plenty of pizza here to be getting on with, and I don't need any additional food to that. But this is going to be a really interesting game, and really from the perspective of Young Galactics with a ton of work to do, and really need to regain on this map. They need to win on this Berlin S&D, because if they keep having problems by the time they get to August, every team's going to be picking Berlin S&D.
Yeah, so we are just waiting for the guys to pretty much press the red button. Everyone's in the lobby and ready to go. And again, we've said it a few times, but a huge shout out to these lads for being so open to letting us cover these games for you guys. So hopefully this series is going to provide exactly what it did in that losers bracket round. So for anyone who hasn't seen what the bracket is currently like, this is how it has all unfolded so far. So you can see their money form waiting in that grand final. Young Galactics and Sukry's Bakery now battling it out to see who is going to come up against those boys. They're going to have to take 2 best of 5s off of them. It's not going to be an easy task, but back into map number 2, Pablo, the boys of Young Galactics. You feel if they can regain here on a Berlin like they played last time and obviously lost, and tie it back to 1-1, then obviously they're going to feel confident in themselves, because they've managed to take a map that obviously prior they didn't manage to.
If they take this Berlin S&D, it's 3-1. I honestly think it'll be 3-1. They'll take that Tuscan control, and then going into that fourth map, regardless of what it is, I think they're going to be, superbly confident. I think it's a double Bocage at the end.
Yep.
And despite, they probably won't want to play a Bocage S&D against Sukry's Bakery just because of the previous results. I think they'll want to avoid it because it's not really that, it doesn't really come down to great strategy. A lot of the time, they're just getting bodied by, good SMG play. So right now, I think they probably want to do a lot better. So Young Galactics probably looking to do it, but we can see the man, the myth, the legend, that it's got a 5, 5 with the sniper last time. So big opportunity, and Young Galactics really need to play this clever.
Yeah, Metal's first blood. Good work from him. And there's another man over here, but Journey able to shut down Eric Boom, and Super is going to manage to grab a pick with the sniper. He can do it oh so well. He will manage to...
Oh my
bullet
God.
whizzes past there. He knows the man's there. Not going to crack it through the window, though, on that occasion. So now 2 versus 3. But that bomb in the hands of Journey is going to be going down over towards the A site. So those 2 players left up. Sukry, the man owning the bakery himself, and Super. Can they manage to grab an important pick there? And well, there's one for Sukry. Manages to grab one. Does spot Lucky as well, but he doesn't manage to grab the second pick. But now at least makes it a little bit easier. 2 versus 2.
Yeah, and this is going to be a big gunfight. Super last alive, as we see Lucky just body that play. And Young Galactics with a really vital win. 1 round on the board, and again, that's going to be a huge confidence booster to them. Able to get bomb down, able to transition really effectively and get that control. But more importantly, they played that, relatively smartly in terms of caution. Royale right the way back, just looking for anyone cross, looking for flank, looking for information. And that's something that we haven't seen them do a lot previously. They've tended to rely, heavily on their gun skill and heavily on that kind of reaction time in these close quarter engagements when it goes to the bomb site. So good play from them. Nice to see that they've got a plan B. But Sukry's Bakery, will feel aggrieved that they weren't able to take that. But great plays across the board from the guys in Young Galactics.
Yeah, and it looks as though it's going to get Mixie over towards this A site. Real is going to be inside on his lonesome, but Eric able to grab a big first blood. And number 8, you can see Eric's actually going to push all the way through. The Real manages to take the man off the bomb. Really big kill, but now he's going to get pinched. There's a few players coming around from different sides. Lucky just waiting while his teammate in Journey goes all the way round the back spawn. He's just making sure he checks absolutely everything. Oh, Lucky. Did he spot the man in Eric round the corner here? Eric just playing it carefully. Is he going to check it? Pistol out. Pistol kill. Nice work there from Lucky. Now makes it 1 versus 2. But he's only got 18 seconds left on the board here, so he's going to have to be quick. And I don't even know if he's going to be able to work this magically enough here. He is going to be left with 10 seconds, and it looks as though this round is pretty much done and dusted. So Sukry's Bakery tying it back up, Pablo, and it looks as though, again, we might be closing out to a very, very close map here between these 2.
Yeah, and he just plays that really nicely. He gets that extra pick. If he gets that 4th kill before the timer goes, I would have eaten my hat. But a really nice play there. He's able to get the 3 streak and consolidate that. So going into the next round, potentially in a really nice position to get a glide bomb, which could be hugely important, especially when we see teams start to push out towards that B site. So a moment for him, really, he's going to need a pick, and 3-0 playing really, really well so far. But despite those heroics, it's still only 1 round each. And again, we said this earlier on, the one player that really struggled midweek in them S&Ds was Yako, and he's already 0-2 right now. So another player needing a regain to potentially, help his team see this game out. Right now, it is 1-0 to Sukry's Bakery in games and 1-1 in rounds. And we are going to see the smoke go out. And Eric Boom, look how far pushed up he is.
Oh, Eric won. The trade's going to be there from Real, though, understandably. But now Metals, the boys came flying through there, managing to take him down. So now 2 versus 3, Lucky and Real. Going to be the last 2 up for the boys of Young Galactics. Eric Boom just waiting in the waiting room for the next round. But Lucky, nice work there to make it 2 versus 2. Just snaps to the other man in Yako. Now, does he know the whereabouts? Super. The bomb in the hands of Real should be going down, and he is going to stick the bomb. Got to be careful of this next engagement here, Lucky. Because you can see Super is right underneath him. I don't believe he has. Well, he has now. He heard the door slap there. And they're still hunting for kills here. Real's got to be careful. There is a man coming round on the side of him. Man is going to be Sukry. The pistol out. Real wins the gunfight. So now Real. Super 1 versus 2. 25 seconds left on the clock. He's got to be quick. He does spot one man, but I don't think he's he's even going to try and give this one a go, really, in terms of getting the bomb defused. But nice angle there to reposition and take down Lucky. But with 14 seconds left, it doesn't look as though he's going to grab the defuse. So a big round there again for Young Galactics. Good work.
More importantly, he puts himself on a 4 streak if he can stay alive and not get picked by the remaining player in Real. But he drops lucky on the 4 streak, so no glide for Young Galactics and Sukry's Bakery. Potentially going to go into the deficit, but they are potentially going to have that glide if he can get one more pick. Very similar position to the one that Young Galactics were in at the start of this round. So again, not just this back and forth ping pong kind of play that we see from these two teams, but these little mini stories within the game that shape, ultimately the results. And right now, Super, the man who would normally have the sniper out dons the AR, and he's going to be looking for that AR, that pick potentially across towards that A site. So big plays from him. Yako got bombed. You would suggest that if Yako was able to get more involved in this round, this could be an entirely different result for Sukry's Bakery. But Young Galactics have the advantage, and a big moment for Super potentially to get that 5.
Yeah, Real going to be forced to back up. Metals, look at the time he's got here. It's the man on the bomb. There's a few players here. There's one for him. There's a couple of players still lurking, and he gets the second. Metals with a huge couple of kills now. And the boys of Young Galactics really stabilizing now with the help of that 2-piece. Eric is now going to be the last man up. He's able to pick off one, but what a quick round there from Young Galactics. The reactions from Metals just to hit the flank, and he manages to make them pay in a 2-round cushion now.
Man, he drops Super. He drops Eric Boom. Huge plays. His Jenny gets a nice kill over towards the bomb. But the important thing is Metals, the work he's just done to stop that glide bomb from coming in. And more importantly, that 2-round deficit is going to be a huge psychological buffer for the team in purple, who probably feel that they can go on from strength to strength and make for the potentially, third S&D or fourth S&D running. We're in a position where the player is potentially about to hit that dreaded 0-7, or as Eric Boom did, the 1-9, which is crazy to think about when you think about the caliber of player. But Yako definitely does not enjoy this kind of static gameplay or slower gameplay, and Journey and Lucky teaming up already to drop 2. So first blood and second kill go the way of Sukry's Bakery. Journey finally is tied up, and it's going to be a 3v2 major.
Though the bomb, I thought for a second it was going to be wrapping over towards the other side. Sukry, god timing, and he gets god timing. There's a man in Lucky right to his left, I think. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god,
they run straight past each other. Sukry, he somehow manages to get the kill. I've got no idea how Metals didn't see him. He must have just been hid behind one of the pillars. They're now 2 versus 2. And Lucky is now sticking that bomb, so it's going to have to be a retake here from Sukry and Super. Can they manage to work a little bit of magic here? Oh, Lucky's going to get shot, and Super does not miss. He cracks him in the face, but Real's there for the trade. So now it's going to be 1 versus 1. Real versus Sukry. And the young man in Real come up with a really big round here for Young Galactics. Will Sukry potentially will round out the bag here? It's not going to be easy though, Pablo. 20 seconds left on the clock, and he still needs that defuse.
Yeah, Real just on a hunt, and one play you do not want sniffing you out is that young phenom in Real as he gets the kill on the highly, much more experienced player in Sukry, and it just shows you just how classy he is, and why he's so highly regarded. But an absolute performance right now, and this is a Jekyll and Hyde Berlin S&D from the Young Galactics, who got absolutely dominated in the first meeting, and right now they just seem to assimilate information, Major. It's unreal how they're able to just they get beat, they take in all the information, then they completely turn it on its head, and a wild performance so far.
Yeah, so it's not helping that Yako's really, really struggling to get going. And the first blood again, Metals just absolutely beams Super across that middle map portion. All the sniper crack goes off, but again, another pick there. The automatons of Young Galactics, they are not giving Sukry's Bakery anything to work with at the moment. Yako is working his way around this beast site, and he has spotted Journey. Needs a teammate to stay alive while he can try and potentially hit this quick enough. But there will be a free kill for him. And he now makes it a 2 versus 3. Sukry set on bomb. So he gets the pistol out and he gets to kill Sukry. Really big moment. Grabs 1 kill, and Yako, there's still a few players around him. He's going to run straight past number 2, Lucky, and he's going to go straight in towards the man in Metals. So can he get some godly timing potentially here? 30 seconds is now approaching. Is Metals going to check the corner? Yes, he is. Metals with a really big kill, and now it's all on Sukry. I think, oh my god, he's run past Lucky again. The COD timing in this round has been absolutely impeccable.
Man, I mean, you've got to feel for Yako. He is not comfortable in this very static game mode. Again, on the struggle bus. I mean, he's driving the struggle bus right now. That's a big kill for Metals, and it's going to be a quick defuse, and they've got plenty of time to do it. And Lucky and Metals teaming up right now to get a 4 streak, and this is going to be a huge problem. 5-1, and if you see Metals get a couple of kills, this could potentially see this game out. And we're in a position which we didn't think we'd be in. We thought this was 100% going to go the way of potentially Sukry's Bakery, and maybe see the comeback in that Tuscan control. But right now, now, if you're Sukry's Bakery, your concern is they're one round away from going and tying the series up, and their next game is probably their strongest game, particularly of this week.
Oh my goodness, Young Galactics, what a statement. The last time these guys met in the winners bracket semi-final, it was 6-5 Sukry's Bakery, and Young Galactics have just blown them out of the water here in these early stages. The search, but can they manage to work a regain here? Again, Super still toying with the idea of maybe getting a pick here. Okay, so where is that first blood going to lie? Eric Boom, though, manages to grab it. Picks off Real, so an important kill there for the boys of Sukry's Bakery. And you can hear the crack of the sniper as shots come through across the map, but you can still see that Sukry hasn't managed to grab the kill. But number 6, Yako, he's using this as a green light to go, but he's going to get caught just a little bit out of position there as the boys of Sukry's Bakery look to try and transition round. But Journey must spot the stun, knows that one is nearby. Can he manage to get the pick? Yes, he does. Big kill, manages to take down one. So now it's all Mr. Boom on his own. 1 versus 3 is required. Young Galactics have been absolutely brutal in this search and destroy. He is going to get some shots into one, but the bomb going down at B. It's looking really, really difficult now for Eric. He's going to have to try and work some absolute wonderment here. If he can manage to do anything, he at least needs to get a pick or two very, very shortly. I don't even know if he's going to try and go for this potentially. 30 seconds left on the clock. He's just trying to clear out every single lane that he possibly can. But with 28 seconds left on the clock, this is looking really difficult now. And looking pretty much damn inevitable if you are a betting man, Eric. 20 seconds. Does spot one, but they're just toying with him at this stage. It looks pretty much done and dusted. He does manage to get a pick onto Lucky, but with 15 seconds left, it looks as though it's done.
Yeah, pretty much. We know how difficult clutches are in this game. They are almost impossible. And Eric Boone proves that point. You know, one of the best players in the AM scene, and he's not going to be able to do a 1v3 against a team with that kind of firepower. What a statement that is to say, you know, we've said that we criticised how badly they've done on Bale and S&D. Well, they've just taken apart Sukry's Bakery, probably the most informed team at the minute, and they've absolutely bodied them 6-1 in a Bale and S&D. And that's a statement right there. You know, Moneyform are going to be watching this and thinking, you know, potentially we've got to really be clever about what maps we pick. But more importantly, they're going to be heading into a Tuscan Control, which has been solidly, you know, the Young Galactics game mode of choice this week. They've absolutely owned this. Despite the heroics of TMT, who did push them to that round 5, it's still been their game mode. And you just do not want to be heading into a Bocage double header in a deficit against these boys.
So, Tuscan Control. This is the one that we saw for the boys of Young Galactics. You mentioned Pabs. They were so good on this one. So it will surprise me here if we are going to see something that isn't at least similar to it. And the boys of Young Galactics going to be happy with that search. A really good regain considering the previous series. And now at the moment, if you're looking at it and you're comparing the two, taking a map that they didn't take before, arguably, obviously we've got a different map set with that double Bocage at the end. But Young Galactics going to be happy with that. And unsurprisingly, the regain has been well and truly hit from these boys.
Yeah, oh, massively. I mean, again, it's almost a conversation not worth having when you talk about Moneyform, when you talk about Young Galactics, or even Sukry's Bakery. You know, these guys can go 2-0 down, but that's just gone. That disappears, and they just play the games from that point onwards as if that 2-0 never happened. And this is why you see this regain all the time. We saw it from Moneyform as they went 2 down to Sukry's Bakery, and we've seen it from Young Galactics again. So you can't put any kind of performance past these. The regain is possible. Again, you've got to look in terms of Sukry's Bakery. Now you've got to look to that pick-up performance. Eric Boone really needs to get his confidence back. Yako especially needs to get his confidence back. I think he'll even admit that S&D is definitely not his game mode. He doesn't like being static. He definitely does better when he's roaming around the map at pace, you know, able to slide cancel and all the other things that he enjoys to do. But this is a big opportunity for them to maybe just slap back against the Young Galactics and say, no, Tuscan Control isn't yours. You know, this is their opportunity to do exactly what they just had done to them on Bale and S&D.
And it almost feels like an opportunity, really. Obviously, that last control that we saw on this map was so one-sided. It's almost a case of Sukry's Bakery are like, right, okay, well, the last one went so badly, we might as well just mix it up a little bit, try and do something slightly different than what we did before and just see if it works, because that last one was so convincing that effectively it's like, right, we'll just do the opposite of what we kind of did the first time and try and, I don't know, if they were really trying to just match them head for speed, because they did that on the Tuscan and it worked. So I think it might just be a case of if they get those kills, which we see Young Galactics do, they get the kills, push out. And I think if they can do that here and just get that wave of kills, which I'm pretty sure in the Tuscan, we saw them have their moments where they got the kills, but they just couldn't get the second wave of kills. It almost felt like they got the kills to clear their base, but then they almost kind of turtled in as if Young Galactics were kind of just pinning them back all the time. And then it felt like the life count just really started to come against them in some of those rounds.
Yeah, and it's really surprising because what we've noticed from Sukry's Bakery is in terms of a strategy, they do seem to be a team that like to get kills and then take up the space. So once they've got that pick, it's almost like chess. Once you've taken out that kind of piece in the board, you then take up that space to get that geography and get that control. Well, yeah, Young Galactics did a great job of just stopping that, and particularly obviously in that S&D. But Sukry's Bakery really need to kind of replicate that kind of performance when they get picks, push up, take up that space. You know, if you are going to get killed, unfortunately, the opportunity to get into a next position, you know, a further back, but a secondary position. So big opportunity. We are seeing the kills go back and forth. We kind of expect this over towards this A. But one thing I would suggest that Young Galactics do, that the guys from Sukry's Bakery, and we're seeing it now, is the Sukry's Bakery guys are super passive when it comes to A on the defense, and they need to change that up because Major, look at that kill feed.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Rayal and Journey are just painting it purple at the moment as more players look to try and push through, one of which is going to be Journey. He's going to take down one, and that A point, wow, that was arguably one of the quickest that we've seen, at least in the short time that we've seen Tuscan control. And now Young Galactics going to look to try and just regroup a little bit here, try and coordinate a push over towards the B point. You can see where those players currently are for both respective teams. And now first engagement any second now for Journey. Nade is cooked. Eric's going to get taken down, so they are going to look to try and nade through. They've got to be careful, though. Yakko's going to look to try and play the pinch, but nice work there from him just to turn around and drop Rayal, who was just working on a flank, onto him. So meanwhile, gunfight's going down, but the boys in blue, they're still fighting back and forth and tooth and nail at the moment, Pablo. They're not letting this B point slip.
Yeah, I mean, we can argue all day. The B point is probably one of the easier ones to defend. Yakko goes on the hunt, gets bodied by Lucky. Some unfortunate timing for them then. Super's going to get dropped, and that's going to allow the guys in purple one more kill, and they're going to have a little bit of geography to play with. And right at the back, the entirety of Sukry's Bakery are going to be pinned back. And again, they were so passive. Super was out in the back for so long, and the Young Galactics just didn't go around Church, effectively negating that player entirely. So good play from the team in purple. They are surrounded at the minute. Big kills coming out of number 4 though. Metals is going to be in the back. He does get dropped eventually, and that's going to be a good kill by Yakko, but Journey straight there. But despite all that back and forth, despite all that positive play from the team in purple, it just shows you how easy it is to defend this really effectively. And they still, you know, only a 3-life differential in Sukry's Bakery are back in kind of that advantageous position.
Well, Yakko is going to try and hide away, but Rayal just cuts both him and his teammate down. He looked as though he was looking to Super to be like, please mate, just keep me alive. But he's not going to be able to on that one, and Eric is now waiting for more players as they get on towards the point. Nade out, looking to try and tag up one, and he will manage to land it right next to Metal. So a big kill coming through for the boys in blue once again. It looks as though Journey is just making a read on those players, potentially trying to work the pinch spot. Super. There's one for him. There's going to be another man going for the chow here. Can he grab the second as well? He breaks the ankles of Yakko and grabs 2 important kills. He's going to drop, though, just before he gets onto the point. So time might be the issue here for the boys of Young Galactics. They are starting to run out of it. Eric is now on a 5 streak as well. So really big moments here from Mr. Boom as he looks to try and get even more. His teammates are cutting them down one at a time. And unless Metals can go absolutely huge here, this looks like a round that is pretty much done and dusted with 20 seconds remaining and 6 lives left.
Yeah, and when you see Eric Boom dancing around the map like that, you know Sukry's Bakery are picking things up. And they just seem to go through another gear, finally roused themselves a little bit and able to get a number of kills. And they've absolutely put the Young Galactics to the blender with a solid defense. And I know we talk about how unbalanced this Tuscan map is, but you still got to do the job. You still got to body some of the best players around. And they've done that time after time now in this defense. So great play. 0.5 seconds on the kill. But it is going to come down to Sukry's Bakery with a nice win. And that's going to be a really good bonus for the boys and a confidence booster as well. And we kind of could see that reverse from what we saw in the first El Clasico, where we saw them body Young Galactics on Bill and S&D and then get bodied. We are potentially about to see that reverse right now.
So Sukry's Bakery, first round on the board for them. It is going to be an important one, holding that defensive side. So already bettering what they did in the previous series when these guys met in the winners bracket. And nades and tacticals obviously going to be the standard here over towards this A point, and it looks as though the boys of Sukry's Bakery, they want to get this one done pretty quickly. I believe the last time that we cast this game, Pablo, if I'm not mistaken, Sukry's Bakery kind of went for a bit of a split approach, send a couple over to B, a couple over to A, but now it looks as though they're throwing the kitchen sink at A time. They want as much time as possible to give themselves a good chance at that next point. But saying that, Journey, we didn't witness it, but he just chewed through 3 players and said, nope, you're not getting it done.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. I mean, that's an awful kill feed right now of your Sukry's Bakery. Really surprised they've got no one watching the flank. I mean, it's kind of a standard push. You expect players to push around the back, at least one to maybe sneak through. You can't watch every angle, and no one watching the back, and they get absolutely dominated and just pushed off that hill. Again, you're right. We did see that split push almost. There was a preference to A, but we did see them push one player around in that first matchup, but we're not seeing it right now. We're seeing that dedication to A, and one thing we're also seeing is a slightly different philosophy from Galactics. In the first game, we witnessed them just push and play for every bit of potential aggression over towards the 8-point. Well, they've kind of chalked it, and now they're going to be defending from that B. And with a 4-life advantage, who can blame them? Right now, look at that setup. That is a solid defensive setup, and they're all looking the right way.
You can see Real as well. He's really pushed up out past P5, so we don't normally tend to see that kind of aggression, and they will win their first couple of engagements as Yakko and Super both drop. And look at the progression that Real has got over towards this side. So 7 in a row now between the 3 of them. Journey just waiting to get involved in the street club, and he's cooking Eric something special there, and all the shots come through. The nade actually won't kill him. The tank is going to keep him alive. So good work once again from Eric as he looks to try and put the boys in the backpack for the time being. Currently the best performer at the moment in terms of kills for the boys of Sukry's Bakery. They are slowly starting to run out of time though. Only 1 minute 15 left on the clock, and Sukry are going to try and read the pinch, and it is a big brain play there from him as the gunfights go down here, there and everywhere over towards other sides of that B point. But with 1 minute left and young Galactics with a 6 life count, Babs, it does look as though the boys in purple should maybe see this one out.
Yeah, absolutely. A really unfortunate play towards the back. Eric Boom able to get a big kill, able to have a nice kind of like placement. He's able to get the blocks towards them spawning over towards the back of the hill. And unfortunately, they spawned out kind of towards field, but the guys in blue just not able to take advantage of it. Some nice picks go out again, and they are on the point. And we're going to see Eric Boom put some ordnance out to try and tag up Lucky, which he does straight onto the bonnet of the young Spaniard. And this is a nice setup right now and a good opportunity, especially if they're able to get the picks. And they absolutely side through the players mid. But there's a big job for Sukry right now, and he's not able to do it. And he's going to have that support right now. Number 7 Super, 12 and 8, and he's on a 4 streak. So you can understand wanting to get this pick, and unfortunately not able to do it. His metals drops him, so the glide bomb out the window. And still, you would say advantage young Galactics.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't triple stack that B point when they got the wave of kills. And obviously Eric called the streak in. I thought, right, this is the perfect time. Triple stack the point, at least get 1, maybe 2 ticks, because it could prove all important as well as we go back and forth between these guys, because that round 5 is determined, I believe, by ticks, if memory serves me well. So Journey going to be tucked inside the corner. Eric's just going to bait out, and good work there from the boys in blue. And now surely this is their best opportunity to put an upset here on the cards. Lucky got another man around the corner ready and waiting. Eric's just trying to toy with him and stay alive, and he does exactly that. Metals is going to come around and reinforce him, and again another moment that might have just potentially slipped away from Sukry's Bakery. And with 4 seconds left, life count won't be an issue. It will just be the time.
Yeah, I mean, both of us really surprised. And one thing I would note is, you know, in Galactics money form tend not to make massive mistakes on the map. There'll be a chain of small mistakes that are taken advantage of. Sukry's Bakery still kind of making 1 or 2 massive mistakes, whether that be an overreach, whether that be a player not playing his life at the right time, or whether it be a full strategic error like not pushing onto the hill as a group at a time when you potentially got that geographical control. So right now, a little bit back to the drawing board for the guys from Sukry's Bakery, who hanging in, you know, in terms of kills and in terms of gun skill going off as well. But young Galactics in a really nice position now. We know how good they are on the attack. One of the quickest A zone kind of captures we've seen. And again, Journey just pushing out the back, and this could be a problem as the guys in blue have got to deal with a wave from 2 sides.
Yeah, but they are going to manage to take those boys off of that A point. So the first progression won't come through. He's going to look to try and reduce that tick as of now. He is just dancing around this middle statue part. He'll do well to stay alive here, though. He's got players left, right, and centre, and Journey isn't going to make any mistake about that one. Takes him down, and that A progression still coming through. But number 2, Real, he's hitting a really quick flank up top. I think he's going to get spotted by Yakko. He's going to try and play his life, but he just got pinched from both angles there. Not really much he can do, and Journey just being a bit of a pain in the back, seeing if he can potentially pick off any players that are just trying to transition over and maybe get a pick of someone on that A point. He is going to try and work onto the second, but Eric still holding strong, still going strong as well. Sukry's Bakery looking quite heavily to him in terms of kills. And Super is just joining him ever so slightly, but now more engagements going down. Sukry, Yakko, Eric, Boom are all grabbing kills, and that A point still isn't done. So if Eric can hit a perfect flank here, he might be able to cause an upset here. Shots into Journey. Good work from Eric once again. His 20th kill. The stun, though, from his own teammate is going to be the thing that kills him of all things.
Yeah, you think provide a bit of support, get a stun over, let him push through, but no, it tags him up. He did get tagged up in that engagement, so unfortunately, Stun's a little OP still, and he gets absolutely done away with. Again, a couple of players not having the best game though. You've got Sukry on 10 and 17, and Lucky on the other side on a 10 and 12. But again, just this is all about these small measurements and small differences. Right now, it's only a 1 life, a 2 life difference, and that's a huge play. Real continues to play really, really great Call of Duty, 16 and 11. He's only on a 1 streak at the minute, but it's been crazy. And one of the notable factors about when these two teams do seem to match up, we do not see a lot of streaks. They tend to go toe to toe almost all the time. The efficiency in terms of kills, the efficiency in terms of gun skill is just of such a high caliber. Trust when I say if someone gets a 5, it is the most impeccable play that you can think of at this kind of level.
Nice work again, Eric. Try and push off a couple of those players and life count bang on even. It's not now though. As Journey's going to fall, Metal's going to look to try and bring it back to evens, and he will manage to do so. So more players looking to try and throw their way in towards this one, and Sukry's now worked himself onto a 5. So now he's going to try and potentially grab one final one. Journey looks as though he's going to be the target. He is going to get some shots into him. Journey is just going to reposition there. As Sukry is just going to completely do a 180 spin and try and grab this all-important 6th kill if he can get it, and he does. Really good work from Sukry and the boys now as they look to try and chew through the remaining players of Young Galactics, and they are doing exactly that. Every single player on the side of Young Galactics now off the respawn. Yakko going to be cut in the corner though, and he's not going to grab any more kills. The wall bangs coming through from Lucky isn't going to be enough to tag up the number 7 in Super, who is just waiting around the corner, but with 20 seconds left, they have to go, and they have to go quickly, and it looks as though Super is ready and waiting to go. They've got to be careful, though, because Metals is on a pinch here, and he might maybe cause an upset here. Eric's going to grab 1 kill, but now Metals, he's got to go quick. His teammates are falling by the wayside. There's 1 for him. 2 more players ready and waiting. He knows there's a few up there, but the shots are windy. They're not going to grab the kills, and Young Galactics aren't going to take that round, Pablo. Sukry's Bakery going to take the lead once again.
And they just take the lead. They take it 2-1, but they also take it with some nice ordnance in the back pocket of Sukry, who had an awesome round on a 7 streak, and that could potentially throw the cat among the pigeons in this series. And again, we talk about that first game, the first matchup, that huge defeat for Sukry, Sukry's Bakery going big 6-1, and then getting absolutely slapped in control. Well, we are potentially about to see the reversal of that, and with some very important air ordnance in that pocket of Sukry, this could be a massive game right now. And we know one thing, the Young Galactics will not, at any point be overly passive towards that 8-point. They're going to challenge and challenge and challenge. So expect to see a big wall of attrition, particularly now we can see this in middle control. All important. Journey goes big, gets it 2 pieces. He drops Yakko and Eric Boom. And it's going to be advantage right now to the boys in purple, but only by 1 life.
Yeah, Journey just going on a spree here. He's just going to try and cut through some more. Eric, though, is going to stop him where he stands on that occasion. Lucky. Chow this one, and Eric Boom, another big kill coming through from Eric. He's having a really good control here. His team have got him and Super to thank for the kills coming through, and looking for more is Metals. He's going to tag up 2 players, and Chow, it's actually going to be another team nade there coming through from the boys of Young Galactics. We don't tend to see it a lot from them, but they are unfortunately going to just have a miscommunication there, and Lucky's going to drop his own man, but that kill feed, wowee, lights up purple. And number 2, Real, I'll tell you what, if he hits this flank quickly, he might be able to grab a few of them. There's a few players ready and waiting. Just going to check out towards tiles before he makes the pounce. There's a couple of players on the point, one of which is Sukry. Sukry just going to get his head ripped clean off. Nothing he can do about that one. He spots Super out the back, and there is going to be Yakko going for the chow, but another one comes through for Real. Really good work from the young Phenom, as we're so used to seeing. And this round, Young Galactics are looking very dominant in it, Pabs. 8 streak between 3 of them. 9.
Yeah, absolutely. Journey though on a 31 and 26. He gets taken off the 4 streak, so no glide for him, but a big moment really, and that is a bad shot there. There's Eric Boom. You talk about battle of the Phenoms right there. Well, he's 29 and 22, and he puts bullets straight into the face of Real, knocks him off the 4 streak, and knocks him back down to where he belongs, because Eric Boom is absolutely flying right now. And you've got to think Sukry's Bakery are on the ascendancy. They've got their hot young Phenom playing absolute games. They've got their 3 main players playing really well. Yakko slightly underperforming, but Super exactly where he needs to be, and they still got some air ordnance to deal with. Huge plays, but never ever write the Young Galactics off. They are more than capable with a 4-life lead. This could be huge. Big kill for Super on Jenny though, and that's a huge battle over towards that middle lane. But again, all the work really with Sukry's Bakery right now. They've got a lot of work to do to get this attacking round under the belt.
Yeah, and you feel if Lucky can really pull his finger out, this will be a completely different map. Eric again, another kill coming through for Eric Boom. He just seems to perform so well against these boys, and oh my god, there's another one. Rips Lucky's wig clean off. And it's going to be another set of kills that come through for the boys in blue. So it is now 12 lives, plays 10 as Yako gets an important kill. Number 7, Super, laying prone. Oh, but Journey spots him. Really good awareness there. But now Glide Bomb's coming out. Sukry's Bakery, they just want to make sure that they get this map done. He is going to manage to drop Lucky. And they will look to try and push their way in. But Young Galactics still holding strong. 5 lives to the good. 45 seconds left on the clock here. You feel, Pablo, this is potentially their last, if not second to last push.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've got to do this real quick. They really need to think about potentially trying to get the B point as opposed to trying to do this in any kind of TDM style way. Look how strong this is. That's a lovely kill from Eric Boom as he bodies Journey, and that's the first in what is going to be a massive amount of important kills in these encounters. Number 4, though, do watch your metals. He's in this position in between a handful of players right the way around. Big kill from number 1, Journey, as he drops that effervescent Eric Boom, who was on the flank. And this is going to be huge moments as, again, the team in Sukry's Bakery push back. And Major, it is going to be time potentially that's going to see the Young Galactics take this game to a 2-all, and we're going to be hitting that round 5, and no one is going to don't think anyone's going to have any streaks in the back pocket.
Oh no, I got a little bit excited there, not gonna lie. I thought, hang on a minute, have they got time? And then I looked at the clock, and unfortunately it was just...
You got excited today?
Yeah, wow. I mean, of all the days, who would have thought the boys of Young Galactics going to tie it up? So again, going right down to the wire here between these two teams. Sukry's Bakery, they are going to be on that all-important defensive side, Paolo. So those ticks that they managed to accumulate, and more importantly, stop Young Galactics from getting, that could prove pivotal here, because we've seen how impressive these teams have been on the defensive side. So Sukry's Bakery are going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a good moment for them. They get that opportunity to get their solid defense in, which they've done time and time again. And right now with their players absolutely flying. Journey, though, able to get a 2-piece. He drops Super and he drops Sukry. That's huge right there from Journey, and that's going to put them into a small 2-life advantage. And he is on the chase, and he can smell blood, and this is potentially going to be big. He is on the 3, he gets the 3. Oh, he gets dropped. He's on the 4 and chatting absolute balls. He's 1 of 40. Huge plays from the Spanish phenom. Journey absolutely going off. With all that experience, he gets the 5. Can anyone stop him? Oh, I thought he was going to get the 6 as he finally gets dealt with by Super. Huge plays by the Young Galactics, and they have got it, almost, single-handedly, he's given them a 5-life lead, a 6-life lead, no, a 3-life lead. And he's also, Matt's not my strong point, mate.
Yeah, and he's also bought them the A point as well. Just by being an absolute nuisance in the base, it allowed his teammates just to get the progression over towards that A site. But now Real up top. What can they work here? Yako's out the back, and he will manage to sniff metals out, as the gunfights are just here, there, and everywhere at the moment. Super going to look to try and help out his teammate, who's Sukry, is going to manage to get an all-important kill as well, but Journey's still lurking, and the stun isn't going to tag him up, so Eric Boom's going to be none the wiser there as he takes down 1, and he's going to look... I thought he was going to get one onto Yako, but Yako's actually going to reply with 2 important kills of his own, and it looked for a second as though the Young Galactics guys did just manage to get some momentum, especially in terms of kills and map control, but Sukry's Bakery, they answer back.
Some important kills going down there. Yako with a massive 2-piece. It brings the deficit back down to 1 and allows the guy from Sukry's Bakery to just get repositioned and get reset up. But you can see the aggression. Look how fast those arrows are moving. They're pushing through the team in blue like butter. Number 4 just going on an absolute mission. Metals dropping players left, right, and centre. Huge 2-pieces. He gets around the back, and that is going to be a massive play right now. Number 4 is going to take up that position towards Backchurch, and they're going to have that kind of dominant control. He needs to get these kills, though. He can't afford to get tied up in the back, and right now it is advantage Young Galactics. And look at Journey, 43 and 33 in a game of this importance. The guy is absolutely dropping bombs on these kids, and again, it just shows you how unbalanced this game is, though. Tuscan just still swings back to the advantage to the guys in blue, though, as it is 11 lives plays 15, but they've managed to get another defensive wave in, and Super with another 2-piece. Oh my days, mate, the quality in this game is unbelievable.
Yeah, and the chat just giving us a heads up that it's not ticks, it's actually kills. So obviously Super and the boys managed to do just enough to get that defensive round, and it looked a bit bleak, but Super came through with some all-important kills, and 30 seconds left on the clock. They've got one pretty much last good go at this, and Young Galactics, they're going to get cut down. There's another kill coming through, so this is looking really dangerous now for Young Galactics. 20 seconds left on the clock, 10 lives remaining, but I think it's going to be the timer if anything kills. When is the next one going to come through? Yako, important kill though for Metals, manages to take down 1, but now where is this next engagement going to lie? Journey's going to grab 1, Metals grabs 1 as well, and oh my goodness, no, surely not. Sukry's Bakery, they've just got got a foothold in this game, and it looks as though it's starting to slip away. Sukry able to grab 1 kill, but look at those arrows. He's just going to throw the sink at this one. Streak is out. The progression on the B point. He's got to be careful, though, not to try and team kill here. We know how bad this streak can be from time to time, and Sukry pistol out. Can't get it done. The progression's coming through. The time has been stopped. 5 seconds left on the clock. Young Galactics, they need to keep someone on that time, but they're getting kills absolutely all over the place. But now can the pinch come through? Super with 1. Sukry with 1. 2 seconds remaining. The clock is ticking. Metals on the point he goes. Super gets taken down. Oh my god, they're still alive. The time is still ticking, and Real gets 1 as well. 1 second remaining. Surely not. Surely they are not going to do this. Half a second. Real gets another kill. Oh my god. They're down to 2 lives. Oh my goodness, they're dropping by the wayside in Sukry's bakery. Oh my god, I thought for a second that was going to get out of hand, but they do manage to do it. 3-2.
For the sake of the casters, please take Tuscan out the rotation, man. No one can do casting like that kind of level. That was insane plays between Sukry's Bakery and Young Galactics. Back and forth. 47 kills for Journey, who drops 31 in a game. They lose to Sukry's Bakery in a complete reversal of the game from the previous, earlier in the day. Huge plays out of both those teams, but Sukry's Bakery able to do the defensive job in the end, just about. Man, it must have been 98% covered in terms of those B ticks. Unbelievable plays, man. My mind has actually fell out of my head onto the plate and onto the pizza at the side of me, because I can't cope with a game like that. We're hitting that Bocage S&D guaranteed.
Oh my god, what a map. These guys at the moment, these 2 teams, they just give us moment after moment, and you just never know where it's going to go. For a second there, it was just a constant tug of war. It was like, Sukry's Bakery, surely they're going to get it done. Then Real stays alive, and then Metals gets a kill. Then Journeys gets a kill. But oh my god, what a map that was between those 2 teams. And again, Pablo, we're going to 2 maps, which we know are absolute madness in Bocage for the remaining 4 and 5. I mean, holy hell, this one is just absolutely crazy.
Mate, you got to think that the end of that Tuscan control, the pace that played at is the entirety of Bocage hardpoint. But man, I don't know whether it was Journey or Lucky who was on the B point, getting the tick over, and he was prone, he was up, he was left, he was right, he was getting kills, and he just finally gets bodied. 0.5 seconds on the hill, someone gets the foot on, then gets shot, and then gets taken off. It's insane plays right the way throughout, mate. This day has been unreal. One of the best cup days I think we've covered. Unbelievable performances every game, every series going to game 5 with superb plays across the board. We have seen intergalactic performances from players like Journey, from like Eric Booman. That's right the way to the contrast of maybe Yakko and Beans at the other end of the scale on the S&D. It has been a mesmerizing day of Call of Duty, and to think we have still got games in this, and we have still got the grand final, potentially double header right there.
I don't know if my lungs can take it, to be honest. I mean, it's been
I haven't got lungs anymore. Yeah, I've just got 2 slices of Domino's pizza.
They're just little, like, compressed bits of flesh in our chest now. Yeah. And quick shout out to Mr. Nooney. Thank you very much. A few of those. Thank you very much for the sub, Mr. Noons, and thank you as well, guys, for the additional follows.
They need a lung warning on the side of the Call of Duty pack when they sell them, like they have on Siggy packets, with just like just deflated lungs.
Oh my days! So map 4 Bocage Hardpoint will be underway very, very shortly, guys. We're just waiting on them to pick their respective sides and get going. But you mentioned it, Pabs. I mean, surely the boys of Moneyform are just looking at this, popcorn out, feet up, thinking, bloody, I mean, they're probably not going to be lying. They're probably scrimming, grinding their arse off. Yeah, I know Stevie Vortex is on a dome.
To scrim against. Yeah, they've either found themselves 4 players to scrim against to keep their fingers, or they're in a hell of free-for-all right now. They're probably paying 0 or no attention to the scoreline and just thinking, whoever turns up, man, we have got to body them. They want to win this. They need to, assert their dominance against Steve Vortex. We talk about, I have conversations with players outside of these cups, and we talk about value, stock, and politics, but it's really vital for a player like Steve Vortex, who thoroughly deserves an opportunity in the CDL Pro League and this is why you see this determination to win these cups, because it maintains his stock, maintains his relevance, but more importantly, we get people like ourselves and people like the players around him who will just be pressuring and saying this guy needs to be in the Pro League. You can't have a player of this caliber. And the other thing is, you've got to bear in mind, he's in the final over players that have potentially played across the board at the highest this level. So we're here to try and, you know what I'm like, I'm terrible for wanting to push people, but we're all here trying to get that lad into the pro league in a place that he deserves. And obviously the same goes for the other players
That's
as well.
all of
We
them,
just
yeah.
love seeing the challenges guys push through. But yeah, in terms of a player that deserves that opportunity, and really to show that there is a sensible progression from the challenges to the pro league for players that deserve it as well, so that it retains its integrity, because if that doesn't happen, I mean, where is the integrity?
Yeah, and we are now loading into map number 4, so deep breaths, Pabs. We're going to get straight in towards the Bocage hard point, and now this is an opportunity really. Again, Sukry's Bakery, they're on the precipice of upsetting Young Galactics and knocking them out and going through to that grand final against Moneyform, but they're obviously going to have to go through the boys. Well, I say the boys from Spain, they're all from Spain. Spanish talent at the moment is not exactly few and far between, is it? We are blessed with so much talent in EU, and we know how good both of these teams are. It's been an absolute blessing to cast these teams this weekend. They've been so entertaining all weekend long.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been, it's a huge opportunity for us to get to cast over the top level talent in the EU scene. But more than anything else, we just absolutely love it. I mean, if this wasn't happening, we'd be casting the Division 7 ACCL. We just love casting Call of Duty. But to have an opportunity, and we say thanks to the guys and the players for giving us this chance. But it's just so much fun to watch. And look at the trades going out. You've got guys jumping from the top rope, trying to get shots in, and Bocage hardpoint, despite it being an absolute nightmare for the teams. It's just an absolute blast to watch.
Yeah, nice mixy engagements as per usual right off the rip of Bocage. You can see Eric Boom is going to be out the back. He's got to be careful not to push through a little bit too far though, because
did I just hear you do an actual lung reset then?
Oh mate, I need a big lung reset, like multiple of them after the previous maps that we've had, and Metals is looking to try and cause an upset to that because he's already got on a 5 streak, so an important glide bomb potentially, but Eric Boom as well. Really good job by him. 3 kills. He's going to get cut down, and cursor of the OBS observer is going to be the case that every single player seems to be dropping by the wayside, as Metal's going to invest that glide bomb early on, and he will manage to drop Yakko. So a surprising call there from the boys of Young Galactics to try and invest the streaks really early on, because they do have the control and they're getting a lot of time here.
Yeah, Yakko was just mid-barn though, so he's in a potential opportunity where he can cause a bit of a problem, especially if he cuts through field and comes around the back of the player. Number 3, they're lucky. So a good investment there, probably sensible. It's going to give them that control. And as I say that, of course, Eric Boom goes and drops lucky and gets on the kill. And, we've seen this previously. Eric Boom is a time thief. He will just sit there and soak up what he can. And it's going to be a nightmare to get him off the hill as well. He is that very, very difficult player to remove. And as I say that, of course, the purple kill feed just emerges as he drops Yakko, Eric Boom super, and Eric Boom gets dropped again. So, Major, I might just have a quick 20-second regame myself while I try and recalibrate exactly what's going on. But Bocage hardpoint just again proven that it is absolute wildness.
Yeah, and say we're only 2 hills in, and already it's become an absolute madness of kills and trades left, right, and centre, as we come to love from Bocage. You love to hate it with the absolute madness that ensues here. As a neutral, you just can't complain. It's just gunfight after gunfight, trade after trade, rotation, just back and forth. But it is going to be the boys of Young Galactics on the next hill as number 6, and Yakko is going to look to work his way in, and he gets 2 really big kills. Yakko, there's another man here looking for the Chal as well, who wants some potential gunny in the form of Journey, but Journey will fall. And the boys of Sukry's Bakery, they are just going to hit a few men in towards that hill. Rael still lurking outside, waiting for the right time to chow around the corner, but Yakko flies around the corner like an airborne Spaniard and just absolutely fries him.
Oh man, I mean, we talk about he definitely doesn't enjoy S&D. It's too static for him. But as soon as you give him that opportunity, slide cancel, rock around the map, the kid is unstoppable. 9 and 8, and goes to show why Sukry's put such good faith in him and this team. And together with Eric Boone, they are a non-stop menace on the map. But right now, there is just a slight differential of around and about 8 seconds. Young Galactics with a very, very small advantage. But again, this game can turn on its head, and particularly this map, which is just an absolute wildness. And again, we go to this barn hill, which we expect to see trades back and forth. I'd be amazed if anyone really does get any control of this. This is all going to be about the transition, maintaining the contest, but the transition over towards P5. And you can see number 1 there, Journey, just looking to lock down that backside and that mid side.
And Sukry now on a 3. We'll see if he can potentially pick off another few players out the back. Snaps onto Real, but can't get quite enough bullets in to drop him. As Lucky is still lurking out back 10, and he will tag him up a little bit, but goes for the chow there. And oh man, just unfortunate for the reload at the worst of times there. So Real and Journey are going to grab a couple of kills. So Yakko already looking really explosive on this map, and he will just go in towards top barn, and it's been a really good hold. Oh, and Real, really good work there to grab that kill, which he necessarily probably shouldn't have. So the boys in purple still looking to try and get all important engagements as they fly in and around the next hill and the next rotation. But they don't have that streak, Pablo, which they did have previously. But Yakko, if he is going to use it, the boys, sorry, of Young Galactics don't have their streak where Metal's used it before, but Yakko's got his, so they've got the rotation, and now if the boys in purple do push in, they can use that to their advantage.
Man, I just want to say that Real just lived my Call of Duty life where he was chasing a player who got his bum around every single corner, and as he goes to try and reflank, gets tagged up. Really unfortunate for the young man. He was on a 3 streak at the time. Lucky, doing really well, 11 and 9. He's now 2 away from that glide bomb. And again, Major, we talk about this all the time, how vital, you know, at this kind of level, when you've got that kill feed right now is looking like a bot lobby kill feed. Sukry's Bakery really need to turn this on the head. We said this P5 would be all important after that kind of contest hill over towards Barn, and it is truly playing out that way. And when you consider the potential there is for these glides, they're so important. You know, you're only going to be able to get 1 or 2 between a team in any particular game at this level, and they're going to come in superbly vital. And the Sukry's Bakery not really having one has meant that they've had to push and work really hard just to get any time over, and they weren't able to do it. So it's going to go back to the P1, but it is going to be Sukry's Bakery in a nice position to get a hold, but they don't get set up effectively, and it's going to be the Young Galactics again, Major, who slice through them like butter.
Yeah, 50 points still the difference between these guys. And Metals is going to look to try and push out a couple of lanes. He's going to catch a grenade for his problems there, but nice catch out there onto Sukry. Just pushes at the right time, manages to grab that kill, and Yakko is just going to aggressively push through as he grabs another kill onto Metals. But the trade's still going down, and Young Galactics, they've still got the man in Lucky just on the hill for the time being. He's done a really good job of actually staying alive on this P1. A lot of players really struggle to do it, but they are managing to push this lead out, and this is going to be really dangerous if Journey can stay alive down this side. But saying that, Yakko, the man, has had some big moments already for Sukry's Bakery. Is going to grab that kill. He's just delaying his push through towards that P2 side. Just playing it carefully, but he's just looking to clear out the remaining players. It looks as though he's done a good job for the time being. Lucky's still nearby, though. Ready and waiting to potentially take the man in Sukry off the hill. It looks as though Sukry's Bakery are going to try and hold this from the less preferred side, Pablo, as we see Lucky invest streaks.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got to wonder, you know, what is the game plan right there? Knowing that they've got streaks, they should have an idea, and they're potentially going to get pushed out, and that's going to put them in an even worse position than the one that Sukry was initially in. So right now, a good opportunity for the Young Galactics to really start to put a massive amount of space between themselves and the other Spanish players. Right now, it's 80 seconds, and this is a massive differential for the guys from Sukry's Bakery to bring this back. But they're going to need to chain together a handful of hills, which they haven't done so far in this map, and they haven't really been able to do across the board because the games have been so tight. So Young Galactics in a massive position right now to take this to the game 5. Huge plays across the board. We are finally going to see Sukry's Bakery on the hill, but again, it is just for scrap time, and they're going to get challenged on it and pushed off it as Metals drop super, and that's going to be a solid 10 seconds of scrap time in addition to the 40 or 45 seconds they got from the front of the hill. So Sukry's Bakery not just needing to ramp up the kills, but they've got to start turning that into time. One massive differential that we saw from the previous hardpoint is that Eric Boom's only got 45 seconds on the kill from the previous hardpoint where he was rocking a 1 minute 40. This has been a huge blowout for the team in blue, and Young Galactics starting to look like the team that might be able to challenge Moonform.
Sukry just shouldering in and out the hill. The absolute jackhammer that is Metals comes flying through the front door and just rips through Sukry and Yakko as he now pushes himself onto 3, onto 4. Metals has shown up. He almost manages to get another one as well. Sukry does just about enough to drop him, so no streaks coming through from Metals as it just gets messy in towards the hill as expected over towards bottom grannies. There's a nice snap there from Sukry to grab another one, but Metals again, another couple of kills, and he's been silent so far in this series by his standards as Real is actually going to just rip him out of position there with his own nade again. The boys of Sukry's Bakery need to try and rotate. They do have 2 players here. And Journey is just positioning the calm before the storm. Yakko with an important first kill. And it turns at the worst time there, unfortunately, there. Eric Boom, Journey going to catch him with his trousers down. He's looking for another one. It's a nice couple of kills coming through from Journey. He's not going to get super out the back, but look at the man watching the cross. Real, the young phenom with the wise head, just watching those players, trying to reinforce those guys in the hill. And with Young Galactics, Pablo, over 200 points, and on this hill, they need to stop the bleed here, Sukry's Bakery, and they need to stop it quick.
Yeah, and you would suggest that this is probably the ideal place to stop the bleed from happening. This is a very highly contested hill. If they can maintain a good contest and even get some time and get properly set up on P5, it could be a huge opportunity for them to be able to see this out. But they have got to do one thing they haven't done all game, which is absolutely slay out across the board. You've got Real nearly 30, you've got Metals rocking a 33 and 24, and you know, we do often say hardpoint, you don't need to be slaying out massively to win, but when you've got a team slaying as heavily as this, you need to reciprocate, and that's one thing Sukry's Bakery haven't been doing. There are no glides, no strike, no streaks anywhere to be seen. So this P5 is going to come down to gun skill and strategy, and right now the young Galactics have got both.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be so difficult now. Sukry's Bakery, they had 2 players rotating over towards the new hill, but they weren't able to pick up those all-important gunfights. Now Eric, can he manage to fly in towards the hill? No, Journey going to shut him down. He is going to push off the time as well and look to try and push out a couple of lanes here. He gets a second onto Sukry where he probably shouldn't, but he is going to inadvertently flip those spawns out. So the boys of Young Galactics potentially banking on Journey to maybe get this 5th. If he manages to get this kill, this will be huge, but no, he's going to get stopped in his tracks. A big moment there. Real's going to look to fly out onto the hill, and every second now is going to count for both teams here as they look to try and get over towards that 200-point mark. Sukry's Bakery and Young Galactics over the 250 mark, but now gunfights left, right, and center. Lucky, there's another one. Super still up top tower, still manages to hold that position and grabs 1 kill. Metals though with the trade, and it will be Real hopping on the hill. So as far as damage limitations is concerned, Pablo, that hill from Sukry's Bakery, not necessarily the worst in the world, but we're going over towards P1, and last time Young Galactics, they held a decent amount of time and they only need 26 seconds.
Yeah, and you've got to think, Young Galactics, their primary focus there was just to disrupt the hill as much as possible. Not necessarily they never at any point looked like they were getting set up to take the hill over. They just wanted to disrupt Sukry's Bakery from getting any time on it and then potentially going and winning this game on P1. In fact, we know how cautious and how patient the guys in purple will be. They will wait for the perfect opportunity to get set up on P1, and they'll also start thinking about P2, despite how close they are to seeing this game out, because Sukry's only need to string 1 or 2 kills together and they're back in this game.
Oh my goodness, more kills coming through. Sukry's Bakery, they're still surviving, and it's been a decent P1. Surely they are not going to do this to me and my heart. This is going to be absolutely insane if this goes right down to the wire. I don't think I'll be able to take it, to be honest. My lungs are just going to completely fold in half. But the boys of Young Galactics back on the hill. Every second now counts, but Sukry holds the spot. He gets the kill. Lucky's going to pick off 1 as well as the shots come through, and Journey with another couple of kills, one of which though will be on his teammate, but they've got the rotation. But now Young Galactics, are they going to bank on anything? There's no streaks ready to be used, and Sukry's Bakery, they have got a glide bomb to use here. Now Metals, can he work his way on towards the hill? The pinch is coming through potentially, but Super's going to get taken down. Sukry still on the hill, but they shut the door in the face, and Journey round the back. How many kills can he get? There's still going to be a man right next to him. Yakko's here. He checks the corner though. Big kill. Takes down 1. The purple arrow's looking to try and flood through the back. Journey with a second as well. And that is a huge moment here in this series. Can Young Galactics get this over the line? He flies out for more, and Metals is going to grab 2 as well, and it is starting to fall apart by the wayside. Sukry's Bakery, they are running out of time here. 10 seconds remaining. A glide bomb's coming through. They want this done, but the boys of Sukry's Bakery, they're throwing everything at staying alive, and with 10 seconds still remaining, they can still win off this hill, but nobody's currently touching it. The rotation over towards the next hill will be pivotal. They've got a man on the hill. Super can't contest. He can't get on the hill. The time is ticking away. Young Galactics, are they going to do it? No. Somebody's got to touch it. Yakko, has he contested for long enough? No, he's not. And the boys of Young Galactics, oh my goodness, they take it 250 to 206. And shock horror, Pablo, we are going to game 5.
Someone sent Metals a bottle of wine because he went absolutely massive in Barn. He gets 3 picks that he should never have got, and then gets on the hill to get them 15 seconds. Huge plays. 41 and 33, 28 non-traded kills, and his kill per hill average is 3.4. You do not see a statistic like that outside the Bocage, and that is a huge performance from Metals to bring this back to 2-all and take us into an insane Bocage S&D. We've been through it already, Major, and we're going to have to go through it again.
I was literally just about to flag that up. For anyone who doesn't know, we've already had this today, and it was absolutely incredible. And the boys now of Young Galactics, they are going to look to try and redeem themselves where they weren't able to last time. On the Bocage, search and destroy. Pablo, mate, the flag, where's it going? Because I don't even know at this stage with these two teams. They're incredible to
Look,
watch.
the flag's going with the play-by-play caster because my brain is gone. You're winning this one, mate. You do take it. Honestly, I could not call this. I mean, we literally... I think we said Young Galactics last time, and Sukry's Bakery took it, and it was in the most dramatic fashion, and it was an insane play as well. So, I mean, I have no idea. Right now, you've got to argue Young Galactics are in absolute top form. They are kind of in the part of the cup they enjoy the most. They love being under pressure. They thrive on it. But you know, we know performances. The one problem you face is that, you know, Yako not keen on S&D, but this is potentially his best S&D map. It's close quarters. He can slide cancel. He can be quick. He can still get that mobility kind of that he doesn't really enjoy, that he doesn't get in Berlin or Desert Siege. So a good opportunity for Sukry's Bakery, potentially why they were able to do so well on it. But the way this game has gone, this has been a complete monochrome reversal of the previous one. So you've got to say right there that every game that was won in the previous has been completely flipped. So we've got to go Young Galactics for this one, just to maintain the type of games.
Oh, Mr. Kane has just dropped the subs. 7 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Kane. That's worthy of a few of those, and we are just waiting on the guys to lobby up. Thank you so much, Kane, man. I mean, the broadcast today has just been absolutely insane. The support from everyone dropping by, new and old, has been absolutely incredible, and this is why the COD community is just second to none as far as I'm concerned. Absolutely blessed to be able to have so many people tune in and watch what has been an incredible day of Call of Duty, and Prezi dropping 300 tig old biddies. Thank you very much, Prezi. But it looks as though we are pretty much ready to go for the final map. We're just waiting on the big red button to come through, but oh my goodness. I mean, I'm going to need to take a breather for this one, Pabs. I mean, the last Search and Destroy, as you mentioned, between these two, if you guys did miss it, it was 6-5. Young Galactics were 5-2 up, and Sukry's Bakery came back and won it 6-5, and against all odds. And predictions, I don't know. Flip a coin. That's literally all we can say at this point, because we've had some incredible maps so far between these two, and it deserves a map 5 with these two guys, Pablo. It would have felt unjust any other way with the way these guys have been playing.
I mean, to all intents and purposes, we've had these two games. It's almost been like a double elim with the guys from Sukry being able to reverse it, and the guys from Young Galactics just coming back strong in the second one. But it's been wild so far. I mean, there are so many stories. In fact, there are too many stories that, in terms of memory, I'm completely lost on some of them. Huge performances. We've got performances from Metals dropping over 40. We've got huge performances from the young phenoms in Rail and Eric Boom. And then you've got these kind of, you know, juxtaposed, positions where you see like guys going, 1-9 in S&D, and across the board today it's been wild. And the other thing to consider is that in the games we didn't cast, they were also 3-2s. So, lots of players, playing right the way to the edge of their ability. TMT really unfortunate not to be able to take this, but it's going to be a huge stack towards A, straight out the blocks from Eric Boom and Co, as they look to absolutely dominate and get really aggressive. But mate, the first blood goes the way of Metals as he takes down Sukry.
And a quick shout out to Fonzie with the sub as well. Thank you very much, brother. The love. My goodness. Game 5 ready to go. And there you go. Real just chews through 2 players right off the rip and gets the third. Oh my god. If this game is anything to go by, that is a marker. Oh my god. Real just claps through 3 of them.
Mate, Vichel watching this has just regrown hair. Of course, that Real just bodies almost 3/4 of Sukry's Bakery, and that MP40 is definitely not the same MP40 I use, because that was unbelievable. And mate, first round, he's 2 off a glide.
Oh my god. Well, Real's here to party. Holy, when you need a Game 5 player, Real has just come absolutely flying out with 3 kills in quick succession. And now the boys of Young Galactics, they are going to be back that offensive side. See what their first round has got in stock for us. Journey is going to edge this bomb. Looks as though over towards the A point. Getting his tacticals ready. Actually going to have a second guess against that one. And he's not going to grab it with First Blood Super. Opens up the round. Journey, though, does manage to get the pick that he needed. But now this bomb in the hands of Journey. It looks as though we might be seeing a potential Raptor beat.
Yeah, this is something we do see from time to time, and in particular in this same game, once they got that solid A site control, the defense was really strong from Sukry's Bakery. The guys from Young Galactics immediately transition, and who's over there waiting for that? But it is Sukry himself looking to get picks across. So big moments. Eric Boom gets bodied right there by Real, who is absolutely flying, and now he's one away from the glide. And Major, this could be a massive moment right now in this game as Super is on his own in a 1v3, and if he gets tagged up by Real here, this could be monumental. We could potentially be going not just into the 2-0, but with that glide, we could be going into a 3-0 situation for the boys from Young Galactics, and Suki got a lot of work to do in 24 seconds remaining.
So Super looks as though this round potentially he's just playing his life, playing it slowly. A game of so many fine margins. It looks as though Super is just not going to give them any more kills because they know Real is on that 4 streak. So the last thing he is going to want to do is gift him a glide bomb. So the boys of Young Galactics, they are going to go 2 rounds up. They will take that 2-round cushion. But, I mean, this is what we saw last time, Pablo. The boys of Young Galactics, they look very, very strong out of the start. And then the boys of Sukry's Bakery just pulled something out of the bag, which we just did not expect.
Yeah, I mean, we know the quality right the way through the team in blue. We know they're more than capable of taking this back. But right now, Young Galactics just look so confident and like they are absolutely flying right now. And obviously being dragged along by that performance of Real, who essentially gave them a round all on his own. Still plenty of time, though. We've got to look to the S&D, prowess of Yakko and Eric Boom, 2 players we know can play better than they are doing right now. They were hugely on the struggle bus in the S&D in Berlin, and they really do need to make things up. So if they get involved, this is a different game. But right now, they are under the caution. We know historically not their preferred game mode.
Oh, man, and Journey with the real aggression there just to push around that corner and force the gunfight. You can see number 2, Yakko, is just going to be forced to retreat outside. Number 7, Lucky. Can he get the pinch? No, not going to grab that pick, but now Yakko is going to be the last man up, and Real's got that all-important 5th kill as well. That is another big round coming through from Young Galactics. They want to get their foot in that grand final, and they're halfway in now. 3-0 currently at the moment, Pabs, and the boys of Sukry's Bakery, they need to answer back quickly now because it's starting to get a little bit out of hand again.
Yeah, and you've got to think that, he was able to get that extra pick in that round and the glide's going to come in useful. So they are potentially on the receiving end of being at a 4-0 if this glide really does hit the mark. Question you've got to ask as well is, look, he's only had 2 interactions. We're in round 4. If he gets involved in the game, this could be a huge problem. Eric Boom hugely on the struggle bus. He's been handed the keys and he is driving it round Bacage right now. So big moments, and they still haven't dealt with Real. If he gets one more pick, there's the strafe and run as well. And that is not kind of position you want to be in at 0-3 against potentially the best team in Europe.
So glide bomb out. They're going to force those players inside, and understandably, they're going to look to try and grab a pick. But the first blood's going to fall in the way of Lucky instead. So good work there by Young Galactics once again. As in towards the site they go. It's going to get messy. Number 8, Metals. Big first engagement. Manages to grab 1 kill, and his teammate Sukry is going to manage to get some revenge on Super as he drops another one, but Metals flies through. But Sukry, oh my goodness, he gets the punch off straight round the jaw of Metals. So now 2 versus 2. What is Eric Boom and Sukry's play here? Journey takes a really big gunfight and manages to win it, so now it's all on Sukry. The man that the bakery is named after. He's going to fall, and another round, Pablo. Young Galactics, they are really starting to put Sukry's Bakery through their paces again. Is this deja vu, though?
Man, I mean, we are seeing, potentially an absolute reversal of what's happened in the previous encounter. Young Galactics just look like a completely different side. Right now, money form, Trab's back in the seated position, leaning forward, getting prepared for potentially facing Young Galactics for whatever, the 6th or 7th time in what has been a reasonably short Vanguard season so far. Man, a regain is needed right now. Eric Boom needs to get involved. Yakko needs to do better. They need to use this aggression and potentially get at least 1 round on the board. Otherwise, this is going to be big problems for Sukry's Bakery.
Yeah, the boys in blue, they need a round, and they need one now. If it goes to 5-0, the talent that the boys of Young Galactics have, you just surely think they're going to get this one over the line. But Sukry, that's better. First blood.
Important.
Much more needed. Now they look to try and get over towards the beast site. Number 2 in Yakko's going to look to try and carry the bomb, and Super takes down Journey as well. Much better round here from Sukry's Bakery. And the regain needs to start. They are going to get a nade onto the man on the site. You can see number 4 in Eric Boom. He's just going to be underneath, and lucky the team shots actually combined to take Sukry down. So Real only needs to put One bullet in and falls straight down onto the last remaining man. So Lucky is going to be last man up. They finally get around on the board, Pablo, and we flagged it. It was a big one. It was a much needed one, but they need a lot more of that.
Yeah, absolutely. They just need to revitalize themselves, get a bit of confidence, and just really start to get their picks. They've been a little windy at times, and they've just been absolutely bodied by Young Galactics at times. They just haven't had the firepower to reciprocate. And whether this is a problem in terms of them just getting that discipline and seeing some games through to the end, it's been a long day for them. But right now, you've got to look to that young phenom. He's 1-4 right now. He's had an awful day in terms of S&D, and a lot of the time he's been absolutely awesome in the respawns. But right now, he definitely needs to regain, and if he goes big, you feel Sukry's Bakery could potentially ride that wave of confidence. But the first blood, mate, is all important.
Yeah, non-Bocage. First bloods. Just 10 times. It feels 10 times more important than any other normal search and destroy map here. Young Galactics waiting for the right time to move. Metals has worked his way underneath that broken side of Grandma's shoulder. He gets a little bit of information that there's a man on the outside. So too will Yakko. He knows he's there. The smokes are out. What are they going to try and do with this bomb here? Super just repositioning. You can see the stack of players that they've got over towards this A site, and this is going to get messy. Number one, Sukry. Now he goes. Pistol out. One for Sukry, two for Sukry. They are falling by the wayside. Real's going to reply with one kill, though. So now Real is looking for the second. He's not going to get it. Lucky now the last man standing. Oh, and a cheeky snipe to round it out as well. Sukry's Bakery with another important round. 4-2. Don't you do it to me. I swear to God.
Clip that for the
Hold
end.
that.
Sukry, man, brings out the sniper and sees that round off in style. And mate, you said they needed to get this round. Well, 4-2 is still a deficit, but you know, you've just got that sneaky feeling right now. Young Galactics, little tense, tightened up a little bit, and Sukry's Bakery, not only have they brought this to back within 2, but Eric Boom's doubled his score. Yakko's on a 2-5. You think if they're going to get a couple more kills, start feeling themselves in this round, this could be huge. As soon as I say it, Metal's body, Sukry.
Yeah, that is not what you wanted to see. Sukry, the sniper, doesn't pay off on that occasion. Metals just manages to clock him straight away. So first blood for Young Galactics almost instantaneously in this round. So Sukry's Bakery now at a disadvantage. Now, where are they going to take this bomb? It looks as though, again, it's going to be the A site. Just the calm before the storm, like we always come to expect on Bocage. Metals, oh, he spots one man. He knows there's one. Oh, and he gets the second as well. Takes down Super. The Super, it was, I believe, Eric Boom, who was actually shouldering it. Eric looking to try and off the back tank. He's so weak. Such an important moment. But Journey manages to grab a kill. So now it's all on Yakko. 1 versus 4. And even with his talents, surely this is not doable. And he's not going to get the first man even completed. Young Galactics now 1 round away, Pablo, from going through to the grand final. But this is the position that we were in last time.
We just know what could potentially be coming. Huge moment right now for Sukry's Bakery. They've got a ton of work to do, but they've done it before. And more importantly, you know, they've got to do it now. Otherwise, they are going to see themselves sat up, feet up, watching Young Galactics play money for them. And they want to be in that position. So they're going to need to go off and go big right now. Huge plays required out of the 2 young phenoms in Yakko and Eric Boom. And you would hope Sukry with some, you know, words of wisdom, great comms, and a huge moment right now for this young team.
Yeah, Eric, important first blood. This is just what they need to do, Sukry's Bakery. They just need to get first bloods. Transition, I think he did. Eric's got the info. Oh, he's going to try and get out, and he goes for the reach out. So Yakko is actually going to be the man to grab the kill. So now Real and Lucky. 2 versus 4. This next pick, if you're Young Galactics, it needs to be you. 1 versus 4 is not the ideal situation, but Real manages to get 1. He will get traded out, though, but Lucky is going to grab 1 as well. So now Lucky 1 versus 2. It's doable. He has the bomb. He has to work it out of that difficult spot. So now where is he going to go? A or B? 35 seconds remaining on the clock. The tension is just unparalleled at the moment. Lucky still just searching for one of those Sukry Bakeries, lads. Oh my god. Oh my god, he spotted both of them. Oh my god, he spotted both of them. Surely not. There's 1, there's 2, and Lucky manages to do it. He manages to put the nail in the coffin. Young Galactics, they get it done in a round that they probably shouldn't have done. And what a moment there from Lucky to clutch up for his boys right when they needed him to.
Lucky, man, absolutely huge plays. The decision making towards the end. He's back barn. He decides to wrap, thinks maybe about it, goes all the way round, gets to the side of barn, sees that information, and absolutely wins the round right there. And it is big players with big plays at the right time to get you to finals. And he's done an awesome job right there to do that. But Young Galactics look absolutely like a different team across the game modes that they were getting bodied in the previous game. What a huge performance right there. And they've sent Sukry's Bakery home, and they've got to turn the ovens off, wrap things up, and get back for Tuesday, because Young Galactics are going on to the grand final to face Moneyform in what is scheduled to be, one of the best games, and again, a game 5. We have seen nothing but the top tierest quality out of everyone who's played today, man. It has been huge performances across the board.
My God, what a series again. And Lucky, the man, comes out with such incredible moments, and it's going to be another one there. How on earth he's managed to do that. The boys of Sukry's Bakery. Spain without the S. That was a really difficult one there for those boys, but it is going to be another clash of the behemoths, Pablo. It's going to be Moneyform up against the boys of Young Galactics in that grand final. We will just cut to a quick break, guys, and I'll pop the replays up for the meantime of that series. An incredible series nonetheless, but we are now down to just 2 remaining teams. We'll wait for those vetoes to come through. We'll wait for the lobbies to get set up, but don't go anywhere, guys. The grand final of Cup number 5 is just around the corner.
Download your favourite podcasts and listen uninterrupted. Try YouTube Premium on us.
Looking through your eyes, I'm falling down. Looking at the skies, I'm kneeling down. Your love is hope, and then you say you want it forever. We're falling down, we need it now. You say you need it, you better up, and we're falling down for us. We are lucky that we found each other now, 'cause I know that we
something's missing, running out of love. But you're my one escape, and I can't give you up. I just wanna hold you. I wish I never told you. I feel us drifting. Don't question what we got. Can we take another shot? I hate this distance. I want you to feel my love more than anything before. I want you to feel my love. Want you to feel my love. I want you to feel my love more than anything before. I want you to feel my love. 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 Even when you hold me close, you feel so far away. Far away, far away. Used to miss me, now I'm wishing things could be the same. Be the same, be the same. I just wanna hold you. I wish I never told you. I feel us drifting. Don't question what we got. Can we take another shot? I hate this distance. I want you to feel my love. Feel my love more than anything before. I want you to feel my love. Want you to feel my love. I want you to feel my love more than anything before. I want you to feel my love. Want you to feel my love. Want you to feel my love more than anything. Want you to feel my love. Want you to feel my love. Want you to feel my love. I want you to feel my love. Want you to feel my love.
She loves everyone before she meets them. Her words spoken free, no judgment beneath them. She dons a sundress in the dead of winter, but that's alright. She thinks pancakes are meant just for dinner, but that's alright. She takes her shoes off and runs to the water, and I don't ask why. She thinks rules are for interpretation, and I can't deny. Yeah, she sees the world so differently. She doesn't think before she speaks. I wish we all could have a try to see the world through her eyes.
There you go. I almost managed to let that one slip. Not on the big day, though. Almost. I said hello. Nobody heard it. I'll say it again. Hello, ladies and gents. We're back. Grand final time is here. Potentially 2 best-of-5s here. I won't say it. I'm just leave it. I'm not going to jinx anything. Young Galactics up against Moneyform Pabs. We can talk till the cows come home about these two because these two have faced each other in quite a few grand finals. So we're having another treat here.
Man, I think this is probably the matchup of matchups this year so far. These have faced off probably more than any of the 2 teams, especially obviously if we look at those first 3 cups. Only Cup 4 really provides a surprise, and Young Galactics still getting through to that point as well, despite getting beat by Revenge Tour. So huge things at stake here when you consider, Moneyform obviously wanting to prove the doubters wrong and show that they are a cup-worthy side and a cup-winning team, particularly in Vanguard, having an awesome performance last year, but it's all about Vanguard and this year. And these are one of the teams again with the other 2 in Sukry's Bakery and in Young Galactics who've gone off quite big in the midweek elites and into being 3-1 up. But this is going to come down to potentially, just understanding, the team that takes this is the team that's assimilated all that information over the last few days and has most effectively used it. So, despite, what teams who go out might call it a fun cup, this is super important to the team that eventually does take it, because they're going to have that one-upmanship and that little bit of knowledge going into it. And I'm guessing Steve Vortex potentially wanting to see this game out without a reset of the bracket.
Yeah, and I think these boys are... Oh, Mr. Eric Boom with the follow.
Yeah, let's go.
GG's there earlier, Eric. Apologies that you guys couldn't come through with the dub, but some incredible games from you and your boys there. Thank you very much for the follow, buddy. One absolute legend. And yeah, we've seen a hell of a lot of games, Pabs, a hell of a lot of close games as well. But Steve Vortex's lot in money form, they haven't won a cup yet. So this is now their best, arguably their best position to do it, really. They just need 1 best-of-5 out of boys of Young Galactics. Obviously, Beans is now in a roster, whereas before when they played those grand finals, I believe it was Denza that was playing in his place. So we'll see quickly how the bracket has unfolded. And as you see, guys, courtesy of Mr. Prezi, thank you very much, Prezi, for the... sorting out of the spreadsheets, but we can see their money form. They've managed to push their way through in towards the grand final, so they will be on the top side of the bracket. And Young Galactics, they are coming through that losers way, and they've managed to rack together quite a journey. Obviously losing to the boys of Sukry's Bakery, but they have now overturned that and worked their way here, so they will now face the boys in money form. And this is just the perfect Titan clash, really, Pablo, isn't it, really? As far as we're concerned, at the start of the game, these were the 2 that we looked at and said, right, okay, these are the guys that will be leading the charge for a lot of these cups. And understandably, we're back in this position again with these 2. And it's anyone's game at this point, it feels like, because don't count Young Galactics out, even though they're coming through the losers bracket.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I suppose they're in a reasonably fortunate position, coming in as a settled three team. Journey Metal's unlucky, having a ton of history together, picking up the hottest young property in Europe right now in Real. Whereas on the other hand, obviously, Steve Vortex lost 2 of his players to the CDL Pro League, which is entirely deserving. In fact, he probably should have lost himself to the Pro League, arguably as well. Yeah. And he's had to rebuild this side, and it just shows the measure of the player and the guys in-game and out-of-game leader, that he's able to put another 2 team together that can consistently get to finals. And now that it looks like they've got this balanced team with the inclusion of Beans, they're getting to the final, not just through losers, but they're getting to the final on their own steam, and they're now up against the Young Galactics. And you would argue Moneyform, obviously the favoured to win this. They've made it through in the easiest fashion, so a good opportunity for Steve Vortex and co to really put their seal of approval and dominance on the European scene once again. And it's vital for them to do this, particularly if you want to see the likes of Steve Vortex go on and go through to the Pro League again. But it's going to be huge, mate, because this Spanish side are just so good. Like, they just can't be put down. They have been in a 2-0 in reverse sweep. They've got to 1-0 and took it to the final. They've 3-0'd today someone. They literally can do it all, and they are so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and we'll have a look at the map set for this one. So, slightly different one, bit of a mixed bag. Double Berlin, though, off the rip. Berlin, Tuscan, Bocage, and Desert Siege for the map count. Is there anything in particular, Pabs, that stands up to you on that one?
I mean, again, I'm a little surprised to see a Berlin S&D and a Tuscan Control in there. We know that the guys from Moneyform have had some difficulties on there, but I guess so have the young Galactic side. Again, seeing the Tuscan control in there surprises me. You know, despite a couple of close games, the guys from Spain just look superbly dominant on it. Again, though, at this level, every map is going to be fairly tight. I would have expected to maybe see a bit more Gavutu, but the guys from Moneyform have been a little hit and miss across the board. Some games they've been amazing, and some games they've been utterly dreadful. So it's a weird one. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, I think they're probably reasonably well matched across the board, and this is going to come down to those fine margins. And honestly, the way Steve Vortex has been playing today, if he's able to continue that dominant form, I think he might be the key factor in this game.
Yeah, so the boys now going to look to try and work a little bit of magic here in this grand final, and obviously they're going to want to get this done in one. I think Moneyform, that's literally their main priority. They want this done first best of 5. They're not going to sit there and rest on their laurels and be like, well, we've got 2 to lean back on. I think they're going to want to get this done, knowing how competitive these kind of players are, and especially at this level. I know Steve and his boys will probably be like, right, okay, let's come flying out the gates and just 3-0 these boys. I mean, I wouldn't expect any sort of other mentality from a group of players that have been at the top of AmCOD for a considerable amount of time. And you say the likes of Stevie Vortex, who pretty much he should be in the Pro League. It's just a question of when, really, if his boys and the boys of Young Galactics just keep banging the drum the way they've been doing so far this year. I can't really see a reason as to why not, really. They've just been so good.
More than anything else, man.
Yeah.
I think that's the only thing hindering them is the lack of expansion within the Pro League. I think you need two more franchise teams in there in order to allow the very top talent to be across the board. I think right now you've got, you know, we look at these 8 players as being potentially 2 teams that could compete at that league. In particular, you would obviously look at the handful of players from the Young Galactics, and then obviously right now you would probably say Harry and Vortex from Moneyform. But you know, then you've only got to go over to the States and then see their top 8 players, and you'd be like, well, there's arguably 4 teams, and there is no way the 4 franchises are suddenly going to spring up in that league. So it shows you how tight it is. One thing I would say is, you know, there are some players within the Pro League that are definitely grifting a living who shouldn't be in the Pro League now, and potentially should have probably made a move, or at least been forced to make a move, allowing room for these guys. But again, you know, we talk about the politics and the click of it, but that is the way it is. But right now what we've got in front of us is an absolutely monumental grand final on what has been at the moment probably the most closely contested cup that we've seen out of all 5 cups. It's been an absolute honour to cast over this, because it has been a blast so far.
Yeah, and just a quick heads up, so the guys are just going to quickly have a quick break, probably grab some food and get regained ready for this next grand final. So there will be a slight delay, guys. We will just quickly cut it to a short break, because obviously me and Pabs, we can waffle till the cows come home, but you guys, real yeah, Pabs has got pizza to chomp on. I've had my Twix, that's all I had, so I'm running on empty.
But that's why you're not 18 stone like me.
So and quick shout out as well to Flux for the sub. Thank you very much, brother, and all the support as well today has been absolutely crazy. And Mr. Seymour coming through. How are we doing, Colin? Thank you. And yeah, it's one where we're going to take a quick break, guys, obviously before the guys do lobby up and come through with it. But we've got a hell of a grand final ready to go for you any second now, so don't go anywhere. Grab your food and grab your drink while you still can, while the players do as well. We'll be back very shortly, just after this short break for Young Galactics versus Moneyform. The Clash of the Titans is back once again.
Are we out?
illusion's not enough. The illusion's not enough. The illusion's not enough. The illusion's not enough. Maybe I made you up. Sometimes I feel like I'm out of touch. Out of touch. 'Cause I keep waking up. All I know was it all a mirage. Fading out.
Sign up for YouTube Music Premium and get ad-free videos and music.
This is the 808 bass test.
It's us again. We are unmuted and we're ready to go. Grand final is pretty much underway. We should now be lobbying up very shortly. I have just got a cheeky invite from one of the lads. Journey. I was lucky. I can't remember which one it was. It's just pinged us an invite, so we should be starting very, very shortly, Pabs. And Berlin map number 1. You know what I'm going to ask you? It's been coming all evening. I mean, we're at grand final now, and I'm going to stick it on you before you stick it on me. It's a case of, right, okay, which Young Galactics and which money form are we going to get to play here? Or are we potentially going to get an absolute classic between these two where they are both trading blow for blow?
Listen, you know, just before you unmuted us, you said don't say anything stupid. So I literally can't guarantee that I'm not going to say anything stupid, because that is an early plan flag against two teams who have absolutely gone off today. The potential for a bracket reset. I mean, we've got to look at the maps first and just have a conversation about those maps. You know, 2 Berlins, a Tuscan, a Bocage, and a Desert Siege. I mean, I don't even know where to go with this one. The Berlin Hardpoint looks so good for the boys from Moneyform. Berlin Search Industry is being back and forth for Young Galactics. Tuscan Control is 100% a Young Galactics map, and Bocage Hardpoint, as they've just proven, is another one that you could potentially see them winning or losing, depending how much pressure they got under. So the bracket reset is definitely a possibility. The second bracket, you know, we need to see those maps. So I'm going to go with the Young Galactics bracket reset here. I think they've got enough in the tank. I think Moneyform are just slow enough at the start of every series to get put under pressure early doors, and let's just go Young Galactics. The sentence is gone, man.
It's so hard. I mean, I'm still trying to find things in my room that I can flip to see if it just go with that. But yeah, it's absolutely incredible to see these guys again in what has been an incredible day of Call of Duty. We will just pick up the bracket graphic again to see how both teams have got here. So boys of Moneyform in through that winners bracket, they are here, and the boys of Young Galactics, they are going to have to take 2 best of 5s from them if they are going to be crowned Challengers Cup holders number 5. And I'll tell you what, Pabs, what a record that would be if Young Galactics managed to take 4 out of the first 5 cups. That would be an absolute madness. They have been incredibly dominant, but I mean, even by their standards, that is one hell of a stat.
It is, and I mean, you can't say they only beat what's in front of them. There's nothing else. Regardless of people's perceptions about the quality or the importance of the cups at whatever time, you can only beat what's put in front of you. And they've been set up like that from Cup 1, and they've dominated. Well, we're not at that point anymore. They're being taken seriously. The elite quals are important, and they're still dominating. So it just goes to show, you know, straight from the outset, they got the measure of this game and really understood it. And it's taken a monumental effort and a reshuffle in terms of teams for Moneyform to start to get back into this. So it shows you how strong they are. If they reset the bracket and win this is a Young Galactics year. You know, it is early in the season. We've still got plenty of months to come, and there's plenty of opportunities to see changes happen and Moneyform potentially come good. And let's face it, at the end of the year, when you think about all those cups, you really only remember who won Challengers Champs, and that was Moneyform last year. But they did it on the back of impressive displays in these cups, and it takes that kind of performance and understanding the game to get there. And right now, Young Galactics are the team to beat, despite coming through the losers bracket today.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, if you're banking on anyone to potentially take 2 best of 5s off of Moneyform, it's probably going to be the boys of Young Galactics. If you're picking anyone, as good as Sukry's Bakery have been, I mean, Young Galactics, from what we've seen anyway, from the matchups when they've faced and gone toe-to-toe, normally Young Galactics have kind of had their number a little bit. Obviously, prior to the addition of Beans, especially, was when they were playing them in the grand finals of back-to-back cups, and I think they lost 2 of them back-to-back. And obviously, boys of Young Galactics, I mean, they've been to the final of every single cup so far, I'm pretty sure now, because Cup 4 they lost in the final, didn't they, to Revenge Tour?
Yeah, Revenge Tour. And I mean, it took an effort there for that to happen as well.
Yeah, it took Denza just going absolutely crazy, and his boys putting on an absolute incredible show for that one. So, I mean, if anyone can do it, it's probably going to be Young Galactics. But, I mean, regardless of what the score is, we've got an absolute blessing on display of Europe's finest once again. And we're just here banging the drum saying, hello, CDL teams, hello. We've got some very good teams over here if you'd like to pick them up. Because, again, we just got an incredible final here in Challengers, which, looking at these players and the talents that they have, it's just mind-blowing to see them.
Oh, I mean, we've talked about it earlier on about how, you know, there are a number of players in the CDL Pro Division who probably, you know, could easily be replaced by almost all the top, maybe 12 players in this league. You know, you even go as far as Sukry's Bakery. Sukry's proved in the past that he can do it, and obviously Super right now is probably my favourite player, you know, in terms of his consistent ability to play really, really good Call of Duty. He did it last season as well, despite there being kind of an imbalance in that Mavericks team. He's just so good. And you look at Weichel, who's gone over to Texas and is now playing in Real Madrid, and he's just awesome as well. So, and then that's not before we even start talking about Moneyform and the Young Galactics. So we talk about the bubble in the EU and how that we know all these players just below that bubble trying to scratch the surface. Well, honestly, there are a ton of players in the CDL Pro League who really need to be watching behind themselves, because they might put some decent numbers up, but if they're not winning consistently, we've got winners right here. We've got proven winners right here who could easily go into those roles and do really big things. You think about Steve Vortex as an individual, you take out his gun skill, his ability with an MP40, and then you add into the fact that he's probably one of the most experienced in-game leaders. He's clearly got good brains for this game, in game and out of the game. So not only are you picking up a good player, it's not really like a rookie, you're picking up a really experienced brain as well. And then we talk about the Spanish lads, Team Heretics. That's all you need to say. It's like 3/4 of Team Heretics right there. So they've proven that they can do it at the very highest level. So right now, if you're a CDL Pro player dropping ones and below and not really getting the wins in your team, you need to be start watching your back.
Yeah, so we are pretty much ready to go, Pablo, given that we don't have any technical issues with players disconnecting and stuff like that. So Young Galactics, Moneyform, grand final time here for the 5th cup that Europe has to offer. And take your pick of players, Pablo. I mean, God, blimey, we've got a fair few to choose from, but Young Galactics, let's see what they have got in offer here. We know that they've been playing very, very well of recent, and Moneyform especially as well, coming through that winners bracket with a really big point to prove, as P1 understandably becomes an absolute bloodbath.
Oh, a bloodbath. Real just absolutely bodied Wee Man through the tightest gap possible, and it's going to be the boys from Young Galactics who push on from the front in this P1. In a hill, you would expect Moneyform to absolutely dominate. He does get beautiful plays by Beans there as he slides through and gets the headshots on Real. And that's going to be a re-break of the highest caliber from Moneyform. Huge plays as we get into this grand final, and already grand final vibes, grand final quality, and we see that kill feed going completely green.
Yeah, nice work from the boys of Moneyform, but now they've got an all-important rotation to try and lock down. Metals is going to be lurking out the back of the new hill. Nice work to take down one. Weeman's going to be out the back as well, as they do manage to get the trades. But now, this is an important moment here for Moneyform, Pabs. If they can hold this hill, this lead already is going to look really dangerous. And Harry's on a 5 streak as well, so there's a lot of positivity right out the gates for Moneyform.
Yeah, and if Weeman can get a few more picks, that's potentially going to be 2 glide bombs, which is huge when you consider, the next hill may not be the most open hill, but the one after that is pretty open. And if you've already got yourself a 50, 60 second lead, you could potentially be wrapping up a couple of hills. And already this hill feels like it's nearly over with. And these guys have taken the entirety of the time. What a defense. And you said it at the start, Steve Vortex probably thinking, let's get this game done and dusted. No reset to the bracket. Well, you can see it right now. The money's on the table and the form is absolutely immense right now.
Yeah, big gunfight's going down already over towards the new hill. You can see Wee Man, he's just locked out the back. He knows Real's here. The nades and shots are coming through, but big gunfight wins there. Means that Harry is now the last man out the back. Harry with 1. He's looking for the second as well, and the pistol manages to help him grab the second. And that is a huge moment that looks as though Metals is going to be managing to grab that free pick onto him. So even though the efforts of Harry were incredible at that moment, it wasn't going to be enough. But look at Steve-O. He's making the big brain play. Round the back he goes. A glide bomb is going to come out as well, as Harry looks to try and lock them in towards that building, and it's going to allow Steve-O out the back as well. It's a really big brain play here from Moneyform, but now they just need to try and push their way in. They've got them spawning out, but now they need the next wave of kills.
Yeah, huge plays by Steve. And we just look at that decision making. He clearly sees 3 players pushing into the side, ignores them all, goes round the back, gets the kill, gets the spawns, gets Moneyform into place, and it's going to take a monumental effort pushing from the front and obviously kill feeding time and time again. Huge plays by Journey and Lucky, those that are able to push in. But again, they're just going to still be in this war of attrition, and it's all about the next rotation. And although the guys from Young Galactics potentially set up, right now Moneyform are just absolutely amazing. And Steve-O on a 10-5 already, and you've got to look to Lucky 3-10. He may have grabbed 20 seconds, but that is not a score that you want as you potentially head into the end of the first rotation. Moneyform beaming right now and playing at their very peak.
And Beans, this is a big moment for him. There's a man just lurking right underneath him. If he can manage to get his teammates to aid here, as we are going to see the strafing run come through, it's going to manage to grab Lucky off the hill as well. So the streak, which we know could be difficult to use, is actually a really good one coming through there from Harry, and kills out the back. Beans is still on the hunt for that last man, which is going to be Metals. who's doing his utmost just to stay alive at this point. But they know he's in here. But nice work from Metals. He's just being a thorn in their side for the time being while they look to try and get players on the hill. He is going to slide out and go for the chow. Number 8 in Stevo is still lurking. He's going to fall and get taken down. And Young Galactics with a really good retake of this hill. Shots coming through again, but Real not going to be able to combine with this one. But if they can keep these boys quiet, Pablo, and keep them on the back foot, Money Form will be laughing.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's been a really nice hold. They're going to potentially give up the last handful of seconds now. It is going to be Real who jumps on, but you can see that number 3 already out there thinking about getting that information more than anything else, as Real and Lucky team up to drop Stevo, Beans and Harry. It's 73 plays 92, and they've managed to bring this back from what was an entire rotation deficit, and they've brought this back to within 20 or less. In fact, probably about 15 seconds, so good play right now. But one thing we do know is Moneyform have been absolutely solid on this P5, and right now that defense, you wouldn't put it past them to take another big chunk of time on what is arguably one of the most difficult kills in Call of Duty right now.
Yeah, number 8 Stevo just trying to stay alive on the hill, but Lucky is just going to peek him round at the right time, grabs him out of that one. And Harry's still on another streak now. He is just silently racking up numbers for the boys at Money Form, and he is going to get on that scrap time, but Metal's still lurking as well. He's so sneaky around the hills, and he manages to grab one. Looks for the second onto Harry, and he's not sneaky about that because he just ripped straight through his skull. The boys of Young Galactics going to look to try and push their way in towards that next rotation, and they will have those players on there ready to go. Real, Metals, and Journey are all going to be here. It's just a question of these all-important first engagements, as the boys of Young Galactics do have that initial time, but they're going to have to be careful of Mr. Beans because he is lurking out the back.
Yeah, and not just that. We know we've got Metals. He's potentially on a flank, but they know he's there, and they might be able to read these, and that's a big kill. But it forces 2 players to push off, so this is going to be almost a retake of a hill they already controlled, as the boys from Moneyform do look to stretch and manipulate Young Galactics. But it's a nice performance. They not only get the hold, but they've got a player out front who can get some information. He knows those players are going to be wrapping around mid. He's going to try and get himself repositioned, potentially get a kill. He gets dropped by Beans, which is an awesome kill right there. Beans very resurgent right now on 15 and 13 compared to that kind of work that he was doing in S&D earlier in the round. So he's gone off. It's been really nice, but Real with a big 2-piece, and more importantly, Journey 1 away from a glide. And right now, mate, this game is on a knife edge as it is all tied up.
Oh, and that's a big kill to take Journey down because he was 1 off of a glide bomb as well, so he's not going to grab it. And we go over towards the P2. Look at those green arrows on the map at the moment. Real will do really well to stay alive here. Just going to try and nade and cover himself. But a big engagement onto Stevo. Manages to drop one, and his teammate in Journey is going all the way around the back here. Is he going to snap? Oh, no, Harry, with the map that he's having at the moment, unsurprisingly, just absolutely beams him out the back as the players look to try and flood on towards the hill. Metals, though, he's just been a pain all map long. He's looking for more kills. Going to slide out. There's one for Metals. He's going to have another man ready and waiting round the corner as the boys of Moneyform look to try and work their way in towards the hill. Real on the outer lane, looking for one, but Bean's going to tag him up a little bit as they just shoot each other through the curtains, it seems, as Real finally gets that kill over line. The pistol isn't going to be enough, and the boys of Moneyform really well holds at the moment for those boys, but now you've got to start to think, Pablo, 20 seconds remaining. Is scrap time important, or do you go for the rotation?
Yeah, you probably want to start setting yourself up already, and it's going to be important for themselves to get themselves a nice, tasty lead, but it's only going to be about 25 seconds, so getting set up right now, all important, but it doesn't matter because they drop Journey, and it was the only player furthest forward, so from a position Young Galactics should have potentially been able to get good spawns and get good time from. They've absolutely fluffed it, and it's going to be another fight from the front, and number 4 potentially gets tagged up, but no, we do see number 2 Journey there as he drops Stevo. That could be a very important kill, and number 6 and number 7 still out there, so Harry and Weeman with a huge job to do right now. They're going to need to try and tag these 2 players up. Handgun comes out, and it's going to be Harry, Weeman and Stevo who get the drop, and that's going to be a great bit of time for Moneyform, who've started again to put themselves about 30 seconds clear.
And Stevo, he's been brilliant all map long as he manages to grab his 26th kill to put himself at double positive. So with 25 seconds left, although they will get the scrap time, Young Galactics, you can see the boys of Moneyform, they are just still going to lurk around the existing hill and look to try and stop as much scrap time from coming through to them as possible. They've got to be careful not to just reflip spawns out, but you can see the anchors out the back. They aren't going to flip the spawns just yet. And Weeman, nice work, manages to take down one. Now Young Galactics on the hunt over towards the new hill. He's got some really good timing here. So Stevo going to be dead to rights, takes him out of that new hill. And now you can see those green arrows, they are hunting for him out the back. But he's being a real menace out the back here. Real, Automaton, MP40, doesn't matter. He does it all. Stevo, though, with a really big kill to cement those spawns. But now, where are Young Galactics going to try and push this from? They have got a couple of players out towards the warehouse side. And Real, though, Holy, hold that. Steve-O just absolutely beams him. And Steve-O is on a man on a mission at the moment. 28 and 15. If he can keep this up money form, you've got to call it their way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are in the second rotation. He's practically on a 30. Inhuman performance from probably the best player not in the CDL Pro League. Huge performance out of him. But again, they're not able to turn that huge performance into an amazing amount of time. Still only 33 seconds between the two teams. Just as that point where Young Galactics are going to be able to bring themselves within 15 seconds again. But again, it's going to be money for them who are in that primary position. They're across middle, and it's going to be looking to number one, Real, who's 21 and 24 right now, with the big responsibility to hold that side towards that kind of like office side, and he's going to need to be able to push through and potentially get some big kills right now.
Yeah, Steve-O is just commanding so many areas of the map at the moment with the MP40. He's going to grab another one onto Journey before Rail trades him out. But Beans again, another couple of kills come through for him as he looks to try and work his way onto streaks, but gets shut down by Journey. And there's the Spanish talent that we know can just come in punches, and there's another one there as Journey and Real combine for more kills, and the boys of Young Galactics, they managed to bully them off of the hill for the time being. Real still in and around the action. And meanwhile, number 4 Metals has got a lot of work to do because there's a few players. He's going to drop Beans and Wee Man, get some important kills. Steve-O's going to grab one as well as they look to try and flood through, and a 4-man wipe there for the boys in green right when they need it. And they do finally hit an important run of points here, Pablo, to push this lead out. There's still not much separating these two teams, though. Every single second of scrap time at this point, Pabs, feels as though it's going to be absolutely enormous.
Oh, yeah, if you're talking 7 seconds of scrap time, we're talking a 25-second difference in the game. You can bring that to nearly 15-second difference, so a huge amount of time in the scheme of things. 195 plays 215, and again, money form in that position potentially to defend. But look at that row of purple arrows as they make their way through, and not just that, they are dropping players, Metals and Journey, with huge kills. Journey drops Steve-O in the hill, and they are going to be on the kill with 45 seconds remaining. They can potentially get a huge amount of time and go into the lead, and it looks like they are also set up to get any reads on anyone. What is number 3 doing? He's going to be waiting for that player to push through. Big kill there as we see Lucky drops Beans. So huge moment for the team in purple. And mate, we said you cannot write these off at any given time, regardless of who they're playing.
Oh my goodness. Those purple arrows now racing over towards that hill, and Journey did get 7 in a row before he fell, but Beans, he's got a huge job on his hands potentially here very shortly. 14 seconds remaining. He's going to put Young Galactics in with a shout here. And Real, this is huge scrap time, but Wee Man, that's a massive win to grab one. And there's still one-on-ones going on in the hill, but Harry's able to come through with one of them as he gets on towards that scrap time himself. And look at those green arrows, Pablo. They're ready to go. Steve-O and Beans are here, and they are locked into position as Real. Can he be the punch through that they need? There's one for Real. There's still players nearby, but Moneyform, they are not letting this one go. They have got a full dead man's grip on this one. But Steve-O's going to get taken down. So Wee Man, can he make the play? Those purple arrows, they just bullied their way in. Oh my goodness, they're getting the kills when they need it. Beans is going to manage to get the man out of the hill, but they are running out of time. 10 seconds. Beans with another important kill. Could it prove to be a pivotal one? He's going to fall. Number 8, Steve-O, can he get in quick enough? No, he can't. The Spanish boys are just not letting this one slip. Wee Man's still alive. He's still in there, but they get the kills. Harry's in. Harry falls, and Young Galactics take map number 1, Pablo. And if this series is anything to go by, oh my goodness, this is going to be a hell of a grand final.
You just look at that performance from Steve Vortex, and despite nearly dropping 40 kills in a hard point that Moneyform dominated for nearly 80% of this game, who is it that comes out on top with the Spaniards? Enormous plays right there. Steve Vortex dropping a 34, 28 non-traded kills in a game they lose, and that just shows you the caliber of the players that we are dealing with. Young Galactics, who absolutely chained the final couple of hills together, go completely off and end up dominating the very latter portion of a completely insane Berlin hardpoint. Mate, we are in for an absolute banger and potentially 10 of the most closely fought maps you've seen.
Oh my goodness. That's map 1, Pablo. We might have 10 of these. My heart can't take this. The boys of Young Galactics and Moneyform. Oh my goodness, this might be an absolute stellar on performance here with these two. And we go in towards Berlin once again in the search and destroy. But you called it out, Pablo. Steve-O had a hell of a map. Wee Man obviously struggled quite a lot, but that is the thing with this Young Galactic side. Even if they're struggling sometimes for kills, they just always hold on. It's so rarely that you see them getting outslain and still not in with a chance of taking a map. They rarely get battered. And they've shown it again there. They held on. And then as soon as they got those waves of kills, when Journey started to speed up, they just managed to get it over the line.
You know, I'm not like the greatest strategic brain when it comes to it. I like sometimes look at the maps and think, why has the team done that? And time after time, you look at the Young Galactics and think they're in this kind of like very submissive position, and then from nowhere they're just able to slice through a team. And you know, time and time again, we saw it, particularly over towards that P2, where we saw time and time again, Moneyform would have the advantage. They would be on the hill, and the purple arrows would just come in and absolutely decimate. And again, we've said this before about this team. We've said that they've got this weird ability where they can like stack a new hill with 2 or 3 players, and they'll leave Lucky behind, and he'll get a 2-piece or a 3-piece, and he'll dominate that hill on his own. And the absolute trust in each other and response to give each other such like crazy responsibility at a point like this is wild sometimes. But more importantly, they're doing that to Real, and he is coming through with the goods. That shot that he got on Harry in mid-map is insane. From the 3rd floor, Harry knew where he was, and he still couldn't body him, and that just shows you the caliber of player we're dealing with when it comes to Real. You know, don't write Moneyform off. We've said it again, this is going all the way, 100% going all the way. But right now, Young Galactics in the driving seat to start the reset.
Yeah, and it's when we go into search that I'm so glad it is not hard point and then control. It is a little bit more of a breakdown for the search and destroy, because we get a chance to come up for air after what has been an incredible map 1 here in grand final. Remember, guys, the boys of Young Galactics, they are coming through from the losers bracket, so if they take the first best of 5, we will have another one on the cards, and we will continue to see who is going to be crowned the champions of EU Challengers Cup number 5. But we're still waiting for the guys to sort out the host and stuff for map number 2, Pabs. But Berlin Search and Destroy, I mean, we talk about this with both teams, really. It's one where, right, okay, either team might drop a map, but then you can't really look too much into the next map because we know how good both of these teams are at regaining.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird one. Even on the statistical front, it's a bit odd because we've seen both teams go 6-5, win and lose. We've seen both teams get absolutely slapped across the face as well. So it's a bit of an odd one. And obviously, you're relying on one player to potentially take control of this. I would suggest the guys in Spain a little bit more potential to do it, particularly over the last few days when we've seen Moneyform kind of be a bit hit and miss. But again, I mean, it could be anyone. Steve Vortex just looks like he wants to take control of this game, but at the minute, just not happening for him. And the other thing we've got to consider again going into this kind of S&D is it's going to be a battle of the snipers. Are we going to see Lucky versus Harry? What is it? How is that story going to play out, if it exists at all? And half the battle for me here is I got to get the crystal ball out, because obviously we got mini-map blocker, we've got X-rays, so it becomes very difficult to kind of work out what the strategy is from the outset. Obviously we know the boys from Young Galactics are very patient. Even you see how patient they are on a blockage hardpoint. They will get set up for P1 and then get the kills, so they're even more cautious on an S&D, and particularly on a map with the geography of this. It's a big map. So again, I mean, you've got to put, hopefully you would like to see Moneyform at least get one on the round, or ultimately, you know, if you want that map reset, if you want to see that super exciting game 10 round 11 kind of matchup, if anyone's got the stamina as a viewer to keep up with it, then I don't know, maybe a Young Galactics win might be on the cards. But either way, it's going to be a hell of a performance if it's anything like that hardpoint Mr. Goldby.
Yeah, so the boys of Moneyform going to look to try and hit the regain here in map number 2. And the boys of Young Galactics, they've had a hell of a ride so far in this Challengers Cup number 5. We've had 2 game 5s just against Sukry's Bakery alone. So the Young Galactics boys, they're going to look to try and see this one out, potentially in the first best of 5, but then they've got to do it all again in the second best of 5. And Moneyform, you don't want to doubt them, really, because you know the ability they have. It wouldn't shock me if we do go to 1-1 and then 2-1 and then 2-2, and then obviously that infamous game 5 pads. But you flagged up there Stevie Vortex. They're going to need more of that from him pretty much the whole series here, because he can be a real game changer. We saw the absolute madness that he went on that Gavuta control against Sukry's Bakery. If you guys missed that, by the way, I beg you go and watch it, because you will witness one of the greatest players in COD Challengers tear through arguably one of the greatest teams in COD Challengers single-handedly, completely untouched. And he had
those 3 times.
When Steve-O hits that form, it's just incredible. But he's going to need to be that big factor. And obviously with Weeman struggling a little bit in that one especially, he might, if Weeman does continue to struggle, which I doubt he will, to be honest, but if he can continue to keep putting up those numbers, then they're still going to be in with a good chance.
I think this is the thing we argue about, though. I think this is an interesting performance note, I suppose, is Steve Vortex can play amazingly well and Miniform can still lose because somehow fundamentally between the other players they're not getting into the right positions or doing the right work. Whereas we would see when Denzer was on the side, if Denzer played well, they all played well and would win a game. And this is the thing that the time and time kind of lets Moneyform down, is that Steve Vortex is clearly head and shoulders above a lot of the players in the scene, and he can literally go off in a map. And as we've seen it, we've already seen it in the hardpoint, and his team can still lose. So he really does need that fundamental, foundational support from the other three players. He needs Beans and Weeman to go big. They're the two pickups after we saw the other two players leave to go over to the Royal Ravens. So it's super important that Beans and Weeman are able to fill that gap. You know, they're filling some big shoes right now. The two players that left them have just bodied Optic 3-2. So you don't get any bigger shoes than that right now, and they've got to play to that standard. You know, they've got to have these big games, because if Moneyform get reset, you know, if the brackets reset, you know, they could be in the blender, and that's going to be a huge confidence, you know, loss for a team that should realistically be winning cups.
Yeah, and one thing I will just say, that game yesterday for Royal Ravens, it was so satisfying to see those lads manage to perform on the top stage and obviously take Optic Gaming. If you guys didn't see that series, again, there's so much good Call of Duty at the moment. Vanguard, obviously, we've had our problems with it, Pablo, but for viewership, it's a
it's awesome.
Absolutely unreal game.
Bocage is an absolute dog of a map to play, to be any kind of part of in any game mode, but watching it is absolutely insane. In terms of viewing this game, it's been superbly exciting. Actually, in terms of viewing the game, I would say it's better than Cold War in that sense, but Cold War was just a lot more fun to play. It felt a lot more balanced at times and across the game modes, and right now I would quite happily take a Moscow as a map and bring it into this. You know, I don't know how it'd work with the time to kill and stuff, but it would just be nice to have, you know, a truly good, solid, balanced map to go along with. Maybe, you know, obviously formerly Tuscan, although the control is a bit lost, but maybe in addition to Berlin. So it's just been nice to get another map or two in the rotation, so we had a good, solid choice. Right now we are fairly limited, which is why we're potentially seeing a lot of Tuscan and a lot of Berlin. But really today, mate, we've just been battered with Bocage. Every last two maps, Bocage double header, another Bocage double header. So I don't know, it's crazy. But right now, you know, the map choice is just out the window for this one. This comes down to talent, form and strategy, and right now Young Galactics have got the advantage.
And Luty's come up with an absolute stonker, Pabs. He said you two should consider be auditioning for the next Harry Potter film. You'd be a great Harry and a fantastic Hagrid. That's so
definitely
good.
got the weight, you know.
Yeah,
I've
got the specs. I just need the magic wand, mate, and I'm ready to go. But yeah, map number 2.
Tell them when I go into pubs, I'm going on the other team and just getting the new tube out again.
Yeah, you just team killing, Pabs, if you can. Show him who's boss. But no, we are going to hop in towards map number 2 here between Young Galactics and Moneyform. So let's see here what this one has in stock for us, because if it's anything to go by from that first map, we have got a hell of a grand final to go here. And Rayout and the boys are going to be stacking over towards this A site. They've got to be careful, though, of the boys of Moneyform, because number 8 in Journey, looking for a bit of a pinch. He's going to manage to get the first blood straight onto Weedman. Good work by him. They've got to be careful, though, because Beans is up top, and I think he knows there's another man nearby him. Will manage to reply with an important kill.
Yeah, absolutely. And a really nice reaction. And again, really good sense to realise that he was potentially going to get traded out. Again, Berlin, not really the best map for trades, but we're going to see Beans go big. And it is going to be a 1v2, though. And we know how difficult these clutch situations are. But it's really good. One thing is great is to see Beans not only off the mark, but he's 2-0 and potentially a nice bit of a confidence lift going into this S&D. And maybe this is going to be a better S&D for him. Ray Allen Journey, though, he has got a lot to contend with. But he's got the AI. He's going to get tagged up and dealt with. And it's going to be Young Galactics who go into the lead. Ominous signs already, Major, or is this just the start of the ping pong?
Oh, I think it's just going to be the start, to be honest. I mean, I don't like saying too many statements on Vanguard, because the amount of times we get them wrong and we jinx things instantaneously, I'm going to leave this one to the COD gods to answer for us. But it will be that first round in the pocket of Young Galactics. A big shout out to Metals there for 2 important kills, and Rayon Journey obviously mopping up those remaining players. So we'll see what the boys Spain decide to do for their first opening round. And whoo, there we go, Pabs. Sniper time. Hopefully he can get picked.
Yeah, the Magic Man as well with the Sniper Lucky, who we've seen time and time again, absolutely world star players. Whether he's going to be able to get a pick is another thing. We know there's quite a lot of geography to cover. So again, we talk about the efficiency, and he's going to get tagged up. So he's going to be kind of unlucky and lucky in the sense that he's not going to be left in that awful clutch with the sniper. But 2 players do fall, and it's going to be 3 as we see Lucky, Metals, and Journey fall the way of the boys in green, and that's going to be a full wipe. And Money Form look to make a statement round to say, whatever you can do, guys, we can do better.
And that is exactly why I didn't say anything, because they came back with an incredible round there. Beans, strong start from him. 4 kills to his name. Only the 1 death as of yet as we go in towards round number 3. So we're back to pretty much evens once again. Let's see what the boys have in stock for us here. The Money Form decide to take this bomb. Obviously, we talk about it quite a bit, Pabs. That B bomb, to be fair, from what we've seen this weekend, we haven't seen as much B-bomb action as we're used to seeing. A lot of teams have been opting to try and play it slowly and work it to A, almost like to bait the switch to B before they then go round towards A.
I just want to hear you say B-bomb action again. That was beautiful, that, like poetry. But yeah, again, we're seeing a lot of pushes towards A. Again, B, you know, we do normally see this. We normally see a hearty amount of pushes, but right now, Steve, Harry and Beans teaming up to drop them again, and again, that's a 4-man wipe. And mate, Money Form have just thought, you know what, we cannot afford to lose this in S&D. We're not going to have a reset bracket, and they have come out firing on all cylinders after that first, you know, really big round from Young Galactics. Money Form have just come out and said, no, we are going to absolutely come back and fight this.
And this is now the round normally on the storyboard where somebody like Lucky switches to a sniper and grabs 3 kills, and then we're back tied up again, sitting thinking, what on earth are we going to do with this game? But the boys of Money Form, 2 good rounds back to back, and that combined streak now between Beans, Harry, and Stevo currently sat at 8. So we'll see if they can get any more progress. The cross has been smoked. Number 3 in Wee Man. He did toy with the opportunity to cross over, but he's just going to back up and think twice about it. And the boys of Young Galactics with the bomb in the hands of Journey. Looks as though this bomb is going in towards A, but Rael's actually going to catch his teammate straight around the back of her head with a few tickling bullets.
Yeah, and I think he's realised there's hit reg, and I think he's just got confused there, and there's a player not actually there. Again, you just got to see the quality of Lucky, you know, across the map with that AR, completely ahead height, knowing that if he's able to get 2 picks, that player will die. So Weeman very sensibly backs up. Metal's in a great position here. Don't think he realises there's a player right next to him, so this is going to be a good opportunity. If he is able to play this with a modicum of patience right now, and he's not, he does get tagged up, Steve-O, with a really big kill in the MP40, clearly outdoing it. Harry's going to back him up, and again, it's going to be a 3v2. Lucky is able to get one, but Lucky again last alive in this 1v3, able to get one, but Harry drops him with 15 seconds, Major. Again, another solid round from the team in green.
Oh man, they are looking very, very solid in this, and now you've got a situation where 3 players are right on the edge of grabbing a glide bomb here, so this is really dangerous here for Young Galactics. Although we're only 4 rounds in, if those 3 players potentially get a pick each and they go 4-1 up with 3 glide bombs, my god, they are going to be raining death from above, left, right, and centre. So we'll keep an eye on the boys of Money Form to see if they can get that all-important 5th kill. But the boys of Young Galactics, Pabs, after that first round, they've just not really got going.
No, I mean, S&D just looks like it's their talent, their kind of kryptonite right now. It's weighing them down. And what a performance from Beans, you know, a player we needed to see a resurgence from, but only in S&D. He's been absolutely awesome in every other game mode. So right now, just proving the doubters wrong. He's 6-1, going completely off. Weeman, you would suspect if he was able to get involved in the game in any way, would be even better for Money Form. But right now, Young Galactics take a slight life advantage. It is going to be 3 lives, plays 2 lives. Harry and Weeman left last alive. Now Weeman, you know, the player massively, partially on the struggle bus in a 1v3, and we know how difficult Berlin clutches are, Major.
Yeah, but the important thing that Young Galactics have done is Beans, Harry, and Stevo, who were all on 4 streaks, none of them got it. So if Young Galactics take this round as well, that will be a hell of a good round from those boys if they're considering that in the grander scheme of things. And Young Galactics, with some more kills, means that it is going to be 3-2. So in a round that was potentially pivotal, is going to see them only 1 round clear. Journey getting that final kill. And again, Pabs, it's got that little whiff of that round 11, just saying.
Hey, mate, we know 100% we're going to be seeing 22 rounds of S&D at a minimum in this. I would be surprised if it wasn't the case. Young Galactics, though, trying to put the cat among the pigeons. Obviously, we know that the quality is inherent in this side, and they're going to be able to pick things up pretty quickly. And right now, only a 1-round deficit. Weeman going to drop the smoke and try and cut across. Bit braver this time, maybe realizing that there was no one over across mid-journey. A bit late to the party there, Major, to get anyone, and it's going to be Money Form with a heavy stack towards that A-bomb site. He is going to get tagged up and survive, though. So good play so far from Money Form, but not a pick between either sides in this round 6.
And Stevo, a couple of players nearby, one of which is going to be Metals. He just tries to work his way around this middle building. Also see it, number 7 in Real. With minimap blocker, you guys won't be able to see it, but he's going to manage to get in towards the back here. He'll do well to stay alive here because he's going to get pinched from both directions. Oh my goodness, one player just runs straight past him. Oh, Wee Man manages to get the kill in such a bizarre circumstances. And they're now looking to try and clean this round out. Bomb will go down. Harry is going to be working a flank all the way around the back, which you guys won't be able to see, but I will try and flick to him as soon as he does it. But Gurney, important kill, and now the engagements come through. Harry on the pinch is now going to leave it as a 2 versus 2, but with 26 seconds left, he's got to hit this quickly. Does he check his corner? No, Lucky surely got him dead to rights, and he does. And Young Galactics, they tie it back up. 3 rounds apiece. Good regain from the Spanish boys.
Yeah, an absolute work to go 2 rounds on the bounce. And I don't think I'd ever used the word scurry to describe a Call of Duty player, but that was definitely a scurry through fire. And really odd circumstances for the players to go 2v2, but in the end, Young Galactics do just enough to get that bomb site control and get the round scene out. And now we're going to see that opposite end, and it does look like Lucky's going to be picking the sniper up, and potentially, eventually, you might see a push towards B. Right now, while there is no kind of glides and any kind of streaks available, you would expect to see someone finally push that way, and it does look like, as you can see, that target in the back, and the sniper is out, so expect to see some ordnance and some big firepower going down that dock side. And it's nice and refreshing, mate, to see a B push finally.
Yeah, we haven't seen one in what feels like an absolute eternity. Bomb's going to go down. The nades aren't going to grab a kill. This Journey is just waiting. He's got a sixth sense that somebody's still here. Now with bomb down, look how close these players are. Journey's going to manage to grab that important kill inside the site. And the boys of money form, as per what we tend to see, going to be defending it from the back of warehouse now. But Metals, important pick to take down Steve-O. Harry and Wee Man just playing their lives inside. They're not opting to stick the bomb yet. And with 20 seconds left, they're going to have to be quick. But one kill comes through. And now Harry's last man up. But he's just got to play this sneaky. Can he manage to get the man off the bomb? They're not sticking it just yet. Oh, we saw the glimpse of the sniper. Keep your head down, boy. Oh, Metals is going to beam him off regardless. He's going to get the kill. And they're going to get the defuse. Young Galactics with 3 rounds in a row, Pablo. And they now take the lead 4-3.
Man, I mean, I didn't want to say it, but this is looking very, very ominous if you are a supporter of the team in green right now. A resurgent Spanish side coming good, and you can see the amount of different options. Harry prone can see the guy, gets up, can see the guy. Absolutely must be a nightmare to play against, and he finally gets dealt with by Metals, who goes completely off. Journey on a 5, though, so both teams, I suspect, with the glide major. Maybe you can confirm that for us, but huge plays. No, it's just going to be one. The glides are gone, man. I am eating my own words again. Maybe they don't exist. Man on a 5, potentially going to get the strafe. Probably called it out earlier on. But huge plays by Young Galactics. And they're 1 round to the good right now. And this is huge. Harry with the first blood, though. And potentially, mate, we are going to see this tied up one more time. If indeed this goes to form. Steve-O with another big kill. So it's going to be 2v4 major as we head into the last minute of this round.
I mean, it's just the way it's happening at this stage, isn't it? It's just like 2 round difference is the maximum you're going to get, really, with these games at the moment. And the gunfight's coming through. Lucky can't win that one. Bean shuts him down. And now Real, last man all alone. Cold night in Berlin. Can he manage to work a 1 versus 4 here? I believe he's been spotted. And he gets shot. Both legs absolutely ripped off as money form. Take a round to tie it back up 4 apiece. Pablo said it at 2-all. I'll say it again now. Round 11. I can't see anything else but it, the way these 2 guys are going at the moment.
Man, our lungs are going to need prayers, so if everyone can drop the like, follow, and pray for us, because we're potentially going to be heading into a round 11 that Young Galactics could take. We head potentially then into a touch control. If the bracket gets reset, we are potentially then into another long-busting series of 5 games. Right now, everyone, with the exception potentially of Wee Man, who's on the 3 and 5 right now, having a good game. Real, you would suggest, partially on the struggle bus, though. S&D maybe not playing to his natural strengths, that aggression and movement required. Steve-O's going to get that information. Some windy shots. He's able to drop Real, who is definitely on the struggle bus. He's got the keys, and he is doing a tour of Berlin right now.
So where is the next pick going to lie? If it falls in favour of money form, this is going to be a difficult round for Young Galactics. 1 minute on the clock. X-Ray's back on Metals. Can he grab this pick? There are 2 players there. Surely he can make something work here. And Metals spot that next player to be able to get the kill. There is a man in Journey going around the bottom, and he's not going to get the kill either. Beans is going to grab one, but Journey, important pick. And now those 2 remaining Spanish lads just grouping up, just playing it smart. And now it's to Harry. just hesitating with the bomb. They don't really want to stick this as of yet. With 30 seconds left on the clock, they've got to be careful. But Harry, woohoo, nice shots, rips Lucky's head clean off his shoulders. And now all of a sudden, the boys in green tear through them, Pabs. And now they are 1 round away from tying up the series.
Yeah, match point to money form. A huge performance right there. And again, really disciplined. And the shots not nearly as windy as the previous round. And they're able to take the lead on now 1 point away, 1 match, 1 round away from taking the series to 1-1. And we just, again, this is back and forth, mate. I've got to plant a flag. Is this going to go to a round 11? Are Young Galactics going to come out on top? Because right now we could not call it either way. But a big round, you would suggest, in the scheme of things, potentially tying this series up, or Young Galactics are going to put the pressure right onto Steve Vortex and his team of 3 right there. So money form with a big job to do still, you would suspect. And you can see already the caution as Wee Man is going to back right up and just look for picks over towards that A-bomb site. But again, Journey just looking for the player who potentially hasn't pushed down. Again, obviously you guys and myself at that kind of problematic with the blocked mini-map, and again, those X-rays not being visible. So a little bit of information. Bomb does finally get planted, Major, but this time with 40 seconds. So we are at a point now where the guys from the Young Galactics, solid A-site control.
Oh, first blood. Metals drops Steve-O. An important kill there for him and his boys. 3 versus 4. And Rael, he's got a man charging straight down the stairs, so there's a free pick. Takes down 1. Metals is going to drop Harry as well, so now it's all on Beans. And that round 11 is starting to smell even more inevitable now. Can he snap onto this man? Just shouldering around pillars, just literally. All you can see was the nose of his MP40, and Rael shuts him down. And oh my goodness, here we go. Round 11 here in the first best of 5 and the first search and destroy. Pablo, which side are you going? Because I'll probably just end up picking the other, to be honest.
Yeah, man, I'm just going to go with it. I'm just going to go with the Young Galactics. They're in fire. They're on fire. They're on form, and they are flying right now. And they just seem to have the measure of the team in green. Even though Beans has had an absolutely immaculate game. In fact, everyone you would suspect has played reasonably well right now. It is all tied up. And it could go either way, but we're going to go to the team in purple. And it is going to be with Beans as we push out, and he's going to be looking for a big defense. He gets the sniper out, which is something we did see earlier in the day, but something we haven't seen in this game. Metals with a massive nade over to Steve-O, so that in-game leader and talisman for money form does drop. And Major with 1 minute 10 on the clock, advantage to the Spaniards.
Yeah, and that double nade, we've seen them work that before in the previous series, and it works for them again in an enormous round of search and destroy here in cup number 5. Bomb's going down, though. Journey is going to stick it to Harry. On the flank he is. Can he manage? Work a miracle. Spotted. Well, he knows there's 1. He's looking for the second. Journey's left for the trade. So now the man on the flank has now gone. Oh, number 3. Wee Man's just going to get caught in no man's land. So unless Beans can work some absolute monstrosity of a sniper play here, this is going to be so hard. I think he spotted. But he takes down 1. 24 seconds on the clock. Has he got the time? No, he's going to get shot in the back. Young Galactics, they want this second best of 5, Pablo. And now they are just 1 map away from grabbing it.
Man, you think about the possibilities in this game. They win this, they reset the bracket. If money form win it, we're on the beginning of a reverse sweep to win grand finals. It is poised on a knife edge for 2 absolutely crazy performances. And look, what did we say at the start? If Beans needs to go big in S&D, he does that. He does absolutely everything right. And then at the end of the day, it's still money form who take the loss. What do you need to do to stop this Young Galactic side? They can look like they are so off the boil, and then from nowhere just come back with pure form and pure ability. And right there, absolutely going off in that game. The last few rounds just being vital in terms of their composure and their ability. And where are we going? Probably their best game mode of the week, Tuscan Control. They've dominated every single time they've played.
That was literally what I was about to say. That Tuscan Control now is looking very, very juicy for these Spanish lads. We know how good they can be on Tuscan Control and almost take over the map at any given moment. And we've got 2 pacey maps next, Pabs. If they don't get that control, we're onto a bocage. So it's now in the hands of Young Galactics here, 1 map away from forcing that second best of 5. And if you're money form and you drop this first best of 5 3-0, I mean, what are you thinking? I know we time after time say that the composure on this team is there, but oh my goodness, surely they're going to be the boat's going to be rocked just a little bit, just to say the least.
If they lose this, the veto process could be long for the next set of 5, and I guarantee it is going to be a Gavutu Desert Siege madness, because they will not want to play this team in Young Galactics on Berlin or Tuscan ever again. So I mean, honestly, there's a lot of back to the lab kind of moments right now. Even if they get the reverse, those 2 maps were just wild maps, and I know these teams are reasonably close in terms of, or very close in terms of their capabilities, but right now you would have put this to have been a much closer series. But again, the veto process just lent itself to the Young Galactics, and especially this map 3, which potentially could have been vital in the series of things. And right now they are staring down the barrel of a complete reset, and I'm so interested if this happens to see the maps. It will absolutely blow things wide open.
Because I think when we saw the first cup, when I think it went to the second best of 5, when Moneyform were in the losers bracket, I think they reset the bracket, but that second set of maps wasn't too different from the first, if memory serves me well. So it'll be interesting to see whether they can make it a completely different one and try and mix it up, because a 3-0 at the moment is looking pretty solid here for Young Galactics if you're going into a second best of 5. And the way they're playing at the moment, obviously map 1 and map 2 incredibly close, but these are the moments that really can shift who takes first and who doesn't. We saw it with Sukry's Bakery when they played Young Galactics. Those tiny moments, those knife edge moments, they managed to take them, and at the moment Young Galactics are the team that are doing that.
Yeah, and the thing I would consider is that one thing that separates Young Galactics from nearly all the other sides is they don't seem to make any monumental errors in terms of, the multitude of facets that you can get within a Call of Duty. So they don't tend to misrotate. They don't tend to, they don't peek the wrong areas. They don't head either or get the wrong angles. Everything seems to be done at kind of 90% accuracy in terms of their capabilities, and they don't fundamentally overreach at any point. It's very rare that you see a player going beyond or overreaching and causing them to spawn out incorrectly. It's so rare that you see that. But from all the other teams, you will see the occasional mistake, and we've seen that obviously Moneyform, and in particular obviously Steve Vortex picking up those 2 players. They will overreach, or they'll overextend, or they'll get caught in positions they maybe shouldn't get caught in, and we definitely saw it with Sukry's Bakery. We saw Eric Boom overreach a couple of times, and we saw how difficult it was for both Yako and Eric Boom and S&D, and that caused them to have enormous problems. You just don't get that from Young Galactics. It's very rare that they kind of misplay the game. It's usually that they might get, a team that gets on absolute fire, will put them under pressure, or completely mix it up, or try and force them to not play that patient game. That's the other thing that tends to rock them, is that if they can get in among the Young Galactics, you can disrupt that rhythm of the team and start to make them play a lot more kind of chaotically. But right now it's just not looking that way.
But Sukry's Bakery, I say, they managed to work it when they were just throwing players in, and obviously not completely mind-numbingly just aggression. But if you put them through their paces, Young Galactics, and you make them think a little bit quicker, they do tend to struggle sometimes, not all the time. I mean, we'll say it now, and they'll get put through their paces in terms of pacing and blow Moneyform out of the water, knowing what we do in terms of jinxing series. But it's something that Moneyform at this point will be looking at potentially trying to work. And as mentioned, the likes of Steve Vortex, especially after that first map, they're going to now look to him on another respawn to put up some big numbers here, and especially when Young Galactics are playing the way they are. And we know how good they are at holding on to series, regardless of if they're not getting kills. Moneyform, they really need to at least do the best of both here. They need to get the kills, and they also need to play that objective almost pinpoint perfectly, which feels like it's like no-brainer, really, doesn't it? If you're just saying the most simple shit of Call of Duty, that's what you say. But it's kind of a case of this is what you literally have to do against this Spanish team, otherwise you will not win.
Yeah, and this is the thing we talk about, throwing that cat among the pigeons to break that rhythm up. We know for a fact what you pointed out before in terms of Sukry's Bakery being able to do it was largely in part because Yako and Eric Boom have got that extra pace over most kind of MP40 players, and we know that Eric Boom can mix it up with the AR, so they will get in their faces, and especially on something like a Bacage S&D where they will be hyper aggressive. It does break the rhythm of the Young Galactics, and we saw it to good effect in that first kind of El Clasico. One thing I would say is we've put a lot of onus on the fact that the boys from Spain have got a really good Tuscan control. Well, if you just look at the maps from earlier in the week, Moneyform, they went 3-1 in both Tuscan controls they played, so maybe they feel just as confident. So this could be a massive game right now, and this could come down to very fine margins. And I would suggest if Moneyform are able to take this Tuscan control, Young Galactics could be on the receiving end of what could be a reverse in the grand final to see Moneyform take this. You know, Moneyform beat Flux, although Flux potentially probably the weakest team in the group of 8 in the round robin. They beat them 3-1 on day 2, and then if we go over to the latter part of day 2, they were able to take, it was a Gavutu control 3-2, so it must have been day 1. Give me 2 ticks. So yeah, they beat TMT. We know and no slouches on Tuscan control. They pushed Young Galactics all the way to that 3-2.
Yeah.
Moneyform also did the business over TMT, beating them 3-1 as well. So you know, Moneyform got a really good, solid, you know, background and history in that Tuscan control over these last few weeks. So this could be a monumental game, Major, and I would really find it difficult to call it based on that.
Yeah, I'd say flip a coin at this point. This could be a very, very pivotal map, though, potentially for Moneyform if they are going to try and get some momentum going, and we are just loading in. I think we might potentially be seeing a lobby restart. Yeah, we are. So we're just going to have a little bit more delay, guys. Apologies as the players try and sort out all their relative sides and server issues. But Moneyform at the moment, they're on the back foot of this first best of 5. They've obviously got the second best of 5 to lean back on, Pablo. It's something that they're not going to be, I say, they're not really going to want to think about as of yet. They're going to want to get it done in this first best of 5. If they manage to get it right towards the game 5 and then, however, drop it, you would think, they're thinking, oh, bloody hell, man, we got so close. Obviously, weren't able to do it. And we kind of know the kryptonite of Moneyform for large parts of this year has been Young Galactics. So this is almost a pivotal series with Beans now in the team instead of Denza, as if to say, right, okay, we can actually beat these guys, because they have struggled as of yet, apart from, I think, the Elite Series. I think they beat them, didn't they, if I'm not mistaken, if Moneyform beat them?
Yeah, they won 3-2. An absolute to-the-wire game. It was the first match of the day 1, and we'll go through some of the things. So, yeah, it was a wild game, really. So they entered into a Bakaj hardpoint, which they took 250 to 173. Again, when you look at the individual player stats, you can see where some of the players from Young Galactic struggled on the likes of S&D, but went big in control. But then we go to the Bakaj S&D, which they took 6-4, whether that's prescient going into, I think we've got a Desert Siege as the second S&D in this group of maps. Is it the Desert Siege is the last S&D?
Yeah, Desert Siege is map 5,
so probably definitely not pivotal. But then we go into the control. It was a Gavutu control, which went entirely the way of Moneyform 3-1, which surprises me why they've chosen or never vetoed the Tuscan control. So it is what it is. And then we go into a Gavutu hardpoint. So again, probably not as prescient. It's not quite the small geography of Bokaj. Probably the most similar map in terms of geography compared to the other ones. But again, they got beat 250 to 134. So again, the respawn, you know, flipped back on its head, and then the final map was a Berlin S&D, which Moneyform took 6-5. So a little rewriting of history today, as it is going to be the Young Galactics who take that Berlin, but it's again a case of fine margins.
Yeah.
So going into this map 3, it's going to be a difficult one to call. Obviously, it was a Gavutu control that Moneyform took, but they're very comfortable on control, and they've won 2-3-1 so far against you. You would suspect a 2 reasonably weaker teams, but again, we're talking margins at this level. They're not weak in terms of it's not Premier versus, you know, the Vanneman
Vanarama National League South. Big up Maidstone United.
So yeah, it's not that kind of difference. We are talking absolute margins in terms of plays. So yeah, this is going to be superbly interesting, and maybe set the scene for what could potentially be, you know, reset of the brackets, or potentially see the boys go on to take the grand finals in the reverse.
Yeah, so we are just waiting on one man, and there you go, man. Mr. Harry is now in, and oh no, Nooney wants a major C. We'll have a few. There you go, the grand final C. Got to stick to the roots, if we Pabs, really, as much as
absolutely, man.
As much as we love as much as we love the seriousness, we do love a cheeky little meme time to time, Mr. Nooney, with the major C. Thank you very much, buddy. But we are shortly going to get in towards this control. The guys just having to re-lobby and sort stuff out, but the boys of Young Galactics, Pablo, in terms of this tournament, one thing I did want to say, I don't like to point fingers. Obviously, Real's been brilliant since we started seeing him. He's been a little bit quieter from his standards anyways. He's kind of gone under the radar a little bit. He's had occasional maps where he's done well, but he's not been as explosive as we've seen him when we first saw him. I remember he was putting up some insane numbers. Obviously, the young Galactics lads at any moment, if one of them's not slaying, the other three probably are. But he's obviously a player looking at this couple of best of fives where we know how quick he can be and explosive he can be. And in the previous games when these two have played each other, he's been a pivotal factor. So obviously, young Galactics, they're as young as he is, they do rest quite a lot of responsibility on the young lad, as good as he is.
Yeah, if you're going to fit in with those three, they're kind of legendary players from Team Heretics who went absolutely huge in the CWL. You can't just go in as being a potential prospect. You can't go in as being, someone who's got good gunny. You need to be able to assimilate quite a lot of information, be able to learn quite quickly. But more than that, you need to be super disciplined. And, despite the fact that we don't necessarily see him dropping 30s all the time, his foundational work is absolutely immense, and it's allowing the other players to go on and do what they are very good at. So, despite him not putting up these enormous numbers, he's doing, he's soaking enough time. He's not playing, huge deficits in terms of KD, and he's still providing, the occasional glimmer of amazing, plays. So that's the one thing he does really well, and that's what you want out of your rookie player, is that discipline and that ability to absorb information. And this is already going off for the boys from Moneyform, who've just come out the blocks flying with a 3-life lead already. Young Galactic slightly under pressure, and we expect Moneyform to continue with the pressure because this is a big map for them.
Yeah, and they are getting progress over towards that ace site. Number 5 in Beans is just going to go straight in towards top fire, and he's just going to throw himself over towards middle map. He's looking for the second child potentially onto Journey. The pre-fire comes through, and Journey is going to grab that kill as well. So the boys of Moneyform, looks as though they are going to, as per usual, try and prioritise that B site. And pistol out. Oh no, Wee Man just stopped shooting. Unfortunately, switched to the pistol. It's not going to be quick enough, so a kill comes through that probably shouldn't have, as Moneyform are going to try and at least get these players out over towards the B site, because number 1 in Journey working a little bit of a route. Wee Man spots him, but Journey gets the kill. Beans is up top as well. He's going to have the teammate in Real helping him out. And now that progress over towards A has been stopped, Pablo, but they've now got an opportunity to hold a decent amount of time. But saying that, Harry through the window just rips Journey's face clean off.
Yeah, man, absolute work from the boys, and Harry at it again as he drops another player in Real, and Beans going to back him up. And one thing we did point out earlier on, the one player we wanted to see great things from going into this grand final was Beans. He'd been hit and miss a little earlier on, and he's just been absolutely pivotal in Moneyform's performances. But again, I suspect with a good support, if he can get Wee Man firing on all cylinders again, probably needs to apply some gamer grip, as it did look like he fell off in the earlier encounter. But right now, Moneyform just doing okay work. They've got a 4-life advantage, but this is going to be so quickly turned around if they don't maintain a presence. Some real information grabbed in Steve-O. Dirty plays as he hugs that corner, nearly gets the 3-piece, but Metals is going to drop him right there, and that's going to be 11 life plays 16, so a solid 5-life read for Moneyform. And right now, only 1 minute 11 to get that B, and you would suspect Moneyform be able to do maybe just enough, and that's going to be huge plays as Harry does finally get tagged up by Journey, and you can see just how difficult it's been for this team and people to Purple to even get close to the hill.
Yeah, Journey kind of stuck between the rock and hard place at the moment. They are going to get on that B point, but you can see the green arrows. They are just flooding them out. Real going to be here. Can he get the kill onto Steve-O? Yes, he can. The young Phenom managing to grab another important kill. And can he get some timing onto Harry? No, Harry, no mistakes about that one. And he gets a second as well onto Metals. Really good work from Harry, and all important kills coming through from Moneyform. They are on that arguably more preferred defensive side, and now doing a really good job. 5 lives in the green, no pun intended, as the boys of Young Galactics are going to try and just coordinate a push here, because arguably this could be their last one. You can see number 3 in Real. Out the back he goes. He's got a gunfight though up against Steve-O. Can he manage to spot him? He gets the info and he doesn't drop, but Beans is going to pick off one. He has absolutely none of that, but the team shots come through for the Spanish boys. They do manage to get Metals on towards the point. 5 lives remaining, but now they've got to be careful because Moneyform are just starting to flood the hill. Beans hunting for more. Spots Metals. There's 1 for Beans. There's 2 for Beans, and he absolutely tins them up himself as he manages to get another couple of kills. Moneyform had 12 seconds left on the clock to try and defend this one, and it looks as though it's going to be inevitable.
Yeah, it looks like Beans, despite having the kind of Jekyll and Hyde performance, has gone absolutely off, and he's 10-7, and there's only 1.5 seconds remaining. It's going to be a nice defense. Real last alive finally gets dealt with. But, we talk about a big defense. The guys from Young Galactics not even able to get close to that hill towards the end. Really difficult for them to get a tick. Huge display from Moneyform. Really going to tell where they are right now as they go into that attacking side. Let's just see how they're able to deal with this Young Galactic side. we do expect them to start to pick up kills as the series wears on. But the question is, can Moneyform, in particular Beans and Weeman, really start to put the cosh towards these guys? Because we know Steve-O and we know Harry have got the gunny, and the question really remains, are they going to bring this to the team from Spain?
So Steve-O just going to be watching over towards his B point to see if there is any potential flank check, though. Oh, well, it is. Never mind. Real just completely 360'd Steve-O. Oh, my God. I thought for a second he was dead to rights there. He must have been cammed to hell on that one because he just spins around, snaps on him, and gets a kill that was absolutely criminal. And that is exactly what we're so used to seeing from a man who has only just hopped onto the COD scene, but he's absolutely ripping it up as Steve-O is going to get one back on him and get the trades out. Moneyform looking to try and get the progress over towards that A point. Beans and Steve-O just double stacking it. The progress is going to be very, very quick, but this is something that we talk about a lot, Pablo. We've had a lot of teams that capture that A point quickly, but that B one is so difficult to take.
Yeah, and we just saw really nice play from Weeman. One of the things we didn't see from Sukry's Bakery earlier in the other control was anyone watching for the flank towards the back, and we did see it was indeed Real, I think, who was pushing around the back, and Weeman just deals with him and guns him out. And a really nice performance there that's allowed them to get that tick over without too much problem. Right now, number 2, Lucky, is on the chase, and he's going to be on the chase of number 7 again. Weeman of Tali's just pushed through. Number 5 there does get it, so Bean's able to reciprocate and get the kill. And that is a partial team wipe there from the team in purple. So right now, Moneyform with a slight life advantage, but it is very close. And despite them having 1 minute 37, you would still suggest that the defensive side got that opportunity. Real going to take a sneaky position, the Steve Vortex position down below stairs. So huge moment for the team, and we're seeing that kill feed go purple all of a sudden. Major, this could be huge.
A lot of people up above Real here. If he does decide to hit that quick flank, number 5 Beans is going to manage to slip through the net for the time being, but a few more players trying to hunt him down. The call out comes through, so Real will manage to mop him up. Harry is still going to be nearby, and there's one for Harry. Can he grab the second? Lucky is still lurking. Journey's coming up through the bottom of P5 here. He should be dead to rights here, but nice work from Weeman. Good teamwork there, just to cover the angle that he wasn't covering. So Moneyform, they're going to grant themselves an opportunity to potentially push through here. There's going to be a cluster of bodies here with a lot of players exchanging bullets as Beans is getting caught up in the action here. He is going to get tagged up, but he isn't going to grab any more on that one. 13 lives apiece here, and as we mentioned, Pabs, that time now hasn't completely gone, but Moneyform, they're running out of pushes here.
Yeah, you said it early on in one of the other rounds. Potentially only one really good, solid push in the kind of way that you want. But number 1 there, Journey, just waiting for that push through, able to tag up Weeman, and he dips in time to be able to retransition, knowing that player is potentially coming around the back. And it is going to be a big job for Harry right now as he forces his way around. Is he going to get tagged up? He needs to get this kill more than anyone else, and he finally gets dealt with. And, you know, 12 lives to 9 with 17 seconds has been a monumental defense. And Major, we go back and forth one more time.
Oh, man. Spanish boys are putting them through their paces now. Combining for 9 between Journey, Real, and Metals. And you know, it's been a rough run when Weeman is out the back of his spawn, just making sure that they don't drop any more lives. So we do know, courtesy of the beloved, beautiful people in the chat, that it does come down to lives, that attacking or defensive side. And a big round there for the Spanish boys to tie it back up to 1 apiece. And with the way we've seen this this Tuscan role, Pablo, it's one where you can't really blame Weeman for sitting out the back here, because we know how important that defensive side is. A lot of teams do very, very well, and whenever it goes round 5, it's normally the team that has that defensive side that does manage to just pip it in the series. So some all-important kills, and more importantly, Moneyform not gifting away any unnecessary lives.
Yeah, absolutely. But one worrying factor is you've got the young Galactics between them across a 10 streak right now. We do see Metals get tagged up, but there's still possibilities. Journey gets tagged up. So Real, the only player close to a streak on 2, but it was really important to get both those kills, and a really big moment. Steve-O with a dirty spec in fire manages to get the kill, but finally dropped by Metals. So it's going to be 25 lives, plays 27. So a 3-man advantage to Moneyform again, with that much stronger side for defense. And you would suggest, you know, if this goes the way that it has been, this could be a huge round for Moneyform. And again, this game has been absolutely wild, as Lucky and Metals both tag players up, and a really solid defense over towards A. And we've got Steve-O there being an absolute turret, and what a nightmare to have to face a player of his caliber. And they've got one player, looks like they've decided to try and push down to B. It is going to be one player just slowly edging towards that. It's going to be number 2 Lucky, gets tagged up by that wee man of Tali again. 10 and 13, we needed to see him start to have a much better control, and he's done just that. He does get tagged up by both those players to the back, and it is going to be another big opportunity for a defense, and it's going to be number 3 all on his own over towards B in Real with way too much work to do. He does manage to work his way around, so this could be a huge surprise, a huge flank right now, and there is going to be a fight between himself and Harry and Major. 32 seconds remaining. This has been a stout defense from the team in green.
Yeah, and Steve-O there with the big brains, just trying to sniff out that man in Real. They obviously knew they hadn't seen him in a while. Check the spawns. Steve-O gets the kill. So the stun comes around the corner. Steve-O knows there's another man here. Metal's going to have a nade just land in his back pocket. He's not going to be in that corner. However, he will be in one of the others as he looks to try and reposition Metals. We've seen it time after time how he can just slither away from gunfights and stay alive where a lot of players will be pretty much nailed. So, no money for him. Again, can they hold this B side? Wee Man is going to be watching this push through P5, but the timing on that one, Real just comes through right when he least expects it, as soon as he looks away, and an important kill there for Young Galactics to get the first wave to potentially push their way in. You can see those green arrows, Steve-O being one of which he's going to grab 2. He's going to get a reply, though, from the form of Real, and it gets messy over towards this B-side steps, as we normally tend to see, but the pin just coming through. The Young Galactics lads looking to try and make a meal of that. Oh, and that would have been absolutely criminal there if Journey had managed to grab the second one. Beans is looking to try and mop up a few more up in top church. Nades come through. He isn't going to get some shots into Lucky. He knows he's there, and his teammate manages to grab that kill, and it looks as though for the time being, Pabs, Young Galactics, they're being put through their paces here as expected here while they're trying to attack this B site.
Yeah, and absolutely. We expected this to kind of come down to a solid defense from Moneyform, and with the 3 life advantage and only 30 seconds left, one big push may be required from the team in purple, but they are at a life disadvantage right now, and again, you're going to see them potentially trying to push on. They know how vital it is to get this kind of moment. They are down live, so this is again going to be huge for them. They get 3, so that's huge right now. 9 and 9 plays all, so this could be a huge moment for the team in purple if they're able to start to get a kill and a life advantage. And they see that kill feed going almost always purple. Wee Man finally getting a kill on Metals with 15 seconds. This is going to be a huge hold. Wee Man with an absolute beam across the Wookie and Major. This has been a wild control round so far.
Oh man, Moneyform breathe a sigh of relief. They've still got Journey in the back though. They need to try and clear him out quickly, because then they can start to push out and push those spawns out and just try and stop the boys in purple from at least touching that point. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 on the clock, and that will be that round done and dusted. So Moneyform hold strong on the defensive side once again. They retake the lead 2-1. And oh man, is it just going to be like every single map so far that we've seen? 250 to 237, 6-5. This one is starting to absolutely reek of a 3-2 as well, Pablo.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. They just want us to, they want our lungs to finally expire, and then we might not be able to catch these amazing games, but so far it has been an absolutely beautiful performance. Look at Beans. He's had an absolutely monumental series and has got very little to show for it. This could be the beginning of the reverse, and really at the helm of that is that player that they've picked up from Ponder Replay. So Beans going big, 25 and 21. And again, Young Galactics, no slouches, but you're right to say, you know, Journey 14 and 19, you've got Metals on the 16 and 22. So uncharacteristically bad performances from them. And it's still 2-1. So progress going to go down. We're going to see 1.5 ticks towards A. And there's going to be 1 minute 21 on the clock. And we do see this, you know, from strong sides, this kind of 2 minutes 20, if they are able to get it with a strong set of lives. And Moneyform, mate, with a 3 life advantage.
Yeah, so Moneyform, strong start to the attacking round, but this is what we always see on a Tuscan control. Metals knows that there's another man in Harry round here. The progress is coming through. Oh, there you go. Spots him, grabs him. There's another man still lurking as well in Wee Man, who does just pop his head up for the split second there. And Metals, this is the quality that you have on display at EU Challengers. He just absolutely cleans his bonnet off there. Once again, Real with another gunfight up against Beans, and he wins that engagement as well. So it looks as though the players over towards that side are now going to be cleaned out, and number 5 in Beans is going to look to try and get this 8 points of kill, but they've got to be careful here because Metals is still roaming, just being a nuisance, and now on a 4 streak. They've got to be careful here because if he gets a glide bomb and Young Galactics maybe take that attacking round, that might be the opening they need if they do try and push that B point, obviously looking further ahead to try and make a change.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be Metals right now. He's just trying to work his way through tiles to see if anyone pushes out. Don't think he realises the danger. He's going to get the gliding again. You know, we were pointing out that Metals not having a great game, and then all of a sudden from nowhere, the player that gave us a 13 streak in the cup previously able to bring us to a 6. So he's going to have the glide, he's going to have the strafe, and that's going to be all important. Not only if they're able to take this round, but if they then go into round 5 with all that kind of air ordnance, that becomes absolutely vital in this game. And right now, it's been wild. As we've seen 19 lives, plays 18. And there's going to be that one zone already captured. And with 1 minute 13, there is not a lot of time for Moneyform to potentially take this on this very difficult attack inside.
Yeah, Real keeping an eye over towards the top plat area. His teammate in Lucky is just going to be watching in the bush, all gillied up, waiting for those players to push through. Beans is going to be the bait. Oh, I'll tell you what, Beans, as far as a bait and switch goes, he just manages to get the kill regardless. So now this is a really good opportunity for Moneyform to get in towards this point and get some progress. But here's Journey. How many can he grab? Only able to grab one. Metals is also nearby to try and trade out some players. But Lucky, that's a huge team kill. It's actually going to rack his own teammate in the back of the head. Metals is going to fall. Lucky will pick up one, and Rael will manage to try and steady the ship for one, but the progression's still coming through. And now Journey needs to go big. Metals helps him out, and oh my goodness, it got a little bit panicky there for the boys of Spain, because that was looking a little bit ropey, but they do hit the regain just about.
Oh, despite all that, the kill life is still 13 versus 13. So huge plays across the board from Young Galactics. But again, no real advantage to Moneyform. They've got one tick over to B and so very little time for it. And this is going to be huge as Rael absolutely bodies. He's finally dealt with by Weeman. But these are so far pushed out. This is going to be absolutely immense if Young Galactics can take this to 2-all. And right now, they've got a really nice setup right the way across mid. And again, you've just got to really look. They need that one pick potentially if they're able to get that defensive round going into the final game. Right now, Moneyform is got that advantage, so if they see the timeout, this could be huge, Major, going into this fifth game.
Yeah, and judging by Young Galactics just hunting for kills towards the end of that round makes me wonder who has got that defensive side now. So 2 each as we go in towards the 5th and final round here in map number 3, and it's going to be Moneyform on the defensive. So the patience and the composure that they showed, Pablo, towards the end of the rounds where they weren't necessarily going to win them has come through dividends for them, and they are now on that important defensive side. Big brain plays there from the boys in green.
Yeah, Steve Vortex, you know that he's giving them in-game comms. You know he's banging out the instructions. Had an immense game as well, 25 and 23. Just continue to play some of the best Call of Duty we're likely to see. Supported by Beans on a 31 and 27, which is a huge score to put up at a control round at this level. So just proving the doubt is wrong in terms of his capability. But Metals, you know, we pointed out before, Metals not quite on the struggle bus and not having a great game. Well, he's made me eat my words one more time as he absolutely puts Moneyform through the paces, but still they've got that one life advantage and potentially going to get that time down as they get to that second tick towards A. Still one needed. They're potentially going to get a big fight going down towards Fire. We can see that number 8, I think he is just outside lower Fire. He's going to go around. Big gunfight goes down towards L, but it is number 1 Journey right there who gets that, and we see the kill feed go back and forth. A finally taken, Major. Point secured, and they are going to rotate all the way around to B, but there is a pinch on right now.
Yeah, look at all those green arrows. Holy, number 2, Lucky, licking his lips at the prospect of potentially picking off quite a few. He is only going to grab one as Journey gets one. And Young Galactics on towards the point they go. These engagements are big. Real, opening kill, gets one. Beans is going to be there for the trade as those players look to try and regroup once again. And nothing comes of it as of yet. Harry just cooking up a nade, something special. Devo is going to go up top here, and he might get some timing here onto Journey. That's a big kill. Takes down one. So again, the delay from the push potentially going to come through here as Journey is going to fall. And Real still hunting for the kill. Him and Metals will combine for 2, but now there's still Moneyform players out on that point. Weeman going to be one of them. Harry going to be alongside him. And now the glide bomb's going to come through. Metals, he wants this invested now. They realise the importance of this one. So Beans is going to be the first man to drop as it starts to potentially be the catalyst for this round. But Weeman has to go huge. He's going to fall, though. So number 6, last man alive on the hill. Harry, he's going to drop as well. And hello, this is an opportunity now for those boys to get on towards the hill. Metals is going on the pinch. How many can he grab? There's one for Metals. Looking for the second. Flies out to Weeman and absolutely beams him. But they are still getting kills in and around that point. Beans is still standing. And he gets another one as well. So 2 in a row now in quick succession for him. Moneyform, it looked as though it might be a little bit bleak, but Young Galactics, Jesus, it came close to an opportunity there, but Moneyform slammed the door.
Man, it just shows you how difficult it is to break this B zone. It's impossible at times. You know, they had the pinch, they had the players at the back. They were able to take away a number of players from Moneyform, but they just come back just as strong with 3 big kills. And again, that's going to force the team of Purple to spawn
Harry
right out. And Harry absolutely dominating that top platform right there as he drops Lucky and Metal. And a huge play, 23 and 23. He's going to get himself that balance KD. And it is 11 lives, plays 11 lives, mate, with 35 seconds remaining. Advantage Moneyform right now.
Oh my goodness. 27 seconds left on the clock. Stevo just holding the corner. There's going to be a few players Or did he hit any players? There's a strafing run going to be called in as well. They want those players inside. Steve-O, oh, one man straight over the top. Journey's going to be dead to rights. He's going to get shot in the back as they get on towards the point. Harry's going to be here for the chow, though, looking to try and worm his way in, and he can't manage to do it. They get some important kills, though, and they get another couple of kills. So number 7, Wee Man, he needs to go huge out the back. He can't do it. They've still got Beans, though, to potentially take Lucky down. He's getting shot. He needs to stay alive. He can't manage to do it. 8 seconds left on the clock as they all flood in towards the point. Journey's going to try and stay alive. He gets one. He can't get the second. The green arrows manage to trade them out. 5 seconds remaining. Can Metals touch the point in the nick of time? You can see Steve-O up top, off the top rope. Stevie Vortex with one. His teammates grab the second, and I don't even think they're going to be able to touch it. Oh, 0.1 seconds on the clock. No, never mind. They're not going to be able to do it. And Moneyform take an important map, Pablo, 3-2, and make the series 2-1.
For the sake of the casters, take Tuscan control out. That B is insane. By time and time again, man, it's like horse racing commentary. Back and forth as the players flood the hill, and we see this insane gunplay between all those players. Look at those scores. So many untraded kills, huge scorelines because all the players, they took that to the very edge of the game, and Moneyform finally get one on the round. And man, you've got to think, going into Bocage Hardpoint, they are going to be fired up. We could potentially seeing this game get finalized on a desert siege. And, you know, you're looking at the form of the players. I mean, Major, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who do you think is going to take a Bocage Hardpoint between these two teams?
Oh, man. I mean, I want to see a Game 5. I'm not going to lie. Ideally, it would go Game 5, and then the Spanish boys would push that second best of 5, so we get even more Call of Duty on the Sunday. I'm going to play that card. But,
Greed.
Man, Bocage, yeah, I will be greedy and love it because the games we've seen so far, I mean, look at the maps at the moment, perhaps 250, 237, 6-5, and 3-2. I mean, there is literally a hair splitting these two teams at the moment. There is nothing going between them, and it wouldn't surprise me going on to everyone's map they love to hate, Bocage Hardpoint, if we see another one which is separated between 10 points at most with these two.
Well, I've got some interesting stats for you right now. Out of the two teams, right, I've just got to get a bit of information. Bocage, did they play another one? No. Did they play? So, one team has absolutely dominated every single Bocage Hardpoint they've played, and they've played an awful lot of Bocage Hardpoint, except for one which Sukry's Bakery took from them in a game that didn't finish. It took time. It was 2-4-3 to 2-14, and right now I'm telling you, Moneyform have got the advantage. An absolutely awesome opportunity for them to take it because they have absolutely bodied kids on this map this week. Going through the stats, we'll go through day one on Tuesday. Moneyform took the Bocage Hardpoint off Young Galactics 250 to 173, so advantage Moneyform in that. We go into the evening of day one and we see, let me just get to it, Moneyform absolutely owning TMT in a 250 to 167. We go to Moneyform. I think they played the Bocage Hardpoint against Flux and took that 250 to 182. So just in terms of capabilities, you know, and how many times they've played it, you know, Moneyform just with that slight advantage, maybe. We know that Young Galactics are a hyperactive team that have got absolutely world star, you know, players in terms of that MP40 skill. And we know it's not that AR friendly. So a huge moment. I'm going to have a quick look at the Young Galactics form across the 2 days. Keep looking at the same first game. So we look at Young Galactics. Bocage Hardpoint didn't play one. They played the one against Moneyform and got beat. And then we go into day two. Where's Mikasa? We go and look at Young Galactics didn't play another Bocage Hardpoint. And then the second and last game, we get Young Galactics again. No Bocage Hardpoint, so not a lot of Bocage for them this week. And the ones that we have seen played Moneyform have absolutely bodied everyone, with the exception of Sukry's Bakery.
And going from Vanguard, going into this one, we'll probably see Young Galactics win after all that, because we know exactly the way this game works. It's like we can try and get as much intelligent information funneled into a prediction, and then they just go and blow it straight out of the water. And Young Galactics might potentially push the second best of 5 here. But we know, regardless of what the scoreline's going to be, Pablo, we know the action that Bocage always brings. It's going to be hell and leather, as we normally see on this one between these two. But as you mentioned, Moneyform, it'll be interesting to see how they fare up with Beans, because I can't recall the last time I cast over these boys with Beans in the roster on a Bocage Hardpoint. So it'll be an interesting transition to see what these boys can bring.
Well, I'm almost certain you've observed them, because they played 2 Bocage, and I'm pretty certain you observed a money form on Tuesday. They played one on Wednesday, but I'm not sure we cast over it. But yeah, played 3 Bocages just on Tuesday and Wednesday, and they won 2 of them quite convincingly and then lost the other one. But it was so close it came down to time, which we do see time and time again on Bocage. It is a wild map. So you would say advantage money form, and we might potentially be going into another game 5. Potentially, you know, we're at 98% for game 5. It's only the one game, Young Galactics Originals, going 3-0 in the losers bracket. So everything else being super tight so far. And again, I mean, I'm scared to call it, you know, because Young Galactics could reset the bracket right now, or we could be heading into a game 5, which could go anyway. We could be seeing another lucky Harry snipe off.
Yeah, so we are going to load in towards Bocage Hardpoint. The guys have now picked their sides and pressed the big red button here in the first best of 5 of potentially 2. So if Young Galactics do take this one, they will force the second best of 5 here in EU Challengers Cup number 5. And man, if that happens, I'll tell you what, that is going to be another absolute banger of a series after this one, which for us, not complaining in the slightest. Obviously, the boys of Moneyform, they're going to want to get this done now. And Young Galactics, if it was just one best of 5 and they could take it, I'm sure they would grab it. But we are actually going to have a lobby restart. But Young Galactics on that control, Pablo, it was one that we kind of come to expect from both teams, really. That defensive side obviously was the one that eventually Moneyform really banked on, and they managed to get it on that final fifth and deciding one, and it paid off for them. Obviously playing the patient role, playing the kills, playing the numbers, playing it smart, and it paid off. So big brain plays from those players, understandably.
Yeah, and absolutely. And, you know, we talk about how the game can be won and lost outside the game, and it's that kind of information gathering, that kind of knowledge and knowing that and having the composure to call it as well. Because the temptation a lot of the time is just, regardless of the scoreline in control, is just to go out and out TDM. And if you are a younger team, if you are a team maybe not at this level, that is exactly what you need to be looking at. That kind of composure in a grand final of the 2K is the kind of composure that's going to see you win games, because they might not be in the great position, you know, in terms of potentially winning that round, but they might have that kill life advantage where they go into the next round on the defensive, and that's put Moneyform in the position where they 1 round away from tying this up and then potentially going into that Desert Siege. They've done that knowing they're going to potentially go into a Bocage Hardpoint, which might be their preferred game against the Young Galactics, and then that's going to leave them with that game 5. So this could be huge in terms of that reverse sweep, but again, let's not chalk it, because we know the Young Galactics have got everything they need to be able to reset this bracket right now. They're 1 game away, and Bocage, we know how wild Bocage is. We see it time and time again where this game doesn't go to the 250, it goes to time, comes down to crazy plays. So, you know, expect this to be a wild one as well.
Yeah, so guys, if you are just joining us and you've missed the first 3 maps, I'll tell you what, you've missed absolute bangers here, because it's been nothing separating these two. The Young Galactics take map 1 and 2 on Berlin, but the boys of Moneyform, they reply with a win in map number 3. So we are just waiting for the guys to get in towards the Bocage Hardpoint, and this is where kind of that flex player as well, Pablo, is really going to come into fruition really here for both teams. You're going to look to likes of the Real just to kind of run that SMG role naturally anyway, but it'll be interesting to see out of Moneyform and Young Galactics which players in the flex role are going to potentially put up big numbers, because when you get that third SMG off and firing, and we saw the boys of Sukry's Bakery, even when Eric Boom, I know it was on the Gavutu, but when he was playing well in that flex role, it really made a difference for them in some of these maps when they have 3 ARs or 3 SMGs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would suggest both these teams are going to get it right. They know their strengths, they know their weaknesses, they know which is potentially going to be the better meta for this particular game mode, and it's wild anyway, so I'm sure they're going to pick that correctly. It's just who utilizes it the best. You know, historically, we know the Young Galactics are very composed, and they will go into this, you know, all fights. And one thing we would suggest is one thing that Bocage, you know, you really do need to have on point to do this effectively is great comms. We know both these teams are going to have it nailed, so it's going to come down to these fine margins. It's one thing we talked about earlier on in the series was, you know, potentially coming down to one big error instead of one great play. Now, we know Young Galactics, they very rarely make monumental errors. Now, we have seen Moneyform just on occasion, despite getting to the grand final, do one big fluff. It's going to come down to that. We're waiting for Young Galactics to slip up. They haven't done it so far. They got absolutely it was more kind of a war of attrition that put them into the losers bracket, just getting put under the kind of pressure they wouldn't normally get put under, and that then disrupts their comms, disrupts their play. So hopefully this is going to be a huge game, and Moneyform, with everything to play for, potentially going to go into what could be an absolutely wild game 5 as we hit this Bocage Hardpoint, and so much to play for. And we've got to look to those two players that we've talked about time and time again on Money Form, Cam Beans and Wee Man, as a duo, just really stand in place of what was Gizmo and Nasty right there. This is huge for them.
And ladies and gents, strap yourselves in for this one, because I have a feeling this is going to be an absolute corker of a map here between these two, Young Galactics and Money Form. Young Galactics obviously one map away from forcing that second best of 5, but there you go. Mr. Steve-O, if we can get another performance out of him like we saw on that Kavutu control when he was absolutely criminal, as he now starts 4-0, Mr. Stevie Vortex wants that map 5, and he wants this series done in the first best of 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's just been allowed to roam around, almost kind of like just doesn't care about P1. If he's in the barn, he's close to P2, he's going to get fed potentially some free kills. They haven't dealt with him so far, and I don't think they realise where he is. I'm pretty certain they know that he's around and he's loose, but this could be a huge kill. The information goes out, but again, we're going to see this big race towards P2, and it's number 2 there, Real, at the back doing that big job. And finally, it does look like Steve-O still on the 4, so still rocking the potential to get a glide, and he's going to get tagged up, unfortunately. And that's going to be a big chunk of time potentially going the way of the boys in purple, because the boys in green are just nowhere near the hill at any point right now.
Yeah, Young Galactics have got their foot on the gas well and truly now. Wee Man going to look to try and get in towards the hill, but the shots come through. The pinch works absolute wonders. They are still spawning out the back at the moment, Money Form, but necessarily is that what they want? They need a lot of time here from this P2, apologies, to try and tie it back up almost off the rip, so already a lead coming through there for the boys, rocking the Spain flag and Journey. Nice shots with the SMG and the sidearm alike as he looks to try and push this lead out even further. They've still got a man in Steve-O lurking nearby, so you feel eventually they will take him down as Metal's just locking down this right-hand lane, as that rotation at the moment is going to be a big couple of gunfights ready and waiting for him. Wee Man still on the hunt for him, should manage to trade him out, and those green arrows have the rotation, Pablo. It's an important hill for them, even in the early stages here, because Young Galactics, a good hold on that P2 has pushed their lead out just a little bit.
Yeah, but we know full well that Bacage is going to lend itself to being going back and forth in terms of getting some good quality hill time. Right now, you would hope the boys in green with a solid setup, getting some information across. So we're going to see some wild time on his number 6 there. It's going to be Harry. He's got that opportunity to see across middle. Big fight goes down. He picks up the second kill on Real, which stops that push from over towards Trent's side and keeps them safe on that more exposed lower grannies where a lot of the broken is. But Jenny does big moves as he gets in behind. He is finally going to be tagged up at Steve-O, and we are going to see a player in Metals just pushing the top and get that kill. Can he get the second? Yeah, he's going to drop Steve-O and Harry, but look at that scoreboard. You know, while we're talking about these kills, it is practically level from Money Form, so we know how wild this Bacage is, and Money Form have done absolutely bits to bring this back.
Yeah, really good work there on the Granny's Hill from the boys in green as they look to try and rotate over towards the new hill, and they will have 2 players here. Metals, though, and he managed to do what he does oh so well and just sneak through. There's the first pick. He still knows there's a man inside the stun. He's just going to slap Harry straight in the face as he tries to fly around, but Harry is going to be there to grab him. Gurney, though, and Lucky both grabbing kills themselves, and the boys of Money Form just going to try and take a slower approach to this one, potentially, as those lads of Young Galactics are still inside the hill. And number 7 in Wee Man out the back isn't going to be able to win another one as Real rocks up to the party. 4 in a row for him, makes it 5. So now he's going to have a glide bomb ready to use, and I believe now it's going to be a glide bomb for each team. It's going to be 2 actually for the boys of Money Form, as they now have 2 glide bombs ready to use. So there's 3 here potentially, Pablo. We might see a bit of glide bomb tennis over towards the next hill, because we know how important a glide bomb can be on that hill, which is one of the more exposed one on Bocage.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some bonnets absolutely decapitated by these glides going into P5. Really nice play from Money Form, though, just to disrupt the ability for Young Galactics to take large chunks of time from that. And what it essentially came down to a fierce kind of battle over towards bottom barn. And again, it is going to be the boys from Young Galactics with a slither of scrap time right there. And it's going to be that team in green. Look at that setup. They've got a really strong setup. Some great plays across the board. But Harry and Lucky in particular just doing some great work between them for their disparate sides. But right now, that's a really nice setup. They have got to deal with that number 3 and Lucky, who just gets a pretty straightforward kill. And not just that, gets set up nicely across towards that back tree. And this is going to be a difficult player to dig out. But who's there? The player we talked about earlier on needs to go big in this game. Wee Man of Tali right there, 12 and 11. We wanted to see him go big, and that's been huge. And Steve brings the glide bomb out, and we see an unusual team kill from Lucky. So definitely under pressure. And this is exactly the position Money Form wants to put the team in purple. Put them under pressure, get them miscommunicating, and getting them, you know, to get TKs made. And this could be a huge opportunity to get that game 5 that we so desperately want this evening.
Yeah, Lucky. Looking up what remains of that last hill as we go back in towards P1, and an important gunfight coming up again. Harry going to be able to take him down. And now the battle already over towards the backside of Barn is going to be one that we see for pretty much inevitably the next minute of this P1 as those players look to try and soak up what they can on it. Young Galactics going to have a player in the form of Real for what felt like about 2 seconds on that occasion. And money form, they are going to get on this P1. And we saw this previously, Pablo. The boys of Sukry's Bakery did a really good job, actually, of holding a lot of time on P1. And in a map that has incredibly slim margins, if you can hold maybe 20, at most 15 to 20 seconds on a P1 in a couple of rotations, it can really help you out in the grander scheme of things.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's a death by 1,000 cuts, and 15 seconds of P1 and then contest the rest of the time, or potentially do even better. I've seen a couple of really inventive holds from P1 from a number of AM teams where they get a huge hold across the middle and just spawn trap, and they've been able to do better. But yeah, it's monumental. And right now, a 10-second differential between these two teams just shows you how tight it is as the trades go back and forth. And we know P1's a bit wild. It's the Wild West of kind of hills right now. Number 2 with a good opportunity to get a pretty easy kill with Beans with the jump shot, drops Jerry, drops Real, and Beans finally dealt with by Lucky, and that's huge play. Able to get the spawns, but look how many purple arrows there are in that field, and they're going to be pushing from the front. And that kill from number 2 there, Real on Beans, also monumental in the scheme of things, as he's able to stop them from pushing down middle and potentially getting shots across from Barn. So right now, the one thing we say about Young Galactics all the time is they're able to fight from the front so effectively, and right now they're doing that with Metals at the back. Well, Harry and Beans major team up to do it again.
Oh man, Beans. Good work to grab one. Real will be there for the trade though. And now this is going to get, again, another bit of messy. Oh, nice work from Harry. A big couple of kills coming through from him once more. Those purple arrows, they are still in and around Barn, as Metals is looking to try and grab a few kills himself. There are going to be a couple of players lurking nearby, Beanzo being one of them. Can he grab them? There's one for Beans. A couple more men ready and waiting, and there's another one for Beans as 2 more kills come through. But the boys of Money Form still don't have that rotation, and with Metals watching this right-hand side, it looks as though that is potentially where they're going to try and push it through with Stevo. First nade in, but the shots come through from Metals. There's one, goes for a chow onto Weeman, which probably he shouldn't necessarily be taking, but meanwhile, with all the madness that is going on around him, Journey is just soaking up time. And the boys of Young Galactics still got a good 40 seconds remaining on this hill. So at the moment, Money Form just really struggling to try and push through here. And with Lucky grabbing kills in and around the hill where players try and normally flank, at the moment, this has been a solid hold on bottom grannies from the boys from Spain.
Lucky just absolutely did things that no one should do to Harry and Weeman. Absolutely bodies them over to Trent. They know he's been an absolute nightmare in this hill and basically allowed the boys from Young Galactics to get a solid 40 seconds. And he's probably the furthest player away from the kill. So huge players and big brain plays from Lucky right there. And that kill feed major has been ominously purple for some time. We could be heading into what is not only a Bocage upset, but potentially a reset of the bracket. And at 180 to 129, they're very close to a full rotation. It means nothing on Bocage, though. We know how close this game is. We know how easy it is for teams to chain a couple of hills together. But right now, they are doing the unthinkable and body and Money Form on probably one of their strongest maps and modes.
Oh, number 5 there in Beans is going to be the last man standing inside the hill. And Metals again, another important kill comes through for him. And there's the second as well to take down both Stevo and Harry. So now this is where it starts to get a little bit dangerous here for Money Form, trailing by around 50 seconds. They don't have control of the hill. And when Metals and Journey are just being a pain in the side of Money Form, it is so difficult. And Metals is just going on this free roaming role, which we know he can play so well. And Weeman just going to do enough to shut him down on that occasion. But there's one for Real. There's still going to be a few more players in and around the barn. And the Steps just going to manage to save him on that occasion, as Weeman is still there for the contest. But now, big kill for Weeman to grab a few seconds of scrap time. But now the rotation of Young Galactics, they are already here. And this is where it starts to get difficult, Pablo. Do you get the scrap time, or do you just take the L on one hill, rotate to the new hill? Because Young Galactics now, they're ready to go, and they're already soaking up the time.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we talk about, this commitment to the next hill, and usually Money Form are just so good at doing it, but they just commit one player over and he loses that fight to Lucky. It was a Lucky Harry kind of like hill off and Lucky able to get it, and that's what's allowed the team in purple to be able to get this hill and potentially going to reset the bracket, because they look absolutely solid. And look at that patience. No one's runs the hill. They're not desperate to get time. They'd rather wait for that player to put his foot on, give them the indication that he's there, and look how difficult they make it to get picks. Hey, Weeman having to go in twice, potentially get a third, and again, it just forces Moneyform into the position of opening themselves up and exposing themselves to kill after kill, and they just make it really difficult for the team in green to get any time on this P5, knowing full well if they make this a contest hill, P1's probably going to be a contest hill as well, and they've been so successful every rotation in shorting up P2, so this could potentially, you know, they're looking that far ahead in this game.
Oh man, Moneyform, they really need something special now, because they are trailing by quite a considerable amount of points now. 60 currently the difference between these two. And can young Galactics pull something out the bag here? It is going to be Moneyform on the initial hill on P1, but as expected, the trades and the gunfights going down all over the place as players both try and get some time on P1, which is what young Galactics, they just really need to do at the moment. They just need to try and leech away second after second, but there's one for Journey. Oh, and holy pistol whip. He gets the second onto Beans as well to put him in the blender. Still 20 points remaining, though, for young Galactics to take this map. Moneyform still spawning out the back, but they just need to try and keep them off of the hill as the trades go down once again. But that kill feed, it's lit up purple once again, and they've got Lucky over towards the new hill. This is getting really dangerous now for Moneyform. They are getting cut down one at a time. They will manage to at least have Steve-O nearby, but with 7 seconds remaining on this hill and the rotation in their hands, is this going to be the moment that young Galactics need to try and get this done? Steve-O needs to get the man out the back. Lucky needs to go. Steve-O's going to take down one. They've still got Real near the hill, and can the young Phenom grab a couple of kills here? He is going to bag one. He's not going to grab any more, but the boys of Moneyform, they breathe a sigh of relief, but all it's going to take is one clean push.
Oh, number one, Metals has just made his way around the back to absolutely no one's seen him. No one's counting the players, and he is just there waiting to get that push. This could be huge. This could be a massive, and they know the information now.
Big
number
kill.
5 with a big kill, and it's going to be Beans who drops Metals, and a 2-4-4 to 1-9-3. It's still being controlled, but right now they only need 3 seconds. You're going to have to get a foot on the hill. No one, he jumps off the hill. Look at that kill feed at the end, a bottom kill feed to reset the bracket for young Galactics to go 250 to 193 in a performance that's absolutely shocking when you consider the stats from the midweek. Huge plays made, and you've just got to look at the statistics from Lucky. Not only did he go the biggest in kills, not only did he go the biggest in non-traded kills, but he absolutely got the most important kills in that game time and time again. He was rotating to next hill, winning gunfights. You know, he didn't rush onto the hill, getting his team set up, making that move around. And you look at that P5 in that second rotation, they were already thinking about P2 to take this reset bracket and go into another best of 5.
Oh my god. Well, it wasn't game 5, but it's a second best of 5. The boys from Spain, they managed to reset the bracket. And oh my goodness, we are going to do it all over again in this grand final here for Cup number 5. So it's just the number 5 at the moment. Best of 5, Cup number 5. For the boys from Spain, they get it done, and we are going to see a bracket reset here between these two absolute titans of the EU scene. We are going to cut quickly to a short break, guys, because the guys, again, they're going to have to sort out all of their relevant vetoes just to make sure that everything is set up and ready to go. And obviously, we will also just wait for those maps to come through. So we'll cut to a quick break, guys, as they try and sort those ones out. But the first best of 5 is done. A second one on the horizon. Don't go anywhere, guys. We will be back very shortly for the final series of Challengers Cup number 5 just after this short break.
ocean, and the waves taking over. Let me dream of the ocean, love's deep devotion, and the waves taking over. Our stars in motion, I'll drown in your heart when the sun goes down. Leave me in the sand, it's a midnight falling. Let me dream of the ocean, love's deep devotion, and the waves taking over. Our stars in motion, I'll drown in your heart when the sun goes down. Leave me in the sand, it's a midnight falling.
Traffic lights are out in the street. It's too early in the morning to talk. Silence is nice to me. Fast cars are passing by as I'm decided to move. We have been down and up high. I've got nothing left to lose. When you look at me, seeking for the answer, falling on your knees, I just surrender. We are lost, 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 lost. We are lost, 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 lost. We are lost, 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 lost. We are lost, 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 are lost, 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 lost. We are lost, 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 lost. We are lost, 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 lost. We are lost, 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 lost. We are lost, 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 lost. We are lost, lost, lost. I just surrender. We are lost, 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 lost. We are lost, 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 lost. We are lost, 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 lost. I just surrender.
Oh, you're walking here and making waves. Another spell I try to break. Up in the air every time is it your smile? Is it your ways? No, it won't work out. Should've known better. It never works out. Every time I got a bad habit of loving you. Falling in love so easy for the things that you do. I've got a bad habit of loving you. I gotta Oh, you're walking here and driving names. You're just a habit I can break. should've known better. It never works out every time. I got a bad habit of loving you, falling in love so easy for the things that you do. I've got a bad habit of loving you. I gotta
What's good, ladies and gents? We're back. First best of 5 is out of the way. Pabs, we are going to need 2 of them.
I need lemons, I need honey, I need to regain and reset, because what a wild day it's been so far. Mate, we think about where we started over 8 hours ago with the Young Galactics Sukry game, and we thought, wow, what an amazing match. But that's not going to get topped, and then game after game after game has been completely wild, to the point where we've tripped over our own tongue, we've eaten our words, we've got it right, we've got it wrong. Yep. We've been through the absolute range of emotions in this game, and we end up with a reset bracket between the 2 top teams in Europe again, going head to head, and it's just been wild so far. And man, if you ask me to predict the outcome of this next 5, I think I might have a heart attack.
Oh my goodness, I mean, the maps that we have seen so far, every single series has been an absolute banger from start to finish, and it would not shock me here if we get another one going on this one. Obviously, the maps now, the guys have redone their vetoes, and we're ready to go for our second best of 5 in this grand final. And we've got a bit of a sandwich here with Berlin as the bread, Pabs. We've got Desert Siege, though, in map 2, Tuscan. Then map 4, everyone's favourite again. Bokash Holdpoint has managed to slip in again in this series. So if it goes to map 4, you're looking at another mixy one.
Right, I am telling you right now, Moneyform have absolutely done Young Galactics in this. A Berlin Hardpoint, which we know they're great at. Desert Siege, Search and Destroy, which we know Young Galactics can be hit and miss. They were the first team to really take control of Desert Siege, but since then they have, it's been absolutely wild. And a Tuscan control that we've just seen them get absolutely done in tactics on by Moneyform. So we even see a map 4, I will be absolutely amazed. But again, the outlier map right there is potentially that Desert Siege. So Moneyform going to need to go big again. I think they found it difficult on that match against. I think they actually ended up coming around in the Sukry's Bakery game. Was that the last Desert Siege we saw? Sukry's versus Moneyform.
Let me just frantically check. Desert Siege, yeah, so they won that one 6-4 against Sukry's Bakery, yeah.
Yeah, so again, I just think, in terms of vetoes, Steve Vortex just having absolute fun with those maps. You would, go into form right now in the previous games and in the history in the last week in particular. That is a Moneyform map set of 3 right there. So it's going to be, big moves from Young Galactics, but they just look absolutely awesome at the minute. So you wouldn't put anything past them at all.
And, oh man, I mean, this is the beauty of COD, Pabs, because we've got this, and then we've got Elites again on Tuesday and Wednesday, I believe. So the boys are going to have 1-day break, straight back in again in the deep end. And obviously, we're going to start to round that one out as well. So it's really starting to come into the crunch time for a lot of these teams to see kind of how the first half, potentially, arguably, of the season has started to go. Because it's now a case where a lot of these teams, although there's a couple of chops and changes, normally the core players tend to be there. Obviously, this Young Galactic side, they're going to be the same roster, I would assume, throughout the whole year, to be honest. But yeah, it's now kind of at a point in the game where we're getting matches left, right, and centre. And as neutrals, obviously, we can't complain about that.
Yeah, I think, I think you're right in what you're saying in terms of, I can't imagine the top 3 sides potentially if we take that as, I suppose you'd have to say top 4 and Revenge Tour as well. Revenge Tour probably the most likely team if they do continue to go on the struggle bus in terms of how they've performed. They're probably the most likely team out of those 4 to potentially shake things up and look at bringing in other players. But the question you've got to ask is, who are they going to bring in? Right now, again, it's very tight across these guys, and those top 3 teams will probably not change at all. Now going across the board, Moneyform probably, they won't be happy if they don't win this at all, but they can also be resolute in the fact that they did take this as far as they could. So the quality's there. It's just these small things that you've got to take out of your game or add into your game. Young Galactics definitely not going to change their roster. And you would suggest Sukry's Bakery, a team that were kind of very hit and miss. They didn't even get to a Sunday one cup. So they've got a very settled side now. We were looking very, very good and potentially are going to be right into that top 3 every single cup and in the elites as well. So good news for them. You'll probably see some shuffling between the bottom 4 teams. But again, we know the likes of Snake likes to keep a solid roster right the way through. So it'd be amazing if we see, too much of a shake-up in there. It wouldn't surprise me, but it's just going to be wild. And obviously, you're right. This is the kind of end of the consolidation point of this first part of the season as we do head into the kind of the deeper part of the elite. So this has been a really interesting intro. And we know we've had a couple of wasteful cups, but this is going to be wild regardless.
Yeah, so obviously focusing in on this series, map 1 is going to be Berlin Hardpoint. And obviously in the first best of 5, if anyone did miss it, it was 250 to 237 to the boys of Young Galactics. So obviously a very, very close series. There was a couple of maps in that one where very, very fine margins separated these guys. So again, we're left in the position that we always love in terms of there isn't really a team that you stick your flag with, really, because there was a couple of maps that could have gone either way. It could have potentially been a money form pushing that game 5 or maybe taking a 3-1 depending on how some of those moments and some of those maps unfolded. So again, we're left with the 2 titans of Europe, and again, there's nothing separating them. So it's kind of, for us, if you're looking at this one, for me personally, it's just a mental blank. I'm just like, right, okay, blank slate, anyone's game at this point with the second best of 5.
And here's where we diverge in our philosophies and strategies. I'm 100% going behind money form on this one. I think the first 3 maps really, obviously we've seen that quality in Tuscan Control. We've seen how strong they are in Desert Siege, and we've seen that obviously Young Galactics can be a little hit and miss in that S&D, but more than anything else, obviously the Berlin. I think the Berlin is going to dictate how this series goes. If Young Galactics are able to do the dirty on money form, then I think you're right, it could go either way. If money form do take that Berlin, I think this could potentially be a 3-0. I don't want to see it. We want to get to that last S&D. But again, it could go either way. But right now, the stats are really backing the idea that money form should really take this. But this isn't a regular, best of 5 series. This has been a long day for both teams. They're at different points, both mentally and physically. So again, these small things come into play, and it's going to be huge. But it's just great to see these 2, titans of the EU go head to head.
Yeah. So we are pretty much ready to go for map number 1, guys. So the second best of 5 will be shortly underway as soon as the boys get that big red button hit and we look in towards the Berlin. So, I mean, again, Pabs, is there any particular player that you can recall from the last Berlin anyways that you think, right, okay, if you can have a good game here, this might be yours? Because obviously Stevie Vortex had a really good map 1, didn't he? But the team weren't able to come out on top with the win. So you're looking to him again to have a really good map once again and try and kind of fill those cracks that they did show in that map number 1 and try and transition it into the second best of 5.
They dominated that Berlin for so long as well, and then just weren't able to see it out. So I think, again, not just Steve Vortex having a good map, but just being able to turn the kills. Again, Berlin can be a wasteful map. You can get a lot of kills and still lose, as has been proven, because you can just get a lot of pointless transitional kills. You can almost help the opposition in terms of spawning out. So again, we don't expect that from a team with the caliber of money form, but it's across the board really. Steve Vortex still needs to go big, because we know sometimes you can dip a little bit, but he needs that support. And in particular, we've talked about it before, the 2 players in the biggest boots to fill of all in Reman and Beans, they really need to go big, but they need to be effective as well. They need someone to soak up time, like the way that Lucky can potentially take scrap time and hold heals. They need that from their two new players.
And holy deja vu, here we are once again on a nice muggy cold evening of Berlin. And in England, to be fair, it's not great out there, but, we move. And the boys of Moneyform going to look to try and cause a bit of mayhem here on this P1. Harry, nice work from him straight off the rip. He's going to manage to grab a kill, but the player's now looking to fly through as Wee Man shutting up shop, takes down 1, shots into Real. He's just going to back him up a little bit, and his teammates managing to grab that all-important trade as he manages to get the final bullet there into the man in metals. And a really strong start here from the boys of Moneyform, Pablo, and a big engagement coming up for Lucky if he can get that scrap time, which he's not able to. It's already a decent lead for the boys of Moneyform, and they've got a couple of players on the rotation.
Yeah, and that's the big fight. You want to win them right there if you are money form. Steve-O beating Lucky for scrap time because Lucky will fight for absolutely everything. He's one of those players that can be so annoying, and Steve-O, you know, replicating almost the same role. He does an awesome job. Harry going off is what you want to see. Harry with that kind of CDL pro quality that we expected, you know, almost expected him to get picked up as well. So huge plays out of him right now. And Steve-O 5-2, and you've got Harry on a 3-2. So big plays. You need to get Beans involved, and this is a solid break right now and a solid start. Solid hold, sorry. In terms of time, they've got themselves a nice 30 seconds if they can actually get onto the hill again. This is super contested. And a 45-second and 35-second link. Young Galactics finally get onto it with Real. And again, huge plays from that team in purple as Metals drops Harry.
Yeah, I think Harry was just trying to wait to see if any players were going to start running up the hill so we could pinch maybe 10 to 15 seconds because we know what the margins are like in these kind of games between these kind of teams. They are just so difficult to split. So with the last hard point being a difference of 13 seconds, some people might look at maybe 4 or 5 seconds on a hard point for scrap time and go like, why are you going for that? Well, I mean, the difference between these two shows why they are going for these really slim amounts of scrap time. And now the boys of Money Form got the rotation. There's Harry out the back looking to try and lock in a couple of kills, and there's another couple of kills there from him. But Metals, however, gone under the radar, pushing down this right-hand lane. He's getting tagged up left, right, and centre at the moment as the boys in purple are going to try and push their way round the back of the Berlin, and they're going to look to try and grab some more kills. Real with 1, Real with 2, and really good work from the young man once again, as we always come to see from him. He will get traded out as it goes back and forth inside the hill, but Money Form, at least for the time being, a decent start.
Yeah, absolutely. Really kind of not overly weak play, but quite weak play there from Weeman at the back of Docs. He gets tagged up pretty easily. Not sure how many comms he was giving out in terms of letting the players know who were in the hill, how many were pushing through fire. How much he was able to see is obviously in question, but good plays all round from the team in purple. We're going to keep this within 30 seconds and get set up really strongly. And again, number 5 there with Beans with a big responsibility there to get that information over and try and get some picks. And he's going to be joined by Weeman again. So those two players need to stay out, but look, straight away the glides come out and the kill feed is purple one more time as Metals and Journey see off Money Form, and this is going to be huge because they're just about to tag things up major, and this has been again a really solid performance from Young Galactics.
And the man that we flagged up, who did go a little bit quiet at times when we casted him over those Sukry's Bakery game, Real, has come absolutely flying out here in this second best of 5. He wants his 4th cup in this Vanguard series, and his teammates doing their best to help him out as Metals grabs another couple of kills. And that is where it starts to get dangerous now for Money Form. When these Spanish boys get going, they are so difficult to stop. Metals now 4 in a row, 1 away from a glide bomb. They know Real's already got 1. Can he manage to add insult to injury here with some more? No, Harry going to rip him off of that one. And the boys of Young Galactics, really good regain, really good hold on that hill. And you can see the positioning of Real. He's ready to go, just waiting for that new hill to pop.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at the setup. A really strong setup right the way across the middle. They're able to get a ton of information. Whether number 3, their Journey, is going to be able to get information on number 5, who is Beans. A big fight about to go down. Beans really does need to get control of this. He's going to get tagged up by Journey, though, and that's going to be huge as the team in purple are able to see them out. Steve-O does get the Kobe in and able to get a headshot on Journey, so a great 2-piece right there to bring things back. But they've still got control of this P5, and with 30 seconds left, they've got a solid 30-second lead right now. And major, this is looking very worrying for Money Form out of the blocks in a game mode. You would expect them to be toe-to-toe with a team like this. And look, they're pushing out already. Number 3, Journey, is as far out as you could possibly get, supported by Real. And this is wild. He's 17-8, and we're only just at the end of the first rotation.
Yeah, more kills coming through. Lucky going to add another one. 7 seconds of scrap time. Steve-O is just going to lurk and take Metals down. But look at the positioning. Steve-O actually manages to grab another one as well. The Young Galactics out the back looking for more kills. Good work there from the guys in green as Beans is going to get involved in the party as he manages to grab a pick. But Real replies with one of his own. Steve-O going to have to check his corners here because there's going to be one to his right, and Lucky. Oh, shots go through. The kill doesn't come through for Steve-O though, so he's still 2 away from a potential glide bomb himself. And if he can manage to grab one, that will be really important there. If he can manage to get it, but Real flies in. Steve-O with 1, looking for the second. He knows Real's on the corner. The shots aren't going to connect as of yet as he goes hunting for kills, and he's not going to be able to grab any more, is Steve-O, so they won't get streaked. Real still going strong at the moment, 20-9 at the moment. He just seems like the immovable object in every single second now on this P1 that the boys of Young Galactics hold. This is going to be huge time for them, but luckily they do have Harry on the rotation. But I'll tell you what, the deficit at the moment the Money Form have got to try and claw back here is pretty monumental.
Oh, and they just get bodied time after time after time. Not only have they got Rail pushing from the front, he's on a glide, he's absolutely dominating the hill and the kill time. They've got Metals lurking around the back. Metals got an absolutely monumental kill as he flanked all the way around the back and then helped them pinch the remaining 30 of that P1. And look who are back on the hill one more time. Young Galactics potentially very close, and at this form you wouldn't put it past them to 100-point club, the second best team in Europe right now. And this has been a monumental performance out of this team, and you've got to think Journey 11 seconds, 10 and 17, not really getting into the game. You feel if he starts to tear things up, this could be a really worrying sign for the team in P, who just look like they've run out of gas.
Oh my goodness. They are being put to the sword here. Beans, knife out, shanks Metals on that occasion. He gets the kill onto Journey as well, but they're still lurking around their hill. Real being one of them, and the way he's playing at the moment, you wouldn't put it past him to mop up at least one player. He is going to get some shots in as his teammates try and do the work around him. Lucky going to get involved in the gunfight. Harry holds strong though, and that's a big 8 seconds, and more importantly, a big rotation here. They are going to trade him out, and again, soak up 3 more seconds of this time. And Young Galactics over towards the new hill. Glide bomb out. Lucky wants to try and get this rotation locked in. They're going to force them in towards fire. Can he manage to get the pick? Yes, he can. Journey gets one as well. So now those purple arrows, they are going to absolutely leg it down that side of the map, and they're going to invest another one as well. They want 2 glide bombs in this one, and a double kill for Real. You don't really see that often as he chops down both Stevo and Weeman with the glide bomb, and what a break from the boys in purple.
Make that all starts from an absolutely wonderful play by Lucky. Over towards the back, he's able to drop Stevo. That was a monumental fight. It gave him all that opportunity to be able to push all the way along dockside, and then they push the players out the back with 2 really important glides, and just look at the kill feed. It is back and forth right now, but it's been predominantly purple.
Oh, man,
and
Real.
what can Money form to do? They just look lost at sea right now as Real goes off. He's 31 on a 6 streak right now, and Major, can the boys in purple be stopped?
Oh my goodness. You wouldn't think Real was the teammate who's just recently joined. 31 and 11 in a second best of 5 grand final against arguably one of the best teams in Challengers COD, regardless of EU. Money form at the moment are being put to the sword here, and young Real is leading the line here at the moment. How many more can he grab? He's going to spot Weeman. Shots go through. Automaton or SMG. The boy will use anything. There's going to be a man ready and waiting around the corner, and Stevo manages to grab one. The trades come through, but meanwhile, Metals is going to get traded out of that hill, and Beans is going to fall as well. So last man standing Journey. They are getting cut down left, right, and center as we switch between the players. Money form going to try and do their best to get on this hill, but with the time as it is, Pablo, 2:31 on the clock, this is just going to be so difficult with Money form to pull back. They need a damn near perfect hard point from this point out, and they are still on the hill.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to do everything almost 100% correct now. That means getting scrap time, being set up for next. Every little thing is so important, and there's still time, potentially now, just gone off the clock in terms of what the boys in purple can do, but they're going to potentially be in what has been one of their favourite hills in P5, something that you don't see a lot of teams get good time on. So Moneyform need to go big here, and look who is there, Real, 32 and 13. He's already set up, looking down that side towards middle, and this is going to be big. And this looks like number 8, Steve, give his position away a little bit, and we do see him get important kills. He's traded out. Weeman does drop with a nice 3-piece right there. We do see a TK by Harry on Stevo. That is poor timing right there when you are so close to being put to the sword in map 1, and this is going to be a monumental P5. And look at the boys in blue, already potentially set up with 30 seconds remaining to take either the time on P5 or get set up for P1.
And it felt almost perfect that Real was going to be that man that might potentially put the final dagger in, and there's going to be a big kill from Lucky. He's going to get taken down off the hill. They realise how important it is to stop these players transitioning over. Metals with 1, can't get the second. Harry's going to grab the kill, but they're still on the hill. I don't even know if anyone's going to contest this. They need to get him out. Oh, the holy nade comes through from his own teammate. So Real is going to actually take his own man down, so they're not going to win off of this hill. But now number 5, Beans, he's got so much work to do over on the new hill. He needs to keep his head down. He needs help, and they are going to come through and reinforce him. Number 8, Stevo, going to do his best to help him out, but surely not. With 1 second, Stevo, though, arriving to the party a little bit later, though, isn't going to be getting any more kills. They're still holding this one, but the flank comes through. Lucky with 1. There's more players nearby. to try and potentially make this push. Weeman's got a really big job here of stopping those players pushing in because last man standing is Beans. He's going to fall and the Spanish will conquer map number 1, Pablo. 250 to 181 and they go 1-0 up in the second best of 5.
No, man, it is squeaky bum time for the team in green. They are literally on the precipice right now. They are 1-0 down in the reset bracket and they are going into a couple of game modes, you know, where potentially they might be the stronger team, but this team in purple look absolutely capable of anything. And when Real is on form like that, you cannot put anything past him, man. He is dropping bodies left, right and centre. What a monumental performance there from the rookie, and probably, you know, one of the most difficult games you would suggest he's going to play against the top team like Steve Vortex has got. And Desert Siege S&D is going to be an absolute, you know, they're going to need to win this. You fear that if they do lose this round to Young Galactics, this Tuscan control is not going to be the same as the last one.
Oh, man. And now we're on a map where it's, for us, very, very enjoyable in terms of snipers. You look to the likes of Lucky. We saw Beans and Harry, I think, both kind of switch between the snipers when we saw Moneyform play Sukry's Bakery, I believe, on this map. So it's going to be another one, Pablo, where we're going to see those little glimmers in the distance, and we know how important the snipers can be on a Desert Siege search.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we love it. We love to see those world star performances with the sniper, and we know that we've potentially got two of the best. You know, maybe you would argue Super is probably the most exquisite sniper player right now, but on form, Harry can be unreal, and obviously Lucky again. You know, you give him an opportunity and he will take your head clean off. So it's really nice to get these kind of stories out and see these big opportunities. But Desert Siege presents itself with a number of like more complex problems as well. You know, getting that first blood is so vital because the map's so large, and you know, obviously again, it's one of those maps where you don't see a lot of transitions over towards that far train track. A lot of people prefer the kind of field play because it allows itself to be a little bit more CQB style. But this is just, again, it's such a weird map, and it's a very technical one, but we've got two teams who are reasonably technical, and we expect to see good plays out, and it wouldn't surprise me again if this goes around 11.
I'll tell you what, I don't like to say it this early on in the series, but Moneyform, man, this map's important for these guys now. Personally, I think this is going to be a potential make or break one. Obviously, you know what these boys can do. There is still that room for an upset and a potential reverse sweep if they do drop this one, but for me, in terms of just morale and kind of getting some momentum, they need to tie up this series with this Desert Siege. This is going to be one where the likes of Young Galactics and Real especially, they can't... We've seen how aggressive they can be on this map, but it's obviously not going to be one where they're flooding left, right and centre. So the boys of Moneyform can kind of try and take that more structured approach, but it's not going to be easy, especially when they're hiding behind the sniper of Lucky.
Yeah, and you know, for a team that have long been considered a really good S&D side in Moneyform, this Vanguard has not been it's not been very friendly in terms of its results for S&D. You know, obviously when they've played teams who are incredibly weaker than them, they've been able to dominate, but when they've come up against these larger teams or these more capable teams, it's been a lot more cut and dried in terms of just not doing as well. And obviously we saw that previous round where Beans was incredibly negative, so a big opportunity for the whole team to regain and get a bit of a confidence boost. And if anything, they've got to realise that if they take this, they've potentially then got that Tuscan control to fall back on to potentially get that to a 2-1 position. But again, we talk about the stories and the potential possibilities. If they lose this Desert Siege and a 2-0, that Tuscan control was again just marginal. We're talking about them having to sit off and play the numbers game in order to get an advantage. And I would suggest Young Galactics probably not going to allow that to happen again.
That's why it feels like every single map, I know we kind of stress this a lot at this level of COD in challenges, but it just feels like every single map, it's so important with some of these teams. And we've seen a lot of game 5s today that could have been, I say, either way of which direction the series could have gone. And boys of Moneyform, obviously they managed to get through the winners bracket with the help of a really important win over the boys of Sukry's Bakery, and they're going to look to it here again with, again, fine margins with these two teams. They really do put on an absolute spectacle for us guys, and it's one where they're going to look to some really big voices in that team, the likes of Steve Vortex, to try and kind of rack their heads together, get them concentrating and get them focused on one map at a time.
Yeah, it must be so frustrating for him as a player who's come from having, arguably one of the best AM EU sides to ever grace challenges. Realistically speaking, they've been so dominant, and he's lost 2 players to that Ravens side, and you can see the quality just oozes out of that Royal Ravens side as well. Now that they've got such a solid four, but not just that, the 2 rookies that have come in are absolutely unreal, and now he's brought in Beans and Weeman, who've got an absolute ton of potential, and he still feel like he's in that kind of phase where he's still teaching them the strategies and still going through, how they should play. And obviously 2 very gifted players, but again, they just need to assimilate a lot of these high-level strategies in the way that Steve Vortex plays very quickly. And the sooner they do it, I think the sooner they're going to be able to regain and recoup and potentially just go on to dominate cups. Because right now, Young Galactics at times just seem to be a gear or maybe 10% a little bit ahead of everyone. Once they step through the gears, they just dominate hills, even against a team like Moneyform, which is worrying when you consider they're 1-0 up. They've reset the bracket, and this could potentially be a huge upset from a loser's bracket run.
Yeah, and we flagged up Real in that hard point. We know that the boys of Young Galactics, at any moment, one of them can go absolutely huge. We've seen it so many times where Metals will go on a 5 streak, on a 6 streak, and then obviously that glide bomb, the importance on some of these maps can be absolutely monumental. But in some of the series that we've cast more recently, they haven't really had like a huge amount of outstanding numbers from a particular player. But when they do get that from one player, like we saw in Real, they just look so difficult. When they get the momentum, as you mentioned, when they hit that different gear, they are just completely different gravy when it comes to kills, especially. And when you've got players that can just punch in towards hills, like even when Moneyform rotated over from P2 to P3, they were there, they were locked out the back. They just had streaks, they just rained death from above, they get the spawns, they push the lead out even further, and then Moneyform were just playing catch-up time after time after time.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this comes down to, if you look at the way Sukry's Bakery dealt with Young Galactics, they didn't allow them to get into that rhythm. Now, one of the problems with some, say, you take money from is they're going to want to implement their strategy. Like, they've got their strategies. Steve Vortex is the top player in the AM. He's had a really successful time over the last, the Cold War period. So, to an extent, he's probably thinking, my strategies should work. We should be able to do them. And at no point do they think we need to maybe just push them to one side and just try and cut through at an angle, kind of almost psychologically. This team in Young Galactics put them under pressure in a way that we haven't done before, and that's what Sukry's Bakery were able to do when they found themselves on the back foot. Rather than just try and continue to implement the same, predictable rotations, the same times, they just went super aggressive and just got into the faces of the Young Galactics. It causes them to have like comm issues, it causes them to have lose that rhythm and lose that ability to almost manage the map. And that's one thing that Moneyform just haven't done so far against the Young Galactics. They really do need to start considering, when Steve-O goes off and gets them big streaks, again, it's great to see him in that free run. We're not going to see it in the S&D. We'll potentially maybe see it in the Tuscan Control, but we just need to see Moneyform, when they are under the cosh a little bit, just mix it up, get aggressive, and just start to put Young Galactics under pressure, maybe even kind of like forego the objective to an extent, just to reassert dominance on the map.
So we're just waiting on the guys to get map number 2 underway. Apologies for the short break, guys. I just needed to sort a couple of bits out, but we are now loading into Desert Siege, Search and Destroy. And it's a map where First Bloods, Pablo especially, very important for a lot of these teams. Obviously, we flag up at time to time. The snipers, obviously a very important thing, but we've also seen, obviously at this level of COD, it's not surprising when you see an automaton absolutely beam someone from across the map. And if you can try and open out that lane, and obviously down the track side, just to try and get the bomb down, it's a really important thing here for a lot of these teams. So Moneyform especially will be looking to a lot of that kind of that First Blood kind of prowess, I suppose you would say, here in this map, because it's one where if Young Galactics do start picking off First Bloods, it's just going to be even more difficult from that point onwards for the boys from Moneyform.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting things I'm interested to see is whether Harry runs the sniper or whether Beans run the sniper. Now, the thought process, maybe that Harry's a better AR than Beans, is potentially a sniper. So again, he might get that sniper by default, as they probably feel a little bit more comfortable Harry running, potentially that AR. So again, probably not a very fair Harry with the First Blood, and it is going to be Journey that he drops, and you can see Lucky, play you don't want to be on the receiving end of with that sniper. Bit of a windy shot though, so Real is going to pick up Harry, and it's going to be 3v3 major as we get into that final minute before the bomb is planted.
Yeah, Steve-O, here's the destructible cover. Gets taken down above him, so he will manage to pick Metals off. Steve-O still got the bomb in hand. Tries to edge his way Looks as though over towards the B side, but Lucky gets the pick. He manages to take off Beans' head from distance, but Bomb is going down. As mentioned, with that silent plant now, teams can't just sit in top middle building and try and wait. So now 2 versus 2. I don't think he did.
I don't think he's seen him.
I don't think he did. Real. Ooh. Oh, I think you saw him then. Steve-O. He's got an idea that he's here. He's just going to wrap around the back, and Steve-O with a really big kill. So now Lucky, last man up. Can he manage to produce some magic with the sniper that we've seen so many times? The stun is going to rack him straight in the face with 22 seconds left on the cards. This is not going to be easy by any means. Steve-O looks as though he's going to just try and keep an eye on the cross to make sure that he can't transition over. Lucky. Oh man, this is going to be a bold shout. Pistol out. How quick's your trigger finger? Not quick enough. Didn't even get a chance to fire a bullet. And Moneyform with an important round, Pablo. I mean, we've seen these guys go down to the wire, so every round counts, even if it's the first.
When Harry throws that stun to Lucky, I nearly tried to catch it. The angle was so weird. But yeah, huge plays, and definitely not a good idea to try and shell Steve-O while you're mantling with a handgun and he's just sat waiting for you to push through. So big round for Moneyform, and again, they got off the blocks nice and early, but more importantly, Steve-O on a 3. So potentially if he gets a pick, this is a double-edged sword. If he gets a pick and he's on the 4, it might force him to play a bit more cautiously or look for a trade, which might change the game plan overall, or potentially he's going to be able to get the glide, which might give them that advantage. So first blood goes to Metals. He's managed to drop Steve-O, so that conversation null and void, mate.
Yep, first blood was in favour of Young Galactics. So now, where will the boys of Young Galactics decide to try to take this bomb? See, Harry is ready and waiting. You can just see there through all the peak. Oh my goodness, somehow didn't manage to connect there onto Journey, who's just going to nip away to the nick of time. But nice shots there from Beans. Important pick to take Journey down. And now you can see the aggression there coming through from Real. He's trying to sniff out the sniper here in Harry. He's going to spot him now. Around the corner he goes. Oh, but Harry with the pistol gets the kills. And now Metal's looking for some shots across from range. Harry is still keeping an eye down this lane. And they will manage to retrieve the bomb as Metals will pick it up. But now this is the difficulty, Pabs. 30 seconds left on the clock. 2 versus 2. They need to make a decision.
Yeah, we had this conversation earlier on. Oh my days, Weeman. I was just about to say Weeman needs to go big, and he gets an absolutely awesome kill. And it is going to be Harry last alive with the sniper. I wouldn't put it past him to potentially get that pick. And Lucky takes down Weeman. So still a 1v1. But with 14 seconds remaining, this is going to require quite a lot of patience, quite a lot of positioning and good skill now from Lucky. And this is going to be a wrap around the back for Harry. He's going to reposition. He's picked up an MP40 in the process, and the chase is going to be on. Whether he's got that information yet, that's going to be a pretty easy read for Harry, and that's going to be another round on the board, Major, for Moneyform, who desperately need a bit of confidence, and more than that, just a foothold in this game.
So Moneyform 2-0 up. A big cushion by the grander scheme of things here for these boys in map number 2. If you guys did miss map number 1, it was 250 to 181 for Young Galactics. And Harry, with an important moment there for his team, manages to clutch up in the 1 versus 1 right when they need him to. So what can they manage to work here in this next round? Harry's still going to... Oh, never mind. I jinxed it. I was going to say, sticking with the sniper. He is going to, however, switch off. But now will Lucky manage to grab a potential pick here? And is he going to still stick with the sniper? You would anticipate he would still be doing it. But meanwhile, though, there's not going to be anyone nearby because Weeman and the boys look as though they are pretty much set on this A push. And Journey keeping an eye down this outer lane. Oh, he's going to peek this any second now. They're going to have an engagement, and Harry manages to get the pick. So now first blood engagement goes in favour of Moneyform once again. And Harry's now on a 3 streak as well. So with number 6 Metals pushing around the flank here, they got to be careful, because if he manages to work an angle here, he might potentially be able to grab a couple of picks.
Yeah, absolute work. Now, Harry having an absolute ball in Desert Siege so far. 2-0 up, and this has been a really splendid performance from the boys in green. That's a great work there from Lucky. But we do see 2 players fall as Beans and Weeman team up to drop Metals and Rail, and that's the kind of performance we wanted to see out of them. And there's still a great deal of work. Lucky, though, in this very unfortunate position with the sniper in a 1v3 clutch. But if there's one player who can at least get a pick, it is going to be him. He's finally tagged up, and he is going to dip, and he's going to reset. And it's going to be Moneyform going into a really solid lead early on. This has been a quick 3-0 so far, but you know one thing, Major, we've seen Young Galactics drop 4 in a row today.
Yeah, and the boys in green, they will be happy with the lead that they've managed to accumulate, but they won't be counting on it too much, as they need to just get to that infamous number 6. And now Journey still struggling, and Real and Metals only 2 kills between the both of them. Do just question as and when these boys might potentially kick into gear. Harry, now 1 away from that all-important 5th kill. And that bomb is now going to edge its way over towards the middle portion of the map as Stevo gets the first blood.
Steve-O.
Another important first blood here. Moneyform, they are really playing first bloods well. Meanwhile, though, Journey looking to try and put something in the mixer as he manages to grab a kill onto Stevo. So now 3 versus 3. Now the bomb in the hands of Journey, still just looking for info. But now it's just a question of where do they decide to try and plant the bomb. There are a couple of players from Moneyform just lurking over towards the A side, but they've got to be careful because Beans is actually going on a hell of a flank all the way around the back. And I'll tell you what, if he catches these players out, this could be the round done. And there's one. Oh!
Oh, Lucky with an absolute headshot to Beans there, but Harry absolutely drops Lucky, and it's left Real in the kind of undesirable position. He's going to push out rather randomly and get taken down by Weeman. That's going to be a huge moment, and with 27 seconds, it's going to be a pretty easy defuse. And one of the things we did talk about earlier on, Major, was, you know, the importance of the Weeman and Beans to start to come to the fore, and you really start to dig in with those positions that they've taken up within this team, and they're doing it right now. And mate, we are potentially about to see another statement game in this absolutely wild series so far. And Moneyform, you know, looking great on this Desert Siege, and they are 4-0 up. And Young Galactics again just look like a completely different side than the one we've just seen. But not only in that first bracket reset, but in that first hard point. And mate, this has been a wild performance so far. But Harry going absolutely off at 6-2.
Yeah, and with him lurking in the back of his spawn, I think he's going to throw this glide bomb out pretty much instantly. Beans is just waiting for the nod, and the glide bomb will come out. Harry, can he manage to grab anyone? There's a man right round the back here. Can he slot it through the hole? No, he can't manage to on that occasion, as the first blood isn't going to come through. And that glide bomb has now been used, but they do manage to force the players inside. But Lucky over the other side of the map, sniper kill manages to come through for him. But now Stevo, can he make the play? The bomb is down. They're running out of time. Number 8 in Lucky, trying to work a bit of a flank here to make the pinch. But never mind, Journey just grabs 2 regardless. So it's going to be Stevo all on his lonesome. He spots the man up top, but Lucky gets the kill. And Young Galactics, they really needed that round, Pabs.
Yeah, absolutely needed to get one on the board. You know, 5-0 is a psychological blow right there. So they absolutely needed to do that. So 4-1 brings it back. And rather worryingly, we know we've seen this team in purple start to string rounds together in the past. So Moneyform really need to consolidate if they're going to tie this up. This is going to be vital for them to do it. They need to consolidate, regain, and just, you know, make sure that they see this out. This is about discipline now and about making the right choices. Good decision making needed to be had to see this round out. They cannot afford to let Young Galactics get back into this S&D, because potentially that is going to be a massive worry for them, you know, in terms of the overall series.
Oh my goodness. Snipers whizzing past each other, changing shots. Nobody's going to get tagged up or dropped though. Waiting. Forward Viper is Mr. Lucky, waiting for that opportunity, and Beans grabs the first blood. There's going to be another man nearby in number 5 Royale, but the bomb will go down. Journey is going to stick this one, and all number 5 Royale, he put some really good timing here. Takes down one, bomb goes down. And Royale managed to work some magic here. We saw it in map 1 how monumentally influential he was. But now, where is this next pick going to lie? Harry still looking down this right-hand lane, and Lucky, oh, there you go, claps him straight in the face with the sniper, and the Spanish man is going to come out on top once again with the sniper. Journey is going to spot the man in Wee Man trying to work his way around the back, but nothing's going to come of it. And now all of a sudden, Beans, last man up, 16 seconds left on the clock, 1 versus 3.
Yeah, and this is the position Moneyform didn't want to be in. At 4 up, they really did need to consolidate, and a 1v3 is too much to ask, and potentially a player's going to get tagged up and feed them one more kill. This has been a really astounding 2 rounds from Young Galactics, who've, you know, we talk about teams that can regain, but really a 4-0 against a team like Moneyform. This is the kind of performance that has started to really put in doubt the kind of dominance from Steve Vortex's side. They need to go big, and they need to go strong now, because right now they fell off a little bit. We've seen Harry not get a pick in the last 2 rounds, and we've just started to see the likes of Real, but more importantly, Lucky on a 4 streak. He's 9-4 right now, and he is dragging Young Galactics back into this Desert Siege S&D.
So, bomb in the hands of Stevo, and it looks as though, again, still just lurking around. We've got to be careful, because Metals is just going to overshadow, but Beans is going to win that engagement in the Battle of the Snipers. He's going to take down Lucky, and a much more important kill potentially coming up here if Stevo can locate a couple of the players in and around this middle building. Nades, tacticals just being thrown left, right, and centre at the moment, but nobody currently dropping. But Steve-O, big kill. He's now going to opt to try and stick the bomb here. Weeman's just going to be keeping an eye on him as he tries to plant the bomb. As number 5, Real, just flies down the stairs over the top. He gets the pick as well, and Real on the hunt. He's going to spot another one there, and Real with 2 really important kills manages to make it. Another one, and Real, the man that you look to make the big plays, is none other than the newcomer on the scene, Real. 5 in a row, and now it's going to put 5 on the board for him, and that glide bomb, all importantly.
Man, Moneyform have absolutely let this slip away at the wrong time. We talked about the strength of Young Galactics. We told you that they put strong 4 rounds together against top opposition before, and they are on the road to doing it right now. And who better to lead the charge than not only, the veteran in Lucky, but the young phenom in Real, who's dropped 5, got the glide. They're 1 round from tying this up. But you've got to look to Wee Man. That was such weak play. He decides not to cover Steve-O, who gets the bomb down. When Steve-O gets dropped, he decides immediately to try and look for the push around the side, which he's got to play it in. Why do it? Journey gets a 2-piece. This is not looking good right now. This is a 3v2 already in this round for Young Galactics.
Oh my goodness. Next kill's big. Wee Man. There you go. Called him out. Got the important kill. And him and Harry are just going to retreat for the time being. And now, where is that next gunfight? Wee Man did got him glide bombs out, though. They're going to have to try and retreat inside. Can they manage to land it on the face of any of the players? No, they can't. Lucky. The info will be there, though, but Wee Man, whoo! Holy round from Wee Man. There you go. You needed him to show up right when he needed to, and he did exactly that. 5-3 now to Moneyform, and they finally get another notch on the board, Pablo.
He needed to go big, man. That was such a bad round in the one before where he kind of let his team down and he got absolutely bodied. And what is an exposed position? Well, he responds perfectly with a huge 3-piece. Not only that, he's on the 4, so potentially 1 off the glide bomb, and he's 7-4, and they are 1 round away from tying the series up. Huge plays from the young man, Wee Man, going off, and that's what we wanted to see. This team, Moneyform team, start to work together to produce really good performances, and this is a big opportunity right now. But Lucky down that B side, just looking to get a pick, and it wouldn't surprise me if we see a green head ripped off any minute.
Quick shout out to Mr. Vossi for dropping the sub. Thank you very much, Mr. Vossi. And now Young Galactics, 3 rounds away. They still need them without a single response here from Moneyform. With the luck, I was going to say with the luck there that they're having, but Lucky, there you go, produces his own luck. Journey going to grab a kill as well, and now an important round is starting to fall apart here for Moneyform. But Wee Man, he gets, oh my goodness, they managed to drop both of them. I think he does get the streak. I'm pretty sure he got the glide bomb, but 5-4 on the cards now, and Young Galactics, man, they're making them work for this win here, Pabs.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to come down to the correct use of the glide. You got to hope that Steve Vortex is going to hold the hand of Wee Man and direct them to do it properly, because right now, this is absolutely huge. And, Moneyform potentially on the cusp of throwing away a two bracket opportunity. 5-4 in this Desert Siege. They've made hard work of this game when they were 4-0 up, and it just tells you that the capability and the absolute quality of Young Galactics. No more those unlucky 11-6 and that deadly sniper. Again, just watching down that B flank. We are going to see Wee Man drop that. Is it going to catch anyone out now? But they have got some information, but it might be too little too late. We are going to see it go 3-3 major though, and this is going to be huge.
Steve-O, can he grab another kill? Yes, Mr. Stevie Vortex with 2 enormous kills in this round as they look to try and put Young Galactics to the sword. And now Metals, last man up, needs the 1 versus 3. Will manage to get the first step done, but now he just needs to defend the bomb here. He just needs to play this smart, but Harry rips him clean off of it. They get the defuse, and Moneyform will get that round completed. And more importantly, the map, Pablo, they tie up the series 1 map apiece.
And, they did it initially in such good form, but again, they just fell off. But what a great resurgence right there from Wee Man, and supported by the quality plays of Harry. What a great performance to bring that back to 1-1, and 6-4 is still a pretty nice statement. But what you wanted to see is that 9-5 out of that man who's had some really, really appalling S&Ds. Well, he's just shoved that back down our throat, and that's exactly what we wanted to see. Bring it back to 1-1. Let's get some more Call of Duty. Now we know we're going to see Bocage Hardpoint.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's coming. It was always it just felt like a question. It just felt like a question of when with these 2 guys at the moment, because it just feels like I've got the feeling, Pabs, I've got a feeling of Game 5 with these guys in this one, and I think it's going to go right down to the wire. There is nothing separating them in the in those maps that we saw prior, and it looks as though again it's going to be another one of fine margins. So Tuscan Control, Pablo, it went to not map number 5, round number 5 last time in that first best of 5 here. Obviously Moneyform managed to take this one, and if they can manage to do the same again here, it's going to be another huge map for those boys, because if the Spanish lads take that respawn and then we go into Bocage, which we know they're good at and they took last time, danger signs potentially.
Yeah, I mean, we know how strong they are, and one thing that does concern me is that they, you know, prior to that Tuscan Control, the first one, they both had really good records across the board on it, and it really came down to some inspired play by the guys from Moneyform who were starting to read that kill feed correctly and able to get that defensive side time and time again. Well, you know what? Young Galactics assimilate information so quickly. Do not be surprised if that's now being figured into their gameplay, and they've been able to do something amazing with it, because that's one thing they're very good at. They can come up with a plan B and a plan C quicker than most teams can do, you know, get a Bocage kill. So yeah, absolute wild plays potentially on the cards, and again we're going to end up, mate, at that wild B zone on that on that Tuscan, which is, you know, whether it be a P2 on hardpoint, whether it be a B zone on control, Tuscan brings absolutely the wildest plays. So prepare, Major, for the play-by-play nightmare that is the last 10 or 15 seconds of that particular zone.
Oh, mate, my body is ready. My body is ready. We've had some incredible games so far in this bracket. We will just quickly show you guys the bracket as well to see how all these teams have got here. And obviously the grand final graphic. This is the second best of 5, so we're still going on in the grand final here for Challengers Cup number 5 between Moneyform and Young Galactics as we look in towards our map number 3. So Young Galactics obviously coming through that losers bracket, but they reset it and they managed to push Moneyform through their paces here in the grand final. But Pabs, I mean, oh my goodness, we've had an incredible day of Call of Duty. It feels sad almost that it's slowly coming to an end, but the way these two are going, it looks as though it's going to go out with a bang.
Yeah, I mean, they've not failed to impress. They've not let us down, and none of the teams have. Everyone has come with their A game, played to the best of their abilities. Nearly all the maps, all the games have gone to a game 5. You know, every series has gone to a game 5, and we've seen some of the absolute pinnacle of Call of Duty. And mate, you must have some absolutely unreal clips stored in that VLC player. That, you know, unbelievable plays across the board from all the teams. You know, you look at TMT, they've pushed Young Galactics to the absolute edge of that Tuscan Control, and then you look at Sukry's Bakery, who right off the rip looked like potential, you know, not only winners, but you know, not only getting to the grand final, but potentially, you know, you look to them, if they were able to consolidate and solidify the performance they had, they could have gone on to win this. So huge plays across the board, and finally seeing again why the EU is the best in terms of challenges and why they provide the best players going into the CDL Pro League. You know, it is tense, it's tight. They constantly look to improve not only themselves as individuals but as teams, and they take this super seriously. So, you know, hats off to them, and this is why we absolutely love it, mate. This is why we keep coming back.
Oh man, we're almost over the 10-hour mark for the stream, but every single hour, every single minute, almost every single second really has been absolutely worth it for seeing EU's finest on display. And again, I'll say it again, a huge shout out to the players for allowing us to cover this level of Call of Duty and bring you guys Cup number 5. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it as much as me and Pabs are, because we're like kids at Christmas every time we cast over these boys. So we are going to get ready to load in towards map number 3, Tuscan Control. But oh man, it's one at the moment, Pablo, where it's very, very difficult, especially for those offensive teams. So both teams at the moment, it feels like when they're on the attacking round, it feels like, right, okay, we'll take the defensive side. As long as we win our defensive rounds, we can kind of throw something a little bit mixy into the situation, just to try and maybe pinch an attacking round. Because at the moment, these two, they do trade blow for blow in those defensive rounds, and it usually, well, in the last series we saw it came to that final one to see who was on the defensive side, and on that occasion it was Moneyform, and they won the map.
One thing I did see that was quite interesting, you know, before that became apparent that was the tactic towards the end of the game, we did start to see kind of this very heroic push through mid from Moneyform. So they looked to mix things up. In fact, it might have been a Sukry's Bakery game where they played Young Galactics, but there was this heroic push through mid to try and maybe just to get control of Middle Church and be able to push then around the back. It also forces the opposition out of that defensive area towards field, where you can then have one player who soaks up the majority of the time to the A zone and then the rest of your team can push through church and potentially get control of the B zone. But it also does one other thing. If you're able to get a team wipe, you're potentially then set up to go 6, 7, 8 kills into the lead, and then you kind of turn it into TDM. So potentially, you know, if we don't see the game go to type, expect to see this big war right in the middle, this slaughter right in the middle of the map, where we might see the team meet at that front of church and try and get the bodies down there. It's not going to happen all the time, but it wouldn't surprise me if we did see that going into the kind of middle stage of this game.
Yeah, and just to get the map underway, Pabs, there's been a C redeemed, and I remember, I think it might have been George asked for one from you. Obviously, I didn't do it because it was a big map, but I've got one as well. So I'll give us a little bit of a lead in, and then we can kind of do it together, because it's going into map 3 now. So a little bit of hype, a little. I'll get us going with a couple of example ones, and then you're just gonna have to give it. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right.
I love it when you go too loud and you clip it out. So we got to do one together now.
Oh, I've done mine. Mine was good.
Oh.
The stream will hear mine, because I think it was Discord. Obviously mutes the amount of like loud volume noises. So mine came through, I think.
Mine does that weird double octave thing. It's so strange. Gone. No, it's gone.
I'll write that, Pabs. I'll write that. And there you go. Do indeed. We are now ready to go in towards map number 3 here between Young Galactics and Money Form. Remember, guys, second best of 5 here in the grand final. And it went to round 5 here the last time that we saw these guys on this control map. And Journey and the boys going to look to try and already break the surf here early on, Pablo. They're going to look to try and grab that all-important attacking round. But we know with what we've seen before, it is not going to be easy against Money Form.
No, absolutely. Money Form, absolutely solid in their defense. One of the better teams in this position. But right now, a good split, as you can see. Journey and Backchurch with a good opportunity. And they're going to have that information. He does get the kill number 2, Rael, able to drop that player. So a big moment, but it is going to be Journey who gets dropped. So another solid defense. And again, it's so tricky to try and, you know, hold on to that back area, knowing that the team are going to spawn out. But it's given them a really easy opportunity to get that time over towards the A zone. And we're potentially going to see that huge amount of time at 2 minutes 20 go to the way of the Young Galactics, and they're giving themselves a huge opportunity with a 3 life, 4 life lead now, and 3 ticks needed to be. So this is a good opportunity. Probably you couldn't ask for a better position to be in right now against Money Form to potentially take this B.
So now, what can they work with here, Young Galactics? Can they cause an upset here in this opening round? This will be huge for this map and potentially this series if they can manage to grab another important moment here. Young Galactics still hunting for kills, and Mr. Beans there doesn't miss a bullet. Journey's going to reply with one as it gets a little bit messy back and forth. They've still got Wee Man out the back here, trying to lock down one location, but Journey there, they knew where he was. The information comes through the comms. Must have been crisp there, and he just gets absolutely battered in the back.
I just thought, you know, he gets battered, but that was so optimistic from him to try and get that MP40 hit, not only across a reasonable distance, but at elevation as well. So crazy plays right there, and Journey easily dropped, and Harry doing a quality job. But more importantly, number 7 is going to be Steve-O out to the back, and again, he's going to come right behind someone. This is going to be a big kill against Rael, so a battle of the MP40s goes out, and the veteran does get the kill right there. So we do see the kill feed nice and green again, but again, we expected this. But Young Galactics with a solid lead in terms of lives. It is a 3 life lead, but Money Form doing everything they can to limit that, and they do, and they're able to push the boys in purple out towards the back of tiles one more time, and already we're seeing another solid setup across the board. Number 5 taken down with ease by Rael, and Journey, Steve and Harry both fall, and they're going to take up that geography, and this is going to be another stout push from the Young Galactics.
Where are they going to push this through? There's a couple of opportunities. Devo going to look to get in position, and look at those arrows. They are ready to go off the top rope. Rael in towards the deep end he goes, takes down one, looking for the second onto Wee Man. The trades are coming through from Money Form though, as 2 will fall. Metals and Lucky get kills though, and now is this the opportunity to at least get the man on the point and stop the clock. And while stopping the clock, they offer their teammates the opportunity to try and just get more kills, and they are cutting them down at a time here at the moment. Young Galactics, they are getting every single important engagement, it feels, as Wee Man gets his head ripped clean off. Beans though, can he make the play? There's still going to be Metals, number 4. He's going to repinch the pinch here, potentially, as those players are getting all sorts of mixy over towards that point. 20 seconds remaining, but only 5 lives left here for Moneyform. They've got to go, and they've got to go quick here, Young Galactics, because that time is slowly ticking away. Real, can he make the play? No, Harry shuts him straight down, and they're getting those all-important kills, and a round that looked so optimistic for Young Galactics is all of a sudden looking rather bleak. They're getting cut down one at a time. 4 seconds on the clock. They take down the last man nearby, and that is going to be a round that Moneyform are going to breathe a huge sigh of relief, Pablo.
Absolutely, and it just shows you how unbalanced this game is right now in terms of Tuscan control. It's so easy for the defensive round, once they're set up, to get the picks, and it makes it so difficult to get back across the map. And with that time, you know, you couldn't ask for a better position to be in. 2 minutes 20 to get B, and they had a 3-life advantage. Potentially, the only way you could improve that is if no player had died. Young Galactics throwing everything but the kitchen sink at that B hill, but Moneyform every time with an answer, and a huge performance across the board for all those players. And you've got Journey on a 10 right now, and you've got 2 players pushing the 6. You know, despite that, Moneyform just looking absolutely awesome for the value right now. Just a great performance so far.
Again, as we come to expect, A point is going to be the initial protocol there from Moneyform. They look to try and be the team to potentially pick an attacking round out of the basket of Young Galactics here. Harry is just going to get some progression through. Real going to fly through, but the trades come through from Harry. Nice work from him as he's now worked himself onto a 4 streak. And I'll tell you what, if he gets this glide bomb, it's not easy to use over towards B, but you can force players inside. And if you can try and bottleneck them, this might be really, really big here for Harry as he works his way down the left side of the map. I'm not sure if Lucky has spotted him, though. He is just going to back up, and they are getting some important kills there. Number 4, Metals, is going to look to try and fly through the side of Church, but nothing comes of it as Harry still works his way slowly but surely around the back. Oh, but Metals, I thought he was going to maybe upset them with a kill there, but he's not going to be able to. Real is still lurking nearby. But can the shots come through? Look at the teamwork at the moment. They really want Harry to get streaks here. They're just working it together. Shots come through. Oh my god, he got the second. Real got 2. He manages to get 2, and Lucky gets the 3rd. And a moment that surely looked as though the boys of Moneyform were going to secure Harry's streaks has now completely gone down the pan.
Yeah, and that's so important. You know, that streak can be vital for pushing a player off back tank who might be holding down that right-hand side, and obviously potentially, you know, could be valuable just to push someone even further back into Church, allowing you to get onto the hill and get guns down ramp. So huge moment right there. And not just that, Rail puts himself on a 3 and now combining for a combined 7 streak across 3 players right now. Young Galactics looking very, very good in the defense. And we saw this last time, and this is where your Moneyform start to think about how many kills they've got, how many deaths they've got, and you know whether they're going to be able to continue to get that defensive round. And Lucky and Young Galactics looking very, very strong right now.
Oh man, Lucky still trying to get Wee Man out the back here. He's just being a pain in the backside, but the Spanish lads get him out inevitably in the end. And Steve-O really struggling at the moment. Him and Wee Man,
oh, timing,
they are struggling, and he is just going to get shot in the back here to produce struggles once again. Boys of Young Galactics still set up, still pushed out. They've got a good amount of map control, at least for the time being. But Beans, opening kill. Will Lucky manage to get the trade onto him as well? It looks as though he will, so good work from Lucky. But he's now on a 4, so he's going to have to play his life and play it very, very carefully. There's a few players ready and waiting as the slide comes through. Steve-O, though, they're both going to go in the blender as Lucky manages to grab 2. He's now on a 6 streak, and this round is looking pretty much done and dusted for Moneyform. They're going to need a regain here. But with 25 seconds left on the clock, Pablo, they are going to have to hit this quick.
Yeah, and more importantly, Young Galactics now got the 2 streaks in the bag going into potentially the next round where they've tied things up, and this could be a struggle bus territory for Moneyform, who, you know, have played so well in this Tuscan control, but again, it was super tight. Journey with important kills, windy shots though, and maybe a little bit of nerves creeping into the game with 6.5. It is going to be Moneyform on the hill, and this is a worry because they're very close to the tick. Real on the chase. He's going to get bodied, he gets sorry, but Lucky with the trade as he takes Beans down. And that's going to be Young Galactics tying things up, and mate, they have got a strafing run and a glide in the back pocket.
Oh man, 1 apiece. Game 5 and round 5 in this one. Just all for the 5s at the moment. And now the boys of Young Galactics. Can they manage take an attacking round here? This is a good opportunity again for them to do so. Lucky has got both of his streaks, so now is a really good opportunity to potentially throw something at this B point. We haven't seen a really solid quick hit over towards B, though. That's something that I'm quite surprised that none of the teams have even really given a shot to. It will be Real over towards this right-hand side of the map on his lonesome for the time being. There's a few players nearby. Steve-O Just going to wait and see if he can get the pick, but no. Real lays prone, gets the pick himself, and Beans around the corner. Real going to fly out, not going to win the engagement onto him. We're going to see the stun there land right in the face of Lucky, though, who is just going to back up for the time being and wait for his teammates to regroup here. But is this something you're surprised at, Pabs, that we haven't seen anything over towards B right off the gates? Because some teams that we've cast over previously, they have done it, and it has actually worked.
Yeah, I think if there's a skill disparity in terms of gun skill or you know, major strategy, it's probably a more effective option as you're able to dominate that team. But when the teams are as closely matched as these are, it can kind of become a killing feed, and you can have unnecessarily lose players and only get one tick. One thing you kind of almost guaranteed to do is to keep the game pretty close. So we still only got 4 life difference, but you can get ticks over towards that A site. So in terms of how many times you die, the reward for it can be even better. But right now, the kill feed going the way of money for, mate, and that's been a huge play right there. They've got the 5 life difference, and Steve-O, more worrying for the team in purple, is on a glide himself, and this could become really important as a counter to the potential glides and strafing out of the boys in Young Galactics, and Steve-O going on another tear. Are we going to see another infamous Steve-O clip here on a control, this time on Tuscan? He's 7 in a row, 8 in a row, looking for the 9th. He knows that Rael's here. He's going to try... Oh, he's going to try and chal him on that occasion, but Rael is going to stop him. Ever so close to double digits there, but I tell you what, the boys are money form here with the progression and the life count that they have got. This is going to be a really important round. 10 lives to the good, Pablo, and we flagged up the lives last time when money form were on that defensive side because of it, and they look as though they're going to do it once again here, unless Young Galactics in the next round manage to reply with some more kills and a big disparity of their own. Yeah, progress going over the A. I mean, you can see how many kills each team have got, but Young Galactics going absolutely off. But again, just not able to get that progress down. Potentially about to get the progress A, but it's not going to give them a great deal of time. And mate, look at that difference in kills. Almost 10. They are able to do a bit of work as Metals and Jenny tag up Weeman and Beans, but it's still a huge difference. And right now, a lot of work to do. And Moneyform have been absolutely awesome in terms of defense, and they're already set up across B. So a big moment for the team in purple. They've got a lot of work to do, and they've got to do something different, something inventive. And not only that, they've got to get not just one team might potentially, but they've got to get complete control of that B side if they're going to change things up, because right now it is going to form, and potentially we're going to see money form not just with that potential 2-1 lead, but they're also going to have streaks in their back pocket, more importantly. Yeah, Weeman waiting for the inevitable purple arrows to fly around the corner. Real just checking the corner. Beans is going to grab one as well. He knows that there's 2 players around this corner as the shots were exchanged. And Young Galactics, they've now got 1 last go at this, but Weeman with 1, Weeman with 2 has absolutely none of it. And now it's just going to be a case of, can Metals go huge in the back? We've seen him have moments. Can he manage to slide out to the cell? Okay, Metals. Okay, he's managed to buy his team a little bit of breathing space. Bean's just going to get a kill, but Metals is going to... Stop it! Oh my goodness, I thought he was going to get another double there. He's not going to be able to on that occasion. Real looking to try and mop up the pieces, but it's now 1 versus 9. They know where he is. 3 seconds left. He's not going to touch the points, but I'll tell you what, if he can get this life count down, which he can, just a little bit money form though, take that all-important round, Pablo. 2-1 up, and now they look to the attacking side to see if they can pinch this 3-1 potentially. They've got that ordnance there. I mean, a good opportunity right now. Just check what kind of streaks we've got on both sides. Have Young Galactics invested any? Oh my days!
We've got a lot.
Left-hand side, Lucky and Metals waiting to rain absolute fire down on the heads of Moneyform. Great opportunity for them potentially to tie this game up, and Major wouldn't surprise me if we see another round 5 in this control. Right now, huge plays, and the one thing you asked for, a push towards B.
And there it is. Can they do it? Well, that's why they probably haven't done, because Real is the man here, and he is having absolutely none of it. Weeman is going to manage to get that final kill onto him to trade him out as he looks to try and transition over towards the B point. But really important kills there from Real, just to stop from Real, sorry, the Royal Real. He's a man of royalty.
Royal Real?
Yeah.
Good. He's been promoted.
Yeah, he's been upgraded after that. I'll tell you what, after the some of the maps we've seen from him, he deserves it 100%. Give him a crown, man. But Young Galactics looking to try and stabilize a little bit here. Steve-O has been spotted, so too has Weeman, but Weeman able to win 1 journey. Still lurking over towards this A point, so the boys of money form, as of yet, nothing has come from that optimistic open push as they look to try and get some more kills, but Beans with an important kill onto the point, so the progression now going to start coming through for A. And Steve-O just lurking in the back here. You can see kind of the attention that he's managed to grab from quite a few of these players. It's going to at least buy his teammates some time to pretty much get that A point done and dusted.
Yeah, more importantly, despite that kind of fruitless push towards B, which we said would probably end up being kind of pointless because, they're reasonably evenly matched and a strong defensive performance is going to push them out. They're still only got a 2-life disadvantage, now a 1-life disadvantage. So it hasn't really cost them anything in the scheme of things except for a little bit of time. And right now it's got 1-life advantage as Steve O'Beans look to join up and absolutely body the team in purple. And Weeman going on a little flank of his own, a little bit too late with the gun and the ADS, and he gets dropped. And it's going to be, a little bit of a life advantage right there for Young Galactics, who potentially could be seeing out this round again. A strong defensive performance potentially on the cards. But Moneyform at least looking to mix things up, trying to get that B push, throw the cat among the pigeons and trying to do something different. But again, just not able to execute what is a very technically difficult thing to do. You need not only to be really clever about your strategy, but you need to get lucky as well. And Journey and Rael and Metals.
Just keep lit. You might as well read the whole lobby at this point with these boys at the moment, with the talent that they show time after time. And now Young Galactics, 19 lives up against 15, 4 to the good. And the boys of Moneyform just waiting for the right time to strike here. Metals is going to be keeping an eye on this left-hand side, but they get the important engagement. Oh, but a team kill comes through from Harry right when they do not need it. Lucky's going to manage to mop him up as well. And number 8 in Beans is still lurking in and around that church side, but they have absolutely none of it. 30 seconds left on the cards here for the boys of Moneyform to potentially take this 3-1. It looks as though the boys of Young Galactics are going to be able to just do about enough to see it in towards that round 5. But now, lives... That's the thing that everyone's going to be thinking about here. Lucky with 1, lucky with 2, and that's a really big moment here. Potentially here as Journey manages to get 1 as well, and Journey's on a 5, so he's going to have some streaks as well. We've not really seen anything of the streaks as of yet, and this last round, Pablo, unless number 6 Weeman can work some magic here, it looks as though we are going to get it. There is going to be a lot of death from above here, because both teams have a lot to work with.
Man, you're going to have to get straight onto that streak button because we are going to see a lot of glides and a lot of strafing runs. One thing I would suggest is on Tuscan, strafing runs are reasonably hit and miss. You've got to, not only have you got to take time to get the buggers out, but, you've got to make sure that none of your players are going to get tagged up in the process. And this is going to be huge. And you just, oh my days, what have Young Galactics done in this round? This is huge as we potentially head into if they take this round, they're on the defensive side, preferred, they've got an enormous amount of air ordnance. They take this round, mate, we're going into one of the wildest blockage hardpoints you've ever seen.
Oh my goodness. Moneyform already, the ordnance is coming through. They've got so much to work with. Harry, not much you can do about that one, buddy. He's going to get taken down. Lucky and Real with some kills. And now, is this just going to get brutal here for Moneyform? They need to bait out streaks, but they also need to control this A point. Number 2, Real, though, round the back he goes. Oh, what a stunt from Harry. The info comes through. Real, he's out of there. Has absolutely nothing more to do with that one. Oh, but Harry manages to tickle him in the back on that occasion. Drops him as well. And now that A progression still coming through. Weeman over that side of the map, just getting it through slowly but surely. And Steve-O is just toying with the possibility of getting on towards that B point. The A point is now complete. But now, can Young Galactics try and steady the ship here? Because Journey's just managed to shoot. He just managed to churn through 3 players in quick succession. And again, Pabs, I mean, it's just a case of when the streaks are coming through here for the boys in purple.
Yeah, absolutely, Steve-O with a big job to do. He's going to come under some real pressure very soon. Literally, Journey and Rael about to come around the corner. Actually, it's Lucky. So this is going to be huge fights right now, Steve-O. Getting the measure of these players. He's going to get tagged up as the players look to trade them out. And Metals with a very important kill. But right now, their lives only a 1 point difference. But all that ordnance about to come in. I think Young Galactics may have used the streak over towards A that went absolutely nowhere. Another glide about to come out. No. Connects with no one. So right now, Moneyform doing a great job of not only keeping close in terms of lives, but they've allowed Young Galactics to waste some streaks, but they've got so many to work with. Right now, this is going to come down to that time. Still got 3 strafes and still got 1 glide. So a huge moment in this game is Moneyform. If they pull this off, this is going to be one of the best control rounds you've ever seen.
Yeah, we know the strafing run isn't ideal, but it still can be useful if it works in your favor. And Beans drops Ray out. Harry drops Metals as well. So Journey, these are some important kills for him in and around that hill. They've still got Steve-O lurking on the B point. Number 6 Weeman's going to do his best to try and stay down, but 2 players chal him out. So now Steve-O kind of stuck here. He is just going to reposition and retreat out of that one. He realizes that it was a bit bleak there for him, and he is going to manage to spot Lucky out the back there. But now no kills coming through as of yet, but surely the inevitable push here of Green Arrows is just ready and waiting any second now. Journey, oh my goodness, he's right next to Beans up top here. Surely something's going to give any second now. Real still lurking in bottom. It flies out, and holy ego flies straight through. Wee Man is going to have absolutely none of it. He's going to just get taken down and dropped. 4 in a row now for Journey. 3 in a row for now Ray out. And Young Galactics at the moment, this time, is slowly starting to tick away for money form. It's going to be really difficult now. They're going to need a really strong, solid push here, Pablo, and it's going to have to come through very, very shortly. But I believe a glide bomb is out, and it is.
Yeah,
so mad.
Oh, Jenny drops lucky, so doesn't take down one of the opposition players, but with 18 seconds remaining, 11 plays 11, they are going to need to get on the point, but they really do need to get control of it. So Beans is going to push out to the back.
Shots.
He's got the information that those players are going to be making their way towards the hill. Big moment for number 1 in Jenny. He does get tagged up, so it's going to be number 7, Stevo, who manages to get a kill and get onto the hill. He's going to jump off, though, in terms of time, and that's going to be time all the way over to Young Galactics, and they're going to take that 3-2, and what a wild play. Stevo dipping off the hill with no time remaining. Absolutely wild plays is blowing my mind, and to go into the lead 2-1 and make this blockage could be super important, because, you know, this is going to be a hell of a map right now.
Yeah, I think it was just Steve had to get off the point there, because the glide bomb, whether or not he was over towards the point or off of it, it was just going to land right on his noggin regardless. So he's just going to be forced to retreat off the point. And Young Galactics, Pablo, they take the control, the map that Moneyform obviously managed to take in that last series. So now they are 1 map away from doing the dirty over Moneyform here. Second best of 5. They won the first one. They forced the second. And now they are right on the brink of being crowned Challengers Cup number 5 winners. And it's going to be their 4th one here. Obviously, we don't count Moneyform out just yet. We are going to the madness of Bocage. But Young Galactics, they are right on the brink of it now.
Yeah, huge opportunity for them to just do the unthinkable, the map reset, and then take this right away from the boys in Moneyform. And what a performance it was in Tuscan Control. Again, confounding all expectations against what they had in the previous matchup. But Bocage Hardpoint, again, is that map that potentially can throw the cat among the pigeons. Time and time again, we've expected one result and another one has turned around. And you would hope Moneyform have got the measure by now of this team. They've had, you know, good Bocages in the past, so this could be a huge moment right now. Just looking though, Young Galactics, again, a strong team, not only against Moneyform, but historically in the last week, they've done really well across the board. So we expect this one to go to the wire. Expect this to be as tense as possible. Yep. And again, you know, wouldn't surprise me if we hit that game 5.
Well, Moneyform, deep breath. They need the last 2 remaining maps. The boys from Spain, again, looking to try and prove what they are made of here in European Challengers, and we are just absolutely blessed with quality in this one. I mean, when Moneyform are struggling up against a team, you know they're going to be good. When you look at that team of 4 and the performances that they've put in, they've really given it their all, Moneyform. Obviously, the control we knew was going to be a really tight affair, and whoever managed to get that defensive round, it was just going to be such a pivotal moment. But Young Galactics, they kind of adapt what they did in the first best of 5, Pablo. Obviously, Moneyform did a really good job in lives, and Young Galactics, they made a note of that, and they managed to make it count in that second best of 5, which we're seeing now. And now they're 1 away.
7 streaks, mate. 7 streaks they had in that control. That's 35 kills without response right there. That is insane. You know, when you think it's not even 35, is it? Because they're strafing runs. So they had 3 strafing runs. So 3 players going on 6 streaks just without any. So 18 kills straight out the blocks in terms of, you know, potentially not getting any response. And then they had 1 other glide earlier in the round as well. So you're looking at 23 kills without response from a team who absolutely dominated the kill feed. And they've done that time and time again. And they've made Moneyform look reasonably average. So a big moment, and if you talk about reset and regain, this is it right now for Moneyform. They've really got to put all that at the back of their mind. They've got to get that energy back up, though. This is the thing, Young Galactics are fired up. You know, they want to see this out. Moneyform really need to fire themselves up, because this is, you know, the wildest of all the maps, and they really need to get, you know, absolute energy, get right in the face of Young Galactics and do, you know, the unthinkable. Take the time off P1, take the time off P4, get control of P5. You know, all these things that don't normally happen. We see big P2s, we see big P3s, but we need to see Moneyform going big in all these other hills and getting that time. So huge moment right now for these boys in green, potentially, you know, able to just start to the ball rolling on being able to reassert their dominance. But right now, Young Galactics, Major, looking absolutely hot. Yeah, they do look very, very good in respawn. I mean, when it was a 3 hardpoint meta, it was a case of you felt sorry for some of the teams they came up against, because when you give these boys 3 hardpoints especially,
it's just so brutal for the other team when they've got the other team in Young Galactics over across the pond, and they've got to try and slay their way through them, rotate them as well. And it's just going to be one where Moneyform now, going into a hard point, they are going to need to be firing on every single cylinder that these boys have got to keep these guys quiet. Because obviously, if you guys did miss the first best of 5, Moneyform, unfortunately, they didn't manage to take the Bocage hard point. Young Galactics managed to take it, and I will just check. 250 to 193. So, yeah, I mean, boy, Moneyform, it's now or never.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got to go big or they're going to go home, and that is just the way it is right now. Moneyform, again, you can't write these guys off. You can't do it. It's insane to do it. They've got the capability. They've done it in the past. This is nothing new to them. They've been in bracket resets before. This is not going to be anything for them to fear, but this is a big opportunity for Young Galactics to really solidify that domination in EU Call of Duty that might reverberate around the Call of Duty scene, because they have got no right to take and reset this bracket and then come back and actually take the second best of 5. You know, Moneyform have got the experience and have got the quality throughout the team to do this. So this is going to be huge for them right now. But Young Galactics, man, they are in another world, another pace. They've got different gears. And, you know, at the minute, you've got to look, you know, every player has gone big at some point. And, you know, it's worrying, you know, when you see the whole team start firing like that. This is definitely going to be a huge Bocage right now.
So we are just loading in to the Bocage here. And oh my goodness, we've had an incredible day of COD, and it is slowly starting to come down to the final minutes and moments of it. So will Young Galactics manage to take it here in map number 4? The boys in purple, they want to do the upset. They want to do the dirty over Moneyform and take both best of 5s off of the lads who came through the winners bracket. And we're on a map which everyone loves to hate on the Bocage hardpoint. Who is going to manage to produce the magical moments here, potentially? Is it going to be the likes of Stevo? Is it going to be the likes of Real? Spin a wheel, Pablo. We've got 8 players here who are absolutely cracked out of their minds. Anyone could have an insane map here, but the boys of Moneyform, they are really going to be praying that that player is going to be on their side.
Oh man, and at the minute it is not looking good despite that slender lead. You know, the boys in purple looking for the P2 rotations. Not only that, they get all the picks across to P1, and now they've got control across middle map. So some big fights are going to be going down, really needed. You can see number 1 there, Journey, as he does drop Stevo. So huge fights going down to middle, but it's looking very good for the team in purple already. They're about to just take a slender lead, and they're already set up for P2. And right now, Moneyform completely off the boil already in this Bocage hardpoint.
Oh, that's a big kill though to take Journey down. He won't get any streaks early on because we saw it in the control. If you start racking streaks up, it's going to be difficult. And the boys of Young Galactics, they do have that rotation for now. Can the green arrows flood through quick enough? Harry's going to grab one, but Metals is going to be there for the trade, and the efficiency of Young Galactics once again is there for all to see on Bocage. The chow comes through from Stevo. The pistol isn't going to be enough on that occasion, as Real is going to already look to try and potentially pinch that man on the hill. Wee Man will fall, looking for more. Second onto Stevo. No, not on that occasion. Stevo going to hold out long enough on that one to grab the kill. Beans still in and around the back, but the time is still ticking, Pablo. Young Galactics, they're still edging their way a little bit further away. Beans is going to have to go huge here because there's still a few players lurking.
Yeah, and there's still 20 seconds, so they're going to need this. They're only 27 seconds behind, so it's a quality amount of scrap time. But right now, they're just trying to do everything they can to keep the boys in Young Galactics spawning towards the back of P2. Puck, who's there, Jenny on P1 waiting, but he's got a lot of work to do. His number 7, it is going to be Wee Man, is at the back, so the push is going to come into Granny's fairly soon, and I think the guy in Jenny is going to get overwrought right now. But you can see already this battle towards bottom Granny's as the trades do go out, and it's going to be Beans with big kills in the hill. Right now, it is Moneyform with a little bit of control, but he gets tagged up off the streets, and oh my god, Jenny absolutely drops Beans and Stevo with an absolutely wonderful 2-piece and make this crazy Granny's Hill continues to confound expectation as it goes back and forth, and the contest is in.
Yeah, Metals up top, just lurking, waiting for those players to appear. Real and Lucky combining for 3. Young Galactics, they punch in. Look at that combined streak, now 7. Moneyform, they really need to hit the regain soon, because if this starts to get out of hand here, they're going to be behind on rotations, and it looks as though for the time being, they're also behind on kills, at least in the early stages here. Number 6, Harry, is going to be over towards the next hill. A couple of players underneath him. Metal's going to be caught out, transitioning over towards the new hill. And Wee Man gets a big gunfight out the back. Lucky is still here, though, and I don't think they know he's here. All the way around the back he goes. Spots Wee Man out in towards 10. He's just going to lock himself out and try and disrupt the spawns here from Moneyform as he looks for the second onto Stevo. And good work from Lucky in the back. There is going to be another man ready round the corner. Wee Man off spawn manages to mop him up. And that's time, though, Pablo. Although Moneyform are fighting for spawns, They are still soaking up the time, young Galactics.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talk about this efficiency that this team have to get that time to kill ratio. It's really vital, and the team of Purple doing an awesome job of it. And they have got well over a rotations lead, about to 80 points, and they're about to hit, really, really high territory right here. This is rarefied air against one of the top teams in the world right now in the challenges sense. Moneyform have got a huge regain they need to do, and they need plays like that from Beans on a two-piece, going off, trying to drag his team through it. And the big play you've got to look to, mate, is Steve Vortex. He's on a 6 and 12 with no time whatsoever. Beans does a TK, and again it looks like these frantic comms going down as the nade goes out, and this is going to require a huge regain, but most of all from that very experienced in-game leader in Steve Vortex.
Oh my goodness, Moneyform. What can you muster up on this hill? I don't believe anyone has streaks. No, neither team has streaks just yet, so they will be able to get on the hill, and at least the man who pulls the short straw is going to manage to keep his head down. Beans, though, grabs a couple of kills, as they will now get what looks to be an opportunity for their best chunk of time pretty much the whole game. But there you go. The Spanish Armada comes flying through. They get all the kills. They drop them left, right, and center, and they're just going to start pushing out these lanes. Journey going to pick up the remaining time. Number 8, Stevo, out the back. He flagged him up. He's struggling. He is still doing so. Stevo needs to go huge here in this map for potentially to try and help his team grab this one. And nice shots coming through, but no, the trade comes through. And Journey with 1. Journey with 2. Young Galactics, they are firing on all cylinders at the moment, Pablo, and every single gunfight, every single big gunfight, should I add, just appears to be going in their favor time after time.
Yeah, and as soon as they get those kills, they push straight out, cover as much geography as possible so that they are able to get into straight away into other interactions further into the map. And it just gives them an extra 5 or 6 seconds, which we know can be the measure between winning and losing this Bocage hardpoint. And that's going to allow them to get the rest of that scrap time, which P1 again is going to be a hugely contested one. But right now, the kills are just back and forth. But the Young Galactics have got a 75-second lead as we head into this second rotation. It's been a huge performance, but we need a big regain from Moneyform if we want to see that map 5, and it's going to have to be huge. They're going to have to change some kills together, which they haven't done so far, and rather worryingly, Major, it is continuing to be a purple kill feed.
And more importantly, Metal's got 5 in a row. I will just check it. Yep, he's got a glide bomb, so that is not good for Moneyform. If he manages to utilize that over towards that last hill on the rotation, that is going to be really, really difficult now for Moneyform to get a hold on that one. So Journey just lurking again. Round the corner he goes. Not going to win that one as shots come through. Real able to take down one. Stevo is still up top, however, as Lucky takes him down as they look to try and push their way through towards the next hill. So currently standing at 100 points the difference. And we saw this last time, Pablo. The boys of Young Galactics, whether they've got the spawns or not, they are very accomplished at holding this P2 from arguably the less preferred side. They've still got Ray out the back, obviously blocking for the time being, and he's not going to be able to win that important gunfight. They do finally get the boys in purple off of the hill, but it wouldn't shock you if Young Galactics managed to punch through from the less preferred side and hold a decent amount of time on it.
Yeah, and it's not just this hill. They do this on P1 Berlin as well. They're able to just really punch through from wrong side and get good grip to grips with it. Their accuracy is just unmatched. Beans with a big kill though, as he takes out, I do believe it was a Metals who was, providing some problems as a turret over towards the back. So biggest opportunity right now for the boys in green to chain any hills together, and we just know that 2 good solid hills can change this game completely on its head. They have got around and about that 80-second lead, but that can be brought back to nothing almost immediately. So big moment for Moneyform. This is a great opportunity for them, and look at number 7, Wee Man right out the back and potentially going to cause problems. It's going to give them one pinched push from the front and still get them spawns, but what happens? The spawn goes out to that number 4. It's going to be Metals again coming in behind. So as we say, this Bocage is completely wild, spawn so unpredictable at times, and it's going to be Rail in the hill, potentially gets tagged up from behind. So great plays there between Beans and Stevo as they're able to get the kills. And right now this game looks completely different. It's still around at about a 70-second lead, but Moneyform doing absolutely everything they can to get this back on the track, get this back into the series, and get themselves back into an advantage.
Moneyform, Harry's inside. Rail's going to just chop him straight out of that one, though, as 2 with the bullets, 1 with the nade, 3 in a row. Is going to get taken down, though. And Stevo looking to try and work some magic of his own. He is slowly coming back into the game, Stevo, but that slow start has really started to punish Moneyform now. And Young Galactic still throwing bodies at every single second of scrap time as Rael just goes on one of his little adventures here. 24 and 16 from the youngster. Again, another incredible performance from him in a respawn. It's just time after time now, and just beams Stevo out of that position there. MP40 Automaton. You can't tell the difference with this lad sometimes. He's just got an absolute fryer coming out at the end of his MP40 sometimes. And Real is looking for more as he goes hunting in towards bottom barn. Money form, though, slowly starting to edge their way back into this one, Pablo. I wouldn't count them out just yet.
No, don't count them out. But the problem is, and we talk about this kind of like, you know, I don't know, the Pimlico line or something you would call it. It's this line you get kind of like this ballast point where you go past a certain point and you only need a certain amount of points off the remaining hills in order to do it. And they've well past that point, and they've still got an 80-second lead. So again, we would talk about Moneyform needing an almost perfect hard point on Bocage against arguably the best team in challenges in the world right now.
All right, out. Around the corner is going to hide long enough for his teammate Journey to help him out, and now this is where it gets dangerous for Moneyform because they don't have any air ordnance, I believe. No, they've got nothing on their side. Young Galactics have, however, used theirs, but they are now going to have to try and work their way into one of the more difficult hills to break. And Steve-O in towards the tunnel he goes. Is he going to check the right corner? Lucky over by L, the man in the hill, but Lucky cuts him down. Harry's still lurking outside as well as those purple arrows look to try and conform onto him, and they get the kills. So now with 30 seconds remaining, the boys of Moneyform, this is now do or die for them here on this hill. They really need to make the break. They need to make it quickly. Journey cutting down one. They do finally get the man out of the hill, but they can still win off this hill if they get a body on it. And Lucky's going to look to be the man to do so. Wee Man is going to manage to grab a kill. Harry is going to look to do it as well, but they still need to try and get the man out. Wee Man is going to get involved in the action. He's going to fall, but they can't win off this hill, Pablo. But the race to rotation is going to be huge now.
Yeah, and this is what's crazy is that they don't need to worry about getting into the hill all the time, which Moneyform absolutely need to do. Yeah. They have got to fight into the hill every single time. Either that or they've got a huge contest, or they've got to make sure they get team wipes. This is desperate times for the team in green. With 8 seconds remaining, the boys in purple have absolutely dominated this Bocage for another time. They are unstoppable, and this cannot be over on this P1. Surely not. Surely Moneyform have got enough to take this to the P2, but we see Lucky and Fleet go completely purple, and more worryingly, they are on the hill with only one player, and that's going to be Steve Vortex, and that is not being it. And they have not only reset the bracket major, they have reset and won the second best of 5 series to take Cup 5 in what has been one of the most dominant performances from a loser's bracket run.
And the Spanish Armada returns. Cup number 5 is now under their belts. 4 out of the 5 Challengers Cups have gone the way of Young Galactics. They take it in 2 best of 5s, Pablo, against Moneyform, a roster who is absolutely stacked. And man, I mean, we say this time after time, how do you describe this team anymore? They are so good. They've demonstrated it time after time, and rightly so. They're thrones at the top of Europe. They've just kept their seat warm, and they return their arse and plant it straight firmly back down on it again.
Mate, it's wild. I mean, we talk about them having their dominance in the early part of the Cups, in Cup 1, Cup 2, and then Cup 3. And at a time when Vanguard, very new in the season, players still getting used to it, teams still getting used to the nuances, but we are well and truly in the mix now. Everyone knows this game, everyone knows the maps, particularly now, obviously, Control, probably the least kind of like worked map and mode, but it absolutely plays across the board, and they are just dominating. They are head and shoulders above everyone in Europe right now. And, you know, the argument was, you know, Sukry's Bakery look good, Moneyform surely can come back and take a cup. But right now, the boys from Spain are absolutely dominant. And we talked about the bragging rights earlier on. Well, they've got it above everyone right now in Europe.
Yeah, and man, what a day of Call of Duty. It has been 10 hours, 22 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock is what it took Young Galactics to sit on top of Europe once again in EU Challengers Cup number 5. And what a day it's been of Call of Duty. It's been a long one, but it's been absolutely unreal nonetheless. I do want to say again, a huge shout out to all the players for allowing us to cover this all the time through. And a big shout out as well to everyone who has managed to drop in the chat, drop follows. The amount of follows we've had on the stream has been absolutely mind-blowing. I think it's been something over 200 for one stream alone. And I assume a lot of them will be the Spanish boys fans, but a huge thank you to everyone who has dropped in the stream. It's been an incredible day of Call of Duty. And of course, I have to thank my partner in crime, Mr. Pablo, for staying on board with me throughout the absolute marathon of EU challenges we've had today.
You don't need to thank me, mate. You know I'm going to be here every time. And just an awesome performance from the play-by-play right there, taking everything on the chin, lungs busting all the way through. But again, I just want to reiterate, man, you know, a lot said about the players, and they can be kind of funny with in terms of what they want out of a challenger stream. But every single player, without exception, across all the teams, just were like, yep, that sound absolutely, you know, including players that we thought might have been a bit funny about it, absolutely brilliant. So an absolute massive thank you. And again, we just got to thank the likes of Shift and the people like that who've given us the kind of opportunity to get the experience needed to pull off a broadcast like this. So great for everyone who's come in, and again, everyone who's dropped into the stream. Absolute work and a great performance, man. I hope you enjoyed the stream, hope you enjoyed the casting, and more importantly, hope you enjoyed the games, because we've had an absolute blast today.
I'll tell you what, if you've got bored of our voice and you want to go back, just mute the stream, because the games just speak for themselves. They were absolutely incredible, and a long evening of Call of Duty finally comes to an end. GG's there to every single team that we've cast over this evening. The bracket has now been confirmed. I will just quickly try and sort the bracket out ever so slightly to make sure, because I completely forgot to fill it out. Let me just quickly type in the winner, who is going to be team... Oh, it's Young Galactics, apologies. Young Galactics. There you go. So hopefully now that should now come through, and the confirmation is now going to be there for you guys on the stream. So Young Galactics, they take it in 2 best of 5s. They are on top of Europe once again. And just before we do end the stream, guys, as before, thank you so much for everyone who's tuned in. A lot of you have been here literally since the first moment we went live. It's an absolute pleasure to bring you guys all of the Call of Duty action. And we've had some incredible names and stuff dropped by the chat. And my goodness, we've still got plenty more to go. Obviously, the Elite's still going on at the moment, hence why we are bringing you this broadcast rather than from the Clutch GG channel. And if you guys do get a moment, head over to twitch.tv/WeAreClutchGG, all one word. Drop it a follow, because that is where all of the community broadcasts are usually held, and that's where we will be holding
YouTube.
And the YouTube one as well. Yeah, so it's YouTube and Twitch, isn't it? It's both. So youtube.com. But I think the Clutch GG one isn't a set URL. But regardless, man, what a day. Thank you so much. That is absolutely everything from me and Pablo this evening. I need to go and eat. I am absolutely starving, but I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and we will catch you guys later on for some more Call of Duty action. Thanks again, guys. We will see you then.